In a world where demons roam freely and sects abound, Ye Beixuan has become a minor officer in the Imperial Guard of the Great Li Dynasty. Fortunately, at this moment, he awakens the unparalleled martial arts system, which allows him to dramatically increase his power with a simple daily check-in. Moreover, by completing the tasks assigned by the system, he can earn various rewards. Chapter 96. The Might of the Six Frosty Techniques, Top 10 of the Talented Rankings. As the final system notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind, memories of the six frosty techniques began to surge within him. An immense blade intent started to envelop his being. The snow drink mad blade, resting at his side, seemed to sense something, vibrating with an eagerness that could not be contained. Ye Beixuan suddenly opened his eyes and drew the snow drink mad blade. The sharp sound of the blade rang out, resonating throughout the room. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the courtyard. As he wielded the snow drink blade, moonlight cascaded down, and the figure of a man was all that could be seen, the blade itself obscured. The entire courtyard was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes. Ye Beixuan did not channel a single ounce of energy. He moved as an ordinary warrior would, continuously swinging the blade. Yet, even in such simplicity, the boundless blade radiance seemed capable of piercing the very eyes of onlookers. First move of the six frosty techniques, a glimpse of chilling cold. With both hands gripping the blade, Ye Beixuan swung fiercely. With a resounding boom, a blade radiance, nearly a foot long, erupted from the snow drink blade, cleaving down into the courtyard. The sole pavilion in the courtyard shattered with a deafening crash, leaving a deep crater in the ground. As Ye Beixuan sheathed his blade, the unmatched blade intent still lingered, standing like a peerless sword. He meticulously reflected on the six frosty techniques he had just executed. This sword technique was unparalleled in its ferocity, sweeping through with the force of towering waves. Even the first move surpassed any swordplay he had previously encountered. Had Ye Beixuan unleashed his full power, he could have cleaved through a mighty river. Incredible, truly astonishing. After a long moment, Ye Beixuan returned to his senses. With my current cultivation and the peak of the second level's blade intent executing a glimpse of chilling cold, I might truly shatter the myth that masters cannot defeat mid-stage grandmasters. Ye Beixuan mused, satisfied. Though his cultivation had only risen a single level that night, his combat prowess had undoubtedly surged exponentially. If he were to confront Qin Boizhong, he was confident that merely the peak of his second-level blade intent would suffice to subdue him. I forgot this is my home, Ye Beixuan exclaimed, surveying the chaos in the courtyard and the shattered pavilion, his expression one of bewilderment. In the state of deep comprehension of the sword technique, he had completely lost awareness of his surroundings. Well, it seems after my shift tomorrow, I will indeed need to purchase a new residence, he sighed, rubbing his nose in resignation. Young master. The voice of Yaoer drifted in from the adjacent room, evidently awakened by the commotion. Ye Beixuan smiled apologetically. Please, continue to sleep. The noise is a bit excessive. He offered a word of comfort to the young maid. Returning to his chamber, just as he intended to lie down, he suddenly sensed something, feeling his mind become momentarily clear. Ding! Detected an increase in host fortune. The system's voice echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. He paused, bewildered. What was this? How could his fortune increase in the middle of the night? Yet, he dismissed it and continued. But as Ye Beixuan drifted into slumber, atop the star-gazing pavilion in the capital, a woman veiled in white stood at the pinnacle. The night wind rustled her gauzy attire and hair, carrying with it a fragrant breeze. On the star plate in her hands, a hidden dragon mark suddenly erupted. Soon after, a multitude of hidden dragons converged upon the star plate. Among them, the first dragon to appear leapt forth, positioning itself at the forefront of all the others, exuding an air of dominance that could sweep away the rest. The woman in white observed this scene with a slight shock, followed by a smile that graced her visage. It appears that the Imperial Guard officer has ascended the talented rankings, and surprisingly, his rank surpasses all others in the Great Li's political arena, placing him at least within the top 10. How intriguing. With a wave of her hand, the star plate vanished, and the woman summoned a white dove formed from gathered vitality, casting it in the direction of the Imperial City. But in the Imperial City, a forbidden ground for the Great Li royal family, even at night, countless guards patrolled diligently. Teams of armored elite soldiers moved within the palace, safeguarding the royal safety. Occasionally, a terrifying aura swept through the vicinity, scanning for any hidden threats. Within the Yangqing Palace, the lights gleamed brightly. A dozen eunuchs stood respectfully at the entrance. Inside, the Emperor Xuanhe, who had not attended court for over a decade, devoted to the pursuit of immortality, sat before a jade table, seemingly awaiting something. Though the emperor's beard had begun to gray, his aura remained fearsome. Your Majesty, a sharp voice called from the palace entrance. Enter, Emperor Xuanhe replied, opening his eyes with a calm demeanor. In the next moment, A grand eunuch clad in a crimson robe entered respectfully. Upon seeing this individual, Emperor Xuanhe continued, "How goes the interrogation? Did the rebel divulge anything?" "Reporting to your majesty, here is the list." The grand eunuch presented a document. Emperor Xuanhe glanced at it, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. "Ha! These are my loyal subjects. Do they truly believe that I have grown too old to wield a blade?" He scoffed. "They have plundered and oppressed the good people, and while I have turned a blind eye, they dare to conspire with those rebels. Tomorrow, command the Imperial Guard to eradicate all those traitors listed here. I shall use their blood to honor the Taoist sage." The sovereign's fury was not to be taken lightly. "Yes, your majesty, please do not let these traitors disturb your peace," the grand eunuch responded with deference. Emperor Xuanhe returned to his earlier cold demeanor. "What of the empress?" "She remains in a deep slumber. The physician advises observation for a few days, as her injuries are severe, potentially damaging her vital energy. The eldest princess is by her side." I understand." The emperor seemed to harbor little affection for the empress. "By the way, your majesty, there is good news from the stargazing pavilion," the grand eunuch suddenly remarked. "Oh." Upon hearing the name of the pavilion, Emperor Xuanhe inquired softly, "What news?" "The national master has observed the star plate and detected a hidden dragon emerging, ranking within the top 10 of the talented rankings." Chapter 97. Renowned across the realm, a shocking rise to fame. Who are the individuals gracing the top 10? The eyes of Emperor Xuanhe glimmered with interest. This ranking held little significance for him personally. Yet being among the top 10 on the talented individuals list could indeed enhance the fortune of the great Li and elevate its standing among the other nations. "Your Majesty, it is the deputy commander of the Jinui, Ye Beixuan, who apprehended the elusive traitor," came the reply. The emperor paused, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "Is it truly he? He was the one who recovered the lost items during the empress's birthday celebration, was he not?" Zhou Sheng had previously mentioned this commander. "I had no idea he would consecutively resolve significant cases and secure a spot among the top 10. Quite remarkable." He picked up his brush and began to write. After finishing, he casually tossed the document to the chief eunuch. "Send a messenger tomorrow to convey my decree of reward." The chief eunuch respectfully accepted the emperor's hastily thrown edict. To the emperor, it was merely a trivial task, easily dismissed, but to anyone outside his circle, it represented destiny itself. The following morning, Ye Beixuan emerged from his slumber. Yaoer approached with a basin of clear water, assisting him in washing and dressing. Today marked the second day of the Lantern Festival. Although the streets were not as lively as the previous day, they were still bustling with people. Clad in his flying fish attire, Ye Beixuan set off to the Bizenfu to clock in and receive his merits. He anticipated a leisurely day, hoping to sneak away to see Lu Qingwu. However, before he could act on his thoughts, Lin Tao came bounding towards him, brimming with excitement, like a wild dog. Ye go. The talented individuals list has been released. You've made it onto the list." "What?" Ye Beixuan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled the inexplicable system notification he received before falling asleep, indicating an enhancement in his fortune. It turned out he had indeed entered the talented individuals list. "Which position do I hold?" Ye Beixuan inquired with a smile, fanning himself. "You are in 8th place. Ye go, you are simply beyond impressive," Lin Tao exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another as he celebrated Ye Beixuan's achievement with fervor. 8th place on the talented individuals list. Any martial artist would recognize the significance of such a ranking. The earthly and heavenly rankings represented levels of distinction that, for most martial artists, were akin to admiring the Forbes list, merely a source of entertainment. After all, the vast majority would never encounter any of those individuals on the list in their lifetime. Yet, the talented individuals list was different. It showcased martial artists who had first made their names, all under the age of 30. Which young aspirant in their pursuit of martial arts had not dreamed of one day being renowned across the realm? Ye Beixuan felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing his ranking. He had anticipated making the list, but had not expected to rank so highly. "Let me see the list," he requested. Lin Tao quickly handed over the roster, which prominently displayed the words Talented Individuals List, with the insignia of the Tianji Valley beside it. This list comprises a total of 300 individuals. Top of the list, Li Jianyi, hailing from the Sword Tomb of the Great Yin Kingdom, age 26. A master at the pinnacle of his craft, possessing comprehension of the late stage of the second level of sword intent. His peak achievement includes a long sword vanquishing the 5 bandits of South Mountain in merely 10 strikes, all of whom were grandmasters at the peak of the second level, each wielding profound intentions. Although his cultivation could have easily surpassed the grandmaster level, he remained steadfast in perfecting his sword, reluctant to break through. Commentary: a naturally gifted swordsman, unparalleled in prowess. 2nd place, Zhou Yuanba, from the imperial family of the Great Zhou, age 25, a martial arts master at the pinnacle, comprehending the peak of the first level of hammer intent, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the second level. Possessing the innate strength of a dragon and elephant, he executed the Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon Hammer technique, slaying 8,000 foes in a single assault, overpowering 8 Grandmaster-level commanders, and vanishing for 3 months, seemingly nearing the Grandmaster middle stage. Commentary: a reincarnation of the dragon and elephant, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Third place, Wang Pe, known as the Spear Sovereign. From the common folk of the Great Qin Kingdom, age 27, a martial arts master at the pinnacle, comprehending the peak of the first level of spear intent, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the second level. This individual possesses average talent and appearance, yet wields an unmatched spear. Since his debut, he has fought a total of 960 battles, suffering 99 defeats. However, during his 100th battle, he achieved enlightenment, thereafter remaining undefeated on the list. With a steel spear, he pierced the immovable body of the third-ranked disciple of the Buddhist sect, shattering their heart of enlightenment, earning renown across the land. Commentary: forged from 100 refinements, his singular insight astonishes the world. Fourth place, Chen Dao, known as Xianyu, the contemporary disciple of the Taoist sect. Fifth place, Yun Nishang, the foremost disciple of the immortal hidden sect. Sixth place, Shen Zong, the contemporary disciple of the Buddhist sect. Eighth place, Ye Beixuan, the divine blade. An 18-year-old deputy captain of the Jinui from the Great Li Kingdom, seemingly at the 8th level of masterful physical cultivation, comprehension of the second level of blade intent. Only a month ago, he was relatively unknown. However, within this month, he dismantled several significant cases involving the Jinui and subsequently defeated the 277th ranked Wang Tian and Captain Xiao Lianshan in the North Town Pacification Office with a single strike. Just 5 days prior, in a battle at Fire Ghost Mountain, he eliminated the Black and White Rakshasa of the Dragon God sect and the Fire Ghost King, slaying a Grandmaster of Sword Intent and 3 Peak Masters, and yesterday, he triumphed against the thousand-faced leader of the Dragon God sect. His treasured blade appears to transcend the heavenly level. Commentary: unfathomable. 11th place, Lu Wudi, the Heavenly Sword, 25 years old, the Deputy Director of the Great Zhou Guard, a master at the pinnacle, cultivating the invincible sword heart, having been honed by the young prodigies of the Great Li, with his sword intent breaking through to the peak of the first level, significantly enhancing his strength. 41st place, Huang Sangwai, age 28, the foremost disciple of the Ghost King sect, a master at the pinnacle. 78th place, Lung Yu, the jade-faced divine catcher, age 22, a heavenly level catcher from the 6 doors of the Great Li, at the peak of the 7th level of masterful cultivation, with comprehension of the first level of sword intent. Chapter 98. The bestowing of the divine blade stirs the nation. Ye Beixuan perused the introductions of the top 100 individuals, then returned the list to Lin Tao. His expression one of astonishment. Truly, the Valley of Heavenly Mechanisms is formidable, while his own achievements are commendable, including the recent victory over the thousand-faced leader. It is not impossible to verify them. The same applies to the snow-drinking blade. While slaying Hu Xing and others on Huoguo Mountain, it was evident that no one else was present. How did these individuals discern it was his doing? Fortunately, the intelligence from Tiangue Valley was not entirely accurate. At least they were unaware of his triumph over Chun Boizhong the previous night, nor did they know he had achieved the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, grasping the essence of the blade to its second peak. If they were privy to such details, Ye Beixuan would suspect they possessed some form of clairvoyance, perhaps akin to his own system for probing the secrets of heaven, or a golden list of sorts. As for the final commentary, the inability to see through the 3 characters was quite characterful. Why aren't you excited, Brother Yi? Lin Tao gazed at Ye Beixuan, who had reclined back, fanning himself, looking somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Others, upon seeing themselves ascend the talented one's list, would be eager to announce it to the world from the highest rooftop. Yet Ye Beixuan's reaction was remarkably subdued. Was he perhaps illiterate, unable to read? What is there to get excited about? It's merely 8th place, not first. Ye Beixuan stretched languidly. To him, aside from the top 3, the talented one's list held little significance. Of course, given his current strength, even the individual ranked first, Li Jiani, would stand no chance against him. In terms of both intent and technique, he could easily overwhelm him. Moreover, from the list, it was clear that the Dali nation was faltering, with only him among the top 30. Perhaps soon there would be another, Lung Yu. But they still languished at the bottom compared to the other 4 great nations. All right. Your pretense is refreshingly unique. Just 8th place. How much are you putting on? Just then, as the two conversed, a throng of people suddenly surged towards them, each face adorned with joy. Leading this group was the town protector, Zhou Sheng. accompanied by a middle-aged eunuch clad in ceremonial robes. Following closely were several thousand households, including Lu Fengping. Ye Beixuan recognized many of them as officials of the Northern Town Protectorate. The middle-aged eunuch, at the forefront, held aloft a yellow object. Upon seeing it, Ye Beixuan, though he had never eaten pork, had certainly seen pigs run. Was that a decree? It seemed a reward for him had arrived. Ye Beixuan rose from his rattan chair, while Lin Tao and Li Cheng beside him were practically bursting with uncontainable excitement. A decree, for those of their rank among the Jinhui. Such an opportunity to witness one was a lifetime rarity. The decree is here. The eunuch's sharp voice echoed within the 100 households. Instantly, all Jinhui, including Zhou Sheng, bowed deeply. The middle-aged eunuch wasted no time. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Ye Beixuan, deputy of the Northern Town Protectorate, has rendered outstanding service, ascending to the 8th position on the Talented Ones list, thereby enhancing the prestige of our Dali nation. He is hereby promoted to the rank of 1,000 household in the Jinhui, conferred the title of third-class Divine Knife Earl, awarded 1,000 taels of gold, a low-grade heavenly manual, a countess estate, and various other rewards. This is the decree. Upon this announcement, several thousand households among the Jinhui could not help but gasp in astonishment, their pupils constricting. Ye Beixuan's promotion to 1,000 household was entirely expected. However, they could never have anticipated that His Majesty would bestow a title upon Ye Beixuan, a third-class earl, no less. A title, indeed. Although this does not signify a specific official position, in the grand realm of Dali, it undeniably marks him as a true nobleman. For officials, resigning from office equates to a complete reset. Should a family lack other officials, its entire lineage effectively descends into the ranks of commoners. Yet, a title is a different matter altogether. It can be inherited. An earl's title may be passed down for 3 generations, which means that for at least 3 generations, the Yi family will be recognized as nobility in Dali. Presently, only 3 provincial governors in the entire Northern Town Protectorate have been granted the title of earl, and Ye Beixuan stands as the 4th. This indicates that henceforth, Ye Beixuan's standing within the Northern Town Protectorate is poised to ascend to the highest echelons, ranking just below the other 3 governors, rivaling even the formidable Lu Fengping at the peak of his mastery. An earl? Ye Beixuan smiled faintly. The old emperor's reward was indeed substantial. He clasped his fists in gratitude, thanking His Majesty for this grace. Upon receiving the imperial decree, a middle-aged eunuch, beaming with delight, remarked to Ye Beixuan, Lord Godblade, congratulations. His Majesty holds you in high regard, and you shall undoubtedly live up to his expectations. Ye Beixuan responded with a smile, discreetly producing a banknote of 500 taels, which he quietly slipped into the eunuch's hand. Thank you for your efforts, my lord. The eunuch, feeling the weight of the banknote, beamed even brighter. Not at all, Lord Godblade. The imperial decree has been delivered, and I must return to the palace to report. He then offered a slight bow to Zhou Sheng, saying, Governor Zhou, I take my leave. Zhou Sheng reciprocated the gesture, though the eunuch's rank was modest. He hailed from the palace and commanded a measure of respect from all upon his exit. Once the eunuch departed, Zhou Sheng was the first to congratulate Ye Beixuan, Lord Godblade. Congratulations on your recent elevation. I hereby grant you a 5-day leave to organize your affairs. Although Ye Beixuan's position in the Northern Town Protectorate was still beneath Zhou Sheng, their noble titles rendered the interaction cordial. Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, the other members of the Imperial Guards also offered their congratulations to Ye Beixuan, who spent considerable time attending to their well wishes before they finally took their leave. Ye Beixuan then spoke directly. Uncle Li, you shall take charge of the 100 households, and Lin Tao will serve as the chief banner. With the emperor's rewards just received, I must attend to some matters. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's appointment, Li Cheng and Lin Tao were overjoyed, having followed Ye Beixuan closely. They had eagerly awaited this moment of his ascent to the rank of 1,000 households. Now, as 1,000 households, all appointments would be at his sole discretion. Very well. Beixuan, you may attend to your duties. I will handle everything here. Ye Beixuan said no more, dispatching the Imperial Guards to transport the recently received rewards to the designated residence. In the span of merely half a day, the news of Ye Beixuan's entry into the top 10 of the Talented Ones list and his personal conferment as Lord Godblade by the Emperor spread throughout the capital, sending ripples of excitement across the city. This marked the first individual to break into the top 10 of the Talented Ones list in Dali in over a decade. Chapter 99. The Battle of the Elite Talents. The renowned sword master, Lu Wudi, exclaimed in astonishment. I should have anticipated the remarkable prowess of the Divine Blade Lord, but I never imagined he would be this formidable. He has comprehended the dual intent of the blade. Only Li Jiani, who ranks first on the Elite Talents list, has attained such a level of mastery. Does this mean that once Master Ye Qianhu achieves complete mastery, he will ascend to the second position on the elite talents list? Indeed, to grasp the dual intent at the master level is a significant feat in the annals of the elite talents list over the past decades. The Divine Blade Lord certainly deserves a place among the top 10. As long as he does not fall, he will undoubtedly remain a steadfast pillar for our Dali. Nonsense. The Divine Blade Lord is clearly the best. Have you not noticed that those on the list are all in their 20s? And here is the Divine Blade Lord at merely 18. If he were granted a few more years, defeating them would be like playing with children. It seems I nearly overlooked the Divine Blade Lord's age. He is indeed only 18. This is the true essence of youthful brilliance, making a name for himself at such a tender age and being conferred the title of Lord by the Emperor. Since the founding of our dynasty, aside from the champion Marquis, no one has achieved such a distinction. Lu Wudi has been boasting that he will conquer the capital of Dali, using our city's elite talents as stepping stones to break into the dual intent of the sword. It appears misfortune awaits him, despite his recent advancements. He ranks only 11th on the elite talents list, far from the Divine Blade Lord. I wonder if he dares to challenge him. Haha. Lu Wudi has been quite arrogant in the capital these past few days. He previously confronted the Eastern Bureau, visited Hulong Mountain Villa yesterday, and today he has ventured to the Six Doors. I suspect he will reach the Jinui tomorrow. I eagerly await the expression on his face upon witnessing the strength of the Divine Blade Lord. I hope the latter will deliver a resounding lesson to that arrogant brat. At the Four Fragrance Pavilion, in Lu Qingwu's courtyard, the courtesan had just emerged from her bed, her fair skin entirely exposed to the air. Her long, shapely legs dangled casually, and her sleepy eyes lent her an adorable appearance. Even without any adornment, her beauty was unmatched. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Lu Qingwu, who quickly covered herself with the quilt. In the next moment, she saw her devoted maid, Xiao Cui, wearing an expression of delight. You foolish girl. Did you not think to knock? What has you so overjoyed? Have you found a man of interest? Lu Qingwu raised an eyebrow playfully, only to then notice another voluptuous woman behind Xiao Cui. Madame Rong, what brings you here today? Madame Rong beamed as she spoke. I have come to congratulate you, Lady Lu. Congratulate me? For what? Lu Qingwu inquired, bewildered. Xiao Cui, seizing Lu Qingwu's hand, exclaimed, My lady, the elite talents list has been published, and Lord Yi has made the list. Lu Qingwu's confusion transformed into a radiant smile. Isn't it expected for my lord to make the list? What position did he secure? Before Xiao Cui could respond, Madame Rong chimed in with glee. 8th. Furthermore, your Lord Yi has been personally bestowed the title of Divine Blade Lord by the Emperor. You shall soon become a countess. Lu Qingwu trembled in excitement, her eyes widening. 8th. A title? A count? Quick, help me freshen up. I must go meet Lord Yi. At Zhuke Square, the Pingnan Marquis' residence. Xiao Mingzhi held the list of the Tianjiao rankings in his hand, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no hint of joy or anger. The 8th position on the rankings? Fengbo. It was truly unexpected that a mere minion of the Jinui could ascend so rapidly. Beside him, Xiao Yuan seethed with resentment, his teeth grinding in frustration. Father, should we not take action to eliminate him? He has captured Qinyan of the Dragon God sect, nearly thwarting our grand plans. Qinyan has divulged quite a few names, and while they may seem inconsequential, they are nonetheless our covert allies. Xiao Mingzhi shook his head. No need. The Emperor is currently investigating this matter in the Imperial City. We must not act rashly. The Empress has already suffered a severe blow. Our first move has been accomplished. This Ye Beixuan is of no significance. The Dragon God sect will handle him, and they will act soon. As the two conversed, a middle-aged steward approached with hurried steps. Young master, what is the matter? Xiao Mingzhi inquired, noticing the steward's perplexed demeanor. It concerns young Master Wei Yang of the Wei family. He went to admire the lanterns at Qinhe last night and has yet to return. Today, officers from the Six Doors have arrived, stating they discovered the Wei family's token, which has been confirmed to belong to young Master Wei. He was slain not far from the ghost market. What? The revelation caused Xiao Yuan to rise abruptly, fear flickering in his eyes. It must have been him. It surely was Ye Beixuan. Ever since their last failed assassination attempt on Ye Beixuan, they had informed their family of the developments, fearing retaliation. Consequently, their family had dispatched masters for their protection, yet Xiao Yuan could never have anticipated that Wei Yang would perish so swiftly. Xiao Mingzhi furrowed his brow. The Wei family was among the Xiao family's closest allies, and he had encountered Wei Yang on numerous occasions. To think he had met his demise? Yuaner, do not panic. Young Master Wei is protected by a grandmaster with a profound understanding of spear intent. Given Ye Beixuan's capabilities, he could not have killed him. It could have been another enemy of the Wei family. No, father. It was undoubtedly Ye Beixuan. You must help me eliminate him. If you do not, I may very well be the next to fall. Xiao Yuan remained unconvinced, firmly believing that Ye Beixuan was the culprit. In the capital, no one dared to strike against them. Xiao Mingzhi pondered briefly. Indeed, allowing a mere Ye Beixuan to become a threat was illogical. Very well. I shall arrange for a grandmaster of the 5th level to personally protect you. For the next few days, remain at home and wait until I have resolved matters on my end. In the capital, atop the highest tavern, the Union Pavilion, sat a young man clad in a fitted robe, draped with a layer of brocade. His appearance was striking, yet his brow bore an air of hostility and arrogance. Beside him stood a delicate maid, holding a crimson sword, creating an impression that no one in the world could rival the prowess of this youth. As if he towered above all else. He is none other than the young master of the great Zhou Wei Dao division, the unparalleled Tianjian, Lu Wudi. However, at this moment, Lu Wudi's expression was rather somber. Throughout his journey in the capital of the Great Li, he had engaged in duels with the most talented individuals from various departments, emerging victorious each time. No one proved to be his adversary. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to travel to Great Li, aiming to suppress the morale of the younger generation and refine his invincible conviction. Having already achieved considerable success, nearly half of the talented individuals in the capital had fallen to his prowess, further enhancing his indomitable sword heart, leaving him just a thread away from breaking through to the 2nd level of sword intent, poised to claim a spot among the top 3 on the talented individuals ranking. Yet, unexpectedly, a certain Ye Beixuan had emerged, ranking 8th and effectively pushing him out of the top 10 of the talented individuals ranking. This left him quite unsettled. The divine blade Ye Beixuan? 2nd level of blade intent? I, Lu Wudi, refuse to believe that a mere 8th level master could surpass me. I am on the verge of another breakthrough. Let your blood mark the beginning of my ascent to the pinnacle of the talented individuals ranking. Hongying. Spread the word. 3 days hence, I shall challenge Ye Beixuan. I shall see if his divine blade surpasses my Tianjian. Yes. Chapter 100. Talented individuals in motion. Gathering in the capital. Unbeknownst to Ye Beixuan, Lu Wudi was preparing for a duel. At this moment, he was preoccupied with moving. After departing from the North Town Protectorate, Ye Beixuan made his way to the residence bestowed upon him as a reward. It was merely 2 incense sticks away from the North Town Protectorate. Upon witnessing the luxurious 3-entry courtyard, a smile graced his face. At last, my pressing needs are resolved. Just last night, I dismantled my home, and today, I have received an expansive residence. The value of this estate was no less than 300,000 to 400,000 taels. Moreover, it was accompanied by 40 servants and a female steward of innate caliber. Let us move everything in, then return home with me. With a wave of his hand, the Imperial Guards immediately complied. Afterward, Ye Beixuan led them back to his own residence. Inside, only the young maid Yaoer was present. She was startled to see a large group of Imperial Guards burst into the house, fearing something was amiss. Only upon seeing Ye Beixuan did she relax. Young master, did you say we are moving? Yaoer exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Ye Beixuan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Gather your personal belongings, we shall depart. Yaoer, not daring to delay, quickly packed her things. By midday, they had successfully transported all their belongings to the new residence, which bore the 2 grand characters, Ye Mansion. This place is magnificent. Upon entering the courtyard, Yaoer was nearly dazzled. The estate was at least 10 times larger than Ye Beixuan's previous home. It was indeed vast. Ye Beixuan, too, was exploring the courtyard for the first time. It boasted pavilions and towers, and the backyard featured a rockery and pond, where koi swam gracefully. After a leisurely stroll, Ye Beixuan marveled, truly, it is worthy of royal favor. It rivals the residences of 3rd and 4th rank officials. He settled into the living room. Taking in the grandeur around him, a throng of maidens entered, bowing respectfully to Ye Beixuan, exclaiming, "Greetings, master." These young women, trained in the royal court, were well versed in etiquette and customs, each possessing remarkable beauty. With long legs and slender waists, they were no less alluring than the courtesans of the painted boats. It was no wonder that affluent families often found themselves entangled with their maids. The allure was undeniably potent. "What is your name?" Ye Beixuan inquired, pointing at the tallest maiden in the front. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face and an appearance that was truly striking. Likely in her early 20s. If the average maid resembled a courtesan, she was undoubtedly comparable to the leading ladies of the brothels. "Reporting to you, master." "My name is Tang Kaiwei," she replied. "A name? Those who possess a name are typically the offspring of officials who have fallen from grace, granted the status of a servant." Ye Beixuan picked up a nearby ledger and confirmed that Tang Kaiwei was indeed the illegitimate daughter of a 4th-rank official who had been exiled for corruption. As a result, she had been implicated and relegated to servitude. "From now on, do not address me as master, call me young master." I entrust the management of this estate to you and my personal maid, Yaoer. If you perform well, I shall reward you. And it may not be impossible to assist you in shedding your status as a servant." Upon hearing this, Tang Kaiwei immediately knelt. Fully aware of her new master's reputation as the 8th-ranked prodigy on the Tianjiao list and the youngest noble bestowed by the emperor himself, renowned for his prowess. To serve such a figure was indeed an honor, and she vowed not to disappoint his expectations. "Excellent. Now go and tidy up." Ye Beixuan waved his hand. And soon all but Yaoer exited the room. "Young master, am I not of any use? I cannot assist you in your concerns," Yaoer lamented. Hearing her words, Ye Beixuan laughed heartily. "Assisting comes in many forms. Does your daily care for my clothing and waking not also alleviate my burdens? Enough of that. Come, return to my chamber. I have something wonderful to show you." With that, Ye Beixuan strode toward his room, and Yaoer followed closely, not daring to lag behind. This chamber was 2 or 3 times larger than Ye Beixuan's previous bedroom. "Close your eyes and carefully sense my method of circulating energy," he instructed. Placing one hand on her dantian, he guided the initial stages of the Zhuyang divine art into her body, adapting it to her form, allowing his pure vital energy to flow through her. After nearly half an hour of this practice, Ye Beixuan opened his eyes once more. "Did you take note?" Yaoer gazed at her body, feeling an extraordinary change. In a brief span, she realized her physical abilities had significantly heightened, her strength markedly increased. A warm current surged within her dantian, bringing her great comfort. "I have taken note. Thank you, young master." "Very well, go and cultivate. With a trace of true energy infused within you, within a week, you shall ascend to the realm of pulse condensation. At that time, I shall present you with a delightful gift." Indeed, once all these matters are concluded, Ye Beixuan intended to take advantage of his brief respite to indulge in some well-deserved leisure. However, he was soon interrupted by the voice of the steward, Kaiwei. At the entrance of the estate, "Young master, a challenge has arrived." Chapter 101. Countless talents gather. "I am invincible. You are free to choose." Ye Beixuan raised an eyebrow. "What is this? A challenge?" He opened the door and stepped outside, where he indeed saw Kaiwei holding a letter. "Who sent it?" It was a woman in red. "She claims that her master, the invincible sword of heaven, Lu Wudi, has invited you to a duel at Yun Pavilion in 3 days. Lu Wudi? Ye Beixuan's interest was piqued. He had certainly heard of this name echoing through the capital in recent days. Moreover, this time, the list of prodigies had nearly placed him in the top 10. Had it not been for his sudden emergence, Lu Wudi might have secured the 10th position. Why would he challenge me? Is the old man seeking to hasten his demise? Given Ye Beixuan's current prowess, he could easily defeat Lu Wudi with one hand tied behind his back. Even the top-ranked swordsman, Li Jiani, would surely not be his match. "Young master, Lu Wudi practices a technique known as the invincible sword heart. Recently, he has been challenging the elite of our great Li, using them as stepping stones to refine his skill and strive for a breakthrough into the 2nd level of sword intent, all in pursuit of the top position on the prodigy list. His strength is formidable," Kaiwei informed him earnestly. Ye Beixuan cast a surprised glance at her. He had not anticipated such depth of knowledge from a mere steward. "Very well, I understand." He nodded with satisfaction. "Will you accept the challenge? You need not concern yourself. Once your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the master realm, you will undoubtedly surpass Lu Wudi." Although Ye Beixuan held a higher ranking than Lu Wudi on the prodigy list by 3 places, the disparity in strength was not as pronounced beyond the top 3, who maintained an absolute advantage. While Ye Beixuan enjoyed a significant edge in comprehending the essence, he was still slightly lacking in cultivation. Should a confrontation arise, it might not end favorably. Why would I refuse a challenge offered to me? Ye Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of playing the role of a cunning fox. Besides, Lu Wudi was hardly a tiger. At most, he was akin to a wild boar. Observing Ye Beixuan's nonchalant demeanor, Kaiwei's lips twitched slightly, yet she refrained from further comment. As time flowed by, Ye Beixuan spent the next 3 days in remarkable comfort. The benefits of 3 years of unearned cultivation had allowed him to further refine his realm. During the day, he either strolled leisurely with Lu Qingwu or guided Yaoer in her training at home. Evenings were spent savoring fine wine and honey, a delight indeed. However, the atmosphere in the capital was charged with anticipation. Although the grand birthday celebration of the queen has passed, the renowned Tianjin Lu Wudi, ranked 11th on the Tianjiao list, has issued a challenge to the illustrious figure of the capital, Shun Dao Ye Beixuan, who holds the 8th position. The excitement surrounding this duel has spread like wildfire, capturing the anticipation of not only the common folk of the capital, but also the countless martial artists and prodigies within the city. Many talented individuals from the surrounding regions have flocked to the capital within 3 days, eager to witness this clash of titans. The encounters among the Tianjiao are far more captivating than those among the earth and heaven rankings. For the former's level of prowess is so elevated that a misstep could lead to unintended casualties, deterring the ordinary populace from viewing. However, the Tianjiao list strikes a perfect balance. Moreover, these two champions represent the pinnacle of the human race, regardless of the outcome. The ensuing discussions will provide ample fodder for conversation in the weeks to come. On this particular day, in the early morning hours, before the sun has risen and ominous clouds gather in the sky, casting a shadow over the city as if heralding a torrential downpour, the impending storm fails to deter the throngs of spectators. The streets of the capital are abuzz with activity, as multitudes converge upon the Riyun Pavilion, eager to secure prime viewing spots to witness the epic battle between the two paragons. Nearby taverns are reaping substantial profits, having already been claimed by various factions. Look, there are the 4 young divine captains of the 6 doors, with Lung Yu leading the charge. Indeed, cold captains are as beautiful as the moon, possessing both formidable strength and striking good looks. As the crowd gasps in awe, the 6 doors contingent arrives first, a truly magnificent sight. Who could have anticipated the swift rise of this Shun Dao Yi Tianjiao? Previously, there were whispers questioning his capabilities compared to ours. Yet it now appears he could easily overpower us with a single hand. One youth among the group speaks up, astonished by the scene before him. Indeed, in comparison to him, we are but insignificant Tianjiao. I heard that Lung Shimi accompanied that Shindao Bo on a mission recently, and some stories unfolded during their time together. Another youth chuckles, nonsense. What stories? It was merely that Shun Dao Bo slipped into Lung Shimi's tent at midnight. That scoundrel has completely ignored us since returning to the capital, never once reaching out to Lung Shimi. The girl, Lung Yu, among the 4, merely giggles at their banter, while she shoots them a fierce glare. Stop talking nonsense. I assure you, Shindao Bo and I are both honorable individuals. Honorable, indeed. We understand, being proper comes first. Right? With their jesting, they settle into their seats, while the surrounding crowd continues to express their astonishment. Within a short span, the number of Tianjiao witnessed has already exceeded 30. Across from Riyun Pavilion, in a private room of a tavern with the best view, Xiao Yuan and 2 sycophants observe the unfolding scene with cold eyes, unable to suppress a disdainful snort. What are these Ye Beixuan and Lu Wudi? They are nothing but trash. They cannot compare to Wang Xiong. Next to the trio sits an unremarkable young man clad in black, his appearance utterly devoid of distinctive features. Yet, there is an undeniable brilliance radiating from him, akin to a long spear poised for action. The young man clad in black displayed no reaction to the praise, as if it were an inconsequential fact. One ranked 8th, the other 11th. Such individuals truly fail to capture my attention. My spear, they cannot withstand. The black-clad youth spoke with a nonchalant air, exuding a sense of arrogance. He is none other than the 3rd-ranked prodigy on the celestial rankings, Wang Pe. He had been traversing the martial world and, during this time, happened to be near the Great Li Kingdom, summoned by Xiao Yuan's messengers. Indeed. It is somewhat troublesome for you, Brother Wang, to deal with such trifling characters. Rest assured, as long as you assist me in eliminating Ye Beixuan, Maiho residents will not only reward you with 300,000 taels of silver, but also present you with a low-grade celestial spear technique manual. Xiao Yuan remarked with a forced smile. Given his stature, he naturally had no need to ingratiate himself with a distinguished prodigy, even one ranked among the top 3. However, due to his need for assistance, he adopted a more humble demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Pe merely nodded. Fear not, Brother Xiao, Ye Beixuan shall not survive today. Excellent. Let us drink, Brother Wang. As time passed, the clouds thickened ominously, shrouding the sky in darkness. At an unknown moment, atop the cloud-ascending pavilion, a young figure donned in a blue robe stood at its pinnacle, the fierce wind billowing around him. Yet, the youth remained indifferent, exuding an aura of invincibility. Behind him followed a maiden in a red dress, wielding a precious sword. The mere emergence of the two instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Lu Wudi has arrived. Upon this announcement, a wave of excitement swept through the vicinity of the cloud-ascending pavilion. After all, he was one of the principal figures in this encounter. Yet, judging by Lu Wudi's ostentatious demeanor, one could only think, pretentious. Yet, this precisely aligned with the youthful spirit. After all, what young person does not enjoy flaunting? Moreover, he was nearly within the top 10 of the celestial rankings. Many young women gazed in admiration, their eyes sparkling. Lu Wudi is so handsome, what should I do? I feel my heart fluttering. Don't be foolish. He is from the great Zhou kingdom, not our great Li. I'm merely speaking my mind. But this young Master Lu is indeed quite dashing. Chapter 102. This sword is named Demon Slayer, crafted to sever you. Humph. This fellow still flaunts that pretentious demeanor. It's utterly nauseating, a young detective from the Six Doors, who had spoken earlier, remarked as he observed Lu Wudi's grand entrance. Just yesterday, Lu Wudi had challenged their Six Doors organization. Although it was conducted secretly and not widely publicized, they suffered a crushing defeat. This individual loves to show off. Yet his strength is formidable. One wonders if that divine blade master could contend with him. Cold Moon leisurely sipped her exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea, unfazed by the unfolding events. Rest assured, Ye Qianhu will undoubtedly prevail. His prowess will astonish everyone. Regarding Ye Beixuan, Leng Yu possesses unwavering confidence. Although she acknowledges the formidable strength of Lu Wudi, she firmly believes that Ye Beixuan surpasses him. The other three, upon hearing their junior sister's words, exchanged glances and shared a faint smile. Ever since their sister returned from Huoguei Mountain, she has been subtly mentioning this legendary sword master, clearly indicating her unique sentiments towards him. Across from the Reunion Pavilion, Xiao Yuan and his companions also caught sight of Lu Wudi. Despite his disdain for Lu Wudi's ostentatious demeanor, he felt that no one in the capital should outshine him in arrogance. Nevertheless, adopting the perspective that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, he found Lu Wudi somewhat agreeable, pondering whether this Lu Wudi could indeed vanquish Ye Beixuan. Time swiftly passed, half an hour fleeting by. Yet, the other main protagonist of this confrontation, Ye Beixuan, had yet to make his entrance, leaving only the winds of fortune swirling. This absence puzzled many onlookers. Among them, Lu Wudi bore the brunt of the discomfort. Though he stood atop the Reunion Pavilion looking quite dashing, remaining motionless for half an hour rendered his legs numb, and the gusts of wind sent chills through him. Yet, he had no choice but to maintain his posture. Otherwise, the bravado he had just displayed would dissipate entirely. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a figure suddenly leaped into view from a distance. Upon closer inspection, a young man clad in a simple long robe appeared before everyone. A treasured sword hung at his waist, and his hair danced in the wind, complementing his starry-eyed gaze, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. However, he awkwardly clutched a chicken leg in his hand and sheepishly remarked, "I tend to indulge in a bit of a lie-in and skip breakfast. Please don't hold it against me." This remark elicited laughter from the throngs of onlookers. Though Ye Beixuan's name had resonated throughout the capital, from emperors and high officials to common folk, few had actually encountered him. Now, upon first glance, despite his extraordinary appearance and effortless charm, ranking 8th among the talented youths and being the emperor's personally appointed sword master, he lacked an air of arrogance, instead radiating a sense of approachability. So this is the legendary sword master Ye Beixuan? No wonder junior sister Long couldn't forget their brief meeting. He indeed possesses an intriguing charm. Within the 6 gates, the female constable chuckled, her curiosity piqued. "Ha ha ha, this sword master is truly genuine. Junior sister Long, I hereby approve of your marriage," remarked another young constable with a smile. Leng Yu, rendered speechless, said nothing, merely gazing at Ye Beixuan with flickering eyes, filled with joy. Across from the Reunion Pavilion, the moment they beheld Ye Beixuan's appearance, Xiao Yuan and his 2 lackeys rose simultaneously, their gazes fixed intently on Ye Beixuan. The death of Wei Yang, though shrouded in mystery without a determined perpetrator, had led them to firmly believe that Ye Beixuan was the culprit. The head of the Wei family had already prepared skilled fighters, lying in wait for Ye Beixuan to leave the capital, ready to seize him and bring him back for interrogation. "Brother Xiao, no need to be anxious. I have everything under control." Wangpe remained indifferent, continuing to sip his drink, not even sparing a glance at Ye Beixuan and his entourage. Since that fateful day when he pierced the indestructible body of a Buddhist disciple with his spear, he had transcended to the second realm of spear intent, elevating his cultivation to the threshold of a grandmaster. In his eyes, apart from the formidable Li Jiani, everyone else was but a mere trifling. On the peak of the Yunyu Pavilion, Lu Wudi observed Ye Beixuan's nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He had taken considerable care to arrive half an hour early, only to be met with such a casual display from Ye Beixuan, who had the audacity to claim he had just awakened and was merely snacking on a chicken leg. Is this not a blatant disregard for my presence? Lu Wudi concealed his irritation well, turning his gaze to Ye Beixuan with a composed demeanor. "Are you the renowned divine blade, Ye Beixuan?" Ye Beixuan nodded. "Indeed. That is I." "Excellent." Lu Wudi's lips curved into a perfectly rehearsed smile, one he had likely practiced countless times before a mirror. "I hail from the great Zhou S. Wei Dao division. I am Lu Wudi, ranked 11th on the talents list. After today, I trust our rankings will require a revision." Ye Beixuan, discarding the remnants of his chicken leg, cast a resigned glance at Lu Wudi. "Must you persist in this charade? Spare me the pleasantries. I have a nap to catch up on." He was indeed weary, having spent a considerable portion of the night with Lu Qingguo. It was only thanks to her early morning nudging that he remembered his duel with Lu Wuti. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, those around them exchanged bewildered glances. The esteemed divine blade seemed excessively casual. Lu Wuti, after all, was a formidable opponent ranked 11th. Though he had not broken into the top 10, his prowess was undeniable. Lu Wuti's expression turned icy. He could hardly fathom Ye Beixuan's audacity. I shall grant you this opportunity. May your blade prove as resilient as your tongue. With a wave of his hand, a long sword was swiftly drawn from behind the red-clad maiden accompanying him. A crisp clang of the sword resonated through the air, and an overwhelming aura erupted from Lu Wuti, as if declaring his invincibility with a sword in hand. This sword is named Demon Slayer, and it is intended to vanquish you. Prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, Lu Wuti transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Ye Beixuan with lethal intent. The sword's energy surged skyward, sweeping across the universe. The might of this strike was sufficient to slay an average grandmaster. Chapter 103, Ye Beixuan. Today, I shall eradicate all the world's prodigies. So formidable. Is this the prowess of the top-tier prodigies on the celestial rankings? The chasm between a master and a grandmaster is indeed profound. I once believed that within the ranks of masters, vanquishing a grandmaster was a sheer impossibility. Yet today, I have witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of these exceptional individuals. Numerous skilled observers surrounded the scene, instantly recognizing the terror that was Lu Wuti. Even without deliberately unleashing his sword intent, he displayed tremendous power. Should he unleash his full might, it would be unfathomable. Even the prodigies on the celestial rankings fell silent at this moment. Lu Wuti had crossed swords with many of them, and several had succumbed to his blade. However, facing Lu Wuti, Ye Beixuan merely shook his head. Such a sword technique posed no threat to him whatsoever. He didn't even draw his knife. At the very moment the long sword lunged forth, two fingers shot out with sudden ferocity. Lingxi. In the next instant, the sword, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, was as if ensnared, trapped between those two fingers. Lu Wuti was taken aback. He had envisioned countless ways Ye Beixuan might counter his swordplay and had even devised strategies. Yet he never anticipated that his opponent would merely employ two fingers. Then, with fingers like lightning, Ye Beixuan flicked the sword with a resonant clang. The sharp sound echoed, and Lu Wuti felt as though his sword bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, forcing him to stagger back a step to regain his balance. The difference in prowess was evident. This scene unfolded with such swiftness that no one had time to react. Just a moment ago, they were astounded by Lu Wuti's unparalleled sword intent, yet the next instant, they witnessed Ye Beixuan merely using two fingers to not only dissolve Lu Wuti's technique, but also directly repel him. Astonishing. Many gasped in disbelief, particularly those prodigies who had previously clashed with Lu Wuti, rising in shock. Only they understood the true strength of Lu Wuti. Yet with such a strike, Ye Beixuan had not even been compelled to draw his knife, and Lu Wuti was sent reeling. Lu Wuti, too, found this hard to believe. Since his debut, he had never encountered such an experience. Feeling the searing gazes around him, Lu Wuti was engulfed by a surge of fury. Very well. It seems the 8th-ranked prodigy possesses some skill, but that alone will not suffice to defeat me. Boom. Lu Wuti's aura surged once more, and the long sword in his hand erupted with radiant sword light. The entire blade trembled, and the air was filled with a piercing sword cry. Sword intent. In this moment, Lu Wuti held nothing back, having recognized the formidable nature of Ye Beixuan from their earlier exchange. This was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. The two figures clashed again, swift as lightning. Yet despite Lu Wuti's relentless assault, he could not even compel Ye Beixuan to draw his blade. The situation has escalated to such an extent that even the formidable Shun Dao Bo has yet to draw his blade. One can only imagine the sheer power he would unleash if he were to do so. The surrounding crowd, both ordinary masters and exceptional talents alike, was rendered speechless by the overwhelming presence. Even the members of the 6 doors stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the spectacle. Cold Moon sighed, reflecting on the fact that in just a few days, he had grown immensely stronger. This individual is truly a monster. Across from the Yiyun Pavilion, Xiao Yuan was equally astounded by Ye Beixuan's terrifying prowess. Although his own cultivation was considerable, he possessed the discernment to perceive the gravity of the situation. With a hint of concern, he glanced at Wang Pa beside him, saying, "Brother Wang." But Wang Pa interrupted, decisively stating, "Within 10 moves, eliminate him." Lu Wuti's frustration only intensified as he poured nearly all his strength into the fray. Yet, his opponent remained effortlessly in control, and he found himself utterly powerless against him. Ye Beixuan prepared to counter with a strike, his sword poised to pierce the heavens. This technique, a martial art of celestial caliber, was unmatched in its ferocity. He had once utilized this very strike to vanquish a grandmaster of the second tier. As he unleashed this move, the surrounding structures crumbled under the sheer force. Lu Wudi's internal energy surged wildly, all converging into this singular strike, his pinnacle move following his recent breakthrough. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Ye Beixuan nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the merit of the attack. After all, this was a strike from a talent ranked 11th on the celestial rankings. A full-power assault devoid of any need for hand seals. He, too, would draw his blade, with a gentle push of his hand gripping the snow-drinking mad blade. A deep, resonant clang shattered the silence of the air. The once churning sword energy was almost instantaneously severed by the sound of the blade's cry. An overwhelming force, more terrifying than the sword intent, surged forth, violently tearing apart the remaining sword energy. Divine blade slash. Ye Beixuan swung his blade. This strike was not dazzling, nor did it possess any ostentatious effects. Yet, at the moment the blade was unleashed, Lu Wudi's pupils contracted violently, and the hairs on his body stood on end as a chilling aura erupted from his heart. It was powerful, exceedingly powerful. This stroke was nearly beyond the realm of his resistance. He felt as if the very space around him had been sealed by this blade. No matter where he fled, he could not escape the oncoming onslaught. This was no mere technique of the mortal realm. It was akin to a demonic blade from the depths of hell. His own swordplay appeared utterly laughable in comparison, akin to a child confronting a giant. In an instant, it was completely shattered. As Lu Wudi's sword trembled in his hand, it was forcefully knocked away, and the sensation of death approached with alarming speed. No. In despair, he closed his eyes. Yet, contrary to his expectations of pain, it did not come. Instead, he sensed a bone-chilling cold spreading around his neck. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld a long blade resting against his shoulder, its edge mere inches from his throat. The sharpness of the blade left a crimson line upon his skin. Across from him, Ye Beixuan stood impassively, devoid of any expression. I have been defeated. Lu Wudi's lips trembled. He had initially hoped to ride on Ye Beixuan's coattails to fame, but with a single strike, he was utterly defeated. Had Ye Beixuan not shown mercy, he feared he would have met his demise on the spot. Why spare me? Ye Beixuan sheathed his blade. You are too weak. I have no interest. With a splutter, Lu Wudi coughed up a mouthful of blood. In that moment, his invincible sword heart shattered completely. The essence of his swordsmanship dissipated rapidly, and his aura plummeted, leaving him to collapse onto the ground. Ye Beixuan, observing Lu Wudi's pitiful state, shook his head. This child has such a fragile heart. He cannot withstand this minor setback. He is likely finished. With that, he turned to leave. Silence. The surroundings of the cloud-ascending pavilion fell into a deathly quiet. All present gaped in astonishment, staring at the scene before them. They were aware of Ye Beixuan's strength, yet they never anticipated it to be to such an extent. He had defeated the 11th-ranked Lu Wudi with a single blow. At that moment, just as Ye Beixuan prepared to step away, he suddenly halted. Then, everyone once again heard a faint voice. Not bad with the blade. I wonder if Ye Qin who dares to compete with me as well, to determine superiority and settle life and death. Chapter 104. Realization of the 9-Yang Divine Skill. The Frosty Fist. Crack. In the overcast sky, lightning flickered. Raindrops finally began to fall, drenching everyone's garments. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Though the voice was not loud, it resonated in everyone's minds like thunder. Those who had just been astonished by Ye Beixuan's prowess, witnessing his defeat of Lu Wudi, were jolted into alertness. Even Lu Wudi widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a seemingly unremarkable young man clad in black emerging from the tavern opposite the cloud-ascending pavilion. His pace was unhurried, and there was nothing striking about him. Yet, slung across his back was a dark long spear, and he regarded the crowd with an indifferent gaze. This ordinary young man, merely standing there, exuded an overwhelming aura of spear intent that pierced the eyes of onlookers. Upon seeing the youth, Lu Wudi's dazed expression transformed into one of profound shock. He pointed at the young man, exclaiming, "Why, you are the spear's sovereign Wang Pe." These few words once again sent ripples of excitement through the assembled crowd. The surrounding martial artists buzzed with renewed fervor. My goodness! The third-ranked spear sovereign Wang Pe is here to challenge the divine blade master. I thought the confrontation had concluded, but it seems there is more excitement to behold. This trip was not in vain. I wonder if the divine blade master will accept Wang Pe's challenge. It seems a bit precarious, considering the vast disparity in strength. Perhaps it is wise for the divine blade master to refrain from showcasing his brilliance just yet. At merely 18 years of age, with time for further cultivation, he might indeed be able to contend with Wang Pe in the future. The audience buzzed with speculation. Even the paragons of the celestial rankings shuddered. their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the sudden appearance of the young man clad in black. It was none other than the infamous Gun King Wang Pe. How on earth did this fellow arrive in the capital, and why did he seek a life-and-death duel with the Divine Blade Lord? The elite officers of the Six Doors could not resist inching closer to the window, fixated on the black-clad youth. His reputation far surpassed that of Lu Wudi and Ye Beixuan. Wang Pe's ranking on the celestial rankings was truly earned through bloodshed. Just a few years prior, he was relatively unknown, but after a profound moment of enlightenment, his prowess and understanding seemed to have surged exponentially. He advanced at an unprecedented pace, growing stronger with each battle. Over the past few years, he had engaged in hundreds of fierce confrontations, with news of his exploits echoing nearly every few days. A genuine warrior, he was either fighting or on his way to fight. Moreover, just 6 months ago, he pierced through the indestructible body of the Buddhist sect's son, solidifying his reputation across the nations. He overshadowed the heirs of numerous top-tier sects, including the Tao sect, the Buddhist order, and the Immortal Seclusion, becoming the third ranked on the celestial rankings, just behind the Sword Tomb's Sword Body and the innate Dragon Elephant Prince of the Great Yin. His strikes were merciless. Every opponent he bested, save for that Buddhist son, had met their demise. This was dire news. While the Divine Blade Lord was formidable, he was still no match for Wang Pe, and he could not agree to this duel. Wang Pe had seemingly mastered the second level of gun intent, his comprehension of the essence rivaling that of the Divine Blade Lord, not to mention his cultivation had reached the threshold of a half-step Grand Master. Historically, the top 3 of the celestial rankings had always been a barrier separating them from those ranked below. Aside from the sword body of the Sword Tomb, the second-ranked Zhou Yuanba and Wang Pe were speculated to be evenly matched, dispatching those ranked lower in less than 10 moves. Lan Yu's gaze reflected her growing concern. Although she held great confidence in Ye Beixuan's strength, the notoriety of Gun King Wang Pe was simply too overwhelming. In the tavern opposite the Yunklad Pavilion, Xiao Yuan and his companions stood at the window, smiles gracing their faces. Beside him, Zhao Huiming, a sycophant from one of the prestigious families of the capital, raised a glass and downed its contents, laughing. Wang Pe's reputation is indeed formidable. Just look at the state of those people. If Ye Beixuan dares to accept the challenge, he will undoubtedly meet his end here today, chimed in another sycophant, Chao Yin, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, on the street, Ye Beixuan turned to face the emerging figure of the young man in the black robe. In truth, he had sensed a terrifying gun intent locking onto him even before his arrival. Initially, he paid it little mind, believing it to be merely a skilled observer. He never anticipated that this individual would challenge him to a life-or-death duel. However, upon spotting familiar figures within the tavern not far from Wang Pe, the truth dawned on him. It was that scoundrel Xiao Yuan again. This rascal was indeed relentless in his pursuit to eliminate him. Now, having been confined, I find myself among the ranks in the capital. These individuals, along with their formidable families, dare not brazenly attempt assassination. Instead, they resort to these covert maneuvers. Do they truly believe that having summoned Wang Pe, they have me at their mercy? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task to distinguish between life and death. Eliminate the Gunmaster Wang Pe. Task completion. Reward 1,000 idle points. Insight into the 9-Yang Divine Art. Tianshuang Fist. Task failure. No penalty. Within Ye Beixuan's mind, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Could tasks be triggered in such a manner? Especially with the opportunity to gain insight into the 9-Yang Divine Art? A smile involuntarily crept across Ye Beixuan's lips. Indeed, it has become somewhat difficult to bring myself to kill Xiao Yuan. This fellow is practically an NPC designed to trigger tasks. I accept. Ye Beixuan spoke softly to Wang Pe. Upon hearing this, the onlookers could no longer contain their excitement. He truly accepted the challenge. The 8th ranked on the talented one's list against the 3rd. This was far more captivating than the previous battle, especially since the crowd had witnessed Ye Beixuan's terrifying prowess. Such power, even if not surpassing Wang Pe's, should be sufficient to compel this talented individual to unleash at least 80% of his strength. Wang Pe regarded the smiling Ye Beixuan, raising an eyebrow slightly. This fellow, who was about to engage in a life-and-death struggle, wore such a smile. Did he truly believe that defeating a mere Lu Wudi would enable him to contend with me? Very well, commendable courage indeed. Wang Pe addressed Ye Beixuan with a tone of indifference. You have just fought a battle. I shall not take advantage of you. I grant you half an hour to recover your internal energy. Do not cry injustice when you perish beneath my gun. Though his words were calm, they exuded a palpable arrogance. In his eyes, the prospect of killing Ye Beixuan posed no challenge. Yet, Ye Beixuan shook his head. No need to waste time. It will take but 3 moves to eliminate you. As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The audacity of these two was astonishing. However, No one dared to refute them, for they possessed the merit to be so bold. One, barely 18, had already secured a place within the top 10 of the talented ones list, while the other ranked within the top 3. Among the youthful generation of the entire human race, they were the epitome of excellence. Chapter 105. A 40-meter blade, aura, slaying the gunmaster. Wangpa laughed heartily. Excellent. Ye Beixuan, your bravado surpasses even that of the Buddhist disciple. Today, I shall show you what lies beyond the heavens. With a swift motion, Wang Po's dark long gun, which had been resting on his back, spun through the air before landing firmly in his grasp. In that instant, a surge of sanguine killing intent erupted forth. A crimson mist enveloped him, seemingly harboring countless wailing souls. These were the remnants of the numerous masters he had slain over the years. Wang Po transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging directly toward Ye Beixuan. Wherever he passed, the ground fractured, unable to withstand the force emanating from his being. A sense of dread enveloped the crowd as they beheld Wang Po, a figure whose formidable presence justified his position among the top 3 on the talented individuals list. The very aura he exuded surpassed that of LV Wudi by a considerable margin. The onlookers wore expressions of solemnity. Previously, they believed LV Wudi to be exceptionally strong. Yet Wang Po's prowess eclipsed him effortlessly. In an instant, Wang Po materialized before Ye Beixuan. His spear swept through the air, conjuring a fierce gust that stung the faces of those nearby. Yet, Ye Beixuan remained unfazed, his snow-drink blade emanating a faint frost. As the blade shimmered, a resounding crash erupted between them, sending shockwaves that caused the ground for several feet around them to collapse, creating a massive crater. Intrigued, Wang Po felt the immense force reverberating through his spear and smirked coldly. Although this strike was merely a probe, it was far beyond what an average grandmaster could withstand. Even a second-level grandmaster would feel the weight of such an attack. However, Ye Beixuan effortlessly parried it, igniting a spark of combat fervor within Wang Po. Receive another strike. He bellowed, veins bulging on his arms as the violent aura surged anew. The atmosphere thickened with his rising battle intent, and the wails of vengeful spirits filled the air as he lunged at Ye Beixuan once more. Come forth. Ye Beixuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Since his debut, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary of his caliber. Even LV Wudi had faltered against his blade. Yet now, Wang Po evoked a long-lost sensation of pressure from a peer, a welcome challenge. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, this encounter thrilled Ye Beixuan, for he finally faced someone capable of withstanding his techniques. His snow-drink blade swept through the air, invigorated by the swirling energy around him, fully awakening its potential. In an instant, 2 streaks of red and white light intertwined and clashed, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground for dozens of feet around them. The sheer ferocity of their exchange was beyond the comprehension of ordinary observers. Retreat. All martial artists below the innate level, withdraw 100 paces. A seasoned warrior commanded. The lower-tier fighters, acutely aware of the danger, scrambled back, their dantian roiling with the aftermath of the clash. Is this truly the confrontation of the most elite prodigies on the talented individuals list? It rivals that of 2 third-level grandmasters. Indeed. Have you noticed that the Divine Blade Lord has not fallen behind, matching Wang Po blow for blow? This suggests that the rankings on the talented individuals list are fundamentally flawed. The Divine Blade Lord possesses at least the strength to rank in the top 5. At merely 18 years of age, the Divine Blade Lord's innate talent and comprehension surpass even that of Li Jiani, the current number 1 on the list. It is only a matter of time before he ascends to the pinnacle of the talented individuals list. Our Dali has finally produced an extraordinary prodigy. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. In that moment, all attention was fixated on the fierce duel between the two. LV Wudi clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping from his palms. Wang Po's strength was understandable, yet Ye Beixuan surprisingly matched him in prowess. This implied that during their battle, Ye Beixuan exerted minimal effort. As the two clashed once more, their figures parted, and an unprecedented gravity settled in Wang Po's gaze, no longer dismissive as before. He observed Ye Beixuan intently. Akin to a hawk, I underestimated you. Your combat prowess rivals that of the Divine Burial. However, Ye Beixuan shook his head with a sigh. You have disappointed me. He had anticipated that Wang Po would astonish him, but he had clearly underestimated his own capabilities. His cultivation had reached the consummate level of a master, comparable to Wang Po, and he possessed the strength of a physical master. In their previous skirmish, he had utilized scarcely 50 to 60% of his power. Wang Po, taken aback by his words, suddenly erupted in fury. You seek death, truly believing I cannot handle you? Allow me to demonstrate why I am called the Spear Sovereign. With that, he unleashed his spear intent. Spear intent. Unleash. With a thunderous roar, the brilliance of Wang Po's spear surged, transcending the first realm and ascending to the second. The clouds above began to morph, coalescing into the form of a spear shadow. This was the second level of spear intent. Wangpa had indeed broken through. As the overwhelming sharpness resonated through the air, all present wore solemn expressions, rendered speechless. The celestial talent's ranking had indicated Wangpa's impending breakthrough, which had remained concealed until now. Wangpa bellowed, "Ye Beixuan, brace yourself. Blood Dragon Spear, 7th style, Dragon's Cold. Kill." In that instant, Wangpa had elevated his spear technique to its zenith. Even the once mighty disciple of the Buddhist sect had fallen before this very move. If he were to face a foe like Lu Wudi, they would be unable to withstand his spear's edge. Wangpa had fused with his spear, transforming into a colossal blood dragon, roaring forth in fury. Ye Beixuan's body shifted as well. His palm glided over the snow-drinking frenzied blade, scoffing, merely a trivial technique. "If you survive this strike, I shall concede my defeat." Accompanied by his declaration, an exquisite blade light erupted across the heavens, emanating boundless chill and murderous intent. On Ye Beixuan's snow-drinking frenzied blade, a brilliant gleam swelled, rapidly evolving into a massive blade aura spanning dozens of meters. This blade seemed capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. "Shockingly cold," Ye Beixuan intoned, simultaneously swinging his great blade down toward Wangpa. The 40-meter blade aura surged forth, its violent force appearing as though it could rend the very fabric of reality. As one of the pinnacle techniques of the wind and clouds blade arts, the prideful Cold Six techniques wielded unmatched might. This strike surpassed even the Divine Blade Slash. If the Divine Blade Slash represented the most effortless means of delivering death, then this blow was akin to the collapse of Mount Tai, an overwhelming force bearing down. In that moment, Ye Beixuan resembled a deity or demon. The 40-meter great blade cleaved directly onto the blood dragon. Upon witnessing this unparalleled strike, Wangpa's pupils constricted in shock. "Break from me." With a resounding crash, the blade light collided with the blood dragon, yet the confrontation merely stalemated for a few fleeting seconds. The clash reverberated as the blade tore through the blood dragon. Akin to severing a slippery eel, the azure stone ground was rent asunder, leaving a fissure spanning several dozen meters. At the heart of that chasm stood Wangpa, motionless, brandishing his long spear, his gaze vacant, fixated on Ye Beixuan. He murmured in disbelief, "What a terrifying blade." In that moment, his entire being, along with the formidable black spear, was cleaved in twain, blood cascading upon the earth, lifeless beyond revival. Chapter 106. The Ascendance of a New Champion, an Extraordinary Prodigy. The spear, indeed a fine weapon, but alas, its murderous intent was too profound. To perish beneath a mere glance from Jing Han was a twisted honor. Ye Beixuan sheathed his blade, casting a sidelong glance at the stunned Xiao Yuan and the others before turning to depart. The torrential rain fell in torrents, a tempestuous force, as the dark clouds roared, as if the heavens themselves were in wrath. The onlookers stood transfixed, as though paralyzed, braving the downpour without a flinch, until Ye Beixuan's figure vanished from sight. All present trembled, gazing at the shattered remains of Wangpa. Victory belonged to the Divine Blade Master. The prestigious champion list had just been unveiled, and already the rankings were set to change, with one of the top 3 vanquished. Xiao Yuan's fist struck the railing of the tavern's window with a resounding crash, shattering it to pieces. His countenance was dark and foreboding, his eyes seemingly on the verge of bleeding. He glared fiercely at Ye Beixuan's retreating silhouette. Useless, utterly worthless. What of being third on the champion list? Just a pile of refuse, unable to best a mere youth. Xiao Yuan was nearly consumed by rage. And what of the Tianji Valley? Are you not renowned as the masters of fate? How could Ye Beixuan, possessing such strength, be relegated to 8th place? At that moment, Xiao Yuan was seething with indignation. He had believed he had summoned a top-tier expert from the champion list to eliminate Ye Beixuan with ease. No matter how monstrous Ye Beixuan might be, he could not possibly surpass the prowess of the top 3. Yet now, Wangpa lay cold, lifeless. Especially haunting was the last glance Ye Beixuan cast in his direction before departing, filled with an indescribable mockery and disdain, as if to suggest he was nothing more than a mere jester. As one of the most prominent prodigies in the capital, that gaze was far more painful than death itself. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The young Marquis, Ye Beixuan, must surely realize that Wangpa had been summoned by them to eliminate him. The mask of civility had been thoroughly torn asunder. They had to eliminate him before he ascended to the Grandmaster level, or the consequences would be unfathomable. Besides Xiao Yuan, Zhao Huiming and Qiao Yin displayed palpable fear. They were far inferior to Xiao Yuan, the legitimate heir of the Pingnan Marquis, the only son of the Minister of Revenue, and the sole candidate for the next Marquis. In terms of status and family background, he far surpassed them. The guardians at his side were also formidable, having reached at least the mid-level of Grandmaster. Though they too hailed from esteemed families and were legitimate heirs, their fathers were not the sole heirs. Their guardians were akin to Qin Boizhong, who served Wei Yang, but far less potent. Now, Ye Beixuan has manifested such terrifying prowess that it sends chills down their spines. This power is beyond what their guardians can withstand. Should Ye Beixuan launch an attack against them, they would likely lack even the strength to resist. Xiao Yuan, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Rest assured, my father has assured me that Ye Beixuan will soon leave the city. Once he exits the capital, we shall not fail to eliminate him. At this moment, the onlooking martial artists finally came to a complete realization, erupting into unprecedented cheers. The majority of those present to witness the battle were citizens of the Greatly Kingdom. As Ye Beixuan serves as a captain in the Imperial Guards and is also the Emperor's personally appointed Godblade Baron. His victory undoubtedly brings great honor to the martial arts of Great Li. The Godblade Baron is truly invincible. Even the 11th-ranked LV Wudi could not withstand his strike. And even the renowned gun King Wang Po was slain. How has he cultivated to such a level? Moreover, have you noticed? The Godblade Baron has reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm, surpassing the rankings published on the Talented Heroes list. Unfortunately, unless the top position changes, the list is only updated once every 3 months. I cannot wait to see where the Godblade Baron will rank next. The first position may be difficult to attain, but I wonder if he can shake Zhou Yuanba's standing. He surely can. Though Zhou Yuanba's physical prowess is unparalleled, he is merely slightly stronger than Wang Po and could never slay him. Who among the talented heroes can stand against the Godblade Baron, aside from Li Jini? In contrast to the ordinary martial artists, the onlooking prodigies remained silent, each quietly departing, their figures appearing somewhat desolate in the rain. They had initially believed that their ascension to the talented heroes list rendered them superior to any master in the realm, dismissing others as mere mediocrity. Yet upon witnessing the battle between Ye Beixuan and Wang Po, they realized that compared to these two, they were but insignificant ants. The disparity was indeed humbling. With the conclusion of this duel, all factions in the imperial capital swiftly received the battle report. Within the Northern Pacification Office of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Sheng and Lu Fengping sat together, unable to contain their laughter as they perused the letters in their hands. This lad continues to astonish us, like an insatiable abyss. He has even slain Wang Po. He truly brings renown to our Northern Pacification Office. Just yesterday, when I entered the palace, His Majesty personally praised this young man. His future in politics will surely be smooth sailing. Yet, amidst the joy, there is also sorrow. In the Pingnan Marquisate, upon receiving the news, Xiao Mingzhi fell into a contemplative silence, seated at his desk, feeling a rare pang of regret. He lamented why he had provoked such a prodigy, especially for someone as insignificant as Su Kuan. He realized that he had merely lost 20,000 taels of gold, which, while substantial, was not a catastrophic loss for him. Otherwise, he might have sought to cultivate a relationship with Ye Beixuan. Having such a talent at his disposal would undoubtedly be of great assistance to him. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Mingzhi's regret dissipated, concurrently igniting a fierce desire for vengeance against Ye Beixuan. Previously, Ye Beixuan was merely a negligible figure in his eyes, a being whose fate hung solely on his whims. Even the earlier assassination attempt that had failed did not weigh heavily on his mind. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. He now acutely sensed the peril that Ye Beixuan posed. Should he delay in taking decisive action to suppress him with overwhelming force, he feared that trouble would soon ensue. This young man was maturing at an alarming rate, one that sent shivers down his spine. With this thought, Xiao Mingzhi resolved his course of action. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Beixuan had returned to his residence. The torrential rain had left his garments damp, yet he summoned a surge of energy that enveloped him, evaporating the moisture from his attire. "Young master, you have returned," greeted the housekeeper Kai Wei, who held aloft an oiled paper umbrella, her face radiant with joy. She was well aware of her master's duel with the formidable Lu Wudi. With his return, and appearing rather at ease, it was clear to her that he had emerged victorious. Ye Beixuan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation as he hastened to his chamber. In his mind, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task to discern superiority and determine life or death. Eliminate the Gun King. Task accomplished. Rewards granted, 1,000 idle points. Insight into the 9-Yang Divine Skill. Tianshuang Fist. Chapter 107. Enlightenment of the 9-Yang Divine Skill. The 10th level of the unified 9-Yang. As the announcement echoed, a torrent of memories regarding the Tianshuang Fist surged within Ye Beixuan's consciousness. This martial art, akin to the 3 portions of the returning essence Qi, was inherently designed to counter the Ruching Palm technique. Its power was formidable, and its spiritual energy boundless, once unleashed. Each strike contained myriad techniques, rendering opponents powerless in the face of lethal intent. The Tianshuang Fist comprised 14 techniques. First move, Frost Wind Assault. Second move, Frost Cold Embrace of the Moon. Third move, Frost Binding in the Sky. 10th move, Proud Snow, Lingering Frost. This final move is the pinnacle of the Tianshuang Fist, capable of transforming the surrounding area into frost over several zhang when executed. As Ye Beixuan absorbed the teachings of the Tianshuang Fist, he immersed himself in contemplation. After an extensive period, he finally reopened his eyes, having thoroughly mastered the technique. Yet, he refrained from practicing it. Despite its unparalleled might, it offered him little advantage at this juncture. Both the Ruching Palm and the Ayahan 6 techniques held equal worth in comparison to this new skill. Ultimately, his current predicament of financial scarcity left him without idle points. Ye Beixuan gazed at his system panel. The system had rewarded him with 1,000 idle points, bringing his total to 1,400. Although it appeared substantial, it was barely sufficient for the cultivation of a single technique. Ye Beixuan resolved to reserve these idle points for the 9 Yang Divine skill. This time, he received a system reward, presenting him with an opportunity for a sudden enlightenment of the 9 Suns Divine skill. Perhaps he could elevate this skill to the 10th layer of its transformative essence. Once he mastered this level, he would inevitably transcend to the Grand Master realm. Ye Beixuan's heart surged with excitement. He had long coveted the status of a Grand Master. Reaching this level would grant him genuine self-defense capabilities, alleviating the constant fear of assassination. With this thought in mind, Ye Beixuan hesitated not at all. System, activate the sudden enlightenment of the 9 Suns Divine skill. As his words fell, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host, on achieving enlightenment. Ye Beixuan felt his mind plunge into a blank state in an instant, with only the essence of the 9 Suns Divine skill manifesting in his consciousness. At that moment, he seemed to embody the very existence that had created this profound technique. On the 3rd day of enlightenment, he began to synthesize all he had learned throughout his life, continuously delving into the intricacies of the 9 Suns Divine skill, his comprehension deepening with each passing moment. By the 5th day, he had fully reached a level of seamless perfection in the skill, pondering the path that lay ahead beyond the 9 Suns Divine skill. On the 8th day, a sudden realization struck him, as if he had grasped a thread of breakthrough opportunity, and he endeavored to expand upon this insight. By the 13th day, he had thoroughly discerned the path forward for the 9 Suns Divine skill, and on this day, he successfully birthed the 10th layer, 9 Suns United. Ding. The enlightenment session has concluded. Insights are being transmitted. Please wait. As the system notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind, a thunderous wave of understanding regarding the 9 Suns Divine skill surged through his memories. The once seemingly impenetrable skill now appeared vividly clear. It seemed that as long as he continued his passive cultivation, he could step into an unprecedented realm. This period of absorption and refinement lasted from noon until nightfall. When Ye Beixuan finally opened his eyes, it felt as if he had been in seclusion for several years. His gaze bore the weight of experience, akin to awakening from a grand dream. Was this the feeling of enlightenment? The previous insights from various techniques paled in comparison to this one. Nevertheless, this enlightenment had yielded immense rewards, successfully advancing the 9 Suns Divine skill to its 10th layer. With continued cultivation, he would soon breach the Grand Master realm. Ye Beixuan murmured to himself, stretching lazily as he glanced at the sky. The heavy rain had ceased, revealing a tapestry of twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the moon. He turned and stepped out of his room, silently making his way beyond the city under the cover of night. The transition from Master to Grand Master would undoubtedly create significant waves. Within the capital, there exists a multitude of skilled individuals, and the aura of breakthrough is utterly undeniable. Ye Beixuan harbors no desire for the observant to take notice. He is certain that with his victory over Wang Pe, many have begun to harbor suspicions about him, particularly Xiao Yuan and the noble Pingnan Hofu behind him, as well as the Wei family to which Wei Yang belongs. As long as he remains in the capital, basking in his prime, these individuals dare not act recklessly. However, as a member of the Jinyue, he cannot avoid leaving the city to carry out his duties, and at that time, these families will undoubtedly make significant moves. And then there is the Dragon God sect. Despite their recent silence, the incident of his capture of Qinyan is now widely known. Given the nature of those vile creatures, it is only a matter of time before they rear their heads again, akin to maggots clinging to a corpse, their shadows lurking everywhere. Thus, Ye Beixuan seeks to make a discreet breakthrough, intending to surprise those who would underestimate him. They could never anticipate that he would so swiftly ascend to the realm of Grand Master. The transition from Master to Grand Master is a formidable threshold. Even the most extraordinary prodigies often linger at this juncture for months, if not years. Many martial artists spend their entire lives without achieving such a breakthrough. A talent like Ye Beixuan is undoubtedly unprecedented. Having resolved his direction, it took him approximately an hour to reach the outskirts of the capital. At this hour, the city gates had long since closed. He sought a secluded corner, devoid of onlookers. Utilizing the Lingbo Weibo technique, he leapt gracefully, using the wall for leverage, successfully vaulting over the city walls. Beyond the capital, he no longer needed to worry about exposure. With full exertion of his techniques, he distanced himself from the city within a matter of minutes, arriving at a remote, desolate mountain. At the summit, Ye Beixuan gazed into the distance. The moonlight poured down, and he could faintly discern the flickering lights emanating from the direction of the capital, resembling an ancient behemoth. Here, he decided to make his breakthrough. He settled cross-legged on the ground, hesitating not a moment longer. System: activate the Zhuyang Divine Art. On the 59th day of activation, as you continue your cultivation, your Zhuyang Divine Art has reached the half-step 10th level, advancing towards a breakthrough to the 10th level. On the 197th day, through your relentless efforts, the Zhuyang Divine Art has finally ascended to the 10th level, achieving the state of Zhuyang unification. On the 318th day, having successfully entered the 10th level, you once again experience the exhilaration of growth, having elevated the Zhuyang Divine Art to the mid-stage of the 10th level in just over 100 days. On the 576th day, on this day, your Zhuyang Divine Art has progressed to the late stage of the 10th level, and you can feel the vital energy within you compressing fiercely. On the 830th day of his retreat, your mastery of the Nine Suns Divine Art has reached the pinnacle of its 10th layer, surpassing even the profound understanding of the esteemed creator of this technique. Your strength has significantly escalated, yet due to the absence of subsequent training methods, this period of meditation has come to an end. Ding! Insights are being transmitted. Please hold on. The incessant system notifications echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind, yet he found no time to attend to them. Within his dantian, an infinite surge of vital energy was tumultuously churning, compressing with fervor. A terrifying aura erupted from him, as if the very air was imbued with boundless intent of blade and palm, snapping nearby trees within a stretch of several dozen yards. The once boisterous creatures of the midnight forest fell into an uncanny silence, as if they had encountered a formidable predator. The cultivation of vital energy marks the realm of a master, while the Grand Master signifies the condensation of vital essence. Within Ye Beixuan, the ceaseless vital energy continued its frenzied compression, and his realm gradually ascended. Mastery at the 9th level reached perfection. Half-step Grand Master, with a crisp sound marking his breakthrough. The ferocious aura surrounding Ye Beixuan intensified. Upon achieving the 1st level of Grand Master, this enhancement did not cease. Within mere minutes, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st level of Grand Master, then to the 2nd level, and subsequently to the latter stages of the 2nd level. Only then did the aura surrounding Ye Beixuan begin to settle. He diligently circulated his technique, absorbing and comprehending the immense surge of cultivation that this breakthrough had bestowed upon him. After expending over 2 hours, he finally opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying beams of light erupted from his gaze, piercing through everything before him. With a breath, Ye Beixuan exhaled a cloud of turbid energy. This was indeed a breakthrough, truly worthy of the title of Grand Master. He gently clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. The vital energy within him surged, seemingly allowing him to briefly defy gravity. In this moment, he felt a strength 100-fold greater than during his master phase. It is no wonder that few can achieve the feat of slaying Grand Masters while still at the master level. Only the prodigious talents listed on the talent rankings might have the opportunity to do so. The chasm between these two realms is insurmountable. Now, Ye Beixuan believed that his prowess could vanquish dozens of his former master-level selves. In a confrontation with the King of Destruction, even a casual stroke of his blade would likely be sufficient to inflict serious injury. At this juncture, he felt capable of facing mid-level grandmasters, and even against those at the 4th or 5th level, as long as they have not attained the 2nd layer realm, he could assuredly strike them down. After meticulously contemplating, Ye Beixuan attained a clearer assessment of his capabilities. Previously, he had hesitated to claim he could contend with experts above the mid-level of Grandmaster. Now, it was an effortless assertion. He gazed at his system panel, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The remaining idle points total 390. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Beixuan had no intention of holding back. He resolved to cultivate the cloud palming technique to perfection first. These idle points should suffice to elevate the technique from its accomplished state to its consummate form. System: engage in idle cultivation of the cloud palming technique. On the 70th day of idleness, Through your relentless practice, your cloud palming technique has advanced closer to mastery, now reaching the mid-stage of its accomplished level. On the 169th day of idleness, on this day, while comprehending the cloud palming technique, you experienced a moment of enlightenment, enhancing your understanding significantly. Concurrently, your palm intent underwent refinement, achieving the mid-stage of the second level. On the 320th day of idleness, you have finally perfected the cloud palming technique. Your technique is now unparalleled, and your palm intent has progressed further, reaching the late stage of the second level. Ding! The current session of idleness has concluded. Please wait as insights are being conveyed. Following a series of system notifications, Ye Beixuan successfully elevated the cloud palming technique to its maximum level. Not only that, but he also experienced an unexpected delight. His palm intent made another breakthrough, reaching the late stage of the second level. It could be said that, relying solely on his technique, he is now comparable to Li Jianyi, who ranks first on the genius list. Indeed, at the same level, he could easily overpower others with just his palm technique, especially since he possesses the cultivation of a physical master, far surpassing an ordinary master. Of course, having already transcended, he no longer cares about the rankings on the genius list. Why does it feel as though my recent comprehension and practice have progressed significantly faster than before? Ye Beixuan noticed that his cultivation was remarkably smooth and fluid, without encountering any obstacles. He even saved a considerable amount of idle points. Perhaps this is due to the mysterious workings of fate. Ye Beixuan could not quite understand it, but ultimately, it was a positive development, and he did not dwell on it. Ye Beixuan stretched lazily and stood up. As he stepped outside, the sky had just begun to dim. It was already past midnight. The gains from this breakthrough were truly immense. He decided against lingering and headed home to rest, taking advantage of his time off to further familiarize himself with his newfound power. Chapter 109. Soaring High. Ye Beixuan is truly extraordinary. In the subsequent 2 days, Ye Beixuan's life returned to its previously unadorned state. The days of his vacation slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, as usual, Ye Beixuan made his way to the northern town protectorate. Upon entering the protectorate, before he could even settle into his seat, Lu Fengping arrived, pulling Ye Beixuan towards the town government office. Brother Ye, today marks your inaugural independent hearing as a 1,000 household commander. Apart from your own 100 household office, the town protector will soon allow you to select several hundred household commanders to serve as your subordinates. Ye Beixuan nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. Although the position of a 1,000 household commander in the Jinjui is merely a 5th-rank official title, it is no less significant than a typical 4th-rank minister. In fact, some 4th-rank officials even bow in respect upon encountering a 1,000 household commander of the Jinji, especially one as distinguished as Ye Beixuan. The ability to establish a Qianhutang signifies that, from this moment forth, within his designated Qianhutang, all matters shall be dictated by him. He is free to cultivate his trusted subordinates at will, which also indicates his ascension to a prominent position within the Jinjui. Upon arriving at the local government office, he exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng, smiling, remarked, "The position for your Qianhutang has been chosen. It is adjacent to Lu Fengping's. You two share a good rapport, so be sure to foster that connection." Ye Beixuan nodded in agreement, responding with a smile, "Of course. These Baihus are all positioned on the periphery of the Jinjui, lacking any true confidence. Take a look at the list and select 9 individuals," he instructed. Zhou Sheng, exhibiting great consideration, personally assisted Ye Beixuan in resolving the most challenging issue. As the town guardian, although he does not directly manage the Baihus, he is far more adept at acquiring information than anyone else, including Ye Beixuan. Should it have been a newly appointed Qianhu, Zhou Sheng would hardly have paid any mind. "Thank you, my lord," Ye Beixuan replied, his expression brightening. He took the list, which contained dozens of names, each accompanied by their respective cultivation levels. The strongest among them had reached the initial stages of the Grandmaster rank. After a moment's contemplation, he selected 9 names, 4 of whom were at the second level of the Grandmaster rank, while the other 5 were at the peak of the innate stage, just a step away from becoming Grandmasters. Each of them was considerably stronger than the previous Yang Shan, comparable to Lu Zhen. Once Ye Beixuan finalized his selections, Zhou Sheng nodded in approval. "Excellent. First, go to the treasury and choose a celestial grade manual, then collect a set of Qianhu Feiyu attire. These individuals will arrive at your Qianhutang shortly." "Yes, I take my leave," Ye Beixuan replied before departing. In the previous imperial reward, there indeed was a celestial grade lower tier manual. However, this reward held little allure for him. For an ordinary Qianhu, it would be a tremendous blessing. But his martial prowess was far too intricate and superior to this lower tier manual, rendering it of no interest to him. If none of the manuals were suitable, he would opt for one that Uncle Li and Lin Tao could practice. Even a mediocre manual holds some value. It would serve well for nurturing his subordinates. Watching Ye Beixuan leave, Zhou Sheng remarked, unassuming yet distinguished. He has been conferred the title of count, yet remains so humble. I find myself questioning whether this young man is truly as youthful as he appears. Lu Fengping, standing beside him, chuckled. Indeed, were he another youth of his age with such strength and status, he would be insufferably arrogant. Ye, my dear brother, truly does not resemble a typical youth. Perhaps it is precisely this quality that allows him to soar to great heights. After departing from the local government office, Ye Beixuan made his way directly to the treasury. This marked his second visit to the treasury. Unlike his first visit, there was no need for formal notification. The guarding Jinui warriors greeted him with respectful salutes, their eyes brimming with reverence. Qianhu, sir. Ye Beixuan inclined his head slightly and stepped confidently into the treasury. Once again, I encountered the disheveled old man guarding the treasury at the door. Despite Ye Beixuan's current cultivation at the second level of the Grandmaster realm, he was astonished to realize that he still could not discern the true depth of this old man's abilities. Could it be that this old fellow is a hidden celestial being from the Jinui? Even if he is not a celestial, he must at least be at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Upon seeing Ye Beixuan, the old man's eyes flickered with intrigue. You, young one, possess remarkable talent. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Faced with the elder's invitation, Ye Beixuan slightly shook his head, saying, Senior, you flatter me, but I already have a master. He uttered a falsehood. The old man seemed somewhat disappointed. It appears this old man has no fate with you. The celestial grade manual you seek is on the 9th floor. You may take it directly as it is yours. Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the royal reward would differ entirely from that of the Jinui, and it would be granted to him directly. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Ascending to the 9th floor of the treasury, he found it to be considerably smaller than the previous level he had visited. Inside, there were only a dozen celestial-grade lower-tier manuals. It seemed that even the Jinui had very few. Ye Beixuan perused the available techniques, but as expected, none matched his needs. They were all of a vastly inferior caliber compared to his current practices. Ultimately, he selected a manual titled 6 Transformations of the Lesser Yang, which was decent among the celestial-grade lower-tier texts, though it paled in comparison to the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Presently, the 9 Yang Divine Skill on the 10th floor could rival at least the upper-tier celestial martial arts. Having chosen his manual, Ye Beixuan turned to leave. He exchanged a few words with the disheveled old man at the entrance before proceeding to receive a set of flying fish attire. His attire was distinct from that of an ordinary 1,000 household officer. It matched the color of the town governor, Zhou Sheng, yet was adorned with the totem of the 1,000 household. Once donned in this new attire, Ye Beixuan exuded an air of nobility. Grasping his blade, he stepped into his new 1,000 household hall. In the martial arts arena of the 1,000 household hall, his own men from the 100 household, along with the other 900 households, were already present. Over 1,000 Jinui stood awaiting Ye Beixuan's arrival, their eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. This included the 100 household officers, all well aware that Ye Qianhu was the rising star of the northern town governor's office and the entire Jinui, far surpassing the typical 1,000 household officer. Not only was he extraordinarily gifted, but his accomplishments in solving cases also far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. To be chosen by Ye Beixuan as a subordinate was undoubtedly a privilege for them, as the town governor's command sent them to Ye Beixuan's 1,000 household hall. They recalled the envy of their former colleagues, now feeling a sense of satisfaction. Upon Ye Beixuan's arrival, everyone bowed and greeted him in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Qianhu. The sound surged like a tide. Ye Beixuan surveyed his subordinates with great satisfaction. Please rise. He sat upright upon his grand throne, addressing those below him. The current leader had just convened his court and required the collaboration of his subordinates. In my presence, the rules are few. Any merit earned will be generously rewarded. Thank you, esteemed leader. Subsequently, Ye Beixuan summoned all of his captains into the hall, engaging in casual conversation for the entire morning before allowing them to depart. Their discussions revolved around promotions, salary increases, and the usual grandiose promises reminiscent of the previous corporate culture. Once everyone had left, Li Cheng and Lin Tao entered. With a gleeful smile, Lin Tao congratulated Ye Beixuan on his advancement. Among all, Li Cheng and Lin Tao were his most trusted confidants. Ye Beixuan rolled his eyes in response, saying, Enough chatter. I'll treat you tonight. Lin Tao perked up, exclaiming, Brother Yi, how generous. Ye Beixuan casually tossed the newly acquired manual to Lin Tao. This 6 Transformations of Shaoyang technique was a low-grade heavenly manual bestowed by the emperor. Take it and practice with Uncle Li. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao nearly fell to his knees in shock, hurriedly returning the manual. Brother Yi, this is a royal gift. We cannot accept it. Ye Beixuan explained the circumstances. And only then did Li Cheng and Lin Tao comprehend the situation. They did not hesitate to kneel before Ye Beixuan, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leader. They understood the manual's rarity, knowing it was worth a fortune outside. Ye Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for formality with me. Just make a copy. This manual must not be disseminated. After dedicating an entire day to resolve all matters, time swiftly passed, and 6 or 7 days flew by. Ye Beixuan had firmly established his own realm. During this period, 2 significant events transpired in the capital. The first was Emperor Xuan's decree to execute 13 officials, including a 4th-rank minister, for colluding with the Dragon God sect. This led to a rebellion infiltrating the capital on the Empress's birthday, with irrefutable evidence discovered. The execution took place the day before. On that day, the entire western execution grounds were stained red with blood, the executioner's blade dulled from the task. Heads rolled, along with the families of the officials, resulting in nearly 1,000 deaths. Ye Beixuan was present to witness this horrific scene, moved by the sheer brutality. The sight was far more gruesome than typical battles, where a single blow could shatter a foe without the spectacle of blood spraying forth. Witnessing heads fall and blood gush forth was an ordeal beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Many onlookers fainted, and countless others vomited. The stench of blood permeated half the capital that day, marking Ye Beixuan's first understanding of the phrase under heaven, all land belongs to the king. Ancient rulers were far more ruthless in their executions than any martial arts master. The second event was the recent alteration of the Tianjiao rankings for the first time in 13 years following its release. The previous top-ranked Li Jinni was confirmed by the Tianji Valley to have achieved a breakthrough to the Grand Master level. Ye Beixuan has decisively surpassed Zhou Yuanba, ascending to the pinnacle of the young talents ranking. This news has stirred the capital for several days. And Ye Beixuan has also received another generous reward from Emperor Xuan, 100,000 taels of silver, to celebrate his triumph. On this particular day, after receiving his cultivation rewards, Ye Beixuan proceeded to the North Town garrison as usual. Since becoming a commander, he has found himself devoid of significant cases to handle. Even minor incidents no longer require his direct involvement. This has left Ye Beixuan feeling quite vexed. He has been seeking opportunities to eliminate Xiao Yuan and his remaining 2 lackeys to fulfill his system task, yet those individuals seem utterly paralyzed by fear. No longer venturing beyond their doorsteps, even avoiding their favorite pleasure boats, and hiding at home daily. This has rendered Ye Beixuan with no opportunity to act. However, today, shortly after he sat down, a valiant guard from the Jinyui briskly entered the command hall. Ye Beixuan immediately recognized this individual as one of Zhou Sheng's bodyguards. Indeed, after bowing to Ye Beixuan, the guard promptly announced, "Commander, the prefect has summoned you." Ye Beixuan's spirit soared. Finally, something was afoot. He made his way to the prefect's office, where Zhou Sheng was already waiting. Upon seeing Ye Beixuan, Zhou Sheng smiled and said, "Congratulations, Commander Ye." On reaching the top of the young talents ranking, Ye Beixuan modestly replied, "It was merely luck." Hearing this, Zhou Sheng's lips twitched slightly. "You always resort to this excuse. What kind of luck allows one to achieve such a feat?" He lifted his teacup and continued, "Commander Ye, I have heard that the young Master Wei Yang from the prominent Wei family has recently passed away." Ye Beixuan's expression remained unchanged as he feigned surprise and inquired, "Who is Wei Yang?" Zhou Sheng was momentarily taken aback, his hand halting midair, a peculiar look on his face. "You do not know him?" "Indeed, I do not. I diligently attend to my work daily. How could I possibly know someone so unremarkable?" Ye Beixuan replied, concealing his amusement. Zhou Sheng rolled his eyes in response. "Very well. It is perhaps for the best that you do not know him. I summoned you today for a task, though it is perilous. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Xiao Mingzhi, personally petitioned the Emperor for you. I had no choice but to comply." Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan realized Zhou Sheng's sudden mention of Wei Yang was not without reason. Was Xiao Mingzhi finally making a move against him? His past conflicts with the Xiao family were common knowledge, and the fact that the deputy minister himself had sought the emperor's approval for this assignment hinted at ulterior motives. It was evident that this old man harbored no benevolence. Yet, this was also a blatant scheme. Within the Jinyui, no faction could harm him. However, as a member of the Jinyui, he was obligated to fulfill his duties. He could present a legitimate reason to the emperor to be dispatched from the capital, and even Zhou Sheng could not obstruct him, leaving him with no grounds for resistance. But perhaps it was fortuitous. If they wished to harm me, let us see if they possessed the capability. A cold smile flickered within Ye Beixuan's heart, though his demeanor remained composed. "Please, go on." Since the day the queen was ambushed by the cunning traitor, she suffered a grave injury to her heart and has remained in a deep coma. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the court physicians, her life was preserved, yet she has not regained consciousness. According to the physicians, The recovery hinges on the presence of a crucial herb, the Millennium Revival Grass, an exceedingly rare treasure that even the royal treasury lacks. Subsequently, the emperor commanded his men to seek information, which ultimately led to the discovery of the Millennium Revival Grass in Jiangzhou. However, as the Imperial Guard and the Six Doors were en route to escort the precious herb back to the capital, an unfortunate incident occurred. In a single night, all members of the Imperial Guard and the Six Doors, along with 1,000 soldiers accompanying them, vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. The Millennium Revival Grass has also gone missing. This incident incited the emperor's wrath, and Xiao Mingzhi seized the opportunity to assert that you, a prodigious detective within the Imperial Guard, could unravel the mystery if you took charge. Thus, the emperor tasked you with investigating this matter in Jiangzhou, with the imperative to locate the Millennium Revival Grass within half a month. Chapter 111. A momentous task, advancing the Nine-Yang divine art. Upon hearing these words, Ye Beixuan felt a jolt of surprise. If the members of the Imperial Guard and the soldiers had merely been slain, he might have understood. The strength of the Jiangzhou division of the Imperial Guard is not formidable. A few grandmasters could handle them. Yet, the fact that they have entirely disappeared, their fates unknown, indicates that this is no ordinary affair. Even for common individuals, orchestrating the complete disappearance of over 1,000 people is a daunting challenge, let alone those who are skilled fighters. Achieving such a feat suggests meticulous premeditation and an unfathomable power behind it. My lord, could it be that the situation is even more complex? Ye Beixuan astutely observed, sensing that matters were far from simple. This marked the second time Xiao Mingzhi had taken action against him, and this time felt overt rather than a mere test, as had been the case previously. Yet, even that initial test had thrust Ye Beixuan into considerable peril. From his understanding of Xiao Mingzhi, who, despite appearing to be a scholar with no apparent threat, could be most dangerous when he chose to act. Unlike a martial artist who might impulsively charge forward, a person like him would strike with calculated precision. Given the grandiosity of this operation, it was evident that Xiao Mingzhi possessed formidable confidence in his ability to eliminate him. Zhou Sheng, upon hearing Ye Beixuan's remarks, exhibited a slight change in demeanor and nodded. Indeed, the situation in Jiangzhou is quite chaotic. If you are unwilling, you may feign illness. I shall speak to the emperor on your behalf. Zhou Sheng, appreciating Ye Beixuan's abilities, was reluctant to see him encounter danger. The mere mention of such a possibility underscored the peril associated with this mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a system task, retrieve the Millennium Revival Grass and vanquish all invading foes. Task completion. Rewards include advancement of the Nine-Yang divine art, disguise technique, celestial ascension, and 1,000 idol points. Task failure. No penalties. Within Ye Beixuan's mind, the implications of the task began to unfold. The system's alert sounded. Ye Beixuan, what is this? An advancement in Zhuyang divine skill? Can it really be advanced further? Yet, what astonished Ye Beixuan the most was why he had been rewarded with a celestial swordplay. Is this not a form of swordsmanship? Could it be that he is to possess multiple identities? That does sound appealing. It seems he once glimpsed a tale where the protagonist mastered both sword and blade, wielding the blade as a master of the knife and the sword as a devil of the blade. At that time, Ye Beixuan found it quite impressive. He never anticipated he would have the opportunity to experience it himself, which filled him with delight. As for the art of disguise, Ye Beixuan had long desired to learn it. The previous encounter with the 1,000 Faces had demonstrated just how formidable such a skill could be. If he could cultivate the art of disguise to its utmost level, eliminating Xiao Yuan would be exceedingly simple, with no fear of exposure. Furthermore, engaging in any clandestine activities in the future would be vastly more convenient. These were undeniably practical skills. Since a task had been triggered, there was no reason for hesitation. Ye Beixuan spoke directly. My lord, I shall accept this task. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng nodded in understanding. He was well acquainted with Ye Beixuan's character, who never shied away from danger. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you. This mission is perilous. I have already dispatched Lu Fengping to Jiangzhou in secret to await your arrival. When you need him, inform the Jinui a day in advance to connect with the hidden guards in Jiangzhou. Zhou Sheng produced a token from his bosom and handed it to Ye Beixuan. This is my waist token. With it, you can command all Jinui in Jiangzhou. As for the elite experts from the prominent families in the capital, I will keep an eye on them. After all, you are acting on behalf of His Majesty. They would not dare mobilize their top-tier forces. I can assist you no further than this. Ye Beixuan clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. As long as the most formidable members of those families remained within the city, that would suffice. By the way, accompanying you on this mission will be the two renowned catchers from the Six Doors, Lung Yu and Wu Xin. They have already made their way to Jiangzhou. Upon receiving this information, Ye Beixuan wasted no time. After acquiring the documents, he selected a spirit horse from among the Jinui. This extraordinary steed was the offspring of a mystical creature and a noble horse, specifically bred for long journeys. Capable of covering 2,000 miles by day and 1,000 miles by night, remarkably swift, Ye Beixuan mounted the horse and set off towards Jiangzhou. Almost as soon as he departed, the undercurrents in the capital began to surge. Shadows darted swiftly from the vicinity of the Northern Pacification Department towards the various familial factions. At Zugfang, the Pingnan Marquis estate, and the main hall, Xiao Mingzhi appeared to be eagerly awaiting news. After a servant reported back, a faint smile graced his face. What audacity! Truly deserving of the title bestowed upon the pinnacle of the celestial talents. However, this time, no matter your immense abilities, you shall not return. He instructed the other prominent families, let us move. I am eager to see if Zhou Sheng of the Jinui can protect you. Even without utilizing their top experts, it suffices to eliminate you. The servant accepted the command and departed. It was time for the Dragon God sect to contribute as well. Xiao Mingzhi handed a letter to the middle-aged steward beside him, instructing him to convey the message that Ye Beixuan had departed the city and was en route to Jiangzhou. After completing this task, a figure quietly left the Xiao residence. In the capital, within the Wei family's main hall, a man in his 40s listened intently to the report. This man, resembling the earlier Wei Yang to some extent, was none other than Wei Wudao, the current head of the Wei family. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of malice and vengeance crossed Wei Wudao's face. Good, 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 Ye Beixuan, you have finally emerged. How dare you take my son's life? I shall make you aware that the Wei family is not to be trifled with. Jiangzhou shall be your grave. However, I do hope you survive the journey there. Do not disappoint me. Although he had 4 or 5 legitimate sons, unlike Xiao Mingzhi, Wei Yang was his eldest and favored son. Now, having lost his life, even if the perpetrator was not definitively identified as Ye Beixuan, he would not let it go unpunished. In his family, a shadow also slipped away from the city. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in the Chao and Zhao families. Though they held no direct grievances against Ye Beixuan, with the Xiao family taking action, those allied with them naturally felt compelled to respond. Chapter 112. The Heartbreaking Blade. A blade that cuts the heart. Amid Master's surround, riding a demon steed, Ye Beixuan raced forward with great speed. The distance from the capital to Jiangzhou was approximately 8,000 li, a journey of nearly 3 days. For a martial artist of Ye Beixuan's caliber, traversing this distance day and night posed no challenge. The demon steed required only brief rests of 1 or 2 hours each day before continuing on its way. Ye Beixuan did not rush. On the first day, he covered a little over 2,000 li. The weather was calm, and he encountered no obstacles along the way, even mountain bandits and thieves. Upon seeing Ye Beixuan riding his demon steed, chose to retreat. After all, they were still relatively close to the capital, and such bandits were not a significant threat. They were not foolish. Those who could afford to ride a demon steed, valued at nearly 10,000 taels, were undoubtedly skilled warriors or heirs of prominent families, far beyond their ability to provoke. However, Ye Beixuan remained vigilant, undeterred by the smooth progress of his journey. He understood that those who sought to act against him would soon make their move. On the second day after leaving the capital, the sky grew overcast by mid-afternoon. Thick clouds obscured the blazing sun, as if the heavens were preparing to unleash their fury. The atmosphere turned ominously dark, typical of the rainy season, which did not surprise Ye Beixuan. Passing through a sprawling marsh of reeds, he casually plucked a stalk, placing it between his lips. He was in no hurry, instead resembling a wandering hero savoring the scenery along the way. The strong wind swayed the towering reeds on either side of the road, causing them to bend and sway, while also rustling the luxurious robe he wore. Ye Beixuan rode his demon steed leisurely through the lush grasslands, aware that a heavy downpour was imminent. The nearest relay station lay still 300 or 400 li ahead, and there was no chance of reaching it before the rain began. Yi Qianhu, the path to the underworld has arrived, and it is time for you to embark on your journey. As the wind howled fiercely, a faint voice, laden with a terrifying energy, permeated Ye Beixuan's ears. Though subtle, it bore an ominous weight. A smile curled at the corners of Ye Beixuan's lips. So, the moment has finally come. With a deep breath, Ye Beixuan reined in his steed. The demon horse raised its hooves, emitting a melodious neigh as it halted on the narrow path. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man clad in a coarse robe, wielding a long blade, stood resolutely in the center of the road. Upon sighting the man, Ye Beixuan softly uttered, "The heartbreaking blade, Shenku." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed. It is I." Ye Beixuan clasped his hands behind his head, nonchalantly spitting out a mouthful of reeds. "You alone are insufficient to take my life. Summon the others. Let them all reveal themselves." Shenku, a master of the fourth realm, also served as a protector for the Chao family in the capital. With one family having arrived, Ye Beixuan surmised that the remaining three would not remain absent. Sure enough, as his words faded, two more figures emerged from the reeds behind him. Divine Blade Master, we have come to escort you. One wielded a sword, while the other carried a staff. Linlang's swordsman Lu Yu and Wuxing staff Jin Tao. During his time with the Jinyue, Ye Beixuan had not been idle. Utilizing the vast intelligence network of the Jinyue, he had diligently memorized all the known masters from the four prominent families. These two were also masters of the fourth realm, bringing the count to 3 mid-level grandmasters. Had Ye Beixuan not broken through and remained at the cultivation level he had during his battle with Wang Pe, he would have found himself utterly outmatched. Merely being able to contend with one of these three would have been a stroke of luck. These were the most formidable experts that could be mobilized under the watchful eyes of the Jinyue. Alas, they could never have anticipated his rapid breakthrough. Where are the Shao family members? Why have they not joined you? Ye Beixuan refrained from acting hastily, noting that only 3 of the 4 families had appeared, with the most powerful Shao family conspicuously absent. We need not worry about you. Your demise is sufficient for us, Shun Ku remarked coolly. It must be said, Divine Blade Master, you are quite the anomaly. It has been a long time since we have dealt with mere ants of the master level. To perish at the hands of the 3 of us mid-level grandmasters is a privilege. As Shun Ku spoke, a dreadful aura began to emanate from him, enveloping Ye Beixuan like a dark cloud. The demon horse beneath him could not withstand such overwhelming power, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Ye Beixuan leapt off, patting the horse's back. Go ahead and wait for me up ahead. I shall return swiftly. The demon horse, possessing a spirit of its own, understood his intent and galloped forward. Shun Ku made no attempt to stop it. After all, who would deign to slay a mere beast? Yet upon witnessing Ye Beixuan's composed demeanor, the expressions of the 3 men darkened considerably. Does this young man truly believe that reaching the pinnacle of the heroic rankings renders him invincible? Ye Beixuan remains unfazed by the 3 individuals before him. With a nonchalant smile, he addresses the crowd. Let us not waste any more time. Come at me together. After vanquishing you, I must continue my journey. Arrogant fool. You court death. Lu and Jin, emboldened by his bravado, urged Shun Ku to test this young man's mettle. With a fierce roar, Shun Ku, wielding the heartbreaking blade, unleashes a formidable surge of blade energy, instantly shattering the surrounding reeds as if they were mere twigs, a force capable of annihilating all in its path. The skyward intent of his blade erupts forth. As a mid-stage grandmaster, every adept in this realm has grasped the essence of martial intent, and Shun Ku is no exception. Although his blade intent is merely at the first level, when combined with his formidable cultivation, even those at the master level, or any martial artist beneath the mid-stage of a grandmaster, would find it impossible to withstand the thunderous strike he is about to deliver. Observing Shun Ku's movements from a distance, Jin Tao and Lu Yu cannot help but express their admiration for Shun's exceptional swordsmanship. Truly remarkable, they concede. Shun's blade intent has reached an impressive mid-level. It won't be long before he breaks through to the later stages. Jin Tao nods in agreement. Sighing in recognition of Shun's past, he nearly etched his name into the heroic rankings. It is no surprise that he possesses such strength. However, Ye Beixuan, who has ascended to the pinnacle, is indeed a monstrous prodigy. It is unfortunate that he has offended the wrong individuals. In this world, power is the mightiest weapon of destruction, they muse. This young man, lacking any substantial backing, if he were to perish, it would matter little. The world is rife with prodigies, and he is but one among many. Their conversation flows casually, devoid of any tension, as they deem Shun Ku sufficient to handle Ye Beixuan alone. Opposite Shun Ku, Ye Beixuan also senses the terrifying blade strike approaching. Yet, he remains unmoved. This strike is formidable, nearly rivaling his own full force at the master level. However, for him now, it poses no threat whatsoever. In fact, he perceives the mid-stage Grandmaster's blade as nothing extraordinary. Chapter 113. Come at me together. I, Ye Beixuan, never hold back in slaying. Ye Beixuan's figure erupts with the force of a dragon and an elephant, muscles bulging like coiled dragons as he lifts his long blade without employing any technique. Striking directly at Shun Ku. Bang! A resounding clash reverberates through the air as their weapons collide, within a radius of several dozen meters. The reeds are utterly crushed beneath this force, creating a deep crater in the ground. In the center of this pit, Ye Beixuan stands unwavering, like an immovable boulder, while Shun Ku's blade trembles violently, seemingly struggling under the immense power unleashed. The 9th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, embodying the strength of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, is far beyond what an ordinary martial artist can endure. Even a grandmaster, lacking protective chi, would find it impossible to withstand such overwhelming force. Shen Ku retreated 3 steps, each footstep imprinting a mark over half a foot deep upon the ground, gradually dissipating the ferocious energy that enveloped him. His countenance was ghastly pale as he gazed at his trembling arm, realizing the immense power he had underestimated. The sight of Shen Ku, usually composed, caused Jin Tao and Lu Yu, who had been mere spectators, to exchange worried glances. He had actually been forced back? Although Shen Ku had not exerted his full strength in that previous strike, it was nonetheless formidable. They had witnessed Ye Beixuan's battles before. That single blow could rival the attack that had felled Wang Pe. Yet, he had been so effortlessly overwhelmed by Ye Beixuan. How could this be possible? Exert your full strength. Otherwise, you may find no opportunity left, Ye Beixuan remarked, his tone unwavering, as if Shen Ku were merely a trivial target. At that moment, Shen Ku was consumed by fury. How could he endure such derision from a junior at the master level? Arrogance, if that is your desire. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Shen Ku, manifesting a long blade formed entirely from condensed energy around him. As this blade took shape, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, and a tempest howled, filled with the essence of the blade. Shen Ku raised the blade with both hands, unleashing his aura without reservation as he bellowed, the heartbreaking blade, severing the heart with one strike. In an instant, he transformed into a fearsome arc of light, propelling himself and the blade towards Ye Beixuan with lethal intent. The long blade appeared to tear through the very fabric of space, an embodiment of utter terror. Was this the manifestation conjured by a mid-stage grandmaster? It seemed rather unimpressive. Ye Beixuan observed the blade materializing around Shen Ku. It paled in comparison to the manifestations he had witnessed during the clashes of beings at the celestial level in the capital. Now that he had gained insight into this so-called manifestation, there was no need for further restraint. In defiance of Shen Ku's overwhelming strike, Ye Beixuan advanced rather than retreating. His aura surged dramatically, the essence of his late-stage second layer erupting into the heavens, stirring the clouds above. The 10 layers of his 9 yang divine arts surged within him, channeling true energy into his palm. He then flipped his hand and struck down towards the long blade manifestation, cloud-piercing palm, obscuring the sun with dark clouds. In an instant, a palm imprint spanning several feet cleaved through the air, meeting the blade. The clash was unmatched, the brilliance of the blade intersecting with the might of the palm. They held for but a moment before the massive palm shattered the long blade manifestation. As the palm descended, Shen Ku's pupils constricted in horror. The blade in his hand had shattered under the force of the palm. Completely bereft of resistance, he was struck by the palm imprint, causing the ground beneath him to fracture into a shape resembling 5 fingers. Without a sound of anguish, Shen Ku was shattered by a single strike, dead beyond resurrection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 240 idol points. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the system's prompt reverberated. Crack! Thunder rumbled from the heavens. Lightning cleaved through the murky sky. The wind howled ferociously. The scene of Ye Beixuan decisively slaying Shen Ku left Jin Tao and Lu Yu wide-eyed in astonishment. Even they were rendered speechless. Shen Ku had been vanquished with such ease. Grandmaster, you have broken through to Grandmaster? Lu Yu was the first to regain her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Beixuan. Although Ye Beixuan had not overtly revealed his aura, Lu Yu still sensed something unsettling. A chill crept down her spine. It was simply unbelievable. How long had it been since Ye Beixuan entered the realm of the masters? The last time his cultivation level was disclosed on the talented individuals list, he was merely at the 8th level of the master rank. Even after defeating Wang Pe, he had only just achieved the pinnacle of the master level. Yet now, only a few days had passed, and he had ascended to the grandmaster level? The thought made Lu Yu curse under her breath. Did he truly believe that realms could be breached at will, as if they were his family's domain? Jin Tao remained silent, gripping his iron staff tightly. We must attack together. Alone, we may not prevail against him, he gravely advised Lu Yu. What they had initially assumed to be an easy task had now transformed into a formidable challenge. Ye Beixuan, once regarded as a mere minor character at the master level, had dramatically risen to become a grandmaster, having slain the notorious Shen Lang, the heart-cutting blade. Lu Yu nodded, drawing her sword from her waist. Both prepared to strike. The atmosphere crackled with an ominous tension. Kill! They shouted in unison. The intent to slay surged forth, and the shadows of their weapons flickered. Through the dense reeds, 3 figures could be seen intertwining in a fierce dance of combat. The air crackled with energy as weapons clashed repeatedly. Ye Beixuan's palm struck Jin Tao's iron staff, and with a swift turn, he crushed a long sword with his fist. With a resounding impact, the 3 figures suddenly separated. Jin Tao and Lu Yu exchanged a glance, signaling their intent to unleash their ultimate techniques. A terrifying aura enveloped Ye Beixuan as Lu Yu unleashed her final move from the Ling Lang's sword technique, the spectacle of Ling Lang. Her sword whirled in a mesmerizing display, filling the surrounding space with a blinding array of sword light, dazzling to behold. Each beam of light radiated an unfathomable power capable of piercing through any expert below the Grand Master 4th level. Even mid-level Grand Masters would approach with caution, as a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Jin Tao raised his iron staff, preparing to execute the 5-element staff technique, the staff that shatters mountains and rivers. A shadow of a staff, measuring several zhong, materialized from the forged iron rod. Both individuals unleashed their martial prowess to its utmost peak, facing Ye Beixuan without the slightest hint of carelessness. Chapter 114. Blade strikes the 4 great masters. Old acquaintances from the martial world, must we truly be strangers upon our meeting? Terrifying techniques surged towards Ye Beixuan. At that moment, he too unleashed the snow drink mad blade. The clang of the blade resonated sharply. His gaze remained as calm as still water, showing no signs of disturbance as he regarded the 2 incoming attacks. With a blade in hand, he firmly believed himself to be invincible. A chilling glance. As the 2 attacks drew near, his blade moved with deadly intent. The rolling blade radiance swiftly enveloped the ancient path. The light coalesced into a colossal long blade. At his current level as a Grand Master, Ye Beixuan's execution of the proud cold 6 techniques was far more formidable than during his earlier mastery. The immense blade radiance, spanning 60 to 70 meters, suddenly pressed down towards Jin Tao and Lu Yu. Their techniques were fierce, yet Ye Beixuan's was even more ferocious. Beneath the blade's glow, the very air trembled. Death. Boom. Upon contact with the massive blade radiance, Lu Yu's surrounding sword light shattered first. Though his sword was powerful, it was but a fleeting cloud before the chilling glance. No, Lu Yu bellowed. Yet the blade's aura offered him no chance to react, cleaving him in 2. Subsequently, Jin Tao's long staff collided with the long blade. Crash. Another violent explosion echoed. Jin Tao's body quaked violently, feeling as though his bones had been shattered. Block it. He gripped the ends of the forged iron staff tightly, unleashing all his strength. Crack. Upon hearing that crisp sound, despair ignited in Jin Tao's eyes. It was the sound of his long staff shattering. Instantly, he felt a chill at his forehead, and his vision blurred. The blade's aura had already passed through him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 240 idle points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 240 idle points. 2 consecutive system notifications echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. He glanced at his system panel. The idle points had increased by 720, leaving him with 790 points. A bit more, and he would have enough to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, elevating his physical body to the level of a Grand Master. Ye Beixuan felt great satisfaction. He twirled his blade, sheathing it, and quickly searched the 3 fallen corpses. Afterward, he shattered the bodies and proceeded towards the end of the narrow path. The demon horse remained waiting, undeterred by the danger, exhibiting a resilience superior to many. Ye Beixuan stroked the demon horse's head, saying, "Good beast, I shall treat you to a feast tonight." With that, he mounted the demon horse and continued on his journey. Crack. The thunder grew more frequent, and the clouds descended lower. Finally, it seemed to reach a boiling point. As the first raindrop fell, a torrential downpour ensued. The road gradually turned muddy. This rainfall posed no hindrance to Ye Beixuan. Rather, it invigorated him with a refreshing sensation. Having arrived here for quite some time, it was my first experience truly distancing myself from the capital, fully immersing in the vastness of the martial world. Galloping through the night, the darkness deepened, yet the torrential rain showed no signs of relenting. Even the extraordinary steed struggled against the relentless downpour, its pace gradually slowing. From the distant mountains and forests came the resonant roars of unknown creatures, be they demon or beast, the sound heavy and foreboding, enhancing the atmosphere of this rainy night. I found myself yearning for a place to rest my weary feet. At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated the roadside ahead. In the midst of this dark, rain-soaked night, it appeared as a refuge. I paused in astonishment. Could it truly be a place to take shelter? Urging my steed onward, I drew closer to the light and discerned that it emanated from a dilapidated mountain temple. Within, a considerable number of people seemed to have gathered, their figures bustling around a bonfire, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Dismounting, I made my way towards the temple. The sound of my steed's hooves on the rain-soaked ground had already attracted the attention of those within. As I approached, several individuals drew their weapons, ever vigilant in this desolate wilderness. "Who goes there?" a young man called out, his voice echoing in the night. "A passerby," I replied softly, removing my rain-soaked cloak as I entered the temple. Inside, at least 20 to 30 people had assembled, divided into two groups. One group occupied the periphery of the temple, silent and seemingly asleep, while the other comprised 8 young figures clad in blue shirts, 6 men and 2 women, each appearing to be just in their early 20s, likely fresh from their training in the mountains. The young man who had spoken earlier belonged to this latter group. Upon seeing my countenance, their demeanors softened significantly. My striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuded an undeniable charm, making hostility difficult to maintain, especially the 2 young women, who immediately dispelled any sense of enmity. "Master brother, he is a fellow traveler of the martial world," one of the ponytailed girls remarked to the young man. The young man sheathed his sword and inclined his body toward me, saying, "Please do not take offense." I nodded in acknowledgement. Finding a clear spot on the ground to settle, I kindled a small fire, retrieved some flatbreads and beef from my pack, and roasted them lightly before indulging in my meal. The young people across from me were in high spirits, relishing their roasted meat and drinking spirits, sharing tales and anecdotes from the martial world, their laughter ringing out in joyous bursts. Ye Beixuan gazed upon the group of young men, a faint smile gracing his face. Perhaps it is only these fledgling youths who harbor such profound aspirations for the martial world. In the realm of heroes, we emerge. Once we enter the world of martial arts, time hastens our years. Unable to suppress the urge, Ye Beixuan recited a line from a film of his past life. What a splendid poem. No sooner had his voice faded than the senior brother who had spoken earlier suddenly clapped his hands in admiration. "Good prose, my brother," he murmured, unable to contain his praise for Ye Beixuan. Chapter 115, Divine Weapon, Abyssal Rainbow, 7 Styles of Blade Intent. The younger disciples around him were equally captivated. In just a few brief sentences, the essence of the martial world had been vividly depicted. Perhaps emboldened by drink, one young lady could not help but ask, "Senior brother, do you have more?" The others turned their eager gazes towards him. Ye Beixuan chuckled. "Indeed, there are a few more lines. In conversations of imperial ambition, life is but a fleeting intoxication. With sword drawn and steed mounted, we wield the tempest. Bones lie like mountains, startling the birds to flight. The mundane world ebbs and flows. While humanity flows like water, we lament how few return from the martial realm. In conversations of imperial ambition, it is not akin to life's fleeting intoxication." The senior brother, raising a jug of wine, took a hearty swig before tossing it to Ye Beixuan with a hearty laugh. "Brother, whether from the south or the north, our meeting on this rainy night is fate. Shall we share a drink? Let us not waste this fleeting life." Ye Beixuan accepted the wine jug without hesitation, moving closer to the young men to clink their vessels together. He tilted his head back, taking a generous gulp. The wine was not particularly fine, but was potent enough. Outside, the tempest raged, thunder and lightning clashing, while inside, revelry and drink was indeed a great pleasure of life. "From where do you hail, brother?" the senior brother inquired with a smile. "From the capital," Ye Beixuan replied candidly. "The capital? Ah, what a splendid place. Were you perhaps one of the spectators at the recent duel between the divine blade Ye Beixuan and the heavenly sword Lu Wudi?" Mentioning these illustrious names piqued the interest of all the young disciples. As practitioners of the martial arts, who among them did not yearn for a day of renown on the esteemed list of heroes? Ye Beixuan chuckled, scratching his nose in amusement. "You could say that. Wonderful. At last, someone who has witnessed the divine blade in person. Pray, tell us, what is the appearance of this paragon? Is he handsome?" 2 young ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with youthful infatuation. "Sister, what are you saying?" The senior brother chided lightly, a hint of exasperation in his tone. It was clear that he held a great affection for these junior disciples. "As for his looks, I suppose he is fairly well endowed," Ye Beixuan admitted, feeling a bit bashful for tooting his own horn. "But is that truly the case? How unfortunate! For I had always believed the divine blade was a celestial being descended to our realm." The young lady, resting her chin on her hand, expressed a tinge of regret. "But it matters not. The divine blade is so formidable that his appearance is of little consequence. He remains my ideal." Slightly inebriated, her cheeks flushed. She may have been speaking in jest. The other disciples shook their heads in unison, lamenting the state of their sister, just as the group reveled in their jovial discourse. Nearing the break of dawn, whoosh, a sound cleaved through the air with alarming swiftness. In the blink of an eye, a figure rushed towards the crowd. Ye Beixuan, without even a glance, lifted his finger, and a finely crafted flying sword materialized in his hand. The blade shimmered ominously, clearly imbued with a deadly poison. With a swift motion, he hurled the sword back towards its origin, accompanied by several throwing knives from his person. Their gleaming trajectories sliced through the air. And within an instant, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the side of the mountain god temple. It was only at this moment that the youthful onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Their faces paled in unison as they drew their swords. turning their gazes towards another group within the temple. Ye Beixuan rose to his feet and raised a hand, softly addressing them. There is no need for your intervention. This is directed at me. The young men and women momentarily froze, their words rendered unnecessary as Ye Beixuan charged forward, blade in hand, towards the assassins. Uncertain of his adversaries' affiliations, he saw no reason for dialogue. Their aggression warranted a swift response. The flash of the blade illuminated the scene as he struck, swiftly decapitating 3 or 4 of the attackers. The sword danced in his grip, meeting no resistance. The assailants were evidently unprepared for his ferocity. Panic ensued as they fled in terror, leaving Ye Beixuan perplexed. Who were these inept individuals sent to confront him? With a single strike, they crumbled, devoid of any skilled fighters. Were they merely a nuisance? Nevertheless, their speed was no match for Ye Beixuan. In mere moments, the group of several had dwindled to a solitary survivor. He placed a foot upon the man's chest. Who are you? The terrified man stammered. Hero, spare me. We are bandits from the nearby mountains. Bandits? Ye Beixuan furrowed his brow. Why did you attack me? We were given a portrait and told that a figure resembling it would pass through here soon. Whoever kills him would be rewarded with 5,000 taels of gold. The man revealed a painting from his bosom. Ye Beixuan glanced at it, his lips twitching. How utterly vexatious. No wonder these ruffians were so inept. Where is this person? 50 miles west, at the Farewell Pavilion. Ding. A notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task. Eliminate the individual at the Farewell Pavilion. Task completion rewards. 1,000 idle points. Divine weapon. Abyssal rainbow. 7 styles of blade and tint. Task failure. No penalties. Ye Beixuan was familiar with the Farewell Pavilion. Passing it would mean entering the territory of Jiangzhou. Finding the man so compliant, he decided against further torment and swiftly ended his life with a single stroke. His gaze turned westward. The Farewell Pavilion, was it? A visit was in order. As dawn broke, the rain had ceased, and nature began to awaken. Ye Beixuan sheathed his blade, stepped out of the mountain god temple, untied his horse, and mounted the ethereal steed. And at that moment the young individuals finally came to their senses. They gazed upon the chaotic array of corpses strewn across the ground, their expressions betraying little emotion. Those who traverse the martial world have long grown accustomed to life and death. Yet, they remained utterly bewildered by the sheer ease with which Ye Beixuan had dispatched these individuals. It must be noted that among those mountain bandits were 2 masters of the highest caliber who had not even been granted the opportunity to resist against Ye Beixuan. At last, the eldest disciple stepped forward and inquired loudly, "Might I ask your esteemed name, brother?" Ye Beixuan rode forth on his steed, the sound of his voice echoing from atop his mount. Jinui, Ye Beixuan. Chapter 116, The Pinnacle Master's Decisive Strike. A Journey to the Yellow Springs. These mere 6 words detonated in the minds of the young disciples like a thunderclap. They froze in place, their pupils constricting sharply, staring blankly at the receding figure of the man and his horse. Memories of their previous night, spent conversing and reveling together, flooded back to them. He was none other than the renowned top of the talented one's list, the Divine Blade, Ye Beixuan. After a lengthy silence, the girl who had previously proclaimed Ye Beixuan as her idol murmured, "I actually conversed with the Divine Blade for an entire night. This is enough to boast about for 10 years. Indeed." Another chimed in, "I never realized how handsome the Divine Blade truly is. Ha. My junior sister even asked what he looked like, and I mentioned how awkward he seemed at the time. It turns out it was indeed him." Upon hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. She recalled her boastful words while drinking the night before, and saying such things in front of the esteemed individual was utterly mortifying. Alas, she had previously thought of the Divine Blade as merely a prodigy aligned with the court, yet this encounter revealed him to be entirely different from her expectations. In this world, we are the ones who shape the storms. Once one enters the martial realm, time accelerates. Such words, spoken by a person of his stature, indicated that for him, both the court and the martial world were but fleeting illusions. Only such a prodigy could possess such audacity. The eldest disciple sighed in reflection. Now that the tempest had subsided and the clouds began to part, crimson dawn arose in the east. He cast a glance at the distant scenery. "Junior brothers and sisters, we must continue our journey and explore the martial world." "Good," the young disciples replied in unison, turning to mount their steeds. Only the girl discreetly concealed the previous image of Ye Beixuan. The group traversed the forest pathway, laughter echoing intermittently until they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Ye Beixuan rode westward, his steed galloping swiftly. Before reaching the Farewell Pavilion, he could already hear the thunderous roar of the river. This river, known as Kanglan, is the largest in the Great Li, spanning east to west, with numerous tributaries. Here lay a branch of the Kanglan River, rumored to be home to the river god's water palace, bestowing favorable weather upon both banks. The farewell pavilion is situated along the banks of the Kanglan River. This gazebo has existed for centuries, and it is said to have originated when the first governor of Jiangzhou completed his term and was reassigned elsewhere. The grateful citizens of Jiangzhou, recognizing his contributions, came to bid him farewell, thus giving the place its name. After a short while, as a misty expanse of the river emerged in Ye Beixuan's view, he finally beheld the pavilion of parting. The structure, though not particularly large, exuded an ancient charm. Seated within, one could observe the ebb and flow of the tides, evoking a sense of poetic beauty. Not far from the pavilion, by the banks of the Kanglan River, a fisherman clad in a straw raincoat was casting his line. A wine flask hung from his waist, and his beard had turned gray. Ye Beixuan dismounted and walked over, boldly taking a seat beside the fisherman. Such leisurely pursuits at this early hour, he remarked. The fisherman, hearing this, raised his wine gourd and took a sip, replying, "Indeed. With age come sleepless nights." Ye Beixuan chuckled. "Fear not. In death, you shall find eternal rest." With that, he struck his palm down towards the fisherman, unleashing a formidable burst of true essence. A golden dragon erupted from his hand. 18 palms of the dragon subduing. The resolute dragon repents. The fisherman's murky eyes sparkled with a sudden clarity. His frail frame seemed to harbor unimaginable strength as he mirrored the movement, delivering a palm strike of his own. Their hands collided with a thunderous crash, sending a massive wave surging across the river. The fisherman, despite his slender build, swayed slightly, while Ye Beixuan also staggered back. The fisherman regarded him with a mixture of admiration and menace. "No wonder you are the renowned leader of the Thousand Faces. When I first heard the rumors, I was skeptical, but now it seems you indeed possess such strength." Ye Beixuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his palms slightly numb, his expression unusually grave. This old man was undeniably stronger than any adversary he had encountered, and the strength he exuded was formidable, at least at the 5th tier of the Grandmaster level. From his words, it was clear he was affiliated with the Dragon God sect. They truly held him in high esteem. Their intelligence had him listed as merely a master. Yet they had dispatched a peak 5th tier Grandmaster to apprehend him. Fortunately, Ye Beixuan had recently advanced to the Grandmaster stage himself. Otherwise, even with his utmost effort, he would likely struggle to endure 10 exchanges against this elder. "Which member of the Dragon God sect are you?" he inquired in a low voice. The old man laughed heartily, taking another swig of his drink. "Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am the solitary fisherman of the Jiang, the 20th among the 36 hall masters of the Dragon God sect, Kuzhun. I have come to invite you, Yi Shindao, to our sect for a discussion." 20th in rank? While lower than Thousand Faces, his strength was far beyond what Thousand Faces could compare. Ye Beixuan's hand rested upon the hilt of his blade. "No need for that. The scenery here at the Pavilion of Parting is quite lovely. I would rather escort you to the Yellow Springs." The laughter of Kuzhun echoed, as if he had heard a delightful jest. "To escort me to the Yellow Springs? Such audacity in a young man. It seems that your prowess has transcended that of a grandmaster, which certainly adds some intrigue." "Allow me to test the mettle of your abilities," the fisherman declared, as he swung his bamboo pole forcefully towards Ye Beixuan. The rod sliced through the air with a thunderous crack, emanating an overwhelming aura that enveloped Ye Beixuan without reservation. In response, Ye Beixuan drew his sword. With a clang, the radiant blade of the snow-drinking mad sword erupted forth, unleashing the demon-slaying sword technique. A manifestation of his dual sword intent, potent enough to vanquish even a fourfold grandmaster. Even during their previous encounter amidst the reeds, Ye Beixuan had not unleashed such formidable power, illustrating the immense pressure exerted by the fisherman. In the realm of grandmasters, each advancement is akin to a leap through the heavens, with each breakthrough yielding an exponential increase in strength. Despite already being a second-fold grandmaster, he knew he must concentrate fully to confront this challenge. With a resounding clash, the snow-drinking mad sword met the bamboo pole. But rather than cleaving it in two as anticipated, the two forces remained locked in a stalemate. The ferocity of the dual sword intent was indeed formidable. The fisherman, witnessing Ye Beixuan successfully parry his assault yet again, showed no surprise. Instead, he swung his bamboo pole anew, which in his capable hands transformed into a weapon of unimaginable might. Their figures intertwined in a tumultuous dance, colliding repeatedly. The terrifying waves of energy erupted across the surface of the Kanglan River, sending large fish soaring into the air. The waters surged violently, yet they paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring might of the two combatants. Ye Beixuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a worthy adversary. This elder was indeed a master of the 5th-fold grandmaster level. Even his casual strikes could easily dispatch those he had previously faced, such as Shinku. Chapter 117. A single strike to decimate the army, slaying the fisherman. Holding a mere bamboo pole and presenting himself as a sage, I, a mere captain, shall observe just how resilient this rod truly is. Ye Beixuan scoffed. With one hand gripping his sword and the other waving, the moment arrived. The river erupted in a tumult of waves, which did not scatter but instead converged wildly towards his palm. The cloudburst palm. By harnessing the power of the clouds and water, its might surged to unprecedented levels upon contact with water. At this moment, on the river's surface, the cloudburst palm wielded its greatest power. With a force akin to a mountain collapsing, Ye Beixuan thrust his palm forward. In an instant, the myriad of river water beneath him surged forth like an avalanche towards the fisherman. The palm, empowered by the water, intensified its impact. Under the auspices of late-stage dual intent, this strike seemed capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. The waves, towering over 10 meters, roared past, enveloping the fisherman in their wake. The fisherman's expression finally shifted. The force of this blow demanded his utmost caution. With the fishing stick technique, he sought victory amidst the chaos. The fisherman twirled the bamboo pole in his grip, summoning boundless energy from within. A terrifying killing move met the oncoming tidal wave. Upon contact with the colossal wave, the bamboo pole shattered. Yet, his countenance remained unfazed as he retaliated with a powerful push. From the fractured bamboo pole emerged a slender, burnt shaft, approximately 10 feet in length. This bamboo radiated a luminous green glow, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. Break! The angler bellowed, as the bamboo collided with the towering waves, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave. This time, Ye Beixuan did not retreat a single step, while the angler was forced back several paces, each step measuring several feet. The two figures once again stood apart, resuming their standoff. At this moment, the angler finally abandoned his earlier disdain, his expression growing gravely serious. Such a formidable palm technique, harnessing the power of the water. If your cultivation were a tad higher, I fear I would not be able to withstand you. He was genuinely astonished that Ye Beixuan's strength had escalated to such heights. In such a brief period, even he, a fifth-tier grandmaster, found himself at a disadvantage. Given a little more time, the outcome would be dire. You old fool, your strength is nothing to boast about. Stop pretending to be a master. Through this exchange, Ye Beixuan had gained insight. Although the angler was indeed powerful, he had not exceeded Ye's capacity to contend. Were he facing a peak 6th-tier grandmaster, he might have considered fleeing. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. The angler snorted coldly as a terrifying aura swirled around him. Above his head, a shadowy figure began to coalesce, his Dharma manifestation. This was the ultimate technique all martial artists reached after the mid-stage of Grandmaster. The Dharma he conjured was evidently far superior to that of the previous trio, Shinku and his companions. As the Dharma manifestation materialized, the angler's aura erupted to its zenith. Without uttering another word, he vanished in a flash, channeling his Dharma and charging toward Ye Beixuan with lightning speed. Ye remained unfazed, the intent of his snow-drinking blade surging once more. The long blade sliced through the heavens, accompanied by a vast blade aura, remaining undeterred. At that moment, the advantage of his physique became evident. The overwhelming strength of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants did not need to be forced out. Each clash made the angler's body tremble slightly, necessitating a significant expenditure of his energy to withstand the onslaught. This led to an unprecedented drain on his internal energy. Previously able to match Ye Beixuan strike for strike, he was now gradually falling behind. The angler's expression darkened with each passing moment as he recognized the predicament. With the terrifying consumption of this youth's strength, even a 6th-tier grandmaster would struggle. If they could not eliminate Ye Beixuan with a swift strike, they would inevitably be dragged to their demise. This cannot continue. I must secure victory with a single blow. Fearing that he would soon exhaust his energy reserves and be left with no strength to resist, he shouted, "Boy, receive my next move." The angler poured all his energy into the bamboo pole in his hand. The verdant shaft erupted with a myriad of dazzling lights. 13th move of the fishing stick technique, solitary fishing on the cold river. In an instant, the sky became filled with a myriad of shadowy figures resembling rods. As the fisherman lowered the bamboo pole in his grasp, these countless shadows intertwined. With each diminishing aspect, the power of the long rod in his hand surged exponentially. This strike seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Ye Beixuan was acutely aware that this old man was fighting with all his might. A glimmer of murderous intent and cold light flickered in his eyes. It was time to bring this to an end. Boom. At that moment, Ye Beixuan's peak blade intent manifested in its entirety. This was the first time since his breakthrough that he had unleashed the power of the peak blade intent. The blade energy in his hand surged forth, transforming into a dragon of blade energy, rising with the wind. Ye Beixuan cast a cold glance at the fisherman, and with a sweep of his snow-drink-mad blade, he unleashed a chilling strike. With a resounding cry, a colossal blade light, imbued with unparalleled might, surged towards the fisherman. Where the blade light passed, rivers seemed on the verge of being severed. The tumultuous waters of the Kanglan River appeared to pause in awe. In a fleeting moment, the blade energy collided with the long rod. Boom! The terrifying aftermath rippled across the heavens and the earth. The fisherman nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant. The manifestation that had coalesced above his head was nearly severed by this strike. He knelt on the ground, desperately bracing himself to prevent the blade's edge from descending entirely. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The peak blade intent of the second level. It was widely said that had Li Beixuan still been on the heroic rankings, the top position would undoubtedly not have gone to Ye Beixuan. After all, Li Beixuan's talent and swordsmanship was extraordinarily fearsome. At the master level, he had comprehended sword intent to an extent that even grand masters envied, reaching the late second level. It was almost certain that he would easily break through to the fourth level of sword intent in the future. This fourth level of comprehension could almost shake the top 50 of the Earth rankings. It is important to note that the masters who have stagnated at the peak Grandmaster level were once unparalleled prodigies in their youth. To challenge their positions was akin to climbing the heavens. The Earth rankings had not seen a new addition to its top 50 in years. However, now he realized how utterly mistaken those outside were. Even if Li Beixuan were at the same level, he would absolutely not be a match for this young figure before him. If Li Beixuan was a prodigy in swordsmanship, then Ye Beixuan was indeed a once-in-a-century marvel in the path of blades. Yet Ye Beixuan afforded him no opportunity. Flash! He exclaimed, once more condensing his vital energy. The blade fell in an instant. This time, the fisherman no longer possessed the strength to resist. Boom! The blade intent surged, cleaving the ground and the riverside waters in twain. A deep chasm appeared along the riverbank, quickly filled by the rushing waves. The fisherman's corpse was swallowed by the river's depths. Having fished alone in the cold river in life, he now rested at the riverbed in death. Thus, this old man's journey in the world was not in vain. Chapter 118. Breaking through to the Grand Master of Physical Body, the third level of Blade Intent. Having slain the fisherman, Ye Beixuan sheathed his long blade, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. The Dragon God sect truly had struck with ferocity from the very outset. A master of the fifth realm personally executed a decisive strike. Although he was ultimately wounded by his own reverse slash, this battle caught his adversaries off guard. However, it also unveiled the extent of his own power. Should he encounter foes again in the future, the nature of those opponents remains uncertain. Yet, Ye Beixuan harbors no fear. With a blade in hand, he feels sufficiently equipped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Eliminate the individuals from the departure pavilion. Task accomplished. Rewards granted include 1,000 idol points, divine weapon, abyssal rainbow, and 7 styles of blade intent. As the voice of the system echoed, Ye Beixuan promptly settled into a meditative posture on the ground. The sun had just begun to rise, and the gentle river breeze made it an opportune moment for enlightenment. In his mind, the techniques of the 7 styles of blade intent rapidly unfolded. Ye Beixuan was familiar with this martial art, which consists of 8 forms: chaotic emotion slash, ensnaring sorrow city, proud overall, heart-wrenching obsession, serene shock, cold gaze, and the fierce heavens inquiry. The final move, the 7th transformation of astonishing emotion, serves as a culmination of the preceding 7 techniques, representing the severance of all emotions and converging into a singular blade strike. This martial art is extraordinarily formidable. When mastered to its peak, it can even influence the emotions of others. Ye Beixuan surmised that this technique would rival the famed 6 techniques of frosty cold. As he delved deeper into understanding the 7 styles of blade intent, the methods of channeling energy and key points for executing the blade techniques rapidly crystallized in his mind. Ye Beixuan remained in this meditative state for nearly half an hour before achieving a complete comprehension of the technique. At this moment, he turned his attention to his attribute panel. After eliminating the mountain bandits and with the system's rewards, his idol points had nearly reached 3,000, a substantial sum indeed. This amount was more than sufficient to elevate the 7 styles of blade intent to its zenith, with enough left over to further practice the dragon elephant prajna skill. Scanning his surroundings, Ye Beixuan found a secluded spot and commenced his training. System: Idol Training, 7 styles of blade intent. Idol Day 108. Through your relentless efforts, you have touched the threshold of the 7 styles of blade intent, successfully mastering it to the introductory level. Idol Day 397. With your tireless dedication, your comprehension of the 7 styles of blade intent has become increasingly proficient, and you have attained a level of mastery. Idle Day 749. While silently contemplating the 7 styles of blade intent, your understanding of the art has begun to ascend, successfully breaking through to the minor achievement level. And your blade intent is now undergoing refinement, just a mere push away from another breakthrough. Idle Day 1260. After a prolonged period of stillness, on this day, you finally draw your blade once more. At the moment of striking, both your technique and intent experience a breakthrough. The 7 styles of blade intent has reached a significant accomplishment, and your blade intent has successfully ascended to the 3rd tier. Idle Day 1955. Your comprehension of the 7 styles of blade intent has reached the pinnacle of significant accomplishment. You sense that you are but a hair's breadth away from achieving complete enlightenment of this technique, yet the path remains elusive. On the 2100th day of his idle training, you have successfully cultivated the 7 styles of blade intent to its utmost level, achieving a mid-stage of the 3rd tier of blade intent. However, at this moment, your heart remains utterly unperturbed. Ding. The idle session has concluded, and insights are being transmitted. Please hold on. Within Ye Beixuan's mind, as the final sound of the system's notification echoed, he felt his memories shatter. An overwhelming aura of blade intent surged forth from his entire being. In an instant, the surrounding area of several dozen feet was filled with a tempest of blade energy. The techniques of the blade and its intent complemented each other, allowing Ye Beixuan to swiftly absorb the insights gained from this session of idleness. In his mind, the techniques of the 7 styles of blade intent continuously manifested. After an entire hour, Ye Beixuan finally opened his eyes, emitting a radiant light akin to that of a blade. At that moment, he felt as though he had transformed entirely into a blade. Although the tier of the 3rd level of blade intent appeared only marginally superior to that of the pinnacle of the 2nd level, Ye Beixuan's comprehension of blade techniques had ascended remarkably. Even without the use of blade intent, the potency of his techniques had surged 4 or 5-fold. The mere breakthrough to the 3rd level of blade intent had amplified his strength exponentially. Coupled with the 7 styles of blade intent, he now felt terrifyingly powerful. Ye Beixuan murmured softly. With this breakthrough, he believed he could undoubtedly stand invincible among Grand Masters of the 5th tier. As for those of the 6th tier, without having engaged in battle, their true prowess remained unknown. It was time to further cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Through this battle, Ye Beixuan truly grasped the unparalleled benefits of an unyielding physique. Although his physical mastery did not appear as formidable as one might envision, that unmatched strength proved to be the key to his victories. Against vastly inferior opponents, he might dispatch them with a single strike. Yet when faced with those of comparable strength, such as the fisherman he encountered today, the advantages of his formidable physique became evident. Were it not for his unparalleled body, he would have needed to expend considerable effort to defeat the fisherman. System, commence idle training for the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Ye Beixuan commanded without hesitation. On the 100th day of idleness, your Dragon Elephant Prajna technique begins to show improvement. However, you have now reached the 9th level, where each tier presents unprecedented challenges. On the 227th day of idleness, you sensed a transformation within the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, successfully breaking through to the 10th level. On the 588th day of idleness, your body has become akin to that of a diamond. Every movement now embodies the immense power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. With your diligent practice, your physical energy begins to shift, evolving toward the level of a Grand Master. On the 730th day, you successfully advance to the mid-stage of the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, while your physique has fully entered the realm of the Grand Master. Ding. Insufficient idle points. This session has concluded, and insights are being transmitted. Please hold on. Within Ye Beixuan's body, he suddenly felt an intense expansion of his muscles and blood vessels, as if his very cells were undergoing a metamorphosis. The vital energy coursing through his entire being was in a state of constant flux, propelling his physical cultivation to unprecedented heights. He ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the body mastery, then to the 9th level, and ultimately reached the apex of the 9th level. As his cultivation approached the limits of mastery, a melodious roar erupted from Ye Beixuan's body. Accompanying this resounding cry, his aura surged dramatically, propelling him directly into the realm of the Grand Master, where he eventually stabilized at the initial stage of the 2nd level of Grand Master. Ye Beixuan remained in meditation from dawn until the afternoon, gradually retracting the elemental energy enveloping him. As he gazed upon his system panel, he noted that he had 150 points remaining. His attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation, with his physical prowess now firmly established at the 2nd level of Grand Master. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique proved to be an increasingly formidable cultivation art. The prior 9 levels merely facilitated his ascent to mastery, while the mere attainment of the 10th level catapulted his cultivation to the 2nd level of Grandmaster. A gleam of brilliance sparkled in Ye Beixuan's eyes, for it was after reaching the 10th level that the true potency of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique began to manifest. The final 3 levels of this technique represented a staggering 90% of its overall difficulty. If one were to assume that achieving mastery of this technique would require a millennium, a century would suffice to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level, while the subsequent 900 years would be dedicated to the levels beyond the 10th. However, the consumption of resources was equally astounding. Over 700 points had only allowed for incremental progress within the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Ye Beixuan's lips twitched slightly, yet his spirits remained buoyant. The simultaneous breakthroughs in both physical and martial prowess resulted in a significant enhancement of his strength. He suddenly recalled the final reward bestowed upon him by the system, the legendary sword, Abyssal Rainbow. This renowned blade was famed enough to secure the 2nd position on the sword ranking list in the high martial realm of the Qin era, its quality rivaling that of his own Snowdrink Madblade. With a flick of his wrist, a sword sheathed in a lustrous, dark hue materialized in his hand. The sword felt light, yet exuded an unparalleled sharpness, a sensation that was difficult for the average person to comprehend. Even though Ye Beixuan was not yet well versed in the art of swordsmanship, he could discern the formidable nature of this weapon. He gently pushed the sword, and a crisp, resonant sound echoed, sharper than that of the Snowdrink Madblade. A chilling glint emanated from the sword's edge, as if it could pierce the very soul of onlookers. Ye Beixuan scrutinized the Abyssal Rainbow in his grasp. The sword measured 4 feet and 7 inches in length and 1 inch and 6/10 in width, neither a fraction more nor less. Forged from the legendary meteorite iron, it possessed unmatched lethality, capable of slaying dragons. Subsequently, it had been refined by the first emperor using 5 metals, which, while diminishing much of its murderous intent, had significantly amplified its overall power. Upon the blade, ancient wrought iron patterns adorn its surface, a testament to the pinnacle of craftsmanship. At the hilt of the sword, 2 intricate traditional characters are inscribed. Yuan Hong. Ye Beixuan lightly turned his palm, though he did not wield a sword. His mastery in blade techniques allowed him to grasp the essence of swordplay. While he may not be a master swordsman, he certainly possessed a level of proficiency. A torrent of sword energy emanated from the Yuan Hong sword, dazzling like a river of stars, resembling a soaring dragon. The surrounding vegetation, before even drawing near, was severed by the sword's sharpness. Such simplistic maneuvers unequivocally showcased the sword's formidable power. Truly, it is an exceptional weapon. When paired with sword techniques, its might is unparalleled. Ye Beixuan's gaze brimmed with admiration. No wonder those wandering heroes favored the sword. Compared to the weighty lethality of the blade, swordplay is more ethereal and aesthetically pleasing. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Ultimately, it is the wielder who determines the outcome of the weapon's efficacy. Retrieving the Yuan Hong sword, Ye Beixuan cast a glance at the sky. The red clouds spread across the horizon. Compared to yesterday's overcast gloom, today's sunlight is quite splendid. The Kanglin River nearby mirrored the sky, and a solitary wild goose glided gracefully over the water's surface. He led his mythical steed onward toward Jiangzhou. This time, Ye Beixuan encountered no dangers along the way, evidently having entered the territory of Jiangzhou. The people outside dared not act too recklessly, for Ye Beixuan was on imperial business. Should he perish on the road to Jiangzhou, it would not concern them. But should he fall within Jiangzhou, none of the local officials could escape responsibility. At dawn, Ye Beixuan's eyes finally beheld the city. Though this city was significantly larger than those in his past life, it could not compare to the capital. The city gate bore the bold characters Linen County of Jiangzhou. This was a county city within Jiangzhou. It was within the confines of Linen County that the convoy transporting the millennium-old soul-reviving herb had vanished without a trace. The city gates stood wide open. Ye Beixuan rode directly to the entrance. Who goes there? The guards of the city inquired, halting him. Ye Beixuan presented the token of the Jinhui, and immediately a sergeant respectfully saluted him. Greetings, master. Ye Beixuan nodded and proceeded into the city. However, he did not venture far. His ostentatious entrance into the city, devoid of any concealment, was intentionally designed to rattle the snakes in the grass. When one is uncertain of their adversary's true nature, creating a stir often proves more effective than any elaborate scheme. This, of course, relies on absolute confidence in one's own abilities. Otherwise, one might inadvertently reveal their position. Akin to a snake caught in the open, susceptible to being struck down. Sure enough, not long after, Ye Beixuan observed several individuals in plain clothes, arriving in varying groups at the guard post. After a brief exchange, they swiftly melded into the crowd. Ye Beixuan smiled faintly. They are certainly vigilant. Such numerous eyes and ears make for an intriguing situation. The waters of Linen County are indeed murky. After a brief observation, Ye Beixuan rode his horse towards the garrison of the Jinui in Linen Prefecture. This journey inevitably stirred numerous undercover agents, whose pupils dilated sharply upon witnessing Ye Beixuan enter the precincts of the Jinui, clearly indicating their awareness of certain information. Upon Ye Beixuan's arrival, a middle-aged man promptly emerged from the inner chambers of the Jinui. "Commander Lu Zhong, I have the honor of meeting you, sir." Though both were commanders of the Jinui, Ye Beixuan held a superior position as a commander of the capital's headquarters, a distinction that elevated his status significantly above that of Lu Zhong, who served locally in Linen. Additionally, Ye Beixuan was also conferred the title of Divine Blade Duke by His Majesty, further enhancing his rank. Chapter 120. In Jiangzhou, I am sovereign. Upon seeing Lu Zhong, Ye Beixuan felt a flicker of curiosity, for the man bore a resemblance to Lu Fengping, and they shared the same surname. "Commander Lu, please rise. Might I inquire if you are acquainted with Commander Lu Fengping?" Lu Zhong smiled as he stood. "In response to your excellency, Lu Fengping is my cousin." Ye Beixuan understood at once. "I see. My lord, let us converse further." Lu Zhong gestured invitingly, and Ye Beixuan, sensing the underlying implications in Lu Zhong's words, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he followed Lu Zhong into a secluded room. Once the door was secured, Lu Zhong retrieved a letter from his bosom. "My lord, 3 days prior, my cousin Fengping entered Linen City and conveyed to me that he would comply with your directives. Should you require his assistance, you may send someone to this address to locate him." Ye Beixuan opened the envelope and glanced at its contents, recognizing the handwriting as Lu Fengping's. The message was succinct, affirming Lu Zhong's reliability and providing an address. Ye Beixuan harbored no doubts regarding Lu Fengping's judgment. However, he too discerned an issue. After securing the letter, he inquired, "Commander Lu, do you harbor suspicions that there may be individuals within the Jinui involved in this incident?" Lu Zhong nodded gravely. "My lord, given your close association with my cousin Fengping, I shall not conceal from you that the Jinui here is far more complex than that of the capital, with factions intertwined in a convoluted manner. The recently vanished commander of the Jinui was known to me. He was a commander in Jiangzhou. The sheer number of individuals who have disappeared without a trace suggests that internal communication must be at play. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe. However, I am at a loss as to who might be orchestrating this." Hearing Lu Zhong's words, Ye Beixuan nodded thoughtfully. "First, let us have a meal. Afterward, I would like you to take me to the locations where these individuals went missing. By the way, my lord, I have received word from the Cold Moon investigator of the 6 doors, indicating that if you arrive, she wishes to meet with you." During their meal, Lu Zhong remarked to Ye Beixuan, "Cold Moon, that young woman? Very well." Ye Beixuan did not decline, recognizing that during his time in Linen, relying solely on the strength of the Jinui would indeed present numerous challenges. Cooperating with the 6 gates is certainly a pleasure, especially since I am somewhat acquainted with the young lady, Cold Moon. After finishing our meal, before he could arrange to meet her, Cold Moon approached him. "Brother Ye, it is a pleasure to see you again," she greeted with a warm smile. Beside her stood a tall woman, slightly older, who also bowed respectfully. "I am Wu Xin from the 6 gates, honored to meet the Godblade Master." Cold Moon and Wu Xin are known as 2 of the 4 young divine captains of the 6 gates, indicating the significance of this matter to them. After exchanging a few words, Ye Beixuan got straight to the point. "Captain Cold, since you arrived in Linen before me, have you uncovered any leads?" "Indeed, we have found some," Cold Moon replied with a nod. "We discovered the means by which these individuals vanished. They employed a form of illusionary technique originating from the demon domain, capable of rendering one completely senseless in a short span of time. Moreover, it can be deployed on a large scale. This technique has long been classified as taboo by all nations. If discovered, the penalty is extermination of the 3 clans. It has not surfaced in many years, yet here it is in Linen. Demon domain. Ye Beixuan was familiar with this concept. In a world inhabited by demons, there naturally exists a realm where such creatures reside, known as the demon domain, which stands apart from the 5 great nations. It is home to exceedingly terrifying entities. Each nation shares a border with the demon domain, where fortifications have been constructed, guarded by 1,000,000 troops and celestial warriors, to barely withstand incursions. This mutual threat is also why the 5 great nations have experienced little conflict. However, while we have discerned the method they employed, we remain ignorant of where these individuals were taken or which forces are involved. It will require time for verification. For Ye Beixuan, acquiring this information was unexpectedly gratifying. Identifying the participating forces should not be overly difficult, as it is rare for anyone to orchestrate the silent disappearance of 1,000 individuals. In all of Linen, including Jiangzhou, few have the capacity to execute such a meticulous plan, which inevitably involves the governors of both Jiangzhou and Linen. A flicker of insight crossed Ye Beixuan's gaze. Upon reviewing the profile of the governor of Jiangzhou, he had already formed a hypothesis. The governor, surnamed Wei, is the younger brother of the Wei family's patriarch, named Wei Yin. It could be said that Jiangzhou belongs to the Wei family. Given the magnitude of the incident in Jiangzhou, and considering that the old rascal Xiao Mingzhi specifically summoned him to investigate, it is inconceivable that there is no connection to the Wei family. Ye Beixuan would never believe otherwise. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in obtaining evidence. The Wei family, along with 3 other factions, seeks his demise. For Ye Beixuan, this presents an opportunity to eradicate the Wei family entirely. The ensuing contest between both parties will ultimately reveal who possesses the superior skills. Cold Moon and Wu Xin exhibited no surprise at this development. They have been investigating for the past few days, and an indistinct intuition has begun to take shape within them. However, they remain oblivious to the enmity between Ye Beixuan and the Wei family, leaving them uninformed about the specific circumstances at hand. Lu Zhong's pupils contracted as he spoke. Let us proceed to the location where the convoy vanished. The scene invariably harbors the most clues. Even the most meticulously crafted plans leave traces. It is merely a matter of finding them. Lu Zhong, accompanied by his trusted subordinates, set forth. While Lung Yu brought along a contingent of 100 from the 6 doors, they swiftly made their way towards a direction in Linen, their movements having already been detected. In a secluded chamber of a refined courtyard within the myriad flower lanes of Linen, several figures were seated, adorned in splendid garments. It was evident that they were individuals of considerable wealth or status. Yet, their expressions varied. Some appeared anxious, others indifferent, while a few wore smirks of disdain. Esteemed guests, have you all received the information? The Qianhu of the Jinyue headquarters, the renowned Shindao Bo Ye Beixuan, has arrived. One among them began, his tone laden with gravity. I trust you are all familiar with the reputation of the Shindao Bo, who within mere hours in the capital, unveiled the hidden mastermind behind the Dragon God sect's assassination. His investigative prowess is highly regarded within the Jinyue. Now that he has personally come to probe this case, should he uncover anything, I need not elaborate on the consequences. The others nodded in agreement. One man, wearing a sardonic smile, retorted, what is there to fear? Even if he is unparalleled in his investigative skills, this is Jiangzhou, our territory. Even a dragon must bow down here. We have no intention of letting him return alive. Whether he discovers anything or not, he shall be dealt with. Another nodded in assent. Indeed, once he steps foot into Jiangzhou, his life and death are at our discretion. He is merely a peak master. Even if he is the foremost on the talents ranking, eliminating him will be a trivial task. The group engaged in lively discourse, clearly underestimating Ye Beixuan as a threat. The first speaker chuckled. In that case, let us all return and prepare. We shall give this Qianhu Yi a surprise, making it abundantly clear that outside the capital, he is but a nobody. Chapter 121. The Forbidden Lands Demon King, the Tree Demon Matriarch. Ye Beixuan and his entourage had journeyed for over half an hour. Arriving at the outskirts of Linen County, a distance of 130 li, they found themselves in a valley flanked by towering mountains, with only a narrow pathway of 3 to 4 zhang in width for passage. The site of the convoy's disappearance lay within this valley. The scene was chaotic, evidently having been scoured multiple times. Observing the surroundings, Ye Beixuan activated his innate sixth sense, leaving no stone unturned in his search for clues. Brother Ye, this is the location where I previously discovered the hallucinogenic demon powder. Lung Yu suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous spot. Remnants of a fine dust lingered there, almost invisible to the untrained eye. Approaching the area, he gently touched it and brought it to his nose for a whiff. A distinctly peculiar scent wafted up. In a state where his 6 senses were magnified countless times, Ye Beixuan could remember the scent after just one encounter. Subsequently, he meticulously searched the valley and found that the traces of movement indeed ceased here. Lord Qianhu, once again, I have not discovered any clues, said Lu Zhong as he approached briskly. Brother Ye, I remain perplexed about one thing. How did these individuals manage to take away over 1,000 soldiers, along with the skilled operatives of the Jinyue and the 6 doors? Even if they employed the illusionary arts of the demon clan to sap the will of those noble families, it is inconceivable that over 1,000 people simply slipped away on their own. Cold Moon furrowed her brow, recognizing this as a crucial point. Without understanding this, the case would remain a knot. Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan revealed a contemplative smile. Perhaps they did escape on their own. At this revelation, everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Cold Moon, who widened her eyes in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Li Zhong shook his head vehemently. It is impossible, Lord Qianhu. Those being escorted were randomly selected. While it may not be surprising if some of them were involved, surely not all could have been bribed. Indeed, then why use the illusionary arts at all? Cold Moon echoed her confusion. Ye Beixuan, however, offered no response, instead gazing at the peaks on either side. In a flash, he executed the Lingbo Weibo technique, propelling himself up the steep cliffs with a few deft maneuvers, soaring towards the summit. Cold Moon and the others were left bewildered but commanded the Jinyi and Six Doors officials to await further instructions. The three of them, including Lu Zhong, also employed their lightness skills to ascend the mountain peak. To ordinary individuals, the ascent would be impossible, but for those as formidable as them, it posed little challenge. Albeit with less grace than Ye Beixuan. They swiftly reached a mountaintop, where they found Ye Beixuan already stationed at a particular spot. "Brother Ye, is there something amiss here?" Cold Moon inquired. As the divine captor of the Six Doors, she and Wuxin had ascended this peak previously but found no clues. The disappearance of over 1,000 individuals on the ground likely indicated they had not followed the previous route, instead traversing the cliff. Yet, with no signs of climbing or traces of movement beside the cliff, this theory seemed implausible. Observe the vegetation here. How does it differ from elsewhere? Ye Beixuan smiled slightly, pointing to a shaded area before him. Li Zhong's eyes widened as he scrutinized it closely, but ultimately shook his head. "My lord, there are no signs of broken foliage. It appears no different from other areas." After hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Leng Yu and Wu Xian furrowed their brows, directing their gazes towards the place indicated by him. Leng Yu, possessing a deeper understanding of Ye Beixuan than the others, recognized that his mention of this location must signify something distinct. This could very well be the pivotal clue to unraveling the case. However, after observing for a considerable time, even Wu Xian, the esteemed investigator, failed to detect any clues. "No, wait. Look at the roots of the vegetation." Suddenly, Leng Yu's eyes sparkled, and she pointed emphatically at the roots. "These roots are noticeably fresher than those elsewhere. The vegetation here has been forcibly stimulated to grow." A look of admiration spread across Ye Beixuan's face. Indeed, she was a remarkable investigator from the Six Doors. With her extraordinary perceptiveness, she was able to identify such subtle differences, which was commendable. Indeed, the plants here had been damaged and then restored through a peculiar method. However, this approach seems to transcend the boundaries of humanity. I suspect it to be the work of a demon. Demon? At this revelation, the eyes of the others widened in surprise. In the territory of the Dali, the demons within its borders rarely dared to cause disturbances. The formidable demon lords were not foolish. Offending the Dali authorities in human territory was akin to courting death. Consequently, it was quite difficult for ordinary people to encounter great demons, as they typically concealed themselves deep within forests or designated forbidden zones shrouded in demonic magic, preventing human access. Yet, in this incident, there was first the appearance of a so-called demon's illusion technique, and now the phenomenon of demons stimulating plant life to conceal their tracks. The waters of Linjiang run indeed deep. Ye Beixuan turned to Leng Yu and inquired, "Captain Long, do you know of any type of demon capable of such feats?" Although Ye Beixuan possessed considerable investigative skills, his knowledge of foundational lore was somewhat lacking, as he had only recently traversed into this world, unlike Leng Yu, who had grown up within the Six Doors. Upon hearing his question, Leng Yu pondered for a moment. The stimulation of plant life is not something ordinary demons can achieve. It must be a spirit of the botanical variety that has attained sentience to possess such capabilities. After Leng Yu spoke, Lu Zhong suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, there is indeed such a great demon in Linjiang." Having served as a member of the Jinyi Wei in Linjiang for several years, he was well acquainted with the local affairs that others might overlook. "Oh," Ye Beixuan turned his attention to him. Lu Zhong continued. "At the border between Linjiang and Jiangzhou lies an area known as Baijiang Forest. This forest was once a chaotic burial ground where bodies were discarded between Linjiang and Jiangzhou. It is rife with poisonous miasma, long neglected by all. However, after the establishment of the Dali, a demon king suddenly emerged from Baijiang Forest. It claims to be the tree demon matriarch, its essence derived from a millennia-old willow that has absorbed the flesh and blood of corpses. And it has formed a pact with the governor of Jiangzhou, designating Baijiang Forest as a forbidden zone, where it has since remained in silent cultivation." Chapter 122. The enigmatic, ghostly woman. Ye Beixuan's expression turned peculiar as he pondered the uncanny situation. Was he truly embroiled in a tale reminiscent of the ghostly woman? "Let us follow this trail," he declared, plunging into the thicket. His innate perception continuously sought out the newly birthed traces amidst the vast expanse of trees. Such a feat was attainable solely by him. For others, it would be naught but a fanciful dream. This was a mountainous region, and with the seasonal transition from spring to summer, the flora thrived with fervor. Every plant seemed to exhibit rampant growth, necessitating Ye Beixuan's meticulous scrutiny. Trailing behind him, Leng Yu and her companions were left speechless. Although they had previously heard of Ye Beixuan's extraordinary talent in unraveling mysteries, the Jinui were not primarily tasked with investigative duties. Such endeavors typically fell under the jurisdiction of the Six Doors, while the Jinui focused more on direct apprehension. Yet now, witnessing the swift unraveling of an otherwise baffling case upon Ye Beixuan's arrival, they found themselves utterly astonished. The group advanced for over 30 miles, nearly exiting the mountainous confines, until they reached a narrow path. Here, they finally uncovered some traces, subtle yet evidently concealed with care. Lung Yu extracted a jade vial from her bosom, uncorked it, and poured its contents onto the ground. Instantly, a luminescent powder emerged. As it settled, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The previously faint markings on the ground began to multiply dramatically. In mere moments, the path spanning dozens of zhang was enveloped in a glow, revealing wheel tracks, hoof prints, and footprints of countless individuals, easily numbering in the hundreds. Observing the illuminated traces, Lung Yu exhaled in relief. Their discovery confirmed Ye Beixuan's suspicions. The soldiers escorting had not fallen victim to any illusion. They had indeed traversed this path willingly. Casting a glance back at the road behind them, her expression was one of complexity. She understood that without Ye Beixuan, their chances of uncovering this information were virtually non-existent, unless they deployed a substantial force to scour the mountains. Yet, this was far from the capital. And where would they find such manpower? Does this path lead to the 100-zhang forest? Ye Beixuan inquired, turning his gaze towards Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong, his face a mask of contemplation, nodded slowly. Indeed, my lord. Proceeding north for 100 miles leads directly to the 100-zhang forest, where Linen and Jiangzhou converge. Are the missing Jinui, Six Doors members, and escorting soldiers truly within the 100-zhang forest? Lu Zhong still found it hard to believe. The bizarre connection between these seemingly unrelated events baffled him. It was likely they were indeed there, having reached this point and deliberately selected such a forbidden place. These individuals truly possess remarkable scheming abilities. Ye Beixuan smiled gently. This 100-zhang forest, without a doubt, was the second layer of their plot against him. This game of cat and mouse is rather intriguing. My lord, shall we mobilize personnel to the 100-zhang forest to capture that tree demon? Ye Beixuan shook his head. Not yet. Let us feign ignorance. We shall return the way we came, and I will orchestrate everything. Since the Jinui has already been infiltrated, there is no need for Ye Beixuan to speculate. As soon as he issued orders, the other side would undoubtedly receive the information. They had long concealed what needed to be hidden. Only by catching them off guard could he uncover useful clues. His adversaries were not merely this tree demon, but all the forces that had entrenched themselves here. Lu Zhong, somewhat perplexed, nodded nonetheless. Ye Beixuan then turned to Cold Moon. Captain Long, I trust that the Six Doors provided you with a special method of communication upon your arrival? Cold Moon slightly nodded. Indeed, we trust Brother Yi. If there are any instructions, I shall follow your arrangements. Wu Xin shared no objections either. In a short span of time, Ye Beixuan had already demonstrated investigative prowess far surpassing theirs. Entrusting matters to Ye Beixuan not only eased their burdens, but also rendered further deliberation unnecessary. Very well. Ye Beixuan whispered a few words into Cold Moon's ear. Cold Moon felt the proximity of his breath and blushed slightly, her eyes soon sparkling with intrigue. The group then hastily departed, making their way back to Linen City. In the Linen Prefectural Governor's residence, in the backyard, the governor, clad in his customary attire, leisurely stood in the courtyard, amusing himself with a striped parrot in a cage. Just then, a figure swiftly entered the backyard. The Linen governor acknowledged him with a grunt. What news? Has the esteemed Yi Qianhu from the capital uncovered any leads? The figure smiled and shook his head. No, my lord. This so-called divine blade is but a hollow reputation. He merely searched alongside Lung Yu from the Six Doors on the cliff. According to our informant within the Jinui, upon returning, Yi Qianhu confidently asserted that those individuals could not possibly have left the cliff, suggesting they search elsewhere for clues tomorrow. He is now exploring the city accompanied by Lu Zhong. A flicker of disdain crossed the Linen governor's eyes. It seems he is indeed nothing remarkable. The prefect has advised us to exercise caution, yet it appears unnecessary. Very well, you may withdraw. Have them continue to investigate thoroughly. Report any developments to me at once. Yes. Chapter 123. Tree Demon Willow. You have committed your crime. Why not surrender? Upon returning to Linen County, Ye Beixuan did not proceed to the Jinui headquarters. Instead, accompanied by Lu Zhong, he leisurely strolled around the city, immersing himself in the local customs and culture. As dusk approached, Ye Beixuan casually selected a tavern. This was a 3-story establishment that held some renown in Linen County. Esteemed guest, please come in. Upon entering, a spirited attendant warmly welcomed them and led them to a splendid private room. Ye Beixuan patted the attendant's shoulder. causing the young man to momentarily pause before quickly smiling and saying, "Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me." With that, he escorted Ye Beixuan and Lu Zhong to a room on the third floor. "Please wait a moment," he said respectfully before withdrawing from the chamber. Lu Zhong, sitting beside him, appeared somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Why did the attendant not inquire about their orders? However, observing Ye Beixuan, who was idly toying with a jade cup, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, if the leader had not spoken, what was there for him to worry about? Before long, the door to the private room swung open once more, and a middle-aged man in his 40s entered with a genial smile. "I am the proprietor of this establishment. May I inquire as to your identities?" Ye Beixuan wasted no time. He produced a waist token from his breast pocket. This token was the very one bestowed upon him by Zhou Sheng upon his departure from the Jinyue. With this emblem, he could command all the hidden guards of the Jinyue within Jiangzhou. This had been Ye Beixuan's intention from the outset, as the overt Jinyue had already been severely infiltrated and was no longer reliable. Upon seeing the token, the proprietor's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately knelt on one knee. "I am Li Feng, the leader of the hidden guards of the Jinyue in linen. I have the honor of meeting you, my lord." Lu Zhong was equally taken aback by this revelation. Although he was aware of the existence of hidden guards within the Jinyue, he had not known their whereabouts. The hidden guards were an indispensable force for the Jinyue's oversight of the realm, providing the vast majority of intelligence for their headquarters. "Please rise," Ye Beixuan nodded. "How many hidden guards are currently in linen?" he inquired directly. Without hesitation, Li Feng responded, "There are a total of 350 men. 350? That will suffice. I grant you 2 hours to assemble all personnel and have them wait 20 miles outside the city." "Yes." Li Feng acknowledged the order and was about to depart when Ye Beixuan whispered a few words in his ear. Without any hesitation, Li Feng clasped his fists in gratitude and left. After finishing dinner, Ye Beixuan strolled around the streets for a while before returning to the Jinyue with Lu Zhong. Time passed swiftly, and the night grew deeper. The moonlight was particularly splendid that evening, illuminating the earth with a shimmering glow. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 figures silently slipped away from within the Jinyue. With the prowess of Ye Beixuan and Lu Zhong, it was impossible for them to be detected. In Linen County, their strength was already among the elite. In merely a matter of minutes, Ye Beixuan and Lu Zhong had reached the outskirts of Linen. In the darkness of night, they could see a throng of figures clustered in the shadows, with Li Feng, the innkeeper they had previously encountered, at the forefront. Upon spotting Ye Beixuan, Li Feng bowed respectfully, saying, "My lord, all the hidden guards of the Jinyue are assembled here, awaiting your command." Ye Beixuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us proceed." After speaking, he led his covert guards towards the towering forest. His intent was to swiftly eradicate the willow demon lurking within, taking advantage of the element of surprise. Within this vast expanse of trees, he was certain he would find everything he desired. En route, Cold Moon arrived with the elite forces of the 6 doors. As previously arranged, surprisingly, their numbers exceeded those of the Imperial Guards, nearly 500 strong. This was not unexpected, as the 6 doors traditionally boasted the largest personnel among all departments. In the enveloping darkness, silence reigned, only shadows flickered. Each member of their party possessed at least postnatal cultivation, making their journey effortless. After merely an hour, Ye Beixuan glimpsed the so-called towering forest. It must be said, this forest was indeed a forbidden zone. Under the moonlight, ancient trees soared skyward, resembling fearsome primordial beasts. A hazy mist rose throughout the woodland. But this was no ordinary fog, it was a toxic miasma. Any ordinary person who came into contact with it would meet their demise in no time. Even martial artists, unless they had reached the innate stage and possessed innate true essence for protection, would find themselves ensnared by this poison. However, both the Imperial Guards and the 6 doors were equipped with detoxification pills, an essential provision for every member, as the situations they faced were exceedingly complex. It was prudent to be prepared. "Take the pills," Ye Beixuan commanded with a wave of his hand. As the most elite assassins, they were well accustomed to such operations. In mere minutes, Ye Beixuan was the first to step into the towering forest. His eyes, sharp as a hawk, meticulously scanned the surroundings. The ancient trees were overwhelmingly colossal, unlike anything Ye Beixuan had ever encountered. Each trunk could be encircled by a dozen individuals, with some so exaggerated that even 20 or 30 might struggle to wrap around them. Moreover, they were all willows. Willows are particularly prone to attracting yin energy, and this area, once a graveyard, had unknowingly nourished countless bodies, providing ample sustenance for these trees, leading to such an extraordinary sight. Navigating between the trees, a sense of unease washed over them, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. "Brother Ye, these trees must have gained sentience," Cold Moon whispered beside him. Ye Beixuan nodded in agreement. His keen senses detected the anomaly. These willows had indeed developed a semblance of intelligence, albeit limited. "Stop," Ye Beixuan signaled, and the group froze instantly. Then, drawing from his dantian, he called out into the depths of the forest, "Willow Demon, hoarding tribute to the court and ambushing convoy teams. You possess audacity. Come forth." While plant life does not possess sentience in the same manner as animals, any semblance of awareness would inevitably alert them to the presence of intruders, even before they set foot within the confines of the 100-jong forest. The willows seemed to sense their presence. Rather than lingering, it would be more straightforward to confront the situation directly. Indeed, as Ye Beixuan's voice resonated, the previously serene forest erupted into a cacophony. The willows began to sway, their branches clashing and conjuring an eerie wind. Dense, ominous fog swirled through the 100-jong forest, enveloping all in a haunting atmosphere. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Chapter 124, Flattening the 100-jong forest, a surge of murderous intent. In an instant, every willow tree unfurled two crimson eyes, all fixating intently on Ye Beixuan and his companions, exuding an indescribable strangeness. Witnessing this scene, even the concealed guards of the Genie Way and the constables of the Six Doors displayed a flicker of trepidation. It was rare to encounter sentient trees, and for many, this was their first experience. Feigning the supernatural, Ye Beixuan's gaze turned frigid. His fingers shot forward, unleashing a terrifying blade intent that swept outward. The sheer ferocity of this triple-layered blade intent was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Even though Ye Beixuan wielded his fingers as blades, their sharpness far surpassed that of these mundane willow spirits. Swish! The blade light surged forth, cascading over the eyes of the willows, eliciting anguished cries from the tree spirits. Wherever the blade light passed, those eyes shattered explosively. Roar! Almost simultaneously, a beastly roar echoed from the depths of the 100-jong forest. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted forth. "You insolent child! How dare you harm my descendants? You seek death!" Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, the faces of all present changed dramatically. This was a mid-stage grandmaster. Even Lung Yu inhaled sharply, her expression becoming considerably grave. With her strength combined with the constables of the Six Doors forming a formation, confronting an average mid-stage grandmaster would pose no issue. However, once a grandmaster surpassed the third tier, they transcended into an entirely different realm, one beyond the reach of those below. Even Ye Beixuan would not stand a chance. Lu Zhong stepped directly before Ye Beixuan. "My lord, this situation is quite perilous. Should I send a message to my cousin for assistance?" Yet, Ye Beixuan merely smiled dismissively, shaking his head slightly. A mere peak fourth-tier grandmaster does not warrant such trouble. He stepped forward, his gaze penetrating the depths of the 100-jong forest. "Willow Spirit, I grant you an opportunity. Release the personnel who have infiltrated this place, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for obliterating this 100-jong forest." Upon uttering these words, a hushed silence enveloped the entire forest. Every eye widened in astonishment. Li Zhong swallowed hard. This individual truly possessed remarkable courage. Yet, to challenge a peak grandmaster so boldly was indeed commendable, befitting a prodigy of the highest order. It seemed even the Willow Spirit was momentarily taken aback. Several seconds passed, and deep within the 100-jong forest, a terrifying aura erupted once more. Billowing mist surged forth, accompanied by an androgynous, eerie laughter. "Ah, how amusing! A mere junior at the pinnacle of the Master Realm dares to threaten me. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your identity? Since you have the audacity to enter my 100-jong forest, do not expect to leave alive. My children, annihilate them." With this command, the entire 100-jong forest seemed to come alive. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, as if an earthquake were imminent. The earth cracked, splitting open with gaping fissures. From these crevices, skeletal remains, long since decayed to mere bones, began to crawl out. These skeletons exuded a dreadful aura of een, though devoid of consciousness. They were manipulated by tendrils of willow roots that controlled their movements, advancing towards Ye Beixuan and his companions with murderous intent. A glance revealed a dense swarm. Countless in number, these skeletons were the remains of countless corpses entombed within the 100-jong forest for years. So many. Upon witnessing these skeletal specters, the expressions of Lung Yu and her companions shifted to shock. Individually, these skeletal soldiers were not particularly formidable, even with the manipulation of the tree demons. They were merely at the pulsing vein stage. For any elite members of the Genie Way or the Six Doors, dispatching them would pose little challenge. However, their sheer numbers were indeed overwhelming. If they swarmed, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially with a mid-stage Grandmaster tree demon among them. "Lord Qianhu, what should we do?" Lu Zhong inquired, looking towards Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan chuckled lightly. "What shall we do? If they dare to strike, We shall eradicate them. Turning to Lung Yu, he continued, Captain Long, this is entrusted to you. I will deal with the willow tree demon. Lung Yu was taken aback, though she did not understand Ye Beixuan's confidence. She held an unwavering trust in him. If Ye Beixuan was certain he could slay the tree demon, then he undoubtedly could. All right, she nodded decisively, drawing her long sword with determination. The blade shimmered with energy, and beside her, Wuxin mirrored her actions. Both exuded the aura of masters at the pinnacle of their realm, far surpassing their earlier selves when Ye Beixuan first encountered Lung Yu. Back then, she was already capable of rivaling a grandmaster. Now, having broken through, she was likely poised to enter the ranks of the top 50 on the talented ones list. Everyone, form a formation. Exterminate the 100-Zhang forest. Lung Yu commanded fiercely. Yes. In an instant, the sounds of slaughter erupted. Meanwhile, Ye Beixuan did not linger. The tree demons surrounding them were merely the minions of the tree demon matriarch, and he had little interest in such insignificant pests. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. With a determined stride, he advanced deep into the 100-Zhang forest. The snow-drinking mad blade at his waist was drawn, unleashing a terrifying blade aura. Every skeletal soldier that came into the path of the blade was mercilessly shredded. However, Ye Beixuan furrowed his brow slightly. He discovered that these skeletal soldiers, even when shattered, failed to yield any points for grinding. It appeared that these entities were ultimately mere lifeless forms, while the true essence lay within the willows. With a swift turn of his blade, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy directed at the colossal willow trees. The moment the blade's aura made contact with the wood, the willows distinctly exhibited signs of panic. Enormous willow branches lashed out relentlessly at the oncoming sword energy. Yet, with Ye Beixuan's formidable strength, these willow spirits were no match for him. The sword energy exploded into the wood, and streams of crimson viscous fluid erupted forth like blood. Crack! Crack! The towering trees before him were obliterated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80 grinding points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80 grinding points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80 grinding points. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the system's notification chimed. His eyes suddenly gleamed with delight. Such a generous reward was indeed appreciated. In an instant, as he moved forward, one colossal willow after another fell. The efficiency of his lumberjacking would bring tears to the eyes of even the most stoic. From afar, Lung Yu and the others, upon witnessing Ye Beixuan's actions, quickly grasped the situation. They abandoned the pursuit of the skeletons and directed their assault toward the true essence of the willows. At that moment, deep within the 100-Zhang forest, the ancient tree spirit could no longer remain passive. You wretched younglings, you dare slay my descendants. Prepare to face your doom. Boom. The entire realm erupted with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, within Ye Beixuan's gaze, a gigantic willow branch, stretching hundreds of zhang and imbued with overwhelming demonic energy, swept toward him. The force of this strike rivaled that of a fifth-tier grandmaster. Ye Beixuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the combat prowess of this sentient plant would be so formidable, far exceeding any other demon he had encountered before. Had he faced this willow spirit previously, he might have needed to exert all his strength. However, now, with both his physical form and sword intent having undergone significant breakthroughs, Ye Beixuan was terrifyingly powerful. The demon-slaying sword technique. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from Ye Beixuan. Clang! The entire universe resonated with the crisp sound of the blade. Akin to a peerless sword being drawn, a blade aura stretching over 10 meters surged forth from his bloodthirsty blade, cleaving downward toward the incoming willow branch. Crash! The two figures collided, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave that sent dust swirling into the air. Shortly thereafter, Ye Beixuan emerged from the colossal willow branch, surrounded by falling snowflakes. Resembling a deity descending into the depths of the 100-Zhang forest. From a distance, Lung Yu and her companions, who had been observing intently, widened their eyes in astonishment. What? Ye Beixuan actually withstood the assault of a mid-tier grandmaster head-on? Though they were aware of Ye Beixuan's might, they had never imagined it would reach such extraordinary heights. How long has it been since he has grown stronger again? At this moment, Ye Beixuan finally beheld a peculiar creature clad in a black robe, neither male nor female, towering at an impressive height. Its form was entirely constructed from willow wood. Its gaze, venomous and unwavering, fixated on Ye Beixuan. I truly underestimated you, Ye Qianhu. You managed to withstand even a single strike from me. The ancient tree demon was fully aware of its own power, even though it had not exerted its full strength in the previous attack. It was far beyond what an ordinary fourth-level grandmaster could endure. Yet, this individual before it had managed to do so with such ease. Ye Beixuan, wielding his sword, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You, a mere fourth-level grandmaster, dare to meddle in court affairs? You must be seeking your own demise." The tree demon's expression darkened. Did it wish to intervene? Certainly not. However, it had taken root in this Jiangzhou, transforming into a spirit. This situation was directly ordered from within Jiangzhou City. Even if it harbored reluctance, it had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, even before Ye Beixuan arrived, Jiangzhou would likely dispatch a formidable army to raze this place to the ground. Yet, having reached this juncture, it was determined to fight to the death. Previously, those in Jiangzhou City had not overlooked the possibility of Ye Beixuan discovering its whereabouts. They simply had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Nevertheless, it felt no fear. No matter how powerful Ye Beixuan was, he could not surpass it. Moreover, it sensed that the forces sent to eliminate it lacked any mid-level grandmasters, meaning that if it could eliminate this young man before it, all would be resolved. With this thought, the tree demon's demeanor gradually relaxed, its eyes glinting with murderous intent. Enough idle chatter. Do you truly believe you can escape? With that, the tree demon's body surged into action. A terrifying aura erupted, enveloping it in a shroud of darkness. Before it unleashed a powerful strike, Yama's hand. From within the black mist, a colossal demonic hand surged forth, crushing down toward Ye Beixuan. Right from the outset, it employed its lethal technique, aiming to eliminate Ye Beixuan with utmost swiftness. A mere parlor trick, and you dare to show off in front of me? Ye Beixuan regarded the tree demon's assault with a flicker of disdain. Prior to his breakthrough, he had been able to defeat even a fifth-level grandmaster. How much less would he have to fear a mere fourth-level tree demon? Even if this tree demon was formidable among its peers, it could not compare to him. Ye Beixuan extended his own hand, condensing his entire essence. With a surge of intent, he unleashed a similar colossal hand to meet the demonic strike. The overwhelming force seemed capable of toppling mountains. It was none other than the cloud-repelling palm. As the two massive hands clashed, a shockwave erupted. With Ye Beixuan's current palm strength, the tree demon stood no chance of resistance. Its summoned demonic hand was obliterated in an instant. The cloud-repelling palm bore down upon it, causing the tree demon's expression to shift dramatically. It hastily summoned another lethal strike to counter this blow, but even then, it also retreated several steps in rapid succession. In stark contrast, Ye Beixuan remained steadfast. The disparity was evident after just one clash. How can you possess such strength? The tree demon's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Ye Beixuan did not engage in idle chatter. With a swift movement reminiscent of a ghost, he lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike toward the tree demon. This was the Divine Blade strike. He aimed to conclude the battle with utmost speed. Faced with such a formidable attack, even the fishing elder could not withstand it, let alone the tree demon. In a single stroke, it had barely any time to react. Its head was severed in an instant, rolling to the ground and transforming into a heap of branches. The tree demon's body erupted violently, and it died without understanding what had transpired. After delivering the lethal blow, Ye Beixuan displayed no signs of triumph. Instead, he swiftly raised his blade to block. Suddenly, from the ground beneath him, a root shrouded in ominous mist emerged silently. With a swift strike, Ye Beixuan severed the root. Not dead. Ye Beixuan raised an eyebrow. After vanquishing what was referred to as the tree demon matriarch, he had not received any notification from the system. It seemed that to eliminate these sentient plants, one must destroy their true form. With a resounding crash, a towering willow tree, hundreds of feet high, materialized before him. This willow was enveloped in an endless mist, each branch exuding a terrifying aura. An illusion? Roar. Upon the trunk, a grotesque human face emerged. The very visage of the earlier tree demon matriarch. Its features contorted, resembling a malevolent specter as it glared at Ye Beixuan. Die! It bellowed. With this cry, the willow branches erupted into a frenzy, striking toward Ye Beixuan with wild abandon. Unlike animalistic demons that might flee when outmatched, tree demons possessed significant strength, but also glaring weaknesses. They could not escape. Thus, even though the matriarch understood Ye Beixuan's formidable prowess, it was compelled to fight with all its might. Come forth, and behold my wrath. Facing the ultimate strike of the tree demon, Ye Beixuan advanced rather than retreating. The triple intent of his blade erupted forth. From the snow-drinking mad blade, a blade of light spanning 70 meters manifested, sweeping toward the multitude of willow branches. Wherever the blade's radiance passed, the branches were cleaved asunder, gushing forth torrents of crimson sap. With the power of his triple blade intent, Ye Beixuan was invincible among the fifth-level grandmasters. Flash! In mere breaths, Ye Beixuan's figure appeared beside the true form of the tree demon matriarch. The snow-drinking mad blade swept across, its intent cascading like a falling galaxy. The 70-meter blade aura crashed forcefully into the ancient tree. Roar. A wretched scream emanated from the tree demon's trunk. The air around was resonating with a tumultuous sound. No, it was desperately attempting to struggle, yet to no avail. Break! Ye Beixuan shouted fiercely. The blade whirled, and with a resounding crack, the tree demon matriarch's form came to an abrupt halt. Countless sounds of fracture echoed, akin to a living being severed in half. The towering willow tree, which had stood majestically in the heart of the 100-jong forest, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 260 idol points. The system's alert rang suddenly in Ye Beixuan's mind. At the very moment of the tree demon matriarch's demise, the entire 100-jong forest seemed to lose its vitality. The willow tree demons that had previously resisted began to wither and perish at a visibly rapid pace. The pervasive poisonous miasma also began to dissipate. Observing this miraculous scene, Ye Beixuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. The transformation of plants into demons is entirely different from that of animals. Brother Ye, Lord Qianhu, in mere seconds, Lung Yu and Lu Zhong, along with their team, approached him. Upon witnessing the tree demon matriarch's true form, they instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. All were rendered speechless with shock. A peak 4th-tier grandmaster was vanquished in such a fleeting moment. Yet, Ye Beixuan chose not to elaborate. His gaze was fixed on the end of the tree demon's elongated body. There, a massive entrance loomed. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Enter the cave." Search. He was the first to step into the gaping maw of the cave. The passage extended ominously, its depths shrouded in a foul stench of decay. Only a tree demon such as this willow could forge such a terrifying underground tunnel. Lord Qianhu, there are clear signs of a large troop having passed through here. The missing Jinyue and Lu Shan men are likely concealed at the end of this cave. Lu Zhong reported shortly after, his eyes brimming with excitement and complexity. Since Ye Qianhu's arrival in Linan County, less than a day had elapsed, yet he had already unraveled the mystery behind the disappearance of the escort team. This was not only astonishing to others, but also to him, an old hand of the Jinyue. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would scarcely believe it was real. The speed of this investigation was indeed astonishing, almost terrifying. Ye Beixuan nodded, showing no surprise. The group swiftly navigated through the cave, advancing approximately 6 or 7 miles. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, signaling the proximity of the exit. The hidden guards of the Jinyue and the constables of Lu Shan had already quietly positioned themselves. Ye Beixuan and Lung Yu, along with the others, rushed into the cave. Indeed, they soon beheld a vast array of tents sprawling across a massive basin. Given that it was midnight, no one was on guard. Only the sound of numerous breaths could be heard. Observing the style of the tents, it was apparent that these belonged to the previously missing escort team. Ye Beixuan waved his hand. "Arrest them." Lu Zhong nodded. "Yes." With that, he charged toward the tent, gathering his energy and unleashing a roar that echoed through the night. "Those who dare to resist will be executed on the spot." The voice boomed like thunder, instantly shattering the stillness of the night. The soldiers, who had been sleeping within the tents, jolted awake. Upon lifting the flaps and seeing a multitude of Imperial Guards and members of the 6 doors, their faces turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down. They dared not resist, and were swiftly apprehended. In the central tent, Lu Zhong fixed his gaze upon a middle-aged man who appeared, his face ablaze with fury. "Ma Yuan, as the captain of the Jiangzhou Imperial Guards, you have betrayed your own and colluded with rebels. Do you understand your crimes?" Ma Yuan was the commander of the Imperial Guards escorting the Millennium soul-reviving grass to the capital. Upon seeing Lu Zhong and the approaching Ye Beixuan, his expression shifted repeatedly, fear and anxiety flooding his heart. He was uncertain of the circumstances, but realized his transgressions had been uncovered. If captured and returned, he would face the grave punishment of extermination of his entire clan. "Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Yuan turned to flee. Lu Zhong was about to pursue when a flash of light streaked by. A cold gleam burst forth in the night sky, piercing directly into Ma Yuan's dantian. Before he could react, a scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Zhong knew instantly that it was Ye Beixuan's doing. He stepped forward to Ma Yuan's side, his movements swift as lightning, dislocating his jaw and sealing his acupoints to prevent him from taking his own life out of fear of guilt. In mere moments, the cries of battle ceased. All the escort soldiers, including the traitorous members of the 6 doors and the Imperial Guards, had been apprehended. They knelt on the ground, their faces betraying an unmistakable terror. Ye Beixuan gestured for Lu Zhong to release Ma Yuan's acupoints, which Lu Zhong promptly did. Once freed, Ma Yuan fell to his knees, desperately bowing his head. "My lord, please spare my life." Ye Beixuan regarded Ma Yuan coolly and spoke. "Disclose the mastermind behind this, and you may yet have a chance to redeem yourself." Ma Yuan understood that he was beyond salvation this time. Rather than face the annihilation of his clan, he would rather seek to contribute in some measure. Being a member of the Imperial Guards, he was well aware of their interrogation methods, ones that no human could withstand. It was better to end his suffering swiftly. Without hesitation, he confessed. It was Wei Yan, the governor of Jiangzhou. He threatened my family to conspire in this scheme. He assured me that I only needed to comply without any effort. When passing through Linen County, the local magistrate would assist in my actions. If I refused, he would kill my entire family. My lord, I was truly coerced. Wei Yan, the governor of Jiangzhou, and Zhu Xian, the magistrate of Linen County, they had finally hooked a big fish. But what of the Millennium Soul-reviving grass? Ye Beixuan directly inquired, revealing that the plot concerning the Millennium Soul-returning herb had never fallen into his hands, but rather remained in Jiangzhou. Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan smiled. It was as if a pillow was delivered just as one began to doze off. The tribute had not even been presented. As long as the tribute could be uncovered in Jiangzhou, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Wei family to escape unscathed. Very well, cooperate obediently, and I, the captain, can report to His Majesty. Your life may not be salvageable, but I can assure the safety of your wife and children. Chapter 127. A bloodbath at the county magistrate's office, sending you to the Yellow Springs. Upon hearing these words, Ma Yuan also let out a long sigh of relief. For ancient individuals, the ability to leave behind descendants was a tremendous fortune. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Ye Beixuan turned his gaze to the side where Cold Moon stood. Captain Cold, these individuals shall be entrusted to you for escort. I must hasten back to the city to apprehend the county magistrate of Linen, Zhu Xian. Although Cold Moon was unaware of Ye Beixuan's intentions, she nodded in agreement. Rest assured, brother Ye. After the instructions were conveyed, Ye Beixuan waved his hand decisively. All shadow guards, follow me. Yes. At the Linen County Magistrate's office, Zhu Xian was hosting a lavish night banquet in the rear courtyard, inviting prominent figures from Linen City. The atmosphere was lively, filled with song and dance. And Zhu Xian and his companions were particularly spirited, many clutching beautiful concubines in their embrace. Beside Zhu Xian, a portly middle-aged man raised a cup of wine and remarked with a laugh, "My lord, this captain of the Jinui from the capital seems rather unimpressive. I have heard that after visiting the scene, he merely strolled about the city, appearing to be a figure of mere pretense. We were overly concerned. Ye Beixuan is merely a name blown out of proportion." Zhu Xian laughed heartily. Who would disagree? I was somewhat anxious upon his arrival, but it seems that was unnecessary. After all, he is just a mere boy in his teens. Even if he possesses remarkable talent, solving cases requires more than mere cultivation. He continued, in a few days. If he uncovers no leads, the Emperor will hold him accountable. Once he departs, Linen shall remain ours. Ha ha ha, splendid. My lord, you have executed this affair so beautifully, surely. The higher-ups will not forget your contributions. We shall preemptively congratulate you on your promotion. The man raised his wine cup, and others followed suit. However, just as they stood, a clear voice suddenly rang out. I am Ye Beixuan, captain of the Jinui from the capital, sent by the Emperor to investigate the case of the missing tribute. The case is now resolved. Apprehend the traitor, County Magistrate Zhu Xian. All of you, lay down your weapons and do not resist. Those who oppose shall be treated as conspirators, with their entire clan facing execution. In that brief moment, Zhu Xian and all present were left completely stunned. Their pupils dilated in shock, and Zhu Xian, terrified, fell to the ground, unable to believe the reality of the situation. How is this possible? This cannot be true. Is Ye Beixuan not in the Jinui? What does he mean by the case being resolved? Zhu Xian's eyes widened. He had dispatched numerous spies to monitor Ye Beixuan's every move, yet they all reported that Ye Beixuan had shown no signs of activity. This had afforded him a sense of security. But what was happening now? My lord, remain composed. Perhaps Ye Beixuan is merely attempting to intimidate us. He cannot possibly gather evidence. Someone suggested beside Zhu Xian. Those individuals are in the 100-Zhang forest. And the tree demon matriarch, there is not something a mere master can contend with. We should seize this opportunity to strike back. If he dares to attack the county magistrate's office, it is tantamount to treason. After an initial moment of panic, Zhu Xian quickly regained his composure. Very well. He adjusted his garments and focused his internal energy to dispel the lingering effects of alcohol. Stepping purposefully towards the county magistrate's office, he soon spotted Ye Beixuan, clad in splendid robes, approaching him with an air of indifference. Zhu Xian was the first to speak. How audacious, Ye Beixuan. This is the county magistrate's office of Linen. You openly lead the Imperial Guards to assault it, flaunting the laws of Dali. His roar echoed, rousing the previously hesitant guards into action, encircling him with a force of 400 to 500 men. What do you intend to do, Ye Beixuan? This is Linen, not the capital. You cannot run rampant here. The officials of Linen, who had followed Zhu Xian, began to echo his sentiments. Ye Beixuan let out a cold laugh. Zhu County Magistrate, you are surely aware of the deeds you have committed, are you not? Do you truly believe that hiding people in the 100-Zhang forest ensures your safety? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian, who had been trying to maintain his composure, instantly fell into a state of panic. The officials behind him fell silent, resembling clowns caught in their folly. Ye Beixuan found the scene amusing. Will you confess your crimes, or shall I personally bring forth the evidence for you to confront? Though Zhu Xian was uncertain whether Ye Beixuan spoke the truth, the latter's unwavering confidence left him at a loss. If Ye Beixuan were to produce undeniable evidence, his fate would be sealed. No, he could not gamble. He had to make a desperate bid for survival. Only by breaking through the city and heading for Jiangzhou would he have a chance to live. He bellowed, "Everyone, heed my command. Capture Ye Beixuan for assaulting the county magistrate's office." In an instant, many of his loyal guards charged towards Ye Beixuan and his companions. Ye Beixuan merely waved his hand. Kill. Lu Zhong had already received the order, and the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries. Zhu Xian, along with the officials, made a coordinated breakout. Ye Beixuan had anticipated their escape. Otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate a county magistrate without reporting to the court. But now, the circumstances had changed. A blade of light swept forth. For many years, Zhu Xian served as the governor, and naturally, he had formidable guards under his command. At that moment, a powerful second-tier grandmaster surged forth from the crowd, attempting to intercept the lethal blade. Yet, a mere second-tier grandmaster stood no chance against such overwhelming force. With a swift strike, the grandmaster was dispatched without delay. Witnessing this, Zhu Xian and his companions were left agape. Although they were martial artists, their capabilities peaked at the master level, rendering them utterly unable to contend with Ye Beixuan. As Ye Beixuan advanced with deliberate steps, Zhu Xian, filled with panic, implored, "Ye Qianhu, let us speak civilly." However, all he received in response was a frigid smile. Ye Beixuan offered him no opportunity for discourse. With a sweeping motion of his snow-drinking mad blade, he cleaved through the air with unstoppable momentum. In a singular stroke, 5 officials, including Zhu Xian, clutched at their throats, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground. 10 minutes later, the battle at the governor's mansion had subsided. Though the mansion guards were elite, they paled in comparison to the hidden guards of the Jinhui. With only a handful of casualties, they obliterated the mansion's defenders. Search thoroughly. Turn this governor's mansion upside down, leaving no stone unturned. I demand all evidence of Zhu Xian's corruption, collusion in this case, and the identities of those involved. Ye Beixuan commanded with a sweeping gesture. Chapter 128. Striking at the heart, closing the net. The governor of Linen played merely a transitional role in this case. Ye Beixuan's primary objective remained the apprehension of Wei Yan, the younger brother of the Wei family patriarch from the capital. Capturing him would not only incapacitate Wei Yan, but also deliver a devastating blow to the Wei clan. Yes, all the hidden guards of the Jinhui received their orders and commenced their search of the governor's mansion. Before long, Lu Zhong presented a brocade box to Ye Beixuan. "My lord, these letters were found in Zhu Xian's secret chamber. Upon inspection, I noted numerous correspondences between him and Wei Yan, the governor of Jiangzhou, alongside evidence of their collusion in this incident. Additionally, we discovered a ledger detailing Zhu Xian's bribes." Ye Beixuan opened the ledger and perused its contents. It contained a wealth of detailed information, including plans regarding the transportation of the millennia-old soul-reviving grass, the personnel involved, and even a seal from Wei Yan of Jiangzhou. The records indicated that Zhu Xian had received bribes exceeding 1 million taels, along with annual tributes of 480,000 taels in silver to curry favor with Wei Yan, not to mention countless bolts of fine fabric. Closing the ledger, Ye Beixuan could not suppress his fury. This wretched corrupt official, in just 4 years, he has amassed over 1 million in bribes. If we account for his regular extortions, that figure could easily double. Annually, he must have garnered 400,000 to 500,000 taels. Such rampant corruption is utterly outrageous. No wonder everyone desires to hold office. He instructed, "Leave behind his records of bribery, allocate 10,000 taels for yourself, and distribute an additional 50,000 taels among our brethren." Ye Beixuan waved his hand decisively, indicating that the eradication of households must come with benefits for his subordinates. 50,000 taels was but a trifling amount. "Thank you, my lord," Lu Zhong exclaimed, his face lighting up, and he did not hesitate to accept. This was, after all, an unwritten rule among the Jinhui. "My lord, what shall we do about the governor of Jiangzhou, Wei Yan?" Lu Zhong had discerned that Ye Beixuan's ultimate aim was indeed the governor of Jiangzhou. A smile spread across Ye Beixuan's face. "Do not worry, he shall not escape. Leave 100 dark guards with my token to seal the governor's office, and the entire city of Linen shall be closed for a day. Wait for my instructions, while the rest accompany me to Jiangzhou, if all goes as planned. Brother Ping has already arrived and is waiting. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the words Ye Beixuan had whispered to the dark guard Li Feng after finding him, presumably instructing him to seek Lu Pingqing to await in Jiangzhou. At this moment, Lu Zhong was utterly in awe of Ye Beixuan. The meticulous arrangements were a seamless chain, unerring and precise, with a clear objective. Even before concrete evidence was in hand, the plan had been laid out. This time, those who encountered a formidable presence like Ye Beixuan were truly destined for downfall. Only by witnessing him could one grasp the extent of his extraordinary capabilities. It could be said that if anyone else were to handle this case, they would likely be utterly lost at this juncture. Yet this man resolved the matter entirely within a single day. Indeed, Lu Zhong promptly nodded and swiftly organized his men. At this point, just past midnight, Linen was not too far from Jiangzhou. With swift horses, they could arrive in 2 hours, just as dawn broke. The perfect moment for apprehension. Half a stick of incense later, at Ye Beixuan's command, over 200 Jinui dark guards followed him forth. Their steeds galloped through the streets of Linen, echoing through the quiet midnight, resonating across half the city. Many well-informed individuals within Linen soon learned of the events at the governor's office. They were aware of Ye Beixuan's arrival in the city and understood that he bore the emperor's mandate to investigate the missing tribute. However, they could not have anticipated that within just 1 day's time, he would stir such a tempest within Linen, leading to the direct capture of the governor's office. Everyone comprehended that a significant change loomed over Linen. At the city gates, Ye Beixuan had previously entered without alarming the guards. However, the situation was now quite different. The gates had been secured by the Jinui. Though severely infiltrated, none dared to act recklessly with the governor of Linen now deceased. They naturally obeyed Ye Beixuan's orders without question. Open the gates. With Ye Beixuan's command, the city gates swung wide. Before my return, no gates shall be reopened. Those who disobey shall face death, without mercy. Yes. The Jinui captain at the gates immediately clasped his fists in salute. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, as the largest city of Jiangzhou, its prosperity is undoubtedly unmatched by Linen County. Although it pales in comparison to the capital, Jiangzhou remains a rare bastion of wealth. Even at the stroke of midnight, the city is aglow with vibrant lights, and numerous night market stalls have just begun to emerge. Within the governor's office of Jiangzhou, the highest authority of the region, there are already 1,000 patrolling soldiers. Wei Yan, the governor of Jiangzhou, is a direct descendant of the illustrious Wei family from the capital. His influence in Jiangzhou is profound and far-reaching. Over the years, while his lineage may not have flourished as it did in the capital, it possesses a rich heritage, boasting 5 grandmaster-level guardians within the family. The most formidable among them has ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th realm and stands on the verge of entering the later stages of grandmaster existence. This formidable strength renders Wei Yan's power in Jiangzhou immense and unassailable. At this moment within the governor's office, Wei Yan has just received intelligence from Zhu Xian, the governor of Linen County. Holding a letter in his hand, a cold smile creeps across his face. Ye Beixuan, I never imagined you could evade those expert assassins and venture into Jiangzhou alone. But fear not, for in this land, it shall be your final resting place. How dare you offend my Wei family, you reckless youth, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Wei Yan scoffed, clearly aware of Ye Beixuan's perilous journey filled with assassination attempts. Beside Wei Yan sits an elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. This gaunt old man fiddles with a jade ring, a frown creasing his brow. The assassins dispatched by the family to eliminate Yi Qianhu were all mid-level grandmasters. Logically, Ye Beixuan should not possess the strength to resist. How could he have survived to arrive in Jiangzhou? Does he perhaps have a formidable figure backing him? Upon hearing the elder's concerns, Wei Yan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Elder, fret not. Even if he has powerful allies, what can he accomplish in Jiangzhou? The entirety of this region is under our control. Even a peak grandmaster would find it futile. Should he dare to show himself, it would be tantamount to defying the laws of the Great Li, and he would surely meet his demise. He has come at the behest of the emperor to investigate. If he fails to locate the Millennium Soul Resurrection Herb within 10 days, he won't need us to kill him. He won't survive regardless. This fool likely dreams of the herb, unaware that it is already in our possession. Chapter 129, with drums and gongs leading the way. Those who dare to obstruct shall be met with merciless slaughter. The elder grinned. Indeed, no matter how exceptional Ye Beixuan's talents may be, finding this tribute amidst our meticulous schemes is utterly impossible. The ancient tree spirit in the 100-Zhang forest, you shall relay a message to it tomorrow, instructing it to lead its kin towards the 10,000 great mountains and eliminate all those soldiers. With this plan in motion, it will be flawless, leaving even the greatest celestial beings without a trace. Wei Yan nodded slightly, agreed. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, at long last, just before dawn, amidst the deepest shadows of night, Ye Beixuan beheld a colossal city, several times larger than Linen. It was unmistakably Jiangzhou. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared at the distant city gate. Upon recognizing this signal, Ye Beixuan broke into a smile. It was the signal from Lu Fengping. Without hesitation, Ye Beixuan spurred his horse onward. In mere minutes, he arrived at the foot of Jiangzhou City. Inside the city gates, a throng of individuals clad in splendid garments had already assembled, led by none other than Lu Fengping himself. Upon spotting Ye Beixuan, Lu Fengping's face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, my dear brother Yi, who would have thought we would meet again here in Jiangzhou? Ye Beixuan clasped his fists in greeting and replied, I appreciate your efforts. Lu Gu, this task is indeed a heavy burden. Originally, this mission bore no relation to Lu Fengping. But due to Zhou Shang's protective instincts and awareness of the dangers Ye Beixuan would face, he had dispatched Lu Fengping to assist him. Most importantly, Zhou Shang's loyalty to the imperial family fueled his desire to ensure Ye Beixuan's successful completion of the task at hand. There's no need for formalities between us. Lu Fengping waved dismissively. So how are things in Linen? Have you found the evidence? At Lu Fengping's inquiry, Lu Zhong, standing nearby, could not restrain his laughter. Cousin, everything has come to light. The prefect of Linen, Zhu Xian, conspired with the governor of Jiangzhou, Wei Yan, and the tree demon from Hundred-John Forest. They orchestrated a grand scheme using the millennium-old resurrection herb as bait. Now, the missing personnel from the 6 doors and the Imperial Guards have been located. The tree demon and the Linen prefect have been subdued, leaving only the Jiangzhou governor, Wei Yan. Moreover, the resurrection herb, according to the missing Imperial Guards, remains in Wei Yan's possession. Though Lu Fengping had previously witnessed Ye Beixuan's exceptional sleuthing skills, he could not help but marvel upon hearing that such a significant case had progressed to its final chapter in just a single night. He mused, these fools, attempting to rival you, brother Yi, are truly seeking their own demise. With this evidence in hand, the Wei family cannot escape justice, and Xiao Mingzhi faces utter defeat. Lu Fengping was astounded that these individuals, fully aware of Ye Beixuan's extraordinary investigative prowess, still dared to entice him with a case. It was akin to igniting a powder keg in a lavatory. He could already envision the expressions on their faces once news of Jiangzhou reached the capital after tonight. Ye Beixuan smiled slightly. Lu Gu, we should not delay any longer. Let us cast our nets early and ensnare them all. Lu Fengping nodded in agreement. Indeed. The city gates are now under control. We must charge in boldly to apprehend an official such as the Jiangzhou governor. Covert actions are out of the question. Otherwise, he might retaliate and summon troops into the city. With that, Ye Beixuan and Lu Fengping mounted their horses, ready for action. The secret guards of the Jinhui in Jiangzhou numbered nearly 1,000, alongside an additional 3,000 Jinhui operatives. This formidable force is sufficient to sweep through the prefectural office. Although some within the Jinhui have long been bribed by Wei Yan, under the vigilant gaze of Lu Fengping, none dare to act treasonously. They are acutely aware that following this night, Wei Yan will undoubtedly be overthrown, facing the gravest charges of deceiving the emperor, akin to treason. For a man fated to die, risking their lives to inform him would be sheer folly. It is far more prudent to act decisively and eliminate him. The higher authorities would not hold them accountable. Let us go. Ye Beixuan and Lu Fengping spurred their horses simultaneously, thundering towards the Jiangzhou prefectural office. The march of thousands has already sent ripples of alarm through the various factions within Jiangzhou. Countless faces turned pale, bewildered by the unfolding events. Many families prepared to dispatch scouts to gather intelligence. However, the next moment, the sound of gongs and drums reverberated through the air. I am Ye Beixuan, 1,000 household commander of the Jinhui from the capital, acting under the emperor's command to investigate the case of the missing tribute. The truth of the matter is now clear. We are here to apprehend the culprit, Prefect Wei Yan of Jiangzhou. Any who dare to resist will be treated as conspirators. The proclamation boomed with unyielding authority, shaking the very foundations of Jiangzhou. Almost half the city heard this decree. Upon hearing these words, many were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Various factions hastily ceased their activities, while the Jinhui beat their gongs to announce their presence. This was a clarion call to all. To obstruct them would be to oppose the imperial court openly. Such is the ruthless nature of the Jinhui, a legacy of the founding emperor's edicts. Should they possess evidence of wrongdoing, they may pronounce judgment on the spot. Officials of the 4th rank and below can be executed first and reported later. Only those of higher rank require imperial approval. At the Jinhui's place of judgment, no official may obstruct their proceedings. Those who dare to intercede shall face merciless retribution. The Wei family, entrenched in the prefectural office, is doomed. Many murmured to themselves, yet none dared to step outside. They secured their doors and windows tightly. At this moment, to be found in the path of the Jinui would spell certain death. In the prefectural office, Prefect Wei Yin, just settling into slumber, was jolted awake by the clamorous announcement. Upon hearing the proclamation, his face drained of color, and he stood frozen in place for a considerable time, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was not until a guard burst into his chamber that he fully awakened. "What is happening?" Wei Yin stammered, his voice trembling. The guard, equally shaken, replied, "My lord, the Jinui claim you have committed a grave offense and are approaching the office." Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yin slipped on his shoes and rushed outside, as the elite members of his household hastened to his side. The previously mentioned elder of the clan bore an expression of utmost dread. "Wei Yin, the Jinui are coming." Wei Yin nodded in response. After the initial chaos, he swiftly regained his composure. How could Ye Beixuan of the Jinui have arrived in Jiangzhou so quietly after just recently reaching Linen? What is the local governor doing? That such critical information has not been reported? The clan elder nearly roared in exasperation. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Wei Yin was busily contemplating his strategies. Chapter 130. After today, the Wei family shall be disowned. What shall we do? Should we leave now? With our combined strength, we can ensure your escape from this place. The clan elder spoke again. Yet, Wei Yin shook his head resolutely. No, I cannot believe that Ye Beixuan possesses sufficient capability to uncover evidence within a single day. I suspect his grandstanding suggests he is eager for a gamble. If we flee, it would only provide him with an opportunity. Come with me to the governor's office. I wish to see what evidence he has to accuse me of orchestrating this case from the shadows. Even if we are ultimately forced into a corner, clan elder, if you can eliminate Ye Beixuan first, we might still have a chance. Wei Yin's thoughts were clear. He was taking a gamble. If they escaped now, while he might survive, he would inevitably be branded as the mastermind behind the disappearance of the tribute. At that point, it would all be over. However, if he could confront Ye Beixuan directly, although escape might be impossible, there remained a significant chance of victory. If Ye Beixuan could not produce evidence, it would be the moment for a counterattack. He could not fathom that anyone could unravel the nearly flawless scheme he had devised in just one day. Upon hearing Wei Yan's words, the others nodded in agreement. Good. The group quickly made their way toward the governor's office, surrounded by the guards. The sound of galloping hooves echoed like thunder. Almost as soon as Wei Yin and his companions arrived at the office, they noticed a dark mass of people approaching from the distant street, led by none other than Ye Beixuan. "Stop!" Ye Beixuan commanded with a wave of his hand, and the advancing Jinui halted abruptly. With eyes like lightning, he fixed his gaze upon Wei Yin. "You are Wei Yin, the governor of Jiangzhou." Wei Yin replied coolly. "Indeed, I am he." "Ye Beixuan, you possess remarkable audacity to launch a night raid on my governor's office. What is your intention?" "To apprehend the mastermind behind the tribute's disappearance." "Wei Yin," Ye Beixuan declared, laughter echoing in his voice. Wei Yin, nearly driven to fury, retorted with a laugh. "Ye Beixuan, you claim I am the orchestrator of all this? If so, then produce your evidence. Otherwise, you shall not leave Jiangzhou today." At that moment, the various factions within Jiangzhou began to gather around the governor's office, their attention drawn to the confrontation. Wei Yin had long established his dominance here, ensuring that the place was as secure as a fortress. The Jinui, with Ye Beixuan leading them, dared not intervene. Yet, if he could not present evidence and merely relied on baseless accusations, the situation would be entirely different. Ye Beixuan, however, remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Mirrored by Lu Zhong and others, Wei Yin felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. "Evidence. Allow me to provide you with the proof you seek." As he spoke, the tension in the air thickened. All eyes widened as Ye Beixuan produced an ornate box from the side. Within it, a multitude of letters emerged beneath the night sky. Ye Beixuan casually seized one, tearing it open with decisive intent. "To the Honorable Prefect, I, Zhu Xian, the Magistrate of Linen, hereby report that the matter of the missing tribute you arranged has been resolutely addressed in collaboration with the Tree Demon of Baizhang Forest. The escorting party has been concealed within the depths of Baizhang Forest, awaiting your arrival with utmost respect. Dated May 11th, at the hour of the rat." The voice was soft, yet resonated like distant thunder. Ye Beixuan tossed the letter towards Wei Yin. "Wei Yin, do you recognize the official seal of the Linen Magistrate? Would you like me to present your reply for your listening pleasure?" A mere letter, yet it quelled the restless ambitions of all present. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. The seal of the Linen Magistrate was irrefutable. No one could forge such authenticity. Moreover, Ye Beixuan's ability to produce this letter at such a critical juncture left no room for doubt. The Linen Magistrate had undoubtedly been apprehended. Wei Yin's complexion drained to an alarming pallor, his stability faltering. He had hoped to gamble on Ye Beixuan's inability to solve the case. Yet the outcome was a catastrophic defeat, while he remained trapped in the depths of ignorance. Meanwhile, Ye Beixuan had traversed the final stage, mere moments away from capturing him. Why did such a formidable presence as Ye Beixuan exist? Kill. Annihilate all associated with the Wei family. Slay Ye Beixuan and reward 10,000 pieces of gold. In this moment of stunned realization, the clan elder of the Wei family bellowed. Acknowledging the dire straits they faced, he resolved to fight to the death. As his voice echoed, he lunged towards Ye Beixuan, joined by 4 others, masters of martial prowess nurtured by the Wei family. Among them were 2 at the 3rd stage, 1 at the 4th, and 1 at the 5th stage, while the clan elder stood as the apex of their might, a peak master at the 6th stage, designated to protect Wei Yan. In an instant, the collective aura of these 5 formidable masters surged towards Ye Beixuan, overwhelming the atmosphere. Among them, 2 wielded swords, and 3 brandished blades, their lethal energies intertwining like a mountain-esque shadow, instilling a palpable dread that altered the expressions of all present. Such prowess was unparalleled across the entirety of Jiangzhou, serving as the steadfast foundation upon which Wei Yan built his dominion. Yet, under this immense pressure, the youthful commander remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his features. Lu Gu, I leave that old man to you. I shall handle the others. Immediately, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, splendid. You old wretch Wei Wuxian are still alive, and today, I shall escort you to your demise. A booming voice resonated as a figure materialized before the clan elder of the Wei family. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Fengping, you too have arrived. Indeed. Your Wei family faces certain death this time. After Lu Fengping spoke, he swung his blade down towards Wei Wuxian, the aura emanating from him, characteristic of a late-stage Grand Master, instantly enveloped the elder of the Wei family. Meanwhile, Ye Beixuan regarded the other 4 with a calm demeanor, mere insignificant figures. Unaware of their impending doom, he too made his move. Confronting the 4 Grand Masters, the immense power of the dragon and elephant surged forth from him. The 10-fold mastery of the dragon-elephant Prajna was unleashed without restraint. His palms struck out. The formidable energy mingled with the colossal might of the dragon and elephant, directed at the 4 Grand Masters. With the technique of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, the dragon soared into the heavens. Roar! 2 golden dragon phantoms roared as the force of the 18 palms swept across the area. The terrifying gust generated by the 2nd stage mastery of the palm technique engulfed dozens of feet around them. The very fabric of space trembled. The expressions of the 4 Grand Masters shifted, for they were skilled practitioners and could sense the sheer terror of that strike. Chapter 131. The Shocking 7 Transformations. 1 blade slays 4 Grand Masters kill. The 4 shouted in unison. Their lethal techniques erupted, colliding with Ye Beixuan's palms. Boom! A dreadful explosion resonated. Ye Beixuan did not retreat an inch. His palm strength erupted once more. One hand executed the dragon subduing, while the other employed the cloud dispelling palm technique, both of which he had mastered to an extraordinary degree. 5 figures clashed at an almost imperceptible speed. Ye Beixuan stood firm against 4, showing no signs of yielding. Except for the 5th stage Grand Master Swordsman, the others could hardly withstand the overwhelming force of his palms. How is this possible? I can't believe it. This Ye Qianhu has broken through to the Grand Master level. Upon witnessing this scene, all onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. Previously, news from the capital indicated that Ye Beixuan had just reached the pinnacle of the master level, and although he topped the list of prodigies in terms of combat prowess, he was barely equivalent to an average 3rd stage Grandmaster. Yet now how much time has passed? Not only had he surpassed the Grandmaster tier, but he also faced 4 top-tier experts, including a 5th stage Grandmaster, without even drawing his sword. A prodigy, truly an unparalleled prodigy. This time, Wei Zhizhou has offended someone he should never have crossed. Both he and the Wei family behind him are likely doomed. At this moment, Wei Yan was completely dazed. Lu Fengping's arrival had already caught him off guard, but now, seeing Ye Beixuan combat 4 Grandmasters with nothing but his bare hands, he was utterly shattered. It was only now that he realized Ye Beixuan's journey through Jiangzhou was not due to covert protection. He had fought his way here himself. Is this all you have? If so, I shall no longer indulge you. After breaking through before the Kanglan River, Ye Beixuan's strength was terrifying. Even when faced with a Grand Master of comparable prowess to the fisherman, he felt no pressure. The expressions of the 4 Grand Masters turned ashen. Yet they understood that their opponent possessed the audacity to back it up. At this moment, it was evident to all that Ye Beixuan was about to unleash a lethal move. They exchanged glances, fully aware of the impending confrontation. The atmosphere around them surged with an intense energy, a decisive strike poised to determine the victor. The four individuals simultaneously unleashed their most profound skills, their sword intense and magical manifestations converging. This attack could even bring mountains to their knees. At that moment, Ye Beixuan gently pushed with his hand on the hilt of his blade. A deep, resonant clang echoed through the air as the snow-drinking mad blade shimmered in the night sky. Ye Beixuan wielded the sword with one hand, an overwhelming sword aura surging forth. He softly uttered a few words, the 7 transformations of shock and emotion, the ultimate form of the 7 sword intense. The true extent of this terrifying strike was beyond even Ye Beixuan's comprehension. At the instant it erupted, an unimaginable golden blade light began to coalesce above the snow-drinking mad blade. In that moment, Ye Beixuan felt as if he had severed the ties of emotion. His vision narrowed to a singular focus on the blade. Kill! Ye Beixuan bellowed. The sword moved in unison with him. The golden blade light enveloped the 4 grandmasters in an instant. This blade light seemed capable of influencing human emotions, as their expressions shifted dramatically, ultimately culminating in despair. The sword was overwhelmingly fearsome, as if it could cleave through the very essence of the soul. The infinite sword intent descended, its energy howling like crashing waves. Bang! Everyone witnessed as Ye Beixuan's blade effortlessly crushed the lethal strikes of the 4 grandmasters. Finally, the blade light dissipated. Ye Beixuan stood resolute, while the necks of the 4 grandmasters erupted in a crimson line. Their heads tumbled to the ground, rolling lifelessly. 1 strike. 4 grandmasters slain. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 idol points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 idol points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 220 idol points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 240 idol points. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the notifications of the system rang out. He stood with his sword, a drop of blood swiftly sliding down the blade. The entire governor's mansion was enveloped in a deathly silence. All eyes widened in shock as they beheld the scene before them. Many struggled to swallow, clearly shaken by Ye Beixuan's unparalleled might. After all, these were 4 grandmasters, 2 of whom were at the mid-level of grandmaster. How could such a terrifying coalition be so effortlessly vanquished by Ye Beixuan? The influence of the governor's mansion in Jiangzhou was formidable, harboring the most elite of experts. Yet, even this could not withstand the prowess of this divine blade master. They had never anticipated such an outcome. The powers of Jiangzhou had believed that, despite Ye Beixuan's extraordinary talent, he was merely a young upstart in the presence of Wei Yan, the governor. In terms of strength, cunning, and influence, he was far from Ye Beixuan's equal. Hence, they thought that even with the genie Wei at his side, Ye Beixuan's chances were slim. But now, the bloody spectacle laid bare the true terror of the man before them. At this moment, beads of cold sweat cascaded down Wei Yan's forehead. Evidently, this outcome was beyond his expectations. Defeated, he had suffered a complete rout. The elder of his clan was certainly no match for Lu Fengping. Over the years, Lu Fengping had established a formidable reputation within the Jinyue, far surpassing that of the newly appointed Qianhu, Ye Beixuan. At the outset, upon encountering Lu Fengping, he remained unperturbed. Even if the elder was not Lu Fengping's adversary, as long as he could momentarily delay him, there might still be a chance to subdue Ye Beixuan. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow. Wei Yan forced himself to suppress the unease within, gazing at Ye Beixuan, who wielded the snow-drinking mad blade. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Ye Qianhu, this time I have faltered. I am willing to return to the capital and plead for forgiveness from His Majesty. I implore you not to make things difficult for my subordinates. By uttering these words, Wei Yan effectively conceded defeat. However, Ye Beixuan paid him no heed. You old fool. Do you think a mere admission of guilt suffices? The heinous crime of deceiving the emperor cannot be trivialized. And you dare to spare your subordinates? At this juncture, you still pretend to be grand? Did you really believe that attempting to assassinate me would go unpunished? A cold smile graced Ye Beixuan's lips as he vanished from sight, appearing before Wei Yan in an instant, delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed through the night sky as Wei Yan was sent flying. Though he possessed some cultivation, it was merely at the initial stage of a master, forcibly augmented by elixirs. Ye Beixuan's strike shattered half of his face. In his terror, Wei Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to strike me? I am a 4th-rank official of the court. Listening to Wei Yan's incredulous proclamation, Ye Beixuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He approached Wei Yan step by step. An official? You, a traitor who deceives the emperor. Hoarding the millennium soul-reviving herb meant for the empress, disregarding her safety, dare to claim the title of a 4th-rank official? The icy gaze of Ye Beixuan thoroughly frightened Wei Yan. Ye Beixuan, don't act recklessly. You cannot kill me, even if I am guilty. Only His Majesty can pass judgment. Ye Beixuan laughed heartily. Rest assured, Lord Wei, how could I possibly kill you? Your family has presented numerous grand gifts since my departure from the capital. How could I bear to see you perish? I intend to escort you back to the capital personally, ensuring your disgrace. But do not worry too much. I will present all the crimes you committed in Jiangzhou to His Majesty. Before long, your family will surely be reunited with you, accompanying you on the road to the underworld. Wei Yan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, thoroughly panicked. He was acutely aware of the misdeeds he had committed in Jiangzhou. Although most of the information exchanged between the Wei family and himself had been destroyed over the years, remnants of his crimes still lay within his residence. Given his status, he had believed that no one would dare to investigate him. Even if he were to investigate, he would have ample time to obliterate all evidence. Yet, no one anticipated that this time, Ye Beixuan would act with such swiftness and leave himself no room for retaliation. Ye Beixuan did not afford him the luxury of idle chatter. His fingers darted forth, and with a deft movement, he struck several vital points on Wei Yan's body. The overwhelming force of his fingertips surged into Wei Yan like a dam bursting, completely shattering his meridians and dantian, while simultaneously infusing him with a trace of vital energy. This minuscule essence, though slight, was sufficient to inflict excruciating pain upon the now incapacitated Wei Yan, far exceeding the satisfaction of a swift death. Ye Beixuan harbored no compassion for those who sought his demise. During his time with the Jinyui, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. To show mercy to adversaries was to invite one's own suffering. Shedding personal morals allowed one to truly savor life. A piercing scream erupted from Wei Yan's lips, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. Yet, Ye Beixuan pressed on relentlessly. His figure flickered with remarkable speed, and with each movement, his fingers landed upon the officials from Jiangzhou who had accompanied Wei Yan. Within mere moments, he had completely incapacitated 2 or 3 dozen individuals, their anguished cries merging into a cacophony. However, Ye Beixuan found solace in their despair. Subdue them all. The remaining ones, proceed inside and search. I require everything. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lu Zhong responded with a respectful bow. Yes. In the next instant, the Jinyui surged into the Jiangzhou government office like a pack of wolves, the guards utterly intimidated by Ye Beixuan's thunderous tactics, rendering them unable to act. Only a handful of Wei Yan's loyal assassins managed to offer some resistance, but within a matter of minutes, they were all ruthlessly eliminated. Ye Beixuan, alongside Lu Zhong, swiftly made his way to the rear courtyard of the government office. Wei Yan had numerous wives and concubines, all of whom were acutely aware of the unfolding events, many weeping in terror. Yet, Ye Beixuan remained indifferent. Anyone he encountered was promptly apprehended by the Jinyui. He even personally searched a secret chamber and a well, uncovering Wei Yan's hidden wives and children. Without hesitation, he dispatched them with a single strike. He would leave no trace of future troubles. The notion of waiting 18 years to avenge one's father had no place in Ye Beixuan's world. Even if these individuals posed no threat to him, it mattered not. Witnessing Ye Beixuan's methods, Lu Zhong and several captains of the Jinyui nodded in agreement. They would have acted similarly. The mantra of sparing the young and old was meaningless. When faced with mortal enemies, not scalding their entire nest of ants with boiling water would be deemed leniency. My lord, this is Wei Yan's residence. Lu Zhong indicated a nearby building to Ye Beixuan. Without hesitation, Ye Beixuan forcefully pushed the door open. The fate of the Wei family rested upon the spoils found within. Ye Beixuan's heightened senses were fully awakened. In search of all that might be concealed by Wei Yan, the room was replete with documents and various papers. Within a mere few minutes, Ye Beixuan had unearthed a considerable amount. As he scrutinized the contents inscribed upon these documents, Lu Zhong, standing nearby, was consumed by fury. This fellow truly deserved condemnation. From the records, it became evident that Wei Yan had a penchant for other men's wives. Within Jiangzhou City, numerous wives and concubines frequently went missing, most having been secretly abducted by Wei Yan and confined in a clandestine dungeon within the governor's estate. Officials of all ranks within Jiangzhou were well aware of Wei Yan's proclivities, often procuring such women from various locales to present to him. Over the years, the records indicated that more than 300 had fallen victim. As Ye Beixuan perused the documents, a chill crept into his gaze. However, in the eyes of certain officials, such matters were merely par for the course. This was the heartless nature of ancient dynasties, where the powerful could toy with lives at will. While these transgressions were indeed reprehensible, they did not ascend to the level of capital crimes. My lord, here lies evidence of his embezzlement. Lu Zhong soon discovered a ledger. Ye Beixuan glanced through it, yet his brow remained furrowed. This was insufficient. Moreover, the crucial millennium-old soul returning herb had yet to be found. Only upon locating this artifact would the Wei family be rendered powerless. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Beixuan regarding the dungeon. He gently stomped his foot, and in that instant, A surge of formidable energy coursed through the ground beneath him, resonating deeply. The entire underground space erupted with a resounding tremor, and a smile crept onto Ye Beixuan's face. Indeed, it was beneath. Furthermore, the mechanism was not situated here, hidden away in an unknown corner, expertly concealed by that old rascal. Ye Beixuan then wielded his hand like a blade, the terrifying energy swirling around him as he struck downward. The blade of energy cascaded, causing the room to explode thunderously, resulting in the floor rupturing to reveal a vast chasm. Below lay an expansive secret chamber, its size rivaling that of the room above, encompassing nearly 100 square meters. Let us go. Ye Beixuan leapt down into the chamber, which housed an array of massive chests. Without needing instruction, Lu Zhong had already begun to open them. A brilliant golden light illuminated the chamber, a spectacle far surpassing that of the previous raid on the residence of Su Kuan, the deputy director of salt transport. Though the chests were somewhat smaller, they could each contain a myriad of gold ingots, with several large chests that amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels, translating to over 10 million in silver. Even Ye Beixuan and Lu Zhong could not help but gasp in astonishment. By heavens, this fellow certainly possesses an impressive talent for amassing wealth. Ye Beixuan had once believed his own worth of nearly 1 million taels was commendable, yet in comparison, he now felt as though he had just emerged from poverty. Nevertheless, after casting a glance at the treasure, his gaze shifted, resting instead upon the central area of the secret chamber. Countless antique murals adorned the space, alongside rare inner cores of mythical beasts. At the pinnacle, a jade box was venerated, emanating a subtle mist. The moment Ye Beixuan's gaze fell upon this jade box, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. In an instant, he appeared before it, reaching out to bring the jade box closer. This exquisite piece of spiritual jade alone was worth a fortune, its value no less than 1,000 gold coins. Such a treasure was essential for preserving precious artifacts. Through the translucent jade, one could glimpse a verdant 9-leafed spirit herb, its roots resembling those of a child. The legendary 1,000-year soul-reviving herb brought a smile to Ye Beixuan's face as he carefully closed the ornate box, securing it with diligence. Discovering this item signified the successful completion of his mission. The secret hoarding of tribute, perhaps a life-saving elixir for the Empress, had been orchestrated to create the illusion of a missing sacred medicine. Coupled with evidence of corruption and scattered criminal acts, it was more than sufficient. He instructed his men to seal off the premises and compile all the incriminating evidence against Wei Yan. After giving a brief directive to Lu Zhong, he exited the chamber. At that moment, Lu Fengping had returned, brandishing a bloodied severed head, striding towards Ye Beixuan with purpose. "Brother Ye, look what I have brought back." He cast the head onto the ground. It was none other than the elder of the Wei family. In his hands were 2 sealed letters, confidential correspondence from Wei Wudao, the head of the Wei family, addressed to Wei Yan, detailing their conspiracy. Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. They had dared to keep such incriminating evidence. These individuals truly possessed audacity. Perhaps it was because Wei Yan and the elder of the Wei family never anticipated that Ye Beixuan could return alive from Jiangzhou, which emboldened them to retain such pivotal evidence. With this, alongside the 1,000-year soul-reviving herb, the Wei family would be unable to evade justice. After a night of relentless effort, all Jiangzhou officials, including Wei Yan, were apprehended, and the evidence meticulously organized. As the citizens of Jiangzhou witnessed carts laden with gold being drawn from Wei Yan's residence, they pointed and murmured in astonishment. At last, this despicable corrupt official Wei Yan has been brought down. The vast sums he had embezzled over the years were staggering. Indeed, the Wei family was influential, and previously, there had been numerous attempts to bring forth evidence against him, all in vain. Now that he had fallen, it was a tremendous relief for the populace. Moreover, those corrupt officials, who conspired and shielded one another, truly deserved their fate. In an act of retribution, Ye Beixuan commanded that all criminals, including Wei Yan, be paraded through the streets of Jiangzhou. He boldly proclaimed that they would set forth the next day to escort these corrupt officials to the capital, where they would face the emperor's judgment, ensuring justice for Jiangzhou. This announcement sent waves of jubilation among the citizens, who cheered in approval as he returned to the official residence. Ye Beixuan directly addressed Lu Fengping, saying, "Brother Lu, I have already disseminated the news regarding the escort of Wei Yan back to the capital. This journey will undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles. You must secretly escort Wei Yan back to the capital first. I will handle the rest." After all, Wei Yan has long established his influence in Jiangzhou. Although he has fallen, there will surely be remnants of loyalists in Jiangzhou. The journey back to the capital spans thousands of miles, and the Wei family will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, only by allowing you to escort Wei Yan first, ensuring that matters settle down. and then having Emperor Xuanhe issue an edict to exterminate the Wei family while we ensure our safety. Lu Fengping was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Such a course of action significantly increases your peril. If Wei Yan is captured, the Wei family will undoubtedly employ every means to eliminate you on the road back to the capital. They possess formidable experts at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Ye Beixuan smiled gently. Therefore, everything hinges on your speed, Brother Lu. The quicker you return to the capital, the safer I shall be here. Furthermore, I am departing alongside the Jinyui and the Cold Moon from the Six Doors. The Wei family can only dispatch their clandestine forces and should be reluctant to mobilize their own experts for a direct ambush on the escort team. Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of them acting out of desperation, so I entrust everything to you, Brother Lu. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fengping nodded decisively. Very well, I shall depart the city immediately. The others are secondary. With my speed, I will assuredly return to the capital within 3 to 4 days. As long as you hold out during this time, I will ensure that the governor sends skilled Jinyui reinforcements. Take care, my brother. He added as Ye Beixuan clasped his fists in response. Rest assured, it will not be easy for them to take my life. With that, Lu Fengping wasted no time, gathering all incriminating evidence and stealthily escorting Wei Yan out of the prison. Currently, Wei Yan was rendered powerless, his meridians sealed, unable to muster any resistance. Lu Fengping, a master in the advanced stages of his martial prowess, was capable of brief flight. A streak of light shot across the sky as he sped toward the city outskirts, where a demonic steed awaited him, galloping straight towards the capital. Once Lu Fengping was dispatched, Ye Beixuan's expression grew increasingly cold. Wei family, we shall settle our accounts this time. He turned and returned to his temporary residence. Just as he settled into a meditative position, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Retrieve the Millennium Soul Returning Herb and subdue all invading enemies. Task completed. Rewards obtained: 9 Yang Divine Skill Advancement, Disguise Technique, Heavenly Ascendance. 1,000 idle points. The system's alert resonated in Ye Beixuan's mind, and simultaneously, 2 types of divine skills surged within him. A torrent of memories flooded his consciousness, causing a throbbing ache in his sea of knowledge. The disguise technique appeared deceptively simple, yet encompassed a profound complexity, integrating every aspect of the human body, including meridians, vital energy, skeletal structure, and even voice. Chapter 134. Divine Internal Skill, Innate Yin-Yang Scripture. Unlike ordinary disguise techniques that merely alter appearance, the more sophisticated methods can change voice and weight as well. The most elite practitioners, akin to the previous master of the Thousand Faces, possess the ability to create clones or to seamlessly imitate others. The facial transformation technique rewarded to Ye Beixuan, if cultivated to perfection, would render him virtually indistinguishable from the original, save for differences in memory. Moreover, if he were sufficiently close, he could utilize this art to glean certain unique marks inherent to the individual. This illustrates the remarkable nature of the transformation technique. As for the heavenly immortal from beyond, this martial skill is renowned and universally acknowledged. On the night of the full moon, at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, a sword descends from the heavens, heavenly immortal. As one of the most prestigious sword techniques within the realm of martial arts, its power is nothing short of terrifying. The sword technique is unparalleled, akin to a celestial being descending with its blade, hence the name Heavenly Immortal. Although it comprises but a single strike, it rivals the divine blade's cut. Both are supremely lethal skills. Ye Beixuan remained in meditation for over half an hour before finally opening his eyes, casting his gaze upon his system panel. After days of combat, his accumulated points had soared close to 5,000, an undeniably substantial figure. These points would suffice for Ye Beixuan to engage in numerous endeavors. However, his primary focus at present was to advance the 9 Yang Divine Skill, as it would provide him with the greatest assistance. System: initiate the advancement of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. With this command, the system responded, announcing, Ding. Congratulations, host, for utilizing the 9 Yang Divine Skill Advancement reward. You have acquired a temporary transcendent deduction method, beginning the evolution of the 9 Yang Divine Skill towards a more potent level. On the 13th day of deduction, Ye Beixuan revisited the 9 Yang Divine Skill, identifying 273 flaws within its methodology, from which his transcendent deduction method began to address these shortcomings. By the 17th day, he had successfully refined the 9 Yang Divine Skill to perfection, elevating its rank to the pinnacle of heavenly quality. Yet, he still sensed that something was amiss with the technique. On the 23rd day, he discerned the principle of the solitary Yang cannot thrive, nor can the solitary Yin endure from the perfected 9 Yang Divine Skill, and began to experiment with integrating pure Yin energy into the technique. By the 64th day, He had successfully merged pure yin energy into the 9 yang divine skill, resulting in a continuous interplay between the 9 yang and 9 yin, heralding the birth of a new divine skill. On the 81st day, he successfully advanced the 9 yang divine skill and acquired the divine grade intermediate internal skill manual, the 9-fold innate yin-yang canon. Ding. The current deduction has concluded. Insights are being transmitted. Please hold on. As the final system notification echoed in his mind, a tumultuous cascade of insights regarding the innate yin-yang canon flooded into Ye Beixuan's consciousness, correlating with all the energy manipulation techniques within him. He realized that the innate yin-yang canon possessed an oddly familiar essence, having evolved from the 9 yang divine skill, yet it was infinitely more formidable. Although the 9 yang divine skill is formidable, it bears an excessive fierceness. At times, when Ye Beixuan channels the 9 yang inner strength through the snow-drinking madblade, he can faintly sense a hint of discomfort. Fortunately, his martial arts have long reached perfection, allowing him to unleash unparalleled power. However, with the emergence of the innate yin-yang classic, a cool breath began to infuse the pure yang true energy within Ye Beixuan's body. The fusion of the two brought him a delightful sensation that prompted involuntary sounds of pleasure from him. This feeling was exquisite, akin to the true union of yin and yang. After 2 hours of meditative absorption, he completed the evolution of the innate yin-yang classic system. Grant me 3,000 points of innate yin-yang classic. Ye Beixuan surged forward with determination. On the 18th day of idling, based on your 10-fold 9 yang divine skill, you swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the innate yin-yang classic. The pure yang inner strength is transforming, and you have touched the threshold of the first level of the innate yin-yang classic. On the 387th day of idling, through your relentless cultivation, you successfully broke through the first level of the innate yin-yang classic, and the balance of yin and yang began to gradually establish within your body. The consecutive notifications left Ye Beixuan both astonished and exhilarated. Damn it! Using the 10-fold 9 yang divine skill as a foundation, it took me 387 days to cultivate the innate yin-yang classic to the first level. This divine skill is truly extraordinary. No wonder it surpasses the celestial tier of techniques. On the 668th day of idling, after day and night of relentless practice, you have finally advanced the innate yin-yang classic to the mid-stage of the first level. On the 1043rd day, during the process of cultivating the innate yin-yang classic, you experienced an epiphany. Upon opening your eyes, you have stepped into the second level of the innate yin-yang classic. On the 1799th day, your understanding of the cultivation difficulty of the innate yin-yang classic has reached a new level. This technique can only be comprehended by a prodigy like yourself, and you have broken through to the mid-stage of the second level. Simultaneously, the limit of your internal energy has been surpassed. On the 2048th day, you have entered the third level of the innate yin-yang classic. On the 2988th day, through your continuous cultivation, your innate yin-yang classic has reached the mid-stage of the third level. However, your current idle points are insufficient to support further breakthroughs. This session of idling has concluded, and we look forward to your next session. Ding. Transmitting idle insights. Please wait. As the system's notification came to an end, a terrifying surge of internal energy erupted within Ye Beixuan's dantian. This energy was no longer the previous pure yang power, but had transformed into a gentle, flowing essence of innate yin-yang. Merely this aura increased Ye Beixuan's strength by several folds compared to his former self at the same level. Chapter 135. The Transformation of the Dharma Appearance. The dual mastery of blade and sword. Ye Beixuan continued to absorb and refine this newfound power. As time gradually passed, his realm ascended at a visibly rapid pace. Mid-stage of Grand Master Level 2. Late stage of Grand Master Level 2. Grand Master Level 3. With a resounding clap, Ye Beixuan reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster's third realm. The familiar sound of a realm breakthrough echoed in his ears. A tempest seemed to surge within his consciousness, as countless streams of vital energy coalesced, forming a mist akin to clouds. Amidst this darkened sky, a formidable power brewed ominously. The manifestation of the law. Upon attaining the mid-stage of a Grandmaster, one can condense the force of the law. These manifestations are, in essence, the warrior's comprehension of their own realm, fused with their vital energy, resulting in a potent force. When unleashed, one's combat prowess can surge exponentially in a fleeting moment. For an ordinary warrior, grasping even a single manifestation is nearly inconceivable. Yet, within Ye Beixuan's consciousness, two distinct forces were simultaneously converging, the dual manifestations of palm intent and blade intent. As time gently flowed, the power of the palm and blade manifestations intertwined within Ye Beixuan's mind. He let out a long breath and gradually opened his eyes. having successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. Although it was merely a twofold increase, it had augmented his strength manifold, at least 100-fold. Truly astonishing. The third level of the innate yin-yang scripture had already propelled me to the fourth level of Grandmaster. If I were to cultivate the innate yin-yang scripture to the ninth level, I might directly transcend to the celestial realm. A flicker of unrestrained joy crossed Ye Beixuan's face. With the innate yin-yang scripture in hand, he no longer needed to worry about rapid breakthroughs in his realm for the time being. However, he couldn't help but grimace at the depletion of his cultivation points due to the scripture's excessive consumption. Once nearly 5,000 points had dwindled to less than 2,000 after this round of cultivation, even if he focused every single point on the innate yin-yang scripture. Advancing to the late stage of Grandmaster would still be a formidable challenge. Additionally, the disguise technique was another essential skill that Ye Beixuan needed to master. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to temporarily halt his cultivation of the innate yin-yang scripture and turn his attention to the disguise technique. System: cultivate disguise technique. On the 38th day of cultivation, your continuous efforts have granted you a preliminary understanding of the disguise technique. You have entered its basics. On the 187th day, your disguise technique has successfully advanced to proficiency. You can now alter your appearance at will. On the 340th day, the disguise technique has reached a minor achievement. You can now perceive the subtlest changes in anyone's expression, making it impossible for those below the Grandmaster level to distinguish you from the disguised individual. On the 580th day, your disguise technique has achieved great success. Your skills now surpass those of the previous master of the Thousand Faces, and beneath the celestial realm, none will be able to detect your disguise. On the 763rd day of his retreat, Ye Beixuan's comprehension of the art of disguise had reached an unprecedented level, mastering it to perfection. He could transform into anything he desired, even at the celestial tier, undetectable to the keenest of eyes. Suddenly, the retreat concluded, and insights flooded his mind, presenting a wealth of understanding regarding the art of disguise. Ye Beixuan absorbed and contemplated these revelations, marveling at the wonders of this craft. He realized that his previous proficiency, akin to a minor achievement, was but a shadow of his current mastery, which still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the pinnacle. His skill in disguise had even deceived numerous experts, allowing him to infiltrate the imperial city. He mused to himself. Even if he were to assume the form of the emperor, none would be the wiser. After assimilating the art, he gazed at his form, and in mere moments, his muscles began to shift, accompanied by the transformation of his skeletal structure. His once smooth chin sprouted a beard, and within seconds, Ye Beixuan had morphed into the likeness of his acquaintance, Lu Fengping. Astonishingly, he could manipulate his muscle cells to induce growth. As he scrutinized his reflection in a nearby copper mirror, his voice altered completely, now sounding like that of Lu Fengping. He surmised that even Lu Fengping's wife would be unable to discern any difference. He could even adjust his physique at will. Subsequently, he transformed once more, adopting the appearance of Lu Qingwu. Observing his newly endowed form, he fell into deep thought. Perhaps it was best not to employ such a method of transformation into the opposite gender unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, as a pure man like himself found it somewhat unsettling. Reverting to his true self, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited within Ye Beixuan. Excellent. With this art of disguise, he was resolved to eliminate Xiao Yuan and his ilk upon returning to the capital. He had hesitated to act, knowing that amidst the multitude of experts in the capital, even at the peak of Grandmaster level, taking down Xiao Yuan would come at a great personal cost. However, with this miraculous technique now at his disposal, he could eliminate anyone with ease, remaining utterly undetected. The system's retreat, flying immortals from beyond, continued without reservation. Determined to master the art of disguise in its entirety, he pressed forward, aware that his sole vulnerability lay in his mastery of swordsmanship, as he was only proficient with a blade. On the 39th day of his retreat, through his understanding of the sword path, he began to grasp the essence of the sword, achieving remarkable results in a short span. On the 210th day, through relentless practice, his command over the art of flying immortals from beyond grew increasingly proficient, leading him to a breakthrough into mastery. On the 466th day, under his diligent training, he reached the minor achievement of flying immortals from beyond and comprehended the essence of the sword. On the 758th day of my retreat, I achieved a breakthrough in the celestial swordsmanship of Ye Beixuan, attaining a significant level of mastery. By the 1100th day, through relentless effort, Ye Beixuan reached its zenith, while my sword intent ascended to the pinnacle of the first realm, tantalizingly close to breaking into the second realm. As this session of retreat concluded, the insights were transmitted, and a resounding boom echoed. The profound understanding of the sword technique fully immersed itself within Ye Beixuan's consciousness. Within the depths of his mind, amidst swirling clouds of law manifestations, a magnificent long sword began to emerge. At that instant, the previously calm manifestation of his blade technique trembled with fervor. A deep, resonant clang resonated through Ye Beixuan's mind, igniting the automatic resurgence of his blade manifestation. As if provoked, the newly formed sword manifestation quivered in response. Two distinct energies began to clash fiercely. What is happening? Ye Beixuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the very fabric of his consciousness being threatened by the opposing forces of sword and blade. They were not merely repelling each other, but exhibiting an inexplicable duality. The energies of blade intent and sword intent surged within him, drawing the two manifestations closer, on the verge of merging completely. Yet, the sword manifestation, though formidable, was merely the first level of sword intent, incapable of rivaling the robust blade manifestation he had cultivated. Should they collide, the outcome would be inevitable. The newly formed sword manifestation would shatter utterly. Though Ye Beixuan had never experienced the consequences of a manifestation's destruction, he surmised that it would leave his sword path devoid of any advancement, perhaps even extinguishing his sword intent entirely. This was a fate he could not accept. If he could not wield his sword intent after cultivating Ye Beixuan, his journey in swordsmanship would be irrevocably doomed. Even the most powerful techniques, devoid of true essence, are but illusions, fleeting as a mirage. Stop! Ye Beixuan attempted to rein in both his blade and sword intents, but to no avail. The once manageable energies now resisted his will. He realized he could not allow the sword and blade to intersect. Resolute, he decided to suppress the conflicting energies with primal essence. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes. With a thunderous surge, the innate yin-yang technique activated within his dantian, unleashing a torrent of primal energy that surged toward his consciousness. The rolling energy cascaded into his mind, transforming into a mighty river that cleaved through the clouds, creating a chasm akin to a celestial divide, thoroughly separating the two approaching manifestations. Suddenly, two forces erupted from the river. One possessed a shadowy essence intertwined with a radiant light, while the other embraced darkness within its brilliance. These forces swept forth, enveloping the manifestations of both the sword and the blade. In that instant, Ye Beixuan felt an inexplicable enlightenment dawning upon him. This sensation was truly extraordinary. The techniques of the sword and blade appeared to be gradually merging into one. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending a new realm of martial arts. Dual mastery of sword and blade, simultaneously wielding both weapons grants 100% enhancement of strength. The system's notification resonated within Ye Beixuan's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, only for joy to swiftly replace his astonishment. Dual mastery, such a thing exists. The realization that he could wield both simultaneously for 100% increase in power was nothing short of a monumental gain. It would directly amplify his strength exponentially, essentially doubling his foundational prowess. This was a delight surpassing even the joy of a realm breakthrough. Ye Beixuan glanced at his system panel. His realm had ascended to the 4th level of Grandmaster, having comprehended the essence of the sword and the art of disguise. At this moment, Ye Beixuan was undoubtedly invincible among those beneath the late Grandmaster stage. Even a peak Grandmaster of the 7th level might find it challenging to defeat him. If he wielded the dual mastery, he could likely vanquish even the average 7th level Grandmaster. This enhancement was terrifyingly significant for him. Yet, the consumption of his idle points was equally astounding. From nearly 5,000, he was left with a mere 9. It felt like a swift regression to his previous state. Nonetheless, Ye Beixuan's spirits remained high. Idle points were meant for the enhancement of strength, and with his newfound power, his confidence in escorting the rebellious faction to the capital had greatly increased. The journey back would undoubtedly be fraught with far greater peril than that of his arrival. With a deep breath, Ye Beixuan exhaled a cloud of stale air and slowly rose from the bed, glancing outside at the sky. The moon had ascended among the branches, and the entirety of Jiangzhou appeared particularly lively, with the sounds of fireworks occasionally punctuating the air. "Brother Yi, you have emerged from seclusion?" As he stepped out, a melodious feminine voice reached his ears. He turned to see a remarkably exquisite young woman standing nearby. It was none other than Leng Yu. Her expression was a mixture of complexity. Despite Ye Beixuan's formidable presence, he still chose to remain in seclusion for extended periods. Moreover, judging by his aura, it seemed he had made considerable progress during this retreat. Such a person was indeed extraordinary. She had once believed her own talents to be exceptional, having entered the top 100 of the talented ones list at a young age, celebrated as a rare genius in the 6 doors for decades. Yet, since encountering Ye Beixuan, she had come to understand what true prodigy meant. The gap between them had not felt insurmountable when she returned from Huoguo Mountain. But now, despite her unwavering dedication and diligence in her training, the gap between her and her goals not only failed to diminish but instead expanded exponentially. Although she did not partake in the battle against the Jiangzhou government last night while escorting the captain of the Imperial Guards and the missing soldiers, she was nonetheless informed today that Ye Beixuan single-handedly faced 4 grandmasters, even slaying one of them, a formidable 5th-level grandmaster. This revelation was almost beyond her comprehension. Unbeknownst to Ye Beixuan, the complexities of her emotions were lost on him, as he simply nodded with a smile. Indeed, he remarked, glancing around to ensure they were alone before continuing, Captain Long, I have arranged for Brother Liu to secretly escort Wei Yin to the capital for trial. This matter is known only to you and me. I would appreciate your cooperation on the journey back, so as not to expose it. There was no need for him to conceal anything from Lung Yu, who, as the head of the 6 doors, would undoubtedly be involved. Upon hearing his words, her pupils constricted slightly. She was far from foolish. In fact, she was quite astute and understood the implications of Ye Beixuan's strategy. Chapter 137, with a blade in hand. Invincible under heaven, Ye Beixuan intended to draw all attention to himself on the return journey. She could only imagine the tempests they would face. The Wei family in the capital, upon receiving this information, would spare no effort to prevent their return. Even if they were wary of openly attacking the Imperial Guards and the 6 doors, they would undoubtedly refrain from sending their elite fighters. Yet the Wei family had numerous retainers at their disposal. The peril of facing a desperate assault from a powerful family was enough to make Lung Yu's scalp tingle. Brother Yi, are you confident? Lung Yu inquired, her expression a blend of concern and complexity as she regarded Ye Beixuan. With a light chuckle, he reassured her. Do not worry. I will create some distance between us when the time comes. They will undoubtedly target me first, allowing you to safely escort the prisoners. Having achieved breakthroughs in both cultivation and martial skills, Ye Beixuan was eager to test his abilities. Observing his confident demeanor, Lung Yu felt a twinge of inadequacy. It was hard to fathom who could ever be deemed worthy of such an extraordinary man. Enough of such thoughts. Tomorrow is the day of the escort. I must first go to the secret prison to find someone to substitute for Wei Yan. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Lung Yu collected herself and nodded, following him towards the secret prison. This prison was located not far from the governor's office, yet its position remained obscure, known to very few. All prisoners confined there faced an almost certain death. In total, 67 officials from Jiangzhou and Linen had been captured, not to mention their countless family members. However, there was no need to escort those families back to the capital. Once the imperial decree from Emperor Xuanhe was issued, others would come to execute the death orders. Ye Beixuan arrived at the cell of a Jiangzhou official. These officials had been completely sealed off from their spiritual channels, unable to even utter a word. Upon seeing Ye Beixuan, their eyes were filled with a desperate plea, but he paid them no mind. He approached the man, placing his palm gently on his back. As his masterful disguise technique commenced, forcefully altering the man's appearance and demeanor with his internal energy. In a mere few minutes, the individual who had stood before him vanished entirely, replaced by the visage of Wei Yin. Cold Moon, who had been observing silently from the side, was taken aback, her eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Upon scrutinizing the figure before her, she discerned no flaws. There were no tools of disguise in sight. Such was the magic of transformation that a living person right before her eyes had morphed into another. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she might have believed this individual had always possessed this countenance. Mission accomplished. Ye Beixuan felt a sense of satisfaction, while altering his own appearance took mere breaths. Aiding another in disguise required a bit more time. With all preparations complete, Ye Beixuan and Cold Moon exited the secret prison once more. Lu Zhong had arranged a feast and raised his cup towards Ye Beixuan. My lord, you are to depart tomorrow, and who knows when we shall meet again. I toast to you. Though their time together had been brief, Lu Zhong held deep admiration for Ye Beixuan's capabilities, and he considered himself fortunate to have contributed significantly to this endeavor. Ye Beixuan raised his cup with a smile, stating, Where in the world do we not meet again? When you come to the capital, feel free to visit the Northern Pacification Office to find me and your cousin. With that, they both downed their drinks. The banquet continued until midnight, and the guests were thoroughly intoxicated. Ye Beixuan himself felt pleasantly tipsy. Initially intending to retire for the night, he suddenly felt a flicker of cold light flash within his eyes as he glanced sharply towards the direction of the secret prison. How swift! In just a day, someone had arrived? A cold smile graced Ye Beixuan's lips. Wei Yin had indeed been entrenched in Jiangzhou for a long time. Even in his downfall, there were still those willing to rescue him. It was undoubtedly someone from within the Jiangzhou government. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to arrive in such a short time. Employing his graceful footwork, Ye Beixuan stealthily made his way toward the distance. Outside the secret prison, a figure clad in dark attire approached with a ghostly swiftness. His movements akin to a bird in flight, astonishingly rapid, perhaps even faster than the grandmasters Ye Beixuan had encountered. He had evidently perfected a top-tier lightness skill to an extraordinary level. In the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the secret prison. Strange. Why was there no guard? The cloaked figure surveyed the desolate surroundings, frowning slightly. Under normal circumstances, there should be patrols present. For no one could leave the secret prison while I am here. Just as his thoughts settled, a faint voice echoed in response. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure jolted in surprise, turning abruptly to discover a youthful figure who had inexplicably appeared behind him. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He proudly boasted of his unparalleled lightness of foot in the Jiangnan prefecture. Yet, he failed to notice the young man's approach. Ye Beixuan? The name slipped from his lips. At the same moment, his figure flickered as he dashed away into the distance. His movements were akin to lightning, employing all the skills he had honed over a lifetime. Such speed would undoubtedly elude even the most seasoned masters of the 6th or 7th realm. However, there was no sense of relaxation in his heart. Rather, cold sweat streamed down his brow. For beside him, he once again beheld that young captain, with such remarkable agility. You must be the famed flying eagle of Jiangzhou, Hu Hai, right? The young captain spoke with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai halted abruptly on a rooftop, his expression turning grim. He hadn't expected Ye Qianhu to be aware of his reputation. Ye Beixuan, standing opposite him, nodded slightly. Not only that, I am also aware that Hu Hai is merely an alias for you. Your true identity is that of one of the infamous 5 thieves of Jiangzhou. 8 years ago, you wreaked havoc in Jiangzhou and were apprehended by the then newly appointed Wei Yan. The world believed you to be dead. Little did they know, you were taken in as a covert operative. What's more, after your downfall, it was unexpected that this band of petty thieves would come to your rescue. Listening to Ye Beixuan recount their names with such familiarity, Hu Hai fell silent. Before he could respond, 4 more figures emerged around them. Their appearances were peculiar: an old man with one eye, a graceful scholar, a beggar, and the last, a wealthy gentleman clad in embroidered robes. These 4 formed an encirclement, trapping Ye Beixuan in their midst and blocking all his escape routes. It was evident that they were the remaining 4 among the infamous 5 thieves of Jiangzhou. Chapter 138. I have a blade, please behold. The wealthy gentleman, leading the group, spoke to Ye Beixuan in a grave tone. We do not wish to oppose Captain Yi, but our lives, along with our families, are under the control of Wei Yan, who wields a specially concocted 7-day heartbreak powder. We must procure an antidote from him monthly. Now that you have captured him, we beseech you, Captain Yi, to grant us a path to survival, allowing us to exchange his life for our freedom. Ye Beixuan cast a glance at them and couldn't help but chuckle derisively. You want me to release him in exchange for your lives? Have you all been reduced to mere dogs for Wei Yan over the years? To dare propose such absurdity to me? At his words, the expressions of the 5 men soured. In that case, we shall have no choice but to exchange your head, Captain Yi, for the antidote. Attack! The wealthy gentleman commanded in a deep voice. With his words, a wave of terrifying energy erupted from their bodies. The 5 thieves of Jiangzhou had been notorious for decades, wreaking havoc and never facing capture, relying solely on their formidable strength. Though Jiangzhou was not a vast territory, it spanned 2,000 miles, encompassing numerous counties and housing many skilled practitioners. Each of these notorious individuals possessed formidable prowess, being mid-level grandmasters in their own right. Among them, 2 had already reached the 5th realm of grandmaster. Wei Yan had significantly developed the ironclad operations in Jiangzhou, with most of the credit attributed to their efforts. Nearly all clandestine dealings were orchestrated by them. The 5 of them were typically dispersed across various counties in Jiangzhou, covertly monitoring officials on Wei Yan's behalf. Upon receiving news this morning of Wei Yan's capture, they hastened to Jiangzhou from all corners. Although Ye Beixuan had single-handedly slain 4 grandmasters the previous day, there remained a considerable gap between those adversaries and the strength of these 5. United, they would be capable of subduing anyone short of a 6th realm grandmaster. Kill! They roared in unison, launching themselves into a fierce battle. Waves of their formidable powers erupted above their heads as they sought to conclude the fight swiftly. Should the Imperial Guard arrive, drawing Lu Feng into the fray, their escape would be impossible. Ye Beixuan refrained from idle chatter. The prowess of the so-called Jiangzhou 5 thieves was indeed impressive, far superior to the grandmasters he had encountered the night prior. Had he not made a breakthrough, it would have required considerable effort to subdue them. However, their current strength, in Ye Beixuan's estimation, was merely mediocre. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, his substantial energy surged forth like a tidal wave. A true dragon emerged from his palm. The innate yin-yang scripture activated the 18 palms of the dragon Subduing. Its might having reached an extraordinary level. Roar! The sound of the dragon echoed through the midnight air, clashing against the onslaught of the Jiangzhou Five Thieves. The collision of the golden dragon and their lethal strikes unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy that radiated in all directions. The dilapidated houses beneath them crumbled under the pressure, the ground cracking like a spider's web. Ye Beixuan struck down with one palm, then followed with another. With a deft twist, another dragon soared from his being, roaring in fury, as he unleashed a mighty force that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the 3,000 provinces. One golden dragon was already a formidable challenge, leaving the Jiangzhou Five Thieves hard-pressed to defend themselves. Now, with Ye Beixuan's palm strength doubled, he shattered their attacks. The five of them simultaneously coughed up blood, violently thrown apart by the raging energy. Their eyes widened with unmistakable terror. Previously, their understanding of Ye Beixuan was limited to his ascension to the top of the talented rankings. Though this ranking was daunting, it posed no real threat in their minds. Even after entering the city, where tales of Ye Beixuan's single-handed defeat of 4 grandmasters spread like wildfire, they remained unconcerned, firmly believing that no matter how strong he became, he could not surpass them. But now, they found themselves injured by a mere pair of hands, unable to summon even Ye Beixuan's renowned swordsmanship, leaving them gripped by fear. Struggling against the tumult of energy within them, they hesitated not a moment, scattering in all directions to escape. As a notorious bandit, escaping is always the foremost priority. Under this maneuver, they realized that confronting Ye Beixuan was beyond their capabilities. Attempting to flee, Ye Beixuan unleashed his formidable energy, directing a single finger strike towards the group. Then, in a flash, he pursued the flying eagle, Hu Hai, who had taken flight earlier. Among them, he possessed the highest agility and the greatest speed. However, when he sensed a rapidly approaching figure behind him, terror engulfed him. Damn it! Why was he the chosen target? Shouldn't he have sought out those who were slower? Perhaps he could have dispatched a few more. But now Hu Hai found himself in a predicament. Although his agility was remarkable, his combat skills ranked lowest among the 5. Previously, their combined efforts had proven futile against Ye Beixuan. If he were to be captured, it wouldn't take more than 2 or 3 moves before he was slain. With such thoughts, Hu Hai gritted his teeth and altered his course, chasing after the closest of the Jiangzhou Five Thieves, the blind old man. In a life-and-death situation, a thief is merely a thief. He did not wish for his demise. If he were to perish, he intended to take someone down with him. As long as he could outrun the blind old man, perhaps he might survive. The blind old man, initially reveling in the notion that Ye Beixuan was not pursuing him, suddenly turned his gaze, and, upon seeing Hu Hai approaching, his expression froze, followed by an eruption of fury. Hu Hai, what are you doing? Being seasoned rogues. He understood Hu Hai's intentions all too well. Yet, Hu Hai remained silent, relentlessly closing the distance. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile graced Ye Beixuan's lips. Ultimately, they were all mere petty thieves. Even if they were dubbed the Five Thieves, it was merely a means to secure assistance against formidable foes. It was a matter of mutual benefit. He felt no urgency, waiting patiently as Hu Hai inched closer to the blind old man. When the distance between the two shrank to mere several meters, Ye Beixuan drew forth his snow-drinking mad blade from his waist. The chilling aura of the blade surged forth almost instantaneously. After cultivating the primordial yin-yang scripture, Ye Beixuan experienced the full activation of the snow-drinking mad blade's power for the first time. Previously, the pure yang energy from the 9-yang divine art had hindered the complete manifestation of the blade's icy prowess. But now, the situation was different. The energy flowed along the blade's edge, and the surroundings seemed to transform into a realm of frost. A glance of icy terror. The violent blade aura suddenly expanded. A blade light stretching dozens of meters erupted from the snow-drinking mad blade. Ye Beixuan swung the blade toward the scholar and Hu Hai. As the blade descended, even before its arrival, the chilling energy enveloped the two. No, faced with this unparalleled and domineering strike, their hearts momentarily halted. Their eyes filled with terror. They uttered a single word of despair. Crash! As the blade fell, silence enveloped the world. The bodies of Hu Hai and the scholar were reduced to dust, with only the lingering snowflakes around serving as a testament to their existence. Chapter 139. The Emergence of the Abyssal Rainbow Sword, a celestial being from beyond. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 240 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 240 idle points. The system's notification resonated within Ye Beixuan's mind. Ye Beixuan sheathed his blade, casting a fleeting glance aside, and swiftly pursued the direction of another fleeing figure. Among the 5 thieves, 3 remained, and he would not allow a single one to escape. Having dared to raid the prison, They must be prepared to traverse the path to the underworld. How infuriating it was that Ye Beixuan had grown so formidable. In a secluded alley of Jiangzhou City, a pervasive stench lingered in the air. The streets were flanked by dilapidated buildings, where the occasional sight of beggars sprawled asleep on either side was not uncommon. This was the slum of Jiangzhou City, home to its most destitute inhabitants. Among them was an old beggar, one of the fleeing thieves, who concealed himself in this inconspicuous place. He retrieved a pill from his bosom and swallowed it, restoring the internal energy that had been disrupted moments before. Only then did he open his eyes, which glimmered with resentment, fear, and trepidation. That wretched Wei Yan, having been captured, failed to provide us with the antidote. If we cannot rescue him, my old life may not endure another fortnight. He harbored no affection for Wei Yan, only boundless fury. Their motive for the prison raid was solely survival. Yet now, they had stumbled upon the ironclad resolve of Ye Beixuan. Sighing, the old beggar voiced his despair. He was profoundly afraid of death, despite having taken many lives and eliminated those he wished to kill throughout his existence. Nevertheless, when faced with the specter of death, terror gripped him. The old blind man and the bat were likely dead. Only the scholar and the wealthy gentleman remained alive. Tomorrow, he would seek them out to devise a strategy to eliminate Ye Beixuan. Resolving himself, he wasted no further time, stooping to find a place to rest and plan for the morrow. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he suddenly froze in place. Before him stood an unexpected silhouette, a young figure. Upon seeing this apparition, the beggar's complexion drained of color. Did Ye Qianhu truly intend to eradicate him? After a moment of silence, the beggar spoke slowly. Eradicate us entirely? Ye Beixuan's lips curled into a faint smile. You 5 thieves have committed countless atrocities, serving as dogs for Wei Yan for years. You must have taken at least 800 lives, if not more. Why would you spare others when you yourself have taken so many lives? The beggar fell silent, realizing that since his pursuer had come, it was undoubtedly to end his life. His internal energy surged, and a dark hand erupted with terrifying power as he struck toward Ye Beixuan. Kill! The beggar summoned all his strength for a desperate struggle. Yet, just as he moved, he was abruptly met with a dazzling flash of sword light, so exquisite it seemed to cascade like a river, a radiant arc that pierced the heavens, emanating a chilling aura that penetrated to the marrow. After the glimmer of the sword, a shadow flashed past him. The beggar's pupils widened in astonishment, caught off guard, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck. The moonlight illuminated the narrow alley, casting ethereal shadows. In the moonlit haze, 2 figures collided and swiftly parted. The swordsman retracted his long sword, while the severed head, struck by a palm, quietly slipped away. Blood gushed forth. To perish beneath the celestial beings is indeed a privilege. Ye Beixuan held the sword, Yuanhong, aloft, and turned to depart. This marked his inaugural display of swordsmanship. It must be said that, in comparison to knives, swordplay possesses a grace that is both more elegant and swifter. A single stroke can cleave flesh and sever bone. In Jiangzhou, at the grandest brothel, the Wanhua Pavilion, a scholar and a wealthy gentleman sat together in a lavish room, both wearing expressions of relief. After their encounter with Ye Beixuan, they had fled in opposite directions from the flying bat, never anticipating that Ye Beixuan would pursue the bat first. This unexpected turn facilitated their escape. After observing that Ye Beixuan did not follow, they altered their route several times, ultimately arriving at Wanhua Pavilion. They believed that no matter how formidable Ye Beixuan might be, he could never fathom their whereabouts. Brother, when have the 5 thieves of Jiangzhou ever found themselves in such a predicament? Ye Beixuan is truly infuriating. The scholar lamented as he took a swig of liquor. The wealthy gentleman sighed in agreement. Indeed, this lad's strength is astonishingly beyond our expectations. We thought that with our combined efforts, subduing him would be a mere formality. Yet, to our dismay, we were defeated in a single move. Lao Wu is being pursued by Ye Beixuan and is unlikely to escape. The rest of us should be safe by now. The wealthy man felt helpless. Their misjudgment of Ye Beixuan's capabilities had led to their current plight. The 5 thieves of Jiangzhou had roamed these lands for decades, and although they had recently become lackeys of Wei Yan, they had never encountered such disgrace. What shall we do about the poison among us? This is the unique toxin of the Wei family, and only they possess the antidote. With Wei Yan unable to assist, are we to wait helplessly for our demise? The scholar's face bore a frown. In life, perhaps nothing is truly equitable, yet the one certainty is that we all possess but one life. Whether one is a monarch or a celestial being, death is an indisputable finality. Upon hearing this, the wealthy gentleman pondered for a moment. Do not despair. Our bond as brothers is strong, and I will not conceal the truth from you. Although the poison planted by Wei Yan is difficult to cure, I have learned of an extraordinary individual in the Nandian prefecture, reputed to possess miraculous healing abilities. capable of treating all ailments. However, this person has a peculiar habit. He only aids 3 individuals each month. Since Wei Yin cannot help us, we shall wait for Ye Beixuan to depart tomorrow, and then make haste to Nandian Prefecture. Perhaps there is still hope. At this, the scholar's eyes brightened. Excellent. Ah, what a fine disposition you two possess. Having narrowly escaped with your lives, you have chosen to indulge in such frivolities as visiting a brothel, truly a vice of considerable magnitude. As the two engaged in conversation, an unexpected, faint voice wafted into their ears. Upon hearing it, both the wealthy gentleman and the scholar felt a jolt run through them, their eyes widening in horror as they turned to the source of the sound, akin to seeing a ghost. There, perched upon the windowsill of their small courtyard, sat a figure holding an ancient sword, appearing there unbeknownst to them. This figure exuded an extraordinary handsomeness, radiating an indescribable air of nonchalance. Smiling benignly at them, far from an enemy, more like a predator observing 2 chickens awaiting slaughter. When one sights their prey, their mood often brightens. How did you find us? The scholar exclaimed in terror. They had meticulously erased their traces during their escape, fearful of being detected by Ye Beixuan. They hadn't even dared to leave the city, wishing to play a game of concealment. Yet, how little time had passed, and Ye Beixuan had already discovered their whereabouts. The wealthy gentleman, in sheer desperation, fell to his knees with a thud. Spare my life, my lord. If you grant me mercy, my life shall henceforth belong to you. Command me to slay whomever you desire, and I shall obey. I am willing to become your most loyal hound. Chapter 140. The Capital in Turmoil. The Wei family's dismay in a bid for survival. The wealthy gentleman cast aside all semblance of dignity. A Grand Master of the 5th rank, a formidable existence in the world, now resembled a whimpering lapdog. Oh, Ye Beixuan expressed interest, recognizing that only these last 2 remained of the 5, incapable of escaping his grasp. You may do as you please, but I suggest you eliminate that one, he said, gesturing toward the scholar beside the wealthy gentleman. Both their faces paled simultaneously. The scholar bellowed in rage, Ye Beixuan, do not think to sow discord between us. We are as brothers, bonded by blood, even in death. We shall not yield to your machinations. Before he could finish his protest, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a hand brutally penetrated his heart, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood. His eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at the wealthy gentleman. The hand that had just betrayed him. Desperate to resist, he soon realized that his internal energy was no longer under his control. His limbs grew weak. A clear sign of poisoning. You poisoned me. Before the scholar could utter another word, his heart was crushed, blood erupting forth once again. His eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. Meanwhile, the wealthy gentleman displayed not a flicker of emotion, extracting his hand and bowing once more to Ye Beixuan. My lord, in light of my unwavering loyalty, I beseech you to spare my life. Ye Beixuan observed this scene with a resigned shake of his head. Truly ruthless. After all those years of brotherhood, he kills without a second thought, not even blinking. Forgive me, I was deceiving you. For individuals of such treachery, Ye Beixuan had no intention of showing mercy. Although he possessed 100 methods to control the wealthy gentleman, there was no necessity for it. To keep such a venomous and treacherous individual close at hand is akin to inviting one's own demise. With that, Ye Beixuan unsheathed his Yuanhong sword, its blade radiating a chilling, ethereal light. He executed a move reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. However, with this strike, he summoned forth the power of his Dharma manifestation. The wealthy gentleman before him was the most formidable among the 5 notorious bandits of Jiangzhou, already a mid-stage Grand Master of the 5th level. To vanquish him with swordplay would undeniably require an exertion of considerable force. While the affluent man feigned pleas for mercy, he had already begun to channel all his internal energy. Yet, he woefully underestimated the dreadfulness of this strike. With Ye Beixuan's current mid-stage Grandmaster prowess, executing such a cataclysmic blow left no chance for survival to anyone below the 6th level. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade severed the gentleman's throat, and the sword's energy shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. After the strike, Ye Beixuan did not even glance back. He merely tossed a 1,000-taels note and turned to depart. The wealthy man clutched his neck desperately, life ebbing away slowly. Unbeknownst to anyone, on this fateful night, all 5 Grand Masters of the Jiangzhou bandits met their demise, and the orchestrator of it all, Ye Beixuan, remained utterly indifferent. As dawn broke, Ye Beixuan and Lung Yu, along with their entourage, escorted several prisoners quietly out of Jiangzhou, bidding farewell to Lu Zhong as they journeyed towards the capital. The return journey was not as swift as their arrival. Ye Beixuan had charged through on horseback with reckless abandon, covering the distance from the capital to Jiangzhou in a mere 3 days. However, escorting the prisoner cart, along with over 1,000 members of the Jinui and the Six Doors, naturally slowed their pace. Despite the cultivation levels of these individuals and their mounts, which could travel at least 1,000 miles a day with a hint of spiritual energy, it would still take at least 10 days to reach the capital. During this span, the news of his capture of Wei Yin would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital. As Ye Beixuan had anticipated, on the second day after his team's departure, nearly all factions within the capital received word of his success in retrieving the tribute and apprehending the mastermind of the case, the governor of Jiangzhou, Wei Yin. Upon the news reaching them, the entire capital was thrown into turmoil, particularly the Wei family. The head of the Wei family, Wei Wudao, nearly collapsed to the ground, left in a state of bewilderment for several minutes. Although much of the information was disseminated through carrier pigeons and could only be regarded as hearsay without concrete evidence, the Wei family, as the principal conspirators in this incident, understood the implications better than anyone else. Simultaneously, Wei Wudao summoned every member of the family, even those elders who had long secluded themselves in the ancestral grounds. At the forefront sat an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s, yet remarkably robust. This man was the unwavering pillar of the Wei family, a pinnacle grandmaster of the 9th level, and the previous head of the family, Wei Wudao's grandfather. The iron-handed cold gunman, Wei Dongshan. He has surpassed a century in age and once ranked among the top 100 on the celestial list. Now, he possesses the formidable strength capable of reaching the earthly rankings. Surrounding the hall are 3 others, all of advanced years yet exhibiting remarkable vitality. Clearly the pinnacle of martial prowess. These individuals are elders of the Wei family ancestral ground, the family's greatest support. At this moment, Wei Dongshan's countenance darkens to an extreme, evidently already aware of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Wei Wudao kneels on the ground, exclaiming, "Grandfather, our Wei family faces a life-and-death crisis. Wei Yin has been captured by that young disciple, Ye Beixuan. Although we are currently unaware of the evidence he possesses, should he return safely to the capital, it would spell disaster for our family." Wei Dongshan glares fiercely at Wei Wudao. "How long has the Wei family been in your hands? And it has already descended to this level. The illustrious Wei estate is being threatened with annihilation by a mere boy in his teens. Wei Wudao, you truly are my beloved grandson." Wei Wudao, filled with bitterness, feels an overwhelming sense of fear and regret. Though he harbored hatred towards Ye Beixuan, he never envisioned such a method of retaliation. After all, he understands the calamity that could befall the Wei family if things were to go awry. Betting everything on a mere junior for the sake of revenge is undoubtedly not worth it. Even if he lost a son, he still has others. "Grandfather, I did not intend to take such a foolish gamble. It was Lord Xiao Mingzhi of the Pingnan Marquisate who assured me repeatedly that this plan would be foolproof and would elevate our Wei family. In my moment of confusion, I believed him." Upon hearing the name of the Pingnan Marquisate, Wei Dongshan sighed in resignation. The Wei family, along with several others, had long been subordinate to the Pingnan Marquisate during his tenure. They had always followed the lead of the Marquisate. "Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. You must accompany me discreetly to the Pingnan Marquisate. The situation is not yet hopeless. As long as that young man does not return to the capital, everything will remain mere rumors. We still have a chance." Wei Wudao nodded eagerly yes. Chapter 141. Upholding Integrity. Why should I bow to you? At the Pingnan Marquisate, Xiao Mingzhi scrutinizes the intelligence in his hands, remaining silent, though the veins on his palm bulge as he clenches his fist, blood seeping from his palm. One day to solve the case? After meticulously devising such a comprehensive plan, using the Wei family as bait to completely pin Ye Beixuan in Jiangzhou, he now finds himself inadvertently granting a monumental achievement to his adversary while also jeopardizing the Wei family. "Ye Beixuan, I refuse to believe that a mere Jinui can turn the tide under my watch. I will ensure your demise." At this moment, Xiao Mingzhi can no longer contain himself. An unprecedented murderous intent erupts from his eyes. It is the first time he has felt such an urge to kill someone. "Young master, the head of the Wei family and the family's ancestor request an audience." The voice of a middle-aged steward calls from outside the study. Xiao Mingzhi seems to have anticipated this, suppressing his murderous intent, wiping away the traces of blood, and straightening his attire as he proceeds toward the door. In a short while, he is ready to meet them. Beyond the Wei family, the heads of the Chao and Zhao families also entered the residence of the Pingnan Marquis. The conversations among them remained a mystery, lasting for over half an hour before they departed. Subsequently, countless carrier pigeons took flight from the capital. The following day, the ancestor of the Wei family vanished without a trace, taking with him numerous elite experts from the capital. The moonlight spilled like water, shimmering with a silvery glow, while a gentle breeze rustled the trees, creating a soothing sound. "Brother Ye, are you truly going to detach from the group?" Cold Moon gazed at Ye Beixuan, biting her lip as they rested after a day's journey, having just crossed the Kanglan River at midnight. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly in response. The families in the capital have likely received word by now. It won't be long before they come in person. Their target is me. Should they become frenzied enough to annihilate the convoy, it would spell disaster for us all. Ye Beixuan spoke the truth. Although he speculated that the Wei family might not dare to openly dispatch their experts to attack the convoy, desperate times could provoke unpredictable madness. Rather than accompany Cold Moon and the others, it was wiser to act alone. With his own strength, he stood a better chance of escape. Even if he could not win, Cold Moon fell silent upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words. Yet, he rose directly, flashing a smile at her. Take care, Captain Cold. With that, he mounted his horse and departed, leaving Cold Moon speechless. She understood the peril that awaited Ye Beixuan on this journey. The Wei family, a stalwart presence in the capital for over a century, was backed by the formidable Pingnan Marquis, holding countless experts within their ranks. The family's desperate counterattack before their downfall was beyond her imagination, and as merely a master, she could offer little assistance. Ye Beixuan rode through the night on his steed, maintaining a steady pace. He was now a half-day's distance from the convoy, a distance that was neither too far nor too close, perfectly measured. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. The rainy season brought frequent downpours, and Ye Beixuan had grown accustomed to them. Fortunately, once again, he encountered the mountain god temple he had sought shelter in before. Leading his horse, he stepped into the temple. It remained much as before, yet today it was eerily quiet compared to the lively atmosphere of his last visit. Only the decayed statue of the mountain god stood in the center of the main hall, solemnly overlooking the world. Flanking the statue were two plaques. Ye Beixuan glanced at them, barely deciphering the inscriptions. The left one read, "Offering incense to the wicked brings no benefit," while the right proclaimed, "To maintain integrity. Why concern oneself with those who do not worship?" Ye Beixuan smiled gently as he brushed the dust from the plaques. Having passed through twice and been sheltered by the mountain god, he mused, "I have no incense to offer, but allow me to present you with a peach." Ye Beixuan withdrew 2 peaches from his package and placed them upon the altar. After a night of relentless toil, hunger gnawed at him. He ignited a bonfire, casually roasting some prepared beef. The thunder outside grew increasingly ominous, followed by a howling wind and a torrential downpour. As he turned the beef, he gazed out at the deluge. The moonless night, shrouded in dark winds, was indeed a fitting time for misdeeds. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the tempest. Ye Beixuan, I offer you a chance. Release Wei Yan and sever your own arms, and I shall spare your life. The words, akin to a lion's roar, seemed to momentarily still the downpour, as if his formidable inner strength had dispersed the rain. Ye Beixuan regarded the elder with a smirk. Wei family's third elder, the mad blade Wei San, at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of Grandmaster. The world deems you a blade lunatic, yet your wits appear rather lacking. Wei San's visage darkened ominously in the rain-soaked night. Youngster, when I made my name, your father was likely still drinking milk. I spare your life as an opportunity. Should I act, you shall find no escape. Ye Beixuan laughed heartily. You, a mere 6th stage Grandmaster, dare to claim my life? Have you inquired about the blade I wield? With that, he surged forth like a striking arrow. The snow-drinking mad blade sliced through the air, causing the surrounding raindrops to crystallize into icy shards. He swung his blade toward the Wei clan's ranks, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that tore through the rain and plunged into their midst. With a thunderous crash, a massive blade light obliterated everything in its path. The Wei clan members, caught off guard, were reduced to a crimson mist, horses and men alike. Ye Beixuan, you audacious fool. Wei San, mounted upon his steed, was taken aback by Ye Beixuan's audacity to strike first instead of fleeing. Once he regained his composure, fury surged within him. He swung his blade, imbued with astonishing might, directly at Ye Beixuan. As a 6th stage Grandmaster, Wei San was a force to be reckoned with, surpassing the clan elder who had previously protected Wei Yan. He was on the cusp of breaking into the later stages of Grandmaster. His mad blade technique was among the most formidable martial arts of the Wei family, mastered to perfection, making his combat prowess nearly comparable to that of a half-step Grandmaster. He ranked 3rd among the clan's elite, following the Iron Hand Cold Spear Wei Dongshan and another elder at the pinnacle of the 7th stage. Moreover, the clan elder who provided close protection for Wei Yan and Jiangzhou was none other than his own younger brother. Thus, upon hearing of Wei Yan's capture and his brother's beheading by Lu Fengping, he immediately gathered his forces and hastened towards Ye Beixuan with the intent to eliminate him. Chapter 142, The Frenzied Blade, a cut that slays 6 great Grandmasters come forth. Ye Beixuan exclaimed as he beheld Wei San's formidable strike, his eyes sparkling with determination. The 7th form of blade intent, the chaotic love strike. With a flourish of the snow-drinking blade in his grasp, a terrifying blade aura erupted forth. This technique, capable of influencing the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mankind, was sufficient to sever the bonds of human emotion. With a thunderous clash, the 2 long blades collided, unleashing an unprecedented wave of force that shattered the downpour around them. The elite warriors of the Wei family, led by Wei San, were forced to retreat, leaving the battlefield to the 2 combatants. Can you truly withstand this? As Wei San's strike descended, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Ye Beixuan. He was acutely aware that although he had not unleashed his lethal move, the power of this blow represented the full extent of his mastery. The might of a peak 6th level Grandmaster was nearly unimaginable. Yet, this young man before him managed to block his attack with apparent ease. How long had it been? This fellow had ascended to such heights in such a short span. Wei San found himself questioning whether a prodigy of this caliber truly existed in the world. Oh, the divine blade, Ye Beixuan. It is no wonder that my Wei family has suffered such calamities. Your talent is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Yet, the Wei family was not a clan that could be trifled with by a mere junior. Ye Beixuan's extraordinary prowess only served to ignite Wei San's insatiable thirst for vengeance. This youth could not be allowed to live. Not even a chance for escape could be permitted, otherwise he would ultimately become a grave threat to the Wei family. Spare me the idle chatter. Once I return to the capital, your Wei family shall be eradicated. Ye Beixuan responded with an air of indifference, though his resolve to annihilate the Wei family grew ever stronger. At these words, Wei San's fury intensified. Survive today, and then we shall see. With a cry, he unleashed the frenzied blade technique, a strike that could cleave mountains and rivers. With a swift motion, Wei San surged forward, employing his pinnacle martial skills. Countless blade shadows danced around him, resembling a frenzy. An unimaginable blade intent emanated from his being, exceeding the power of a first-level blade intent. It was the second level, and not merely a newly attained second-level blade intent. The terrifying blade light, combined with his technique, seemed capable of shattering the very landscape itself. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Ye Beixuan remained unfazed. Though potent, this blow posed no threat to him at present. His comprehension of the blade path transcended Wei San's by leagues. With decisive precision, he struck at the flaw in the frenzied blade technique. In an instant, Wei San's blade faltered. Ye Beixuan showed no hesitation. Arrogant as the heavens, a clear voice emanated from Ye Beixuan as the second form of the 7th blade, intent materialized before him. This strike, surpassing the previous one, was both more potent and swifter, an unparalleled display of terror intertwined with a hint of Ye Beixuan's profound essence. Faced with this unparalleled blow, Wei San's countenance shifted. The cut approached him with alarming proximity and speed, rendering him momentarily unresponsive. In a desperate bid, he swung his blade to deflect it. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Even the mountain shrine could not withstand such force and began to crumble. Wei San was propelled backward, his palms torn asunder, his garments shredded by the blade's aura, and gaping wounds erupted across his body. Yet, as the blood began to flow, it was swiftly washed away by the torrential rain. Wei San, in a frenzy, shouted defiantly, "I refuse to believe that you are stronger than I." He charged forward, summoning a long knife avatar that coalesced above his head, shrouded in dark energy, ultimately converging at the tip of his blade. The frenzied demon blade. This strike represented the pinnacle of his skill, akin to darkness personified, advancing relentlessly, showcasing the might of a peak 6th level Grandmaster. Wherever the darkness passed, everything was rendered to nothingness. Ye Beixuan, with a cold gaze, had already discerned through their previous exchanges that his strength was far beyond what this so-called Wei San could withstand. Only a late-stage Grandmaster could warrant his full attention. No longer inclined to engage, having assessed his own limits, Ye Beixuan lost interest in the skirmish. Divine blade slash. The snow-drinking mad blade flickered like lightning, directly confronting Wei San, an epitome of swordsmanship and lethal technique, devoid of any ostentation. Ye Beixuan's blade sliced through the darkness enveloping Wei San, rendering his power as fragile as parchment before him. With a swift cut, the sound ceased. Ye Beixuan's figure passed gracefully, coming to a firm halt upon the ground. While Wei San stood bewildered, clutching his blade, his entire being erupting in mid-air. The relentless rain continued to pour. The remaining members of the Wei family, who had accompanied Wei San, were nearly paralyzed with fear, incredulously witnessing the unfolding events. Their elder, the frenzied blade Wei San, had perished so easily. And in mere minutes since their clash began, they exchanged glances and without hesitation, turned to flee. Could one merely come and go at will? Treating his presence as a mere banquet, Ye Beixuan's expression turned frigid. The terrifying aura of his blade expanded relentlessly. He remained motionless, merely directing a strike at the fleeing assassins of the Wei family. A chilling glance. The blade descended, its icy essence slicing through the air. The blade's brilliance held forth, instantly crushing towards the fleeing assassins. Boom. The blade aura struck, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave. The world fell silent, where the chilling essence passed. A stretch of ice several dozen meters long emerged upon the ground. The rain and humidity coalesced into frost, ensnaring even the fleeing assassins of the Wei family, who were instantly transformed into ice sculptures along with their steeds. One could still faintly discern the unmistakable terror in their eyes. After delivering a swift strike, Ye Beixuan sheathed his sword without a glance back. With the resonant sound of metal sliding into its scabbard, the world resumed its motion. The torrential rain cascaded down upon the frozen forms of the Wei assassins. Cracks began to appear upon the icy figures, and as the rain washed over them, they shattered into countless fragments. The flesh encased within the ice met a similar fate, tumbling to the ground and splintering into icy shards. The battle was swift, both in its onset and conclusion. A significant portion of the exterior of the mountain god temple had collapsed, while the remaining walls bore traces of frost. Inside the temple, a piece of beef roasting over the fire was thoroughly cooked, with residual fat dripping onto the flames, producing a satisfying sizzle. Ye Beixuan seized the beef and took a hearty bite. The flavor was delightful. He then retrieved a flask of fine wine and tilted it back for a generous sip. Savoring the combination of wine and meat while gazing at the night's rain was truly a pleasure. As the wind swept away the clouds, satiated in content, Ye Beixuan lay down, using the earth as his bed, and soon fell into slumber. Chapter 143. Under heaven, I am unrivaled. Are you truly the pinnacle of the talented? The following morning, the heavy rain had subsided, and the sun rose brightly. Ye Beixuan emerged from the mountain god temple, mounted his horse, and leisurely vanished along the forest path. This journey spanned 2 days, marked by tranquility and devoid of any disturbances. Yet, Ye Beixuan sensed that such calmness was merely the precursor to an impending storm. Reflecting on the timeline, Lu Fengping had likely escorted Wei Yin back to the capital by now. Once he returned, the Wei family would be irrevocably finished, having traversed half the distance already. He anticipated being back in the capital within 4 to 5 days. That afternoon, Ye Beixuan caught sight of a quaint town named Xuanyang, established merely a century ago. It had transitioned from a village due to its proximity to the Xuanyang River, a tributary of the Kanglin River, evolving into a bustling port. Riding into the town, he noted its modest size, housing just over 1,000 families. Among its establishments, there was only one tavern situated by the riverside. Despite its somewhat remote location, the tavern thrived, particularly renowned for its osmanthus wine, which had garnered fame far and wide. Although Ye Beixuan had heard of it during his travels, he had not paused to indulge at the time, as he was focused on his journey. However, after days of travel, he found himself tempted. He rode his horse to the tavern, which was quite well appointed. While it could not compare to the grand establishments of the capital, it possessed a distinct charm, especially the Jiangwang platform situated at the back of the tavern. Seated upon the Wangjiang terrace, indulging in wine and meat while gazing at the surging river, one feels utterly at ease. The twilight hour descends gracefully. The establishment is bustling with life, a lively scene indeed. Esteemed guest, please enter. The cheerful innkeeper greeted as I approached the door. Will you be dining or lodging? Dining, Ye Beixuan responded directly. Very well, the innkeeper gestured invitingly. Please follow me. He then led Ye Beixuan to the Wangjiang terrace, where a dozen tables were set, 6 or 7 already occupied by patrons. Ye Beixuan chose a secluded spot, with the tumultuous river flowing just below the terrace. Please serve me a selection of your signature dishes, he commanded upon sitting. The innkeeper promptly went to fulfill the request. In no time, a grand array of food and drink was presented before Ye Beixuan, who partook with great enthusiasm. How do you find the flavors of our establishment? The innkeeper inquired, observing Ye Beixuan's enjoyment. Quite excellent, Ye Beixuan replied. The taste surpasses that of the grand taverns in the capital. Surely your chef must hail from there. You flatter us, esteemed guest, the innkeeper chuckled. We dare not compare ourselves to those grand establishments catering to nobles. Our rustic fare is unrefined in comparison. Ye Beixuan shook his head, sipping his wine. I speak only the truth. The dishes of those lords and nobles likely resemble this. He continued. This wine must be at least 50 years aged, a true delicacy. How can you discern such details? The innkeeper asked, intrigued. Ye Beixuan nodded, indeed. This exquisite vintage is exclusive to the Lingwei Tower of the Wei family in the capital, far superior to the osmanthus wine you previously served. Yet, a lament laced his words. Alas, such fine wine is tainted with the Tianshan snow poison. Though nearly colorless and tasteless, it is akin to a drop of ink in a tank of water, seemingly innocuous at first glance, yet it spoils a fine vintage upon closer inspection. His voice was low, yet it echoed like thunder in the ears of the nearby drinkers. Tianshan snow poison? 2 tables of patrons abruptly rose, eyes wide in disbelief as they turned to Ye Beixuan. My friend, you jest, do you not? This wine, while superior, could not possibly contain such a lethal toxin. Tianshan snow poison is worth its weight in gold, 1,000-fold more valuable. Who would dare to use it as poison? Such a name is well known among those of the martial world. 4 Tianshan snow poison ranks 100 on the notorious list of 300 deadly toxins released by Tianji Valley. It is a byproduct of the Tianshan snow lotus. In nature, all species exist in a delicate balance. For every poison, there is an antidote within 5 paces, and correspondingly, great nourishment often harbors danger. This Tianshan snow poison, however, only thrives in proximity to snow lotuses aged over 300 years, and each blossom yields but a few precious drops. A single drop can fetch 3,000 gold coins, reputed to have the capacity to poison any formidable expert beneath the heavens. Ye Beixuan chuckled lightly. Ordinary individuals certainly cannot afford such a luxury, but for the illustrious Wei family of the capital, or rather the Wei family on the brink of annihilation, they would be willing to part with it. Upon hearing the name of the Wei family, the 2 tables of patrons exchanged startled glances, their pupils dilating. One among them remained skeptical. My friend, the illustrious Wei family of the capital does not need to resort to such underhanded methods to eliminate their foes. Who is worth such an extravagant effort? Before Ye Beixuan could respond, the innkeeper, his expression devoid of emotion, cast a penetrating glance at him. Ordinary individuals are indeed not worthy, yet against the champion of the Tianjiao list, a peerless prodigy capable of slaying my family's 3rd elder, even the Tianshan snow poison is trivial. Isn't that right, Yi Qinhu? The innkeeper's assertion confirmed the gravity of the situation. The patrons' faces paled as they pointed at Ye Beixuan. You are Ye Beixuan, the champion of the Tianjiao list. Yet their words went unheeded as the innkeeper, puzzled, inquired. If you are already aware, why then consume this beverage? Would it not be a pity to waste such exquisite wine over a mere trace of poison? Ye Beixuan smiled gently, pouring himself another cup and drinking it down. Observing him continue to indulge, the innkeeper found himself at a loss. The Tianshan snow poison could even fell a grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 9th level. And there was almost no antidote available unless a celestial being intervened to reverse the poison. What was happening with Ye Beixuan? He had practically laid everything bare. Yet he continued to drink? In that moment, the innkeeper began to question whether the Tianshan snow poison was truly as formidable as the legend suggested. Had he perhaps mistaken it for a counterfeit? However, in the span of mere seconds, the patrons who had just spoken emitted muffled groans. Their cries silenced as their meridians froze, their bodies succumbing to an encroaching frost from within. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into icy statues. Yet, this was not the end. Following their transformation, flames erupted from within their frozen forms. The clash of fire and ice resulted in a swift melting, leaving puddles of water upon the ground, which the autumn breeze scattered. Those individuals vanished as if they had never graced this world, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 144, The 100 Steps Flying Sword, Grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Truly, this was a display of overwhelming power. Witnessing the tragic fate of the innocents, Ye Beixuan shook his head. While the Tianshan snow poison was potent, he was even more formidable. The poison's effects were twofold. One type, the snow poison, could pierce through meridians, while the other, the fire poison, could incinerate the body. Yet both were countered by the yin-yang meridian within him. The innate yin-yang meridian stemmed from the 9-yang divine art, which alone rendered its practitioner immune to all toxins. How much more so for the divine grade innate yin-yang meridian? Fire poison, no matter how strong, could not surpass the might of the yin meridian's essence, and the snow poison's chill could not rival the warmth of the yang meridian. On the contrary, what is poison to others serves as a tonic for him. What manner of being are you, human or specter? The innkeeper, having witnessed everything, was left in utter shock. The lethal nature of the Tianshan snow poison was now unmistakable, yet before him stood Ye Beixuan, seemingly unaffected. How could this be possible? The winds continued to whip across the river, stirring the waters into a tumultuous surge. The sky had completely darkened, and a flicker of firelight appeared on the river's surface, growing ever larger until a majestic 3-masted vessel emerged before Ye Beixuan's eyes. Upon the ship, flags fluttered, emblazoned with a colossal character for Wei. Observing the arrival of the ship, Ye Beixuan stretched languidly, exclaiming, "At last, it has arrived." As those words left his lips, the snow drink-mad blade at his waist was unsheathed with a resounding clang, unleashing a terrifying blade song. An overwhelming intent surged forth instantaneously, the blade cutting through the starry river and erupting within the inn. The dreadful sword aura descended, and with a thunderous crash, the inn, along with the innkeeper, was obliterated, leaving not a trace of their existence. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Eliminate the invading foe. Task completed. Rewards 100 steps flying sword. Lightning goddess steps. Task failed. No penalties. The system's prompt rang out sharply in Ye Beixuan's mind, but he paid it no heed. Standing alone by the riverbank, blade in hand, his gaze, sharp as lightning, fixated intently on the approaching vessel. Figures flickered upon the ship, and at the bow stood a burly elder, poised against the mast. This elder appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any ostentation or grandeur in his simple attire. Yet, this seemingly ordinary man emanated an unimaginable aura of danger that enveloped Ye Beixuan. The threat he posed surpassed any adversary Ye Beixuan had encountered before. It was terrifying to the ultimate degree. Ye Beixuan felt as though he were being swept away by a monstrous wave. Yet, rather than fear, exhilaration coursed through him, his muscles trembling with anticipation. This was the most formidable opponent he had faced since embarking on his journey. Moreover, Ye Beixuan recognized him, Ye Beixuan. The Iron Hand Cold Gun. He called out the name, having etched it into his memory while investigating the Wei family. This man was the greatest pillar of the Wei clan, the very reason they stood firm in the capital. A century ago, he had ranked amongst the top 100 on the heroic rankings. Now, at 100 years old, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Master's 9th level. Were it not for the formidable challenge of breaking through to the celestial realm, he might have already achieved that status. The Wei family had sent this elder to confront him personally, indicating that they were indeed desperate. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Ye Beixuan replied with a calm demeanor. The renowned Leaf God Blade, who has stirred the world, surprisingly knows the name of this old man. Such knowledge is indeed rare. Though his gaze towards Ye Beixuan remains indifferent, a hint of admiration lingers in his words. If one is unaware of the trump card of their enemies, then they are indeed quite useless. Ye Beixuan chuckled softly. Given this, you must recognize the disparity between us. I do not wish to oppress the weak. Ye Beixuan offered Ye Beixuan a choice. Should I take action, you would not even have the chance to flee. Therefore, if you surrender my inept grandson and destroy the evidence you have uncovered, while reporting to the emperor that the true instigator of this incident is the governor of Linen, I will take it upon myself to erase any grievances between us and the Wei family. From henceforth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Wei clan. I am even willing to personally mediate the disputes between you and the Pingnan Marquis, ensuring that even Xiaomingzhi would show me some respect. With the support of the Wei family, your ascent in the court will be assured. What do you think? Ye Beixuan, the cunning old fox, still meticulously considers the situation. Striving to preserve the Wei family to the greatest extent possible, he understands that eliminating Ye Beixuan holds little merit, as the evidence has long since slipped into unknown hands. Moreover, he dares not gamble, for the stakes are too high. The loss would jeopardize the century-old foundation of the Wei family and the lives of hundreds. For the sake of one Ye Beixuan, it is simply not worth it. Hence, his demeanor remains notably humble. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Ye Beixuan laughed heartily. You wish to settle our grievances? Very well, I too have a condition. Oh, Ye Beixuan's face brightened at Ye Beixuan's concession. Speak, and I shall agree to whatever is within my means. It is simple, although I am aware that you cannot influence the Pingnan Marquis's repeated attempts on my life. If you hand over your family head, Wei Wudao, along with all those aligned with him, I shall consent to peace with your family. What say you, old man? Surely, you have more than just Wei Wudao as your grandson. My request is quite reasonable. As Ye Beixuan's words fell, Ye Beixuan's eyes grew icy. The head of a family represents the dignity of their lineage. Now, Ye Beixuan openly demands the life of the Wei family patriarch. Such a demand equates to desecrating their ancestral graves. Ye Beixuan, are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? A formidable aura of murderous intent erupted from him, almost materializing, as it surged towards Ye Beixuan. The entire Xuanyang River was stirred into tumult by this killing intent. The waves roared, crashing violently against the shores. Ye Beixuan felt as though a mountain was bearing down upon him. The dilapidated taverns around them crumbled to dust under this terrifying force. For the first time, Ye Beixuan faced the peak power of a grandmaster. However, almost immediately, a terrifying blade intent surged from him, cleaving a path through the murderous aura. Ye Beixuan raised his blade, pointing it at Ye Beixuan. Old fool, spare me your empty words. If you cannot achieve it, let us see whether the fate of the Wei family is sturdier than my own. When words fail to align, even a half sentence is superfluous. Chapter 145, Life and Death Crisis. Confronting the 9th level Grandmaster. Ye Beixuan's eyes narrowed. Truly remarkable. It has only been a few days since leaving the capital. and you have already ascended to the 4th level of Grandmaster. All the talents of this world combined would not be worthy to tie your shoelaces. He couldn't help but marvel. Though the threshold from Master to Grandmaster is not nearly as formidable as the leap from Grandmaster to Transcendent, it can still hinder many prodigies for a considerable time. Many remain at the pinnacle of the Master realm for their entire lives. Yet, before him, Ye Beixuan seemed to possess no bottlenecks whatsoever, advancing at an astonishing pace. Even after all these years, he had never encountered such an exaggerated existence. However, despite the praise, Ye Beixuan was still an adversary of the Wei family. At this juncture, there was no room for further words. The sooner this brat was dealt with, the slimmer the Wei family's chance of survival would be. With a single step, Wei Dongshan propelled himself from the ship's mast. Known for his iron hand and cold gun, he was naturally adept at wielding both. Facing Ye Beixuan, he did not draw his weapon but simply struck with an open palm. This seemingly unremarkable strike, however, caused the very air to tremble upon release. It was a force of terrifying, boundless lethality that could not be withstood. The palm seemed to contain the universe itself, pushing back the waters of the Xuanyang River for dozens of yards as it descended upon Ye Beixuan, intending to obliterate him. On the large ship, several elite members of the Wei family observed Wei Dongshan's strike, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. The clan leader had not taken action for over 20 years, and his strength had increased tremendously. It was likely that after this encounter, he would secure a place on the Earth ranking, perhaps even garnering the Emperor's favor to spare the Wei family this time. These Wei family elites were among the most exceptional, including the Grand Elder Wei Yu, who surpassed Wei San and had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of Grandmaster. Originally, he was to lead the ambush against Ye Beixuan, but Wei Dongshan, feeling uneasy, chose to intervene personally, determined to eliminate Ye Beixuan. Indeed, it was a waste of the clan leader's prowess to deal with a mere junior. This strike would likely leave Ye Beixuan utterly annihilated. Beside Wei Yu, other Wei family experts nodded in agreement. Confronted with the strike of a peak Grandmaster, Ye Beixuan's expression tightened to its utmost. Every ounce of his focus coalesced, fixating intently on the descending palm. Even his rarely utilized sixth sense was activated, seeking any flaw in the attack. Yet, to Ye Beixuan's dismay, this strike seemed to have merged with the very essence of the heavens and earth, showcasing martial prowess at its zenith, devoid of any weaknesses. Such was the terror of those who could claim a position among the strongest on the Earth ranking. Though it was merely an ordinary strike, it possessed enough power to obliterate 8 formidable masters. Indeed, it was remarkably strong. Yet, to slay me, it was still insufficient. Ye Beixuan felt his inner ambition surge in response to this blow. With a fierce roar, he enveloped his snow-drinking blade in an inexhaustible aura of energy. The innate yin-yang scriptures surged wildly, gathering formidable energy above his head. An ethereal blade shadow and a palm shadow manifested above him. A dual manifestation. This was the first time Ye Beixuan had employed the power of manifestation since his breakthrough into the mid-stage of a great master. In that moment, he elevated his momentum to its zenith. The essence of the sword and the palm was unleashed without reservation. An endless brilliance of blade light sparkled like a galaxy. The final move of the 7 transformations of emotion. Ye Beixuan executed the ultimate strike of the 7 trials of sword intent directly. A blade shadow cleaved through the night sky, coalescing into a blade light exceeding 10 meters, surging toward that palm. Simultaneously, the cloud-pushing palm was unleashed. It was as if the entire torrent of the river converged within his grasp. This was the 12th form of the cloud-pushing palm, melancholy clouds. Whoosh! The astonishing blade light surged forth, the palm technique following closely behind. This was the pinnacle of Ye Beixuan's power. In the blink of an eye, the 3 attacks collided. Boom! Boundless energy ravaged forth, erupting directly within the river. The waters of the Xuanyang River surged high into the sky, overwhelming the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Rumbling. The aftershocks persisted for several seconds before dissipating entirely. In the place where the 2 forces clashed, Wei Dongshan stood his ground unwavering, while Ye Beixuan trembled violently. The blade in his hand quivered, his palm shaking as well. Fortunately, his physical body had long since transcended to that of a great master. The strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants shattered the terrifying force, preventing him from sustaining injury. However, he was still forced to retreat nearly 100 meters. Each step he took on the river's surface generated towering waves over 10 meters high. Terrifying. Merely a casual strike had left Ye Beixuan with no capacity to retaliate. At this moment, his previously soaring pride regarding his rapid advancement in power was utterly shattered. He had believed his current strength was sufficient to challenge late-stage great masters, to secure a place in the world. Yet now he comprehended the vast chasm between himself and the true top-tier experts, the Wei family. merely a burgeoning clan for a century, had risen to prominence due to their backing from the Pingnan Marquisate. The highest rank within the family was merely a third-grade official. While respectable in the capital, it paled in comparison to the ancient families that had persisted since the founding of the nation. Many of those families no longer held positions in the court, yet their profound heritage far surpassed that of the Wei family. And now, even within the Wei family, there existed a peak great master. Other aristocratic families, especially within the Pingnan Marquisate, surely harbored more than one such expert. Ultimately, he still had a long way to go. Yet even so, upon the grand vessel of the Wei family, the onlooking masters were left utterly astounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Even the esteemed Grandmaster Wei Yu, a formidable figure in the later stages of cultivation, was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had withstood it. Ye Beixuan had actually countered the attack of his own clan leader? That was an assault from a pinnacle Grandmaster. Even a probing strike could not be resisted by someone of merely mid-Grandmaster rank. Yet, what transpired before their very eyes was undeniably real, leaving them in sheer awe. Intriguing. Your physical form has also ascended to the Grandmaster level? I must confess, I find you increasingly enigmatic, Wei Dongshan mused, his gaze sharp. Observing his own strike merely push Ye Beixuan back without inflicting injury, he quickly discerned the peculiarity. This young man not only transcended to mid-Grandmaster rank, but also possessed a corporeal form that matched that level. The shock left him momentarily speechless. Fortuitously, it was he who had taken action. Otherwise, any other member of the Wei family would have undoubtedly failed to subdue this youth. Nevertheless, despite your prodigious talents, in the face of an absolute disparity in power, you remain but a jest. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the essence of true invincibility. Chapter 146, Breakthrough. The blade and sword unite with a sweep of his arm. Wei Dongshan summoned a long spear from the ship, which soared into his grasp. The moment he held the spear, his aura surged dramatically, eclipsing his previously unremarkable demeanor. He seemed to transform into a deity of slaughter. As the spear danced within his hands, the chilling intent emanated from Wei Dongshan. The spear chills the 9 provinces. Boom. An unparalleled frostiness radiated from him. And with each flourish of the spear, beams of lethal light erupted forth. The spear appeared to morph into a frigid dragon, possessing the might to shatter the heavens. Die! Wei Dongshan bellowed. His body moved in synchrony with the spear, this strike no longer a mere test, but a genuine manifestation of his power. The spear, now a chilling dragon, cleaved through the river, parting the waters as if carving a profound chasm. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. In the distance, Ye Beixuan beheld the swiftly approaching spear light, a surge of life and death urgency igniting in his heart. This strike far surpassed the previous palm attack. Clang. Without hesitation, Ye Beixuan summoned a weapon, grasping the Yuanhong sword in his hand. In an instant, the attributes of both blade and sword awakened within him, their intents harmonizing in a symphonic resonance. The triple mid-tier sword intent was fully unleashed, while in his sea of consciousness, the blade and sword manifestations resonated continuously. The powers of both seemed to intertwine seamlessly. In that moment, Ye Beixuan felt as though he had become one with the blade and sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. On gaining insight between life and death, your sword intent has successfully transcended to the second level. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the voice of the system resonated. Boom. This breakthrough elevated Ye Beixuan's comprehension of the sword path to unprecedented heights. His aura surged explosively. Had he truly broken through? This youth had not only mastered the essence of the blade and the palm, but had also cultivated a third form of sword intent. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Ye Beixuan, everyone's pupils constricted in astonishment. Even the members of the Wei family could not help but express their admiration for Ye Beixuan. Despite being mortal enemies, witnessing such a prodigy endure immense pressure and achieve a breakthrough at this critical moment was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, Wei Dongshan remained unmoved, his murderous intent intensifying. The celestial strike. A chilling glance. In the face of Wei Dongshan's assault, Ye Beixuan summoned all his strength. The intertwining of blade intent and sword intent manifested. The blade moved with the sword, and the sword followed the blade. A colossal blade radiance, infused with sword light, swept across an expanse of over 100 meters, colliding head-on with the icy dragon formed by Wei Dongshan's spear. The tremendous blade radiance first clashed with the spear, producing a resounding explosion that echoed through the night sky like thunder. Though the power of the chilling glance augmented by triple blade intent was formidable, it paled in comparison to the might of a peak grandmaster. In an instant, the blade radiance was gradually torn apart. Subsequently, the sword energy, akin to a celestial being, enveloped the blade technique, manifesting similarly. The ultimate sword cleaved towards the icy dragon, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave. The relatively narrow Xuanyang River was completely severed by this strike, exposing dozens of meters of riverbed for all to behold. The raging waters could not penetrate the aftermath of the collision between the two combatants. Kill! Wei Dongshan bellowed. The spear advanced relentlessly, shattering the resonance of blade and sword alike. Within mere breaths, he had emerged from the entanglement of blade and sword intent, aiming a direct thrust towards Ye Beixuan's head. This was the chasm of disparity between realms. Despite Ye Beixuan unleashing his full power, he could not withstand even a single strike from a peak grandmaster. Ye Beixuan's eyes widened in terror as the threat of death surged like an explosion. If struck by this spear, no matter how formidable his defenses, Dragon Elephant Prajna and the Iron Cloth Shirt, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. In this dire moment, Ye Beixuan unleashed all his strength, the might of 10 dragons and 10 elephants erupting forth as he swung his blade horizontally against the iron spear. Crash! The immense force rolled forth, finally deflecting the spear aimed at his head, causing it to graze past his shoulder. The terrifying spear light pierced through his shoulder, sending him hurtling away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Beixuan was propelled backward over the Xuanyang River, crashing into the observation platform and creating a deep crater upon impact. As the dust settled, Ye Beixuan rose, one hand steadying his blade. The turbulence within his energy ceased surging. A gruesome gash marred his shoulder, yet fortunately, his physical recovery abilities were unparalleled. Though the injury he sustained was severe, it was healing at a visibly remarkable pace, demonstrating the terrifying resilience of his physical form. As long as he was not struck down in a single blow, he could recover swiftly. Ye Beixuan's gaze remained as tranquil as ever, undeterred even after he had briefly danced on the precipice of death. There was no trace of fear in him. He continued to wield his blade with unwavering resolve. Did you truly evade that? On the banks of the Xuanyang River, Wei Dongshan stood suspended in the air, casting a momentary glance of astonishment at Ye Beixuan, though it faded as quickly as it appeared. Now, we shall see if you possess the good fortune to escape my strike, he declared, offering Ye Beixuan no respite. With arms outstretched like a crescent moon, his entire being coiled like a drawn bow, he wielded his spear as if it were a lethal arrow. Kill! Wei Dongshan bellowed, his arms swirling as an infinite surge of energy poured into the spear, hurling it toward Ye Beixuan with astonishing speed and ferocity, surpassing even the previous strike of the Cold Dragon. He intended to eliminate Ye Beixuan before him in the swiftest manner possible. The spear gleamed with unparalleled brilliance as it sliced through the air, producing a sonic boom that resonated in an instant. The very atmosphere trembled violently in the wake of its passage. Ye Beixuan held his breath, acutely aware of the difficulty in blocking such an assault. Yet he did not retreat a single step. With the Snow Drink Mad Blade and the Abyss Rainbow Sword in hand, he merged the energies of blade and sword once more. The power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique surged forth, his body coiling like a dragon, as if one could hear the distant roar of the dragon elephant. The Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt were also summoned. Though at this level of confrontation, such a foundational technique was of limited efficacy, Ye Beixuan had no choice but to fight with all his might. Just as the tip of the spear collided with the edge of his blade once again, a long knife suddenly streaked across the sky like a meteor, descending directly toward the spear as shaft. The blade appeared to hang like a celestial river, striking true upon the cold dragon formed by the spear. Boom! The celestial river shattered the cold dragon in an instant, unleashing waves that surged for miles. The very center of their clash was engulfed in a tempest, uprooting the riverbed below. This unexpected turn of events left all present in stunned silence, including Ye Beixuan and Wei Dongshan, who momentarily stood bewildered. Then a voice, aged yet tinged with mockery, echoed, "Shu Dongshan, you shameless old fool, how dare you strike at the junior of my Imperial Guard?" As the voice resonated for the first time, it seemed distant from the Xuanyang River, but by the time the final word fell, a streak of light appeared in the air with incredible speed. A disheveled old man, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, materialized before the astonished eyes of all. The sight of this elder caused not only Wei Dongshan's expression to shift dramatically, but also sent a tremor through the body of Wei Yu, the elder of the Wei family aboard their grand vessel. In disbelief, he gazed at the elderly figure that had appeared, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Only Ye Beixuan's face bore a look of profound relief. At last, he had come. This was the old man who had vigilantly guarded the entrance to the North Town's treasury. Indeed, he was an extraordinary master, the keeper of the North Town, ranked 193rd on the Earth ranking, the drunken swordsman, the wine elder, Xieling. Wei Dongshan slowly uttered a name. 193rd on the Earth ranking? Ye Beixuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn, had he known this old man was formidable, he would not have underestimated him so. To be ranked within the top 200 of the Earth ranking indicated a level of proficiency that was decidedly above mediocrity. Achieving a position on the Earth ranking carried far more weight than that of the talented ranking, which primarily comprised youthful aspirants at the master level. The path to breakthrough was not particularly arduous. Every 3 to 4 years, the talented ranking would see a new cohort of prodigies, and within a decade, they would almost entirely fade into obscurity. This meant that countless prodigies from the talented ranking would ascend to the Grandmaster tier over the years. Conversely, a shift in the Earth ranking would require decades, if not centuries, to manifest. The absence of age restrictions on the Earth ranking further emphasized its merit, as it solely evaluated strength. Moreover, for a Grandmaster at their pinnacle to advance further, they must cross the threshold of the Celestial Gate, an undeniable chasm. Throughout history, few have managed to reach the Celestial Realm. Consequently, there are more martial artists stagnating at the Grandmaster peak than at the Master peak. Over the past century, thousands have transitioned from the talented ranking to Grandmaster status, alongside those who, though perhaps lacking in innate talent, have ascended through sheer perseverance over time. This includes individuals such as Ye Beixuan, who ranked 53rd on the talented ranking over 60 years ago, yet still has not entered the Earth ranking, underscoring the latter's significance. Yet, this wine elder managed to secure a place within the top 200 among such a multitude of Grandmasters. This undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of combat prowess beneath the Celestial Realm. The wine elder chuckled heartily, uncorking his wine gourd and taking a generous swig. He paid no heed to Ye Beixuan, instead focusing on Ye Beixuan. You've made remarkable progress, young one. After some time apart, you've managed to surprise this old man, even withstanding a strike from that old fellow Ye Beixuan. Impressive. The wine elder gave Ye Beixuan a thumbs up. Ye Beixuan clasped his fists in salute. Senior, your praise is unwarranted. I am eternally grateful, and upon my return to the capital, I shall present you with the finest monkey wine. Though Ye Beixuan understood that, given the wine elder's stature, he could have any wine he desired, the formality was necessary. The wine elder's eyes gleamed at this remark. Then I shan't hold back. I desire the monkey wine from the star-picking tower, the finest of its kind. Agreed. Their carefree banter deepened the scowl on Ye Beixuan's face as he fixed his gaze upon the wine elder. Old Jiu, must you meddle in the grievances between my Wei family and this young man? My Wei family is not so easily provoked. Of course, if you, Old Jiu, are willing to withdraw, I assure you that my Wei family will express our gratitude with a gift of 100,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Old Jiu merely scratched his ear. There is no need for that. I wish to live a few more years, and would rather not accept the tainted money from your rebellious clan. Though his voice was low, it echoed like thunder across the heavens. Ye Beixuan's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor darkening. What do you mean by that? Old Jiu then produced a token from his robe, inscribed with a character for sacred. Holding it aloft, he proclaimed, by the decree of the Emperor, I am here to apprehend everyone from the Wei family. Ye Beixuan, will you come with me willingly, or shall I personally take you back? At these words, Ye Beixuan and those aboard the grand vessel, including Wei Yu, felt their pupils constrict in shock. Yet upon seeing the token in Old Jiu's hand, they understood the dire situation. Wei Yin had indeed been escorted back to the capital, and they were a step too late. Ye Beixuan's heart sank. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Ye Beixuan, roaring, You little beast, it's all your fault. I will see you dead. With that, he charged toward Ye Beixuan, a wave of murderous intent enveloping the air. Ye Beixuan stood motionless, while Old Jiu furrowed his brow and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan, with me here, you should be more concerned for your own safety. He struck with great force, his withered hands seemingly imbued with immense strength. An overwhelming force surged through his palm, causing the river to explode as if it could not withstand such terrifying power. Ye Beixuan's expression changed drastically as he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. A deafening explosion resounded. For the first time, Ye Beixuan's body was sent reeling backward, blood surging within him, a trickle escaping his lips. He managed to halt his retreat, realizing that today would likely not end well for him. With a flick of his hand, his cold spear flew back into his grasp. The terrifying aura emanated from him, reaching its zenith. A massive, jade-green spear manifested above his head, and he shouted toward the Wei family's vessel, All of you, strike together and kill Ye Beixuan. After uttering this command, he fixed his gaze firmly on Old Jiu. Then I shall experience the power of a Grandmaster from the Earth ranking. With a furious roar, Ye Beixuan unleashed his spear, its radiant brilliance igniting the waters, stirring up monstrous waves beneath his feet. This was his strongest power. Previously, he had merely been in a normal state when confronting Ye Beixuan. In his view, Ye Beixuan was akin to a fish in a barrel, utterly unable to escape. His feeble attempts to withstand his onslaught had deterred him from employing the full force of his law manifestation. However, with the arrival of the aged wine master, the situation had irrevocably changed. He lamented why he hadn't initially summoned the power of the law manifestation to strike Ye Beixuan down in a single blow. The wine master observed Wei Dongshan's lethal move, casually waving his hand to grasp the long knife that fell into his palm. In comparison to Wei Dongshan, he appeared quite nonchalant. A mere small fry, let this old man handle you. In an instant, the two peak grandmasters clashed. At their center, even the waters of the Xuanyang River recoiled. Each collision unleashed towering waves, crashing thunderously against the banks. The aquatic life within the river had long since perished, with massive creatures, several meters long, being tossed about, belly up, towards the shores. It was abundantly clear that Wei Dongshan was thoroughly suppressed by the wine master. After just over a dozen exchanges, the wine master struck him with a knife to the chest. Although he raised his gun to block, the unparalleled sharpness still sent him reeling, spitting blood. Remarkably, the wine master had yet to unleash any of his law manifestation powers, underscoring the evident disparity in their strengths. Ye Beixuan glanced towards the situation with the wine master before retracting his gaze, his eyes icy as he fixed them upon the large ship of the Wei family. Upon the vessel stood three individuals, the foremost being the family's grand elder, Wei Yu, master of the heavenly demon fist. Wei Yu was simultaneously gazing at Ye Beixuan. Earlier, Wei Dongshan had already issued the command to strike Ye Beixuan down together. Without a moment's hesitation, both Ye Beixuan and Wei Yu surged forward. Despite the injury on his shoulder, Ye Beixuan's formidable physique had nearly restored him to full vigor. Yet, facing a peak grandmaster of the 7th level, he knew he must exert his utmost effort. This was the true late stage of a grandmaster, fearfully powerful, just a half step away from reaching the 8th level. With the snow-drinking Mad Blade and the abyssal rainbow sword unleashed, the dual attributes of blade and sword had already been activated by Ye Beixuan, filling the air with a palpable murderous intent. Even before they drew near, the energies emanating from Ye Beixuan and Wei Yu collided violently. Although their confrontation could not compare to that of the wine master and Wei Dongshan, it was still sufficiently terrifying. The two individuals behind Wei Yu were also grandmaster-level experts of the 6th level. Their eyes were sharpened to the utmost, and while they refrained from attacking Ye Beixuan simultaneously, they had him firmly locked in their sights. Should Ye Beixuan reveal the slightest vulnerability, they would strike with lethal precision, intent on eliminating him completely. With a resounding force that shook the seas, Wei Yu initiated the offensive. His fists were nearly twice as robust as those of an ordinary person, covered in a multitude of calluses. Any expert practicing fist or palm techniques, even without weapons, would surpass those of the same realm wielding arms. Even though weapons possess a certain spiritual essence, they pale in comparison to the sheer might of one's own iron fists. Wei Yu's muscles swelled with power. Although he was not a cultivator of the physical body, his fists had been honed through countless battles over the years. With the strength of his fists alone, he could undoubtedly crush any body-refining master below the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. At this moment, his fists radiated terrifying waves of energy, striking fear into the hearts of his opponents. With a single blow unleashed, the force was astonishing, the shadow of his fist carrying boundless power, aimed directly at Ye Beixuan to obliterate him in one strike. In response to this thunderous assault, Ye Beixuan wielded his blade. The tremendous power of the dragon and elephant was concealed within him, unleashing the 7th transformation of the heavenly emotion. The fearsome blade aura coalesced, and his left hand wielded the deep abyss sword, harboring a deadly intent. The celestial ascension had commenced. The clash of sword energy and fist shadows erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The unparalleled swordsmanship was halted by the iron fists, as even the brilliance of Ye Beixuan's triple sword intent, combined with the might of the dragon and elephant, could not sever the oncoming force. Instead, he felt the pressure mounting from the shadow of the fist. If he relied solely on his sword, Ye Beixuan would not be able to defeat a pinnacle master of the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. Yet he possessed a sword. With the blade soaring and the sword horizontal, the celestial ascension unfurled. A chilling aura enveloped the earth. The deep abyss sword followed swiftly, its technique ethereal, akin to a celestial being, slicing toward the weakest point of Wei Yu's iron fists. This was the true essence of the dual mastery of sword and blade. In the face of a peak grandmaster like Wei Dongshan, no matter how exquisite his techniques were, the sheer force of his unmatched energy could easily crush Ye Beixuan. Thus, his sword and blade seemed futile, crumbling under a single strike. However, when confronted with an opponent of nearly equal strength, the terrifying synergy of their combined might became evident. This far surpassed the coordination of two experts of the same level. Whoosh! The sword energy swept across the realm, piercing through a flaw in Wei Yu's dual fists. Wei Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his fists to counter the incoming sword. Boom. Another explosive sound reverberated through the air. Water surged and tides roared. Following the exchange, both combatants retreated. Yet Ye Beixuan only took 2 steps back, while Wei Yu stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his footing. On his formidable iron fists, a small yet razor-sharp sword mark appeared, penetrating into his flesh. Blood began to seep from the wound. Wei Yu's eyes widened in horror. Disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at his own fists. He had been injured. His fists, capable of shattering mountains, had yielded no advantage in this encounter and had instead suffered a significant setback. Was this truly the extent of that young man's power? Observing the clash between Wei Dongshan and Ye Beixuan, it was clear that although Ye Beixuan had survived a blow, he had not perished. Yet, this was merely a fleeting manifestation of Wei Dongshan's power. At that moment, Wei Yu assumed that it was merely luck that allowed Ye Beixuan to evade. In the final instant, he had deflected the trajectory of Wei Dongshan's strike, narrowly escaping that lethal force. Thus, initially, he did not regard Ye Beixuan as a worthy opponent. After all, he himself was a formidable master at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, just a step away from advancing to the 8th level. No matter how strong Ye Beixuan might be, he was merely an inexperienced youth, having just entered the Grandmaster realm for a little over a month. How could he possibly be compared? However, after their true confrontation, Wei Yu realized that Ye Beixuan's ability to evade Wei Dongshan's lethal shot was not mere happenstance. Rather, it was a culmination of meticulous calculation that allowed him to dodge that fatal blow in the final moment. The 2 experts from the Wei family behind Wei Dongshan also narrowed their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the scene unfolding before them. Their esteemed elder could not subdue this young man. Instead, he was being forced back. What a remarkable youth. I have underestimated you, yet you shall still meet your demise. Wei Yu, like a lone wolf, exuded a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. As for the barking of a dying man, I often choose to ignore it, replied Ye Beixuan calmly. His gaze as unfathomable as the waters of the Xuanyang River. Surviving beneath that overwhelming aura of death was akin to a rebirth, enabling him to face any expert with equanimity. Wei Yu snorted derisively. A mere junior, yet you dare to assume the role of a master? No matter your strength. I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of a late-stage Grand Master. Killing you will be effortless. With a swift motion, Wei Yu enveloped himself in a boundless aura of energy. The manifestation of his iron fists solidified into reality, submerging the world in his might. Once more, he launched his assault. His iron fists moved with such rapidity that they struck over 100 times in an instant, each strike unleashing a terrifying wave of force aimed at Ye Beixuan. This onslaught epitomized the overwhelming and domineering energy of a late-stage Grandmaster. Only such a master could unleash such terrifying power in an instant. Each of these strikes had the potential to obliterate a 6th-level Grandmaster. However, the threat posed by these attacks was negligible to Ye Beixuan. In fact, they were less formidable than his prior assaults, for he possessed an abundance of energy. His foundation remarkably profound. Even Wei Yu, a 7th-level Grandmaster, could not compare, especially with such a scattered approach to power. While it might prove effective against others, to him, it was nothing more than a trivial challenge. With an elegant flourish, he countered, "You may attempt my blade." The frigid glance. The blade's aura surged forth. A dazzling spectacle, unrivaled in its dominance. No martial technique could surpass the might of the 6 cold techniques. Even a single strike was sufficient to crush all opposition. With a thunderous crash, the blade's radiance descended, crashing against those waves of fists. The blade energy intertwined, freezing even the waters of the river in its wake. In that moment, the world was enveloped in an icy stillness. A vast ice belt appeared on the river's surface, and the fierce sword energy, under the relentless pressure of the blade's aura, crumbled into ineffectiveness. The explosive force was palpable. What? Wei Yu gazed in disbelief as his power was overwhelmed. Nearly rendered speechless, he recognized that his attack had played directly into Ye Beixuan's hands. However, the 70-meter-long sword light descended with tremendous force. Wei Yu roared in fury, hastily altering his technique. Ultimate fist technique, heavenly demon explosion. Kill. His fists retracted sideways, resembling the descent of a celestial demon, with a chilling demonic aura sweeping forth. Morphing into ghastly apparitions, his Dharma avatar surged, confronting the piercing gaze of Jing Han. The river's ice shattered with a thunderous roar, and torrents erupted, nearly capsizing the Wei family's large vessel. Fortunately, the 2 6th-tier masters were continuously channeling their power to quell the surging waves. Yet, before they could discern the outcome of this strike, a series of piercing sounds cut through the colossal wave, transforming into streaks of icy brilliance, hurtling towards them. These luminous darts moved with the swiftness of lightning, imbued with unimaginable might. These were the famed little leaf flying daggers. Moreover, a full 9 daggers were unleashed simultaneously. Ye Beixuan's aim was to eradicate the 2 grandmasters in this very strike. Only by eliminating them could he engage Wei Yu with peace of mind. Otherwise, despite their inability to pose a direct threat in open combat, he would still need to reserve at least a third of his focus to guard against them. A mere moment of opportunity for the 2 6th-tier grandmasters to launch a surprise attack could lead to his grievous injury. The 9 flying daggers, akin to thunderbolts, were precisely aimed at the 9 vital points of the 2 grandmasters. With Ye Beixuan's current prowess, the power of the little leaf flying daggers was unfathomable. Even a single dagger faced head-on would suffice to severely wound a 6th-tier grandmaster, let alone 9 daggers launched in unison, cloaked by the water's momentum. By the time the 2 grandmasters perceived the daggers, their hair stood on end. They had no time to evade. Their pupils dilated in alarm. This is bad. They both let out a low growl, summoning all their internal energy to brace for impact. Their reactions were swift, yet they ultimately underestimated the daggers' might. In an instant, the flying daggers tore through their defenses. 9 daggers simultaneously emitted a chilling sound, and 9 sprays of blood erupted from the bodies of the 2 grandmasters. The 6th-tier masters did not even have time to scream. They fell lifelessly to the ground, utterly defeated. This scene unfolded far too rapidly. So fast that Wei Yu had just managed to withstand the force of Jing Han's gaze when he noticed that the 2 elders of the Wei family had already perished aboard the ship. Wei Yu's expression stiffened momentarily. Before he could erupt with rage, Ye Beixuan's eyes were once again fixed upon him. Wei Yu, it is time for us to engage in earnest combat. To come without reciprocation is impolite. Now witness my true capabilities. The cold voice of Ye Beixuan resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. He was now able to unleash his full potential, propelling himself towards Wei Yu like a shooting star. Wei Yu let out a disdainful snort. Did he truly believe I feared him? The 2 figures rapidly clashed. However, after just a brief encounter, Wei Yu's expression changed dramatically. He could distinctly sense that Ye Beixuan's power had surged by 2 to 3 folds compared to before. If he had previously managed to hold his ground against Ye Beixuan, now he found himself utterly suppressed. Damn it! Wei Yu gritted his teeth. He had never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. A peak martial master in the late stages. He was being overpowered by someone merely at the 4th level of martial mastery. He glanced towards the battlefield where Wei Dongshan and the old man of wine were engaged in combat, witnessing Wei Dongshan with a severed arm, roaring in agony, his body riddled with wounds, clearly on the brink of collapse. Flee. Upon witnessing this, a thought immediately sprang to Wei Yu's mind. Although he was the 2nd strongest of the Wei family in name, he was not part of the main lineage like Wei Dongshan and Wei Wudao. He was merely from a branch of the Wei family. Despite his formidable cultivation, his treatment within the family was inferior to that of Wei San and the others. Now, with the entire Wei family facing such a life-and-death crisis, and even the venerable Wei Dongshan on the verge of being slain, remaining here would undoubtedly cost him his life. He had not yet lived enough. With his capabilities, if he wished to escape, he could easily depart from the great Li Dynasty and thrive in any other nation. With this thought in mind, Wei Yu unleashed a punch to disperse Ye Beixuan's blade light, disregarding the dignity of a martial master, and turned to flee. His speed reached its zenith. As a late-stage martial master, he was capable of flight. Upon witnessing Wei Yu's hasty retreat, Ye Beixuan's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Wei Yu would flee so directly. Yet, Ye Beixuan would not let him escape. Everyone from the Wei family was already on his kill list. Seeking to flee, Ye Beixuan's figure flickered, and he executed the Lingbo Weibu, moving with an ethereal grace. In an instant, he was hurtling towards Wei Yu. Although Wei Yu was swift, Lingbo Weibu was even swifter. As Wei Yu desperately fled, having covered over 10 miles in one breath, he felt a moment of relief. Just as he believed he could escape to safety and was about to slow down, an abrupt chill enveloped him from behind. He whirled around, and his eyes widened in horror as he beheld a terrifying arc of blade light and a chilling long sword slicing through the night sky, carrying with it boundless power, tearing through everything in its vicinity, advancing towards him. Behind that blade light and sword shadow, a third phantasm began to rise. In that moment, Ye Beixuan unleashed the full force of his vital energy in a singular, explosive strike. His swordplay, blade techniques, and palm strikes were executed simultaneously, as he summoned 3 distinct manifestations of power. With a decisive cut, the climactic moment arrived. As the ominous voice echoed, filled with a sense of impending doom, Wei Yu's eyes widened in sheer terror. The 3 formidable forces descended upon him without a hint of hesitation. The air was rent with the thunderous roar of exploding vital energy. Faced with such a cataclysmic assault, Wei Yu relinquished any thoughts of escape. His fists began to radiate an ethereal glow. Heavenly Demon Blast. Without a moment's pause, Wei Yu unleashed his most potent attack. Upon their collision, a shockwave erupted, devastating the surroundings with unparalleled ferocity. Trees in the forest collapsed under the force. The interplay of blade shadows, sword lights, palm imprints, and fist techniques surged chaotically. Yet, in the briefest of moments, the victor emerged. Despite the ferocity of Wei Yu's fist technique, it encountered an adversary of even greater strength, resulting in a catastrophic rupture. He coughed forth a torrent of blood as his fists shattered in that instant, a backlash of immense power. Bewilderment clouded his expression as he helplessly watched the blades slice through his form. With a deafening explosion, Wei Yu's body erupted, leaving him lifeless. His death signified the complete resolution of the crisis facing the Wei family. However, Ye Beixuan felt no joy. He remained silent, for the battle had been extraordinarily brutal. Even he had never encountered such terrifying peril before. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the old man of wine, he too would have perished on the spot. This was merely the Wei family, an inconspicuous faction within the capital. While the Wei family was indeed a powerful clan, it ranked merely as a second or third-tier family within the city, lacking the deep roots of the Pingnan Marquisate or other affiliated families. Their legacy was shallow, having existed for only a century, and they could not be compared to the venerable lineage of the Pingnan Marquisate, which had endured since the fall of the Greatly Dynasty. Yet, despite their relatively modest stature, this family had pushed him to such extremes, compelling him to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he searched Wei Yu's body, severing his head before turning to depart. On the Xuanyang River, the battle had ceased. Upon the Wei family's grand vessel, the old man of wine leisurely sipped his drink. Beside him lay the corpse of Wei Dongshan. A gruesome wound marred Wei Dongshan's neck, the once invincible pinnacle master who nearly vanquished Ye Beixuan. His demise stirred a profound sense of reflection within Ye Beixuan. The junior expresses profound gratitude to the elder. Ye Beixuan solemnly thanks the old man of the wine, although the elder's visit was also under orders from above. A life-saving grace remains a life-saving grace. Ye Beixuan is adept at distinguishing gratitude from resentment. The old man of the wine, upon seeing the head of Wei Yu that Ye Beixuan holds, cannot help but chuckle heartily. What a fine lad. You have slain a formidable master at the pinnacle of his craft. It seems that before long, I shall no longer be your match. He gazes at Ye Beixuan with admiration. From the moment Ye Beixuan entered the treasury of the northern town's governance, the old man had recognized his extraordinary nature. Yet, he never anticipated just how remarkable he would become. In response to the old man's praise, Ye Beixuan displays no arrogance. You flatter me, senior. You shall always remain my elder in my eyes. The old man of the wine takes a hearty gulp of the exquisite wine, casually wipes his mouth with his sleeve, stands up, and smiles. The matter here is settled. Wei Dongshan has been dealt with. I must take these trophies back to report. Young man, we shall meet again in the capital. With that, he does not linger, seizing Wei Dongshan's corpse along with Wei Yu's head, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly departs towards the capital. The once lively Xuanyang River is now left with Ye Beixuan standing alone. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the system task, eliminate the invading foe. Task completed. Rewards obtained, 100 steps, flying sword, lightning god-s movement. The system's notification echoes in Ye Beixuan's mind. Boom. Countless memories surge rapidly within him. A single task reward grants him not one, but two secret techniques. Fortunately, these are directly infused by the system. So even when both emerge simultaneously, Ye Beixuan feels no adverse effects. Moreover, the fame of these two techniques is unparalleled. The lightning god-s movement is a lightness skill cultivated by the renowned thief saint from the Qin era. Its speed is said to reach its utmost limits, surpassing even the renowned Lingbo Weibo. Mastering this technique to its fullest could enable one to move as swiftly as lightning, with each action evoking sparks of electricity. It is precisely due to this divine ability that, despite the thief saint's relatively modest martial prowess, he has never failed to acquire what he desired in a world rife with martial experts. This is a heavenly grade, supreme technique focused purely on speed, promising Ye Beixuan effortless and delightful journeys in the future. A brief burst of power would render him invincible among those beneath the heavens. As for the 100 steps flying sword, it is an unparalleled skill, allegedly created by the first generation of Giguzi. It delineates vertical and horizontal sword techniques based on the principles of heaven and earth. The 100 steps flying sword epitomizes the vertical sword techniques, reputed to sever throats with a single stroke. This swordsmanship is undoubtedly more fearsome than that of any celestial being. It takes a full hour for Ye Beixuan to thoroughly absorb both of these secret techniques. His eyes radiated brilliance, a testament to the formidable martial arts of the high martial world. Indeed, they were incredibly powerful, although he had only gleaned a faint understanding. Ye Beixuan could already sense the terrifying nature of these two martial techniques. He turned his gaze towards his system panel. After several days of continuous battles, his idle points had once again surged to an astonishing nearly 4,000. Chapter 151. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the 5th level Grandmaster. Late phase of the 2nd level sword intent. However, despite the abundance of points, the consumption for Ye Beixuan was exceedingly extravagant. Adhering to his usual method, he decided to first utilize half of the points for the innate yin-yang scripture. After all, one's realm is the foundation of all. Without hesitation, Ye Beixuan settled himself at the bow of the Wei family's grand ship. System, activate 2,000 points for the innate yin-yang scripture. You have consumed 2,000 idle points and commenced the activation of the innate yin-yang scripture. Idle for 343 days, you have reflected on your recent experiences, developing an even stronger desire for advancement. Your cultivation has become particularly earnest, and the innate yin-yang scripture has begun to progress steadily, entering the mid-stage of the 3rd level. Idle for 691 days. Through your relentless cultivation, you have mastered the innate yin-yang scripture with increasing proficiency. On this day, you have successfully broken through to the late stage of the 3rd level, feeling the surge of primal energy within you. Idle for 1,140 days. As your cultivation continues, the innate yin-yang scripture edges closer to the 4th level. However, the difficulty of this internal martial arts manual is unprecedented. Fortunately, your unparalleled talent has allowed you to cultivate the innate yin-yang scripture to the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Idle for 1,633 days. You have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the innate yin-yang scripture for over 100 days. This is the first time you have encountered such a situation, prompting you to ponder deeply about the breakthrough method. Idle for 1,980 days. You have finally discovered the method to break through the innate yin-yang scripture and have begun to experiment, successfully advancing to the 4th level. Ding. Current idle points are insufficient. This session has concluded. We look forward to your next cultivation. As the system's prompt concluded, Ye Beixuan felt an overwhelming surge of primal energy erupting from his dantian. The formidable energy began to flow into his meridians, washing over them continuously. Yet, despite its strength, this energy bore no raw ferocity, posing no threat to his channels. This is the unique attribute of the innate yin-yang scripture: softness within strength, rigidity within gentleness. As the primal energy circulated, Ye Beixuan's realm began to break through. In an instant, his cultivation ascended from the mid-phase of the 4th level Grandmaster to the late phase. Following this, he reached the pinnacle of the 4th level. With a sharp crack, the aura surrounding Ye Beixuan surged dramatically, attaining the 5th level Grandmaster. But this breakthrough did not cease there. Ye Beixuan's realm began to race forward once more. After half an hour, as he reopened his eyes, a terrifying power emanated from him. Pinnacle of the 5th level Grandmaster. A mere breath away from transcending the 6th stage of the Grandmaster. Ye Beixuan exhaled a deep sigh, filled with satisfaction. In total, it had taken him no more than 7 or 8 days to reach this pivotal moment. Now, he had traversed half the distance of the Grandmaster realm. Of course, the perils encountered along the way were unfathomable. These past few days, he had either been engaged in combat or journeying towards it. Now that everything had concluded, it was time to indulge in the pleasures of life upon his return to the capital. Naturally, he had not forgotten about the 2 young lords remaining. The dangers he faced were largely due to those individuals. They were fortunate to be born into privilege, effortlessly commanding countless souls to serve their whims. When I return to the capital, I shall exact my vengeance upon you. May you hope for a more fortunate reincarnation. A chilling glint emanated from Ye Beixuan's eyes, as if he could obliterate the very cabin of the ship. Fortunately, the vessel was spacious enough to avoid any leaks. He decided to focus on cultivating the 100 steps flying sword technique for a while. With renewed vigor, Ye Beixuan engaged the system and commenced the practice. On the 149th day of cultivation, rather than hastily refining the 100 steps flying sword, you began to comprehend the path of dimensions, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the interplay between heaven and earth. On the 347th day, you achieved a preliminary glimpse into the path of dimensions, while simultaneously beginning your practice of the 100 steps flying sword technique, effortlessly grasping its foundational aspects. On the 488th day, your mastery of the 100 steps flying sword has once again advanced, reaching the level of proficiency. On the 769th day, your understanding of the vertical path in the cosmos deepened significantly, enhancing your 100 steps flying sword, which now achieved a minor breakthrough. On the 1210th day, through relentless effort in your practice, The 100 Steps Flying Sword has reached great success, while your sword intent has been refined, advancing to the mid-stage of the second realm. On the 1752nd day, on this day, your 100 Steps Flying Sword reached perfection, and your comprehension of the sword path deepened profoundly. Yet, you also realize that the vertical sword is merely one aspect. Should you cultivate the 100 Steps Flying Sword to its transformative state, you may unravel the mysteries of the horizontal sword, while your sword intent advances to the late stage of the second realm. The cultivation session concluded, and the insights began to transmit. Please hold on. With a resounding boom, as the final system alert echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind, the comprehension of the 100 Steps Flying Sword surged wildly within him. The abyssal rainbow, sword in his grasp, began to tremble, as though it sensed something extraordinary. A chilling sword aura enveloped the universe, and a terrifying radiance began to awaken autonomously. The sword light shimmered, and the distant moonlight appeared ethereal. The river's waves stirred under the influence of the sword energy. In that moment, the river reflected the bright moon, and the heavens seemed to transform. The river breeze tousled Ye Beixuan's garments and hair, enveloping him in an ethereal, otherworldly aura. He remained seated for a full 2 to 3 hours, until the night reached its zenith. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he gripped the abyssal rainbow sword tightly in his hand. The sword's radiant brilliance stirred the very heavens in an instant. The 100-step flying sword. Ye Beixuan's entire being surged with vital energy. In the next moment, the abyssal rainbow in his hand soared like a rainbow piercing the sun. The terrifying sword intent erupted instantaneously, transforming into a white dragon that surged towards the banks of the Xuanyang River. Wherever the white dragon passed, the river was cleaved asunder. This strike seemed as if a celestial swordsman had descended from the ninth heaven, unleashing a magnificent sword aura and formidable sword technique simultaneously. Ye Beixuan, positioned behind the sword, moved in tandem with it. All that lay in the path of the flying sword was obliterated. Such unmatched sharpness was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. With a thunderous roar, the abyssal rainbow sword struck the riverbank, cleaving the great river in twain. The waters were held at bay by the sword's intent for a full 10 seconds before dispersing. Ye Beixuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, gazing at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. The sword's brilliance shone forth, the sword aura overflowed, and with a single strike, 100 foes were vanquished. The might of this sword was indeed terrifying. Even Wei, you would undoubtedly struggle to withstand it. With my current strength, I could even slay a master at the 7th level with a single strike. Ye Beixuan mused. Chapter 152, Old Friends in the Capital. Awaiting my return to cause an uproar that night, his realm advanced once more, and his strength surged manifold. Although he still fell far short of contending with the pinnacle of the Grand Masters like Wei Dongshan, Wei Yu was no longer a threat. Even against an adversary at the 8th level of Grand Mastery, Ye Beixuan dared to engage in battle. Regrettably, he had less than 200 hours remaining in his training session. He estimated that he might only manage to cultivate the Lightning God steps to the entry level during this time. After some contemplation, Ye Beixuan decided to postpone his training of the Lightning God steps until the next opportunity. At worst, when he returned to the capital to deal with Xiao Yuan and the others, he could forego the need for elegant lightness in his movements. Having concluded these thoughts, Ye Beixuan stretched lazily. With all matters resolved, he yearned for a peaceful slumber. Finding a sturdy branch of a great tree, he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Ye Beixuan slept soundly, but the capital was already in chaos. Within the Yi residence, the young maid Yaoer sat quietly in the courtyard, gazing up at the moon in the sky. The dim moonlight cast a gentle glow upon her. "Young master, when will you return?" Yaoer whispered softly, resting her chin in her hands. Although it had been less than 10 days since Ye Beixuan's departure, she felt as though those days had dragged on interminably. A sense of disorientation enveloped her, despite the larger residence and courtyard. She believed she had been happiest in the small courtyard of the past. Back then, it was just the two of them, and she could cook and wash for him. Yet she understood that the young master could never belong solely to her. He was an eagle soaring through the heavens, destined to rise ever higher. All she could do was silently stand in the mortal realm, watching as her young master ascended to greatness. I must strive harder in my training. Perhaps in the future, I could be of help to the young master. At the Four Fragrance Pavilion, songs and dances flourished, and the Qin River flowed serenely. The light dance pavilion beckoned. The lanterns flickered, casting a soft glow that danced in the shadows. Within this illuminated realm, a delicate silhouette sighed softly, though no figure was visible. The mere reflection in the candlelight was enough to enchant the soul. Lu Qingwu sat beside a copper mirror, meticulously arranging her hairpin. The reflection revealed a furrowed brow, burdened with worry. She pondered whether Yi Lang might encounter peril. Lu Qingwu murmured to herself, though she was oblivious to the turbulent currents within the capital. Being situated in the Four Fragrance building, she was privy to the most current news. Even after her encounter with Ye Beixuan, she had not shown her face publicly again. Yet, she had become acutely aware of various rumors, especially in recent days. The capital buzzed with tales that the renowned Godblade had ventured to Jiangzhou and had offended the Wei family, pushing them to the brink of desperation. The entire Wei clan had reportedly issued a kill order against Ye Beixuan, even posting a bounty at the Subduing Tower, a reward of 10,000 taels of gold for anyone who could slay him. Such an amount was enough to drive the assassins of Subduing Tower into a frenzy. Moreover, the Wei family was determined to personally eliminate Ye Beixuan. The current situation remained uncertain. In the capital, at the Zhuke Lane, within the Pingnan Marquis's residence, news traveled faster than that of ordinary folk. Seated on either side of the Grand Hall were Xiao Mingzhi and the heads of the Chao and Zhao families, with Wei Dongshan taking matters into his own hands. They were uncertain whether he could indeed eliminate that wretched boy. Ye Beixuan had become a significant headache for them lately. Who could have anticipated that a youth they had once regarded with disdain would force the Wei family to such an extent, even prompting the family patriarch to personally intervene? Such a prodigy, if left unchecked, would be someone they would never dare to offend. They were acutely aware of the necessity of caution to maintain their standing in the capital. However, now that they had boarded the Xiao family's ship, escape was not an option. The only course left was to eradicate Ye Beixuan to find peace of mind. Xiao Mingzhi chuckled, "Fear not, with Wei Dongshan personally in action. That boy, no matter how skilled, cannot evade capture. We need only await the outcome in the capital." The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, on a painted boat along the river, 6 or 7 stunning beauties adorned in sheer veils danced gracefully, their delicate forms barely discernible. Their movements were light and ethereal. Inside the boat, Xiao Yuan, along with Zhao Huiming and Xiao Yin, each embraced a beauty, their faces flushed, clearly intoxicated. The trio reveled in their indulgences, enjoying life as if they were celestial beings. Ha ha ha, young Marquis, this is the life we ought to lead. Just a few days ago, that pest Ye Beixuan was in the capital, and it was suffocating. Xiao Yin jested, bursting into hearty laughter. It was evident that he had felt quite constrained in recent times. Indeed, since Wei Yang's demise, they had been gripped by fear. Throughout the day, he remained confined within the walls of his home, hesitant to step outside. Now, with Ye Beixuan finally departing from the capital, they dared to indulge in revelry. Xiao Yuan sipped from his cup, the intoxicating warmth enveloping him, yet the mere mention of Ye Beixuan ignited a seething hatred within him. That insignificant pawn of the Jinyui would undoubtedly not return alive this time. It was a pity he had not fallen into my hands, for had he done so, I would ensure his demise was a torturous one. Initially, he had not regarded Ye Beixuan with any respect. To him, a mere Jinyui without any backing, whose abilities were hardly remarkable. At best, he possessed a modicum of talent, was nothing compared to his own stature as the esteemed grandson of the Pingnan Marquis, the son of a minister of revenue, with a favored concubine in the palace. It was far too easy to crush someone like Ye Beixuan. However, a series of humiliating defeats had not only diminished his reputation among the elite of the capital, but it also resulted in the brutal death of his ineffectual elder brother at Ye Beixuan's hands. How could this not incite his fury? For the first time in his life, he had suffered such a significant setback. Now that Ye Beixuan had left the capital, he was certain he would never return. Perhaps, even now, he lay slain like a mangy dog. The thought brought him a sense of satisfaction. Let us drink and speak less of that insignificant insect. The mere mention of him vexes me. As for matters in the capital, Ye Beixuan was blissfully unaware. He felt particularly refreshed after his deep slumber, having not even dreamt. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already midday. He felt invigorated, his spirit at its zenith. Who awakens first from the great dream? I alone know my existence. Ye Beixuan stretched languidly, reveling in the comfort of his awakening. Although, with his cultivation level, going several days without sleep was trivial, he typically rested very little, dedicating most nights to his practice. Yet, this rare instance of deep sleep allowed him to appreciate the benefits of rest. It was no wonder that even those of high cultivation would retire with the setting sun. This was a universal principle of nature, only fully comprehended by those of greater mastery. Chapter 153. The capital in shock. Ye Beixuan returns after rising. He felt the culmination of a year's worth of cultivation surging within his dantian. He casually washed his face at the riverbank, and with a surge of true energy, he stunned a large, plump river fish, causing it to float to the surface. Swiftly, he removed its gills, scales, and entrails, then kindled a fire to prepare a roasted fish. Unfortunately, lacking garlic, it would have tasted even better. Savoring the aroma, he felt quite satisfied with his culinary skills. After feasting, He noticed the distant approach of the Cold Moon convoy. Due to his early arrival, the journey had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any dangers. Upon spotting Ye Beixuan, a flicker of joy and surprise danced in Cold Moon's eyes. Yet, it swiftly approached him. "Brother Ye, why have you halted here?" She was acutely aware of Ye Beixuan's intentions to divert the enemies that had been pursuing them. Given that Ye Beixuan had come to a stop, a sudden thought struck her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that those from the Wei family have already arrived? Along her journey, she had witnessed the aftermath of battles, particularly within a mountain temple, where terrifying signs of conflict were evident. Moreover, she recognized that some of these traces bore the mark of Ye Beixuan's unique swordplay. If the Wei family had already come and Ye Beixuan remained unscathed, she naturally deduced the implications. Ye Beixuan did not conceal the truth and nodded slightly. Indeed, the Wei family has fallen. Wei Dongshan is dead. From henceforth, the Wei family shall no longer exist in the capital. Upon hearing this, even Lung Yu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. She was well aware of Wei Dongshan's reputation as a member of the Six Doors. He was the true authority of the Wei family and its greatest asset, a pinnacle grandmaster, not merely an ordinary one, but one who was on the verge of entering the notorious list of masters. He has perished just like that? Had anyone else said this, she would have doubted it 1,000 times, but Ye Beixuan was different. She knew he would not deceive her. A myriad of complex emotions filled Lung Yu's gaze. The youth before her was shrouded in mystery and power, leaving her uncertain of how to interact with him. Yet, her feelings towards Ye Beixuan were imbued with an indescribable depth. However, she concealed it well, fearing that she was unworthy of him. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. All opposing forces seemed to vanish without a trace. Finally, Ye Beixuan returned to the capital after more than half a month. Upon seeing the familiar city, a glimmer of joy graced his face. After all, everything he held dear was within the capital, and it was undoubtedly the safest place for him. He no longer needed to remain on high alert, bracing for imminent assassination attempts. He wondered whether that old rascal, Xiao Mingzhi, would be surprised by his return. A smile curled at the corners of Ye Beixuan's mouth as he anticipated the expressions of those families upon learning of his arrival. And as for Xiao Yuan, he better have his neck washed clean, awaiting the favor of his master. Who goes there? The soldiers guarding the city gates were startled by the approaching throng of 1,000 people, immediately on high alert. A centurion barked a question. Jinyui's Qianhu Ye Beixuan, bearing the emperor's decree, returns from Jiangzhou after handling a case and is escorting a criminal back to the city. Ye Beixuan produced a token from his bosom and declared in a clear voice. Upon hearing the name, the centurion was taken aback. The name Ye Beixuan had long since become synonymous with thunderous acclaim throughout the capital. Even the guards had become thoroughly familiar with their duties. Yet today, the esteemed figure at the pinnacle of the imperial ranking was none other than the Duke of Divine Blade, personally appointed by His Majesty. In contrast, the position of a captain in the Jinyui was merely a trifling role. Upon recognizing the insignia of Ye Beixuan, the centurion hastily clasped his fists in salute. It is indeed the Duke of Divine Blade. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Please, enter. With this, the news of Ye Beixuan's return to the capital began to spread rapidly throughout the city, causing a tremor of excitement to ripple across the entire metropolis. This was precisely the outcome Ye Beixuan had sought. Currently, there were a total of 63 prisoners being escorted from Jiangzhou, with the exception of Wei Yin, the governor of Jiangzhou, who remained detained. According to the earlier words of the old wine merchant, Wei Yin was still confined within the northern town garrison. However, the emperor had already been apprised of all developments, and the Wei family was under covert surveillance, awaiting Ye Beixuan's return to apprehend them completely. Captain Lung, I take my leave. Ye Beixuan bid farewell to Lung Yu at the juncture of the northern town garrison and the Six Doors, directly leading his entourage back to the garrison. Brother Ye, you have finally returned. As he reached the entrance of the northern town garrison, a figure darted towards him with the exuberance of a wild dog. The posture alone made it evident that it was Lin Tao. His face was alight with joy, clearly having awaited his arrival. Behind Lin Tao, Li Cheng also emerged with a beaming smile. Beixuan, you must have had a tiring journey, he remarked. Though he said little, his concern was unmistakable. Upon seeing the trio of their close-knit group, Ye Beixuan felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, he had few friends, and Lin Tao and Li Cheng were undoubtedly among the most steadfast. Ye Beixuan playfully punched Lin Tao's shoulder and smiled, shaking his head at Li Cheng. Uncle Li. It was no trouble, merely some insignificant clowns. Subsequently, the lieutenants of his command also approached to pay their respects, eager to make an impression upon their returning leader, none daring to show negligence. After the warm exchanges, Ye Beixuan walked alongside them into the northern town garrison, inquiring, during my absence, has anything occurred? Prioritizing private matters before public ones, he was now a captain in the Jinhui, with his own command and a multitude of tasks to oversee. Upon hearing his question, Li Cheng's expression shifted slightly, and the other lieutenants exchanged glances laden with concern. Noticing this, Ye Beixuan furrowed his brow. "Uncle Li, what troubles you?" When Ye Beixuan had departed, it was Li Cheng who had been in charge. Though he was merely a lieutenant, the entire command knew well of their close relationship. Li Cheng replied, "Essentially, nothing major has transpired, but during your absence, our command has been targeted to some degree while carrying out our tasks. Especially Chen Baihu, who, a few days ago, encountered Su Zhan, the Qianhu, while exiting the city after concluding a case. Taking advantage of his status, Su Zhan caused Chen Baihu considerable distress, even striking him once." Chapter 154, Raiding Homes and Annihilating Clans, Killing to Establish Authority. Upon hearing the name Su Zhan, Ye Beixuan's expression darkened immediately. Though he was not particularly surprised, the Shao family, along with several other clans, wielded tremendous power, with numerous members even within the Northern Town Pacification Office. Su Zhan was an established Qianhu of that office, boasting a mastery of the 4th level of Grandmaster. His brother-in-law, Jiang'an, was one of the 3 pacification envoys of the Northern Town Pacification Office. It was well known that Jiang'an maintained a close relationship with the head of the Zhao family, treating each other as brothers. Naturally, Su Zhan was also allied with those families. While in the capital, he might not dare to act recklessly. His audacity likely stemmed from the information he received, suggesting that Ye Beixuan would not return. It remained unclear whether the difficulties posed to his subordinates were Su Zhan's own initiative or a directive from his influential brother-in-law. Ye Beixuan glanced at Chen Baihu, whose name was Chen Xiu. He was one of the few Baihu Ye Beixuan had personally selected, possessing initial mastery as a Grandmaster. Surviving a strike from the Grandmaster Su Zhan was perhaps due to Su Zhan's reluctance to harm a colleague fatally. "How is your injury?" Ye Beixuan inquired. Chen Xiu hurriedly replied, reporting to the esteemed one, "It is no longer a concern. With a week of recuperation, I should be fully healed." However, his pallor revealed he had sustained significant injury. "I have taken note. Upon my return from the town office, I shall help you reclaim your honor. Those who dare to strike me are courting death." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Beixuan's eyes. Did he truly believe his good temperament was to be trifled with? Su Zhan would serve as an example. "Qianhu's kindness, I shall remember. But there is no need for you to be troubled, esteemed one," Chen Xiu expressed, his eyes reflecting gratitude, while the other Baihu regarded Ye Beixuan with respect. Their choice to follow Ye Beixuan was predicated on seeking a reliable protector. In the Jinhui, a Qianhu was the paramount guardian for all subordinate Baihu. A powerful Qianhu bestowed greater confidence upon the Baihu under his command. If this Qianhu also defended his subordinates, it signified they had chosen wisely. Ye Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. Follow me, the Qianhu. While I cannot permit you to disregard the law, my subordinates shall not be bullied by anyone." He instructed them to secure the prisoners and departed towards the town office. Outside the office, Ye Beixuan clasped his hands in salute, stating, "I am Ye Beixuan, here to seek an audience with the pacification envoy." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from within the office, belonging to Zhou Sheng, called out, "Come in." Ye Beixuan strode forward and entered, finding Zhou Sheng in the center of the office, greeting him with a smile. "Well, you returned swiftly." Ye Beixuan bowed respectfully to Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of the pleasantries. Have the criminals from Jiangzhou been escorted back to justice?" "Indeed, they have all been accounted for in the prison." Zhou Sheng nodded with a smile. "Your prowess truly astonishes me." After Lu Fengping escorted Wei Yin back, he informed me of the situation, and I was taken aback, fearing you might not return. That is why I hastened to the palace, secured the evidence, and sought the imperial decree, urging old Jiu to take action. To my surprise, upon returning with Wei Dongshan's head, old Jiu claimed that you had slain the formidable Tianma Fist Wei Yu. A complex expression crossed Zhou Sheng's face. The name Tianma Fist Wei Yu clearly held weight. He was a late-stage grandmaster. The fact that he was vanquished by Ye Beixuan, without any external assistance, was astonishing. Moreover, according to old Jiu, Ye Beixuan even managed to block a strike from Wei Dongshan. Recalling that Ye Beixuan had only been at the pinnacle of grandmaster level when he departed the capital, it was indeed remarkable how much he had progressed in such a brief period. "You flatter me. It was merely luck," Ye Beixuan replied with modesty. Zhou Sheng's lips twitched upon hearing this. "Very well, you understand the nature of luck. You have achieved great merit once again. The Empress has already consumed the Millennium Soul Grass you provided, and her injuries have stabilized. Once she awakens, a reward is undoubtedly in store for you." With that, Zhou Sheng shifted to the matter at hand. "The Wei family has committed treason. and the emperor awaits your return of those officials from Jiangzhou to enact the complete eradication of the Wei family. I am heading to the palace now. I expect results by this afternoon. Would you prefer to witness the spectacle or rest for a few days? Ye Beixuan's eyes brightened. I shall certainly join in the festivities. I have yet to meet the head of the Wei family. This old scoundrel has attempted to assassinate me multiple times. I must pay his residence a visit. I will not cease until the Wei family is entirely vanquished. Very well, then the task of raiding the Wei residence will be entrusted to you and Lu Fengping tomorrow. Once Zhou Sheng had concluded the instructions, there was no further need for Ye Beixuan's involvement. He departed, while Zhou Sheng made his way toward the imperial city. On his return journey, Ye Beixuan encountered Lu Fengping, who had rushed over upon hearing news of him. Lu Fengping greeted him with hearty laughter and enveloped him in a bear hug. Brother Ye, you have finally returned. Lu Gu, I trust all is well. Ye Beixuan replied with a smile. Come, let us visit my Qianhu Hall for a while, Lu Fengping insisted, pulling Ye Beixuan along. However, Ye Beixuan shook his head. Not at the moment. While I was away from the capital, someone took advantage of my absence and injured my subordinates. I must seek retribution. Oh, who in the Northern Town Pacification Office is so audacious as to target your men? Lu Fengping's brow furrowed, his expression growing colder. He shared the closest bond with Ye Beixuan among all the Qianhis and could not help but feel a surge of anger upon hearing this. A certain jester named Su Zhen has been dealt with by me. Lu Gu, you should return first. Otherwise, upon your appearance, that rascal may not dare to engage in battle. Ye Beixuan remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengping nodded in agreement. While others might be oblivious to Ye Beixuan's prowess, he was acutely aware. Su Zhen was merely a newly advanced mid-stage grandmaster, hardly a match for Ye Beixuan. Furthermore, considering his younger brother's character, who harbored a vengeful disposition, provoking him would be tantamount to courting death. Very well, I shall await your return to reminisce. However, while injuring him is permissible, we must refrain from killing him in public. His brother-in-law, Jiangyin, may not oversee our actions, yet he possesses certain capabilities. Lu Fengping spoke with subtlety, a remark well placed for public discourse. Ye Beixuan smiled and nodded, assuring, rest assured, I know my limits. After parting ways, Ye Beixuan promptly returned to his Qianhu Tang, accompanied by Li Cheng and Chen Xiu, along with several hundred men, heading in a particular direction. On the way, Li Cheng observed Ye Beixuan's menacing demeanor and said, Beixuan, Su Zhen possesses the strength of a fourth-stage grandmaster, ranking within the top 10 among all Qianhis. Before Li Cheng could finish, he was interrupted by Ye Beixuan, reassuring, Uncle Li, fret not. He is merely a mid-stage grandmaster, whom I can certainly handle. He understood that Li Cheng feared he might lack the strength required, given that his peak achievement prior to leaving the capital was merely slaying Wang Pe, a single grandmaster. As for the information from Jiangzhou, unless one deliberately sought it out, no one would be privy to such knowledge. Along the journey, many from the Bizen few observed Ye Beixuan striding with fierce intent towards Su Zhen's Qianhu Tang. Not only the ordinary Jinyue warriors, but even the leaders and hundreds were struck silent, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Chapter 155. I present you with two paths, yet you choose to seek your own demise. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the system task, establish authority. Task completion. Reward, 1,000 idle points. Task failure, no punishment. A notification echoed within Ye Beixuan's mind. Taken aback, he pondered. Could this indeed trigger a system task? Although the reward is modest, it is better than nothing. An effortless acquisition of 1,000 idle points. Ye Qianhu has returned. Where could he have ventured? The atmosphere feels rather peculiar. Who has incurred his wrath? Are you unaware? Ye Qianhu has been absent from the capital for some time, and those 100 men under his command have been faring poorly, particularly Su Zhen's Qianhu, who has even injured his subordinates. Judging by the direction Ye Qianhu is heading, he must be seeking out Su Zhen, surely? Good heavens! This is explosive news. Su Zhen is a fourth-stage grandmaster. Moreover, his brother-in-law is Jiangyin too. Though Ye Qianhu is formidable and gifted, would he dare to provoke him? Setting aside the question of whether Ye Qianhu can defeat Su Zhen, does he not fear that Jiangyin might create trouble for him later? Who knows? He is the first prodigy in decades to top the Great Li's prodigy list. A divine blade master, even admired by the emperor. Such a conflict is beyond our capacity to discuss. Indeed, it is enviable how Ye Qianhu stands up for his subordinates. Alas, I am not among his ranks. The members of the Jinyue whispered among themselves, many skeptical of Ye Beixuan's prospects. Considering Su Zhen's background and strength evidently surpassed those of the current Ye Beixuan. Despite Ye Beixuan's remarkable talent, he has yet to fully mature. Nevertheless, the Jinyue held Ye Beixuan in high regard, for it is rare to find a Qianhu who advocates so fiercely for his subordinates. Within the grand hall of Su Zhen's Qianhu establishment, a Jinhui in his 30s, clad in the distinctive flying fish attire of a Qianhu, sat centrally as he listened to his subordinate's report. This man, of stout build and bearing an unsightly growth upon his face, was none other than Su Jun himself. At that moment, his countenance darkened as he slammed his fist upon the table. What did you say? That Ye Beixuan has returned? And he's bringing people this way? 100 men under his command promptly nodded. Yes, Qianhu, it is said that Ye Beixuan seeks to settle the score for the injuries inflicted upon his subordinates last time. News has spread throughout the Bizenfu, and all eyes are upon us. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Su Jun's face. Ah, Ye Beixuan truly believes that being at the top of the Tianjiao list renders him invincible? How dare he come to trouble me? He ought to inquire about my connections. While others may fear him, I shall not indulge him. Come, follow me out. I shall see what he intends to do, Su Jun declared, striding out of the hall. His 100-man companion hastily followed, whispering, My lord, Ye Beixuan is, after all, the Holy One's appointed divine blade marquis. It is rumored he has recently solved a major case. Please, do not resort to violence. A sinister grin appeared on Su Jun's face. Fear not. I am always one to reason with others, but should he prove ungrateful, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, letting him lie in bed for half a month as a reminder that high talent does not equate to formidable strength. After a while, Ye Beixuan caught sight of the Qianhu Hall, the very location where Su Jun resided. Inside, a throng of people gathered, clearly indicating that Su Jun had already received word and was awaiting his arrival. With that in mind, Ye Beixuan approached the hall without hesitation, striding boldly towards it. How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon the Qianhu Hall? A team of Jinhui guards attempted to intercept him at the entrance, clearly placed there by Su Jun to assert dominance over Ye Beixuan. However, before they could advance, Ye Beixuan's aura erupted, sending all the guards, as if struck by lightning, hurtling back and crashing heavily onto the ground. Though he had not used any qi, they suffered significant internal injuries. Simultaneously, Ye Beixuan bellowed, Su Jun, come out here. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Qianhu Hall. In the next moment, Ye Beixuan observed a stout figure storming towards him, rage etched across his face. Ye Beixuan, you dare to wreak havoc in my Qianhu Hall and injure my subordinate? If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave my Qianhu Hall today. Su Jun was indeed furious. He had initially thought Ye Beixuan would merely confront him verbally, but to his astonishment, the lad had resorted to violence without hesitation, showing him no respect whatsoever. The sound of Ye Beixuan's earlier outburst had likely echoed throughout the entire Qianhu Hall, drawing a considerable crowd outside. If he were to endure this humiliation, how could he ever maintain his standing within the Bizenfu? With Su Jun's command, nearly all of his subordinates, the Baihu, gathered around, their presence imposing. The area outside was teeming with onlookers, with many other Baihu and the Zongqi eagerly climbing to higher ground. Their expressions filled with excitement as they watched the unfolding drama. Even several Qianhu could hardly contain their curiosity, their faces reflecting a mix of intrigue and amusement. The top contender of the Tianjiao list, now clashing with Su Jun, the mid-stage grandmaster and brother-in-law of the town protector, was a spectacle the Bizenfu had not witnessed in quite some time. Ye Beixuan paid no mind to the encircling Baihu, merely stating, an explanation you say? Su Jun, have you already forgotten that you injured my subordinate? I shall offer you two options. First, you may personally apologize to my Baihu in my Qianhu Hall and compensate me with 100,000 taels of silver, and we shall let this matter rest. Second, since you struck my subordinate, you may receive a strike from me in return. Rest assured, I shall spare your life. As his words fell, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions turning peculiar. What was this? The first option seemed to indicate a complete confrontation with Su Jun, but what in the world was the second option? Was he jesting? Receiving a strike from you? Even if you were at the peak of the Grandmaster stage, you were still merely a Grandmaster. Su Jun, a formidable mid-stage Grandmaster, could easily withstand not just one, but 100 strikes from you without a scratch. What was happening? Did Ye Qianhu merely make a grand show without substance? Was he seeking a way to save face? It couldn't be. Ye Qianhu had the audacity to kill Xiao Lianshan and should not fear offending Su Jun. Su Jun's background, though powerful, could not possibly surpass that of Xiao Lianshan, whose father was a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. It was difficult to say. Perhaps Ye Qianhu wished to avoid accumulating enemies. And even though the deputy minister wielded great influence, he was not in a position to directly oversee the Bizenfu like Jiangtown Protector could. He might be wary of crossing Jiangtown Protector. Chapter 156. Many wish to kill me, and you are no exception. The onlooking Jinhui murmured among themselves, each somewhat perplexed, yet wearing expressions of skepticism. They suspected that Ye Beixuan might have backed down, concocting an excuse for himself. Su Jun was momentarily stunned. then burst into laughter, a mocking grin upon his face. Ye Beixuan, you truly know how to preserve your dignity. Very well. Today I shall grant you a taste of my power, so that you may comprehend the vast chasm that exists between you and true masters. With that declaration, his entire being surged with formidable energy, and the essence characteristic of a mid-level grandmaster erupted forth with tremendous vigor. The terrifying pressure he exerted was unleashed without reservation, causing many of the lower-ranked Imperial Guards to instinctively retreat several paces. Come. Su Jun beckoned to Ye Beixuan with a dismissive gesture. Ye Beixuan remained unfazed, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Su Ming, delivering a decisive strike. A golden dragon roared forth from his palm, embodying the legendary 18 palms of the dragon Subduing. The dragon's roar resonated throughout the vicinity, transforming into unmatched palm force that collided with Su Ming's energy in a flash. Initially nonchalant, Su Ming's countenance shifted dramatically upon making contact with the golden dragon. The power contained within was far greater than he had anticipated. Impossible, manifest your Dharma form. Su Ming, not lacking in intellect, instantly summoned his own Dharma power to counter the golden dragon's might. Yet, when compared to Ye Beixuan's strength, his efforts were akin to a firefly against the full moon. Despite exerting all his might, he remained utterly defenseless. The golden dragon swiftly shattered his Dharma form, roaring as it crashed into Su Jun's chest. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and Su Jun was sent flying, his bones fracturing upon impact. The ribs pierced through his skin, revealing ghastly white bones that were utterly chilling. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he fell heavily to the ground several dozen meters away, rendering him unconscious without uttering a sound. The sheer might of that single strike left the audience in awe. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, catching everyone off guard. All onlookers, including the captains, stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. After several breaths, as the dust settled, the only sounds that could be heard were gasps of astonishment. Just one strike had left Su Jun in a state of oblivion. Such horrific injuries, even if he survived, would require months of recovery before he could rise again. It was essential to note that Su Jun was a formidable fourth-tier grandmaster, and they had all witnessed him unleash his Dharma power. Yet, he remained so utterly defenseless against Ye Beixuan's strike. What kind of terror must Ye Beixuan embody? Captain! Captain! The subordinates of Su Ming finally reacted, exclaiming in alarm as they surrounded Su Jun, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed upon Ye Beixuan. However, Ye Beixuan paid them no mind, coldly addressing the gathered Imperial Guards. If you wish to confront me, come at me directly. Those who dare to hinder my subordinates will meet a fate akin to Su Jun. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed, leaving behind an aura of intimidation until he and his companions vanished from sight. Su Jun's subordinates hurriedly carried him to the medical facility of the North Town garrison. Once everyone had departed, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Am I dreaming? To my astonishment, Su Jun failed to withstand even a single blow from Ye Qianhu. Despite being a formidable fourth-order grandmaster, has Ye Qianhu truly broken through? But it has barely been a month since he ascended the celestial rankings. How could he rise to grandmaster so swiftly? Of course, he must have achieved a breakthrough. Otherwise, no matter how strong one is at the master level, it would be impossible to severely injure Su Jun with a mere palm strike. Ye Qianhu is indeed a prodigy. Yet, what does it matter? He has reduced Su Jun to such a state. Jiang Zhenfu is quite protective of his own. Once Jiang Zhenfu receives word of this, how will a mere Qianhu fare after offending the garrison commander? He is truly foolish to stand up for a mere Baihu. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the system task, establishing authority, task accomplished, earned 1,000 hangout points. With the sound of the system notification, Ye Beixuan gazed at his system panel. The hangout points have surpassed 1,000, not too shabby. Behind Su Jun stands Jiang En, a notoriously petty garrison commander. On their way back, Li Cheng expressed his concerns to Ye Beixuan. Everything is fine, Ye Beixuan replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. If they can bully me to this extent, what good is it to continue in the North Town garrison? Let us not even mention Jiang En. I have offended far greater figures. Which of the Shao or Wei families is inferior to Jiang En? If he truly wishes to trouble me, we shall see if his life is sturdier than that of the Wei family. Throughout that morning, Ye Beixuan engaged in nothing but this single affair. Yet, this event spread rapidly throughout the entire North Town garrison. Everyone knew that the top of the celestial rankings, the youngest Qianhu from Jiangzhou, Ye Beixuan, had returned. To stand up for his subordinate, he had dealt a life-threatening blow to the fourth-order grandmaster, Su Jun. This news resonated in every corner of the North Town garrison. Some flags and baihus, upon hearing this information, were filled with envy and jealousy. A superior willing to advocate for their subordinates is a dream for all. Moreover, with Ye Beixuan's youth, he is bound for great achievements. Once he ascends to the rank of garrison commander, those Baihus under his command, provided they attain the requisite cultivation, will undoubtedly be prioritized for higher positions. This significantly elevated Ye Beixuan's reputation within the Northtown garrison. Sir, you have awakened. Inside the medical facility of the Northtown garrison, after half an hour of intense medical intervention, Shuzhen finally regained consciousness. His upper body was nearly enveloped in bandages, and a piercing pain surged through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He appeared dazed, staring at his own body, and it took him several seconds to recollect his thoughts. Then, Shuzhen erupted in a fit of manic rage. Ye Beixuan, I swear I shall not be human if I do not kill you. Chapter 157. The Despair of the Wei Family. It's over. All is lost. His expression was grotesque, his entire visage twisted in anguish. There was no need for conjecture. It was abundantly clear that he had brought shame upon himself, a humiliation that would echo throughout his life. A single blow had rendered him unconscious, a jest that would ensure he became a laughingstock at the Northern Town Patrol Office for all eternity. Consider Shuzhen. His strength and talent were not to be underestimated. Among a multitude of 1,000 household leaders, he ranked among the elite. Moreover, he had the backing of the town's chief's brother-in-law, allowing him to navigate the Northern Town Patrol Office with an air of superiority. Although the Su family was not a prominent clan, they were certainly respectable. Now, having suffered such a tremendous setback, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. At that moment, a tall, gaunt man in his 50s entered the room. His countenance was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Upon his arrival, the surrounding guards and medical personnel hastily bowed in deference. It was none other than Lord Jiang and surveyed Shuzhen, who was wrapped in bandages. What transpired? Who did this? Upon seeing Jiang, Shuzhen immediately exclaimed with fervor, brother-in-law, it was Ye Beixuan. I merely injured one of his subordinates last time, and he retaliated by leaving me in this state. If I do not avenge this, how can I ever hold my head high in the Northern Town Patrol Office again? Brother-in-law, you must seek vengeance for me. Ye Beixuan? At the mention of this name, Jiang's brow furrowed. He had a close friendship with Chao Feng, the head of the Chao family, and had heard Ye Beixuan's name countless times. He was aware that the Chao family had allied with the Zhao and Wei families, as well as the Shao family, to eliminate Ye Beixuan, with promises made that he would not return alive. Jiang had merely offered a casual remark about assisting with the matter concerning Ye Beixuan's subordinates, never anticipating that this young man would return and injure Shuzhen. Rest assured, focus on your recovery. I shall not let Ye Beixuan escape unscathed. Jiang assured Shuzhen softly. Despite Ye Beixuan's remarkable talent, Jiang regarded him as inconsequential, merely a 1,000 household leader. Even if he were not under Jiang's direct control, there were myriad ways to eliminate him. In the capital, as time progressed, every family learned of Ye Beixuan's successful return. Within the Wei family, following the infiltration of certain information from Jiangzhou into the capital 4 days prior, all officials of the Wei family had been suspended, including the family head, Wei Wudao, who had been ordered by Emperor Xuanhe to remain confined to his home. All matters would be resolved once the truth came to light, with promises of severe punishment for anyone who dared to slander the Wei family. However, those within the family understood their own affairs. All the officials knew precisely what their clan had done in Jiangzhou. What others deemed rumors were, in their eyes, stark realities. Emperor Xuanhe was well aware of this as well. He was simply awaiting conclusive evidence. Their only hope rested on Wei Dongshan, who had taken nearly all of Wei family's elite experts to ambush Ye Beixuan, with the hope of eliminating him on his return journey. However, as Emperor Xuanhe subtly imposed a blockade on information within the capital, all news from beyond the city's walls had been effectively silenced over the past few days. No one knew the outcome. Within the confines of the Wei residence, Wei Wudao had grown markedly gaunt, consumed by profound regret. He lamented his decision to heed the arrangements of the Shao family, a choice that had nearly cost the entire Wei clan. His hatred for Ye Beixuan intensified. How could such a seemingly insignificant character, one he had never heard of mere months ago, now pose such a grave threat? A mere foot soldier of the Jin Wei could have easily crushed him beneath their heel. Yet this very individual had driven the Wei family to the brink of destruction. With each passing day that Wei Dongshan remained absent, his heart grew heavier. Father, do you think our ancestors can save the Wei family this time? Beside Wei Dongshan, his sons wore expressions of terror. Though they had never matched the status of their elder brother, Wei Yang, they had previously enjoyed a lavish lifestyle in the capital. Even if they were not part of the elite circles, they could indulge in extravagance. With Wei Yang's demise, they had felt a surge of hope, believing they could vie for the position of heir. Yet now, The entire Wei family was under house arrest, their prospects shattered, and they faced the grim threat of execution. The thought of this ignited a burning resentment in Wei Wudao's sons. They wished they could strip Wei Yong of his life. The wives and concubines of Wei Wudao shared similar sentiments, casting anxious glances at him, fully aware that the Wei family stood on the precipice of annihilation. Wei Wudao managed a strained smile. Fear not, with grandfather personally stepping in and cousin Wei Yu on our side, eliminating a Ye Beixuan will be effortless. Upon hearing his words, the others sighed in relief. After all, Wei Wudao was the head of the family, their source of strength. Yet, only he understood that this was merely a facade. Master! Master! At that moment, a middle-aged man resembling a butler rushed in. Wei Wudao was about to express his anger. But considering his precarious situation, he opted for a more amiable approach, believing it might garner some fortune and avert disaster. He forced a smile at the butler. What is it? Is grandfather returning? The butler's expression stiffened. Master, our informants have just reported that Ye Beixuan is returning to the capital with the prisoners from Jiangzhou. This revelation struck Wei Wudao like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly incapacitated. His face drained of color, and his body trembled. Ye Beixuan is back? He stuttered, repeating the words in disbelief. Ye Beixuan's return signified the impending doom of the Wei family. As the sons and wives of Wei Wudao gradually came to their senses, they were overwhelmed with despair. Many, paralyzed by fear, fainted on the spot, while those who remained conscious succumbed to utter devastation. Their wives and daughters wept uncontrollably, and the sons frantically rushed towards Wei Wudao, pleading, Father, think of a way. I don't want to die. Please, save us. We do not wish for death. The wails of the Wei family echoed throughout the estate. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Ye Beixuan's return to the capital, Zhao Wenlin and Chao Feng, the heads of the Zhao and Chao families, were equally taken aback. Their faces paled as they hastily boarded their carriages, making their way to the Pingnan Marquis' residence. Upon entering the gates of the estate, they were met with the sounds of Xiao Mingzhi frantically smashing objects. Ye Beixuan, why are you still alive? Why? His hysterical roar sent shivers through the servants, many of whom had never witnessed their master in such a state of fury. In their memories, he had always been a gentleman, scholarly and poised, but now he was a tempest of rage. It was only when Chao Feng and Zhao Wenlin arrived that Xiao Mingzhi managed to suppress his wrath. Both men were filled with a mix of regret and trepidation, fearing that their families might soon share the same fate as the Wei family. They understood that their standing with Ye Beixuan had reached a point of no return. Before Ye Beixuan's departure from the capital, perhaps an earnest visit to offer apologies and substantial reparations might have salvaged their situation. However, after the multiple assassination attempts on Ye Beixuan by their families, any hope for forgiveness seemed utterly futile. With every passing day, the weight of anxiety bore down upon them like a thorn in their backs. What shall we do, my lord? Chao Feng inquired, his head throbbing as he looked to Xiao Mingzhi for guidance. With the Wei family's patriarch personally intervening yet failing to subdue Ye Beixuan, they found themselves at a loss. Although their families possessed individuals stronger than Wei Dongshan, those were their greatest trump cards, not to be employed lightly. Xiao Mingzhi, now fully composed, pondered for a moment. With Ye Beixuan's return, the Wei family was doomed, yet they had once orchestrated plans on his behalf. He resolved to protect the children of Wei Wudao, ensuring that the Wei lineage would not perish. With the support of the Xiao family, there might yet be a chance for the Wei family to rise again in the future. This declaration served as a reassurance to Chao Feng and Zhao Wenlin, affirming his commitment to safeguard the other vassal families and indicating that the Xiao family would provide a safety net. Upon hearing Xiao Mingzhi's words, the expressions of Chao Feng and Zhao Wenlin softened considerably. As long as they could preserve their descendants, it would be a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortunes. Upon hearing the name Ye Beixuan, Xiao Mingzhi found himself in a predicament. The meticulously devised plan had been executed with such precision that it could be described as a series of fatal traps. Even a peak grandmaster would be ensnared by a single misstep. Yet, Ye Beixuan had defiantly returned, inflicting significant damage upon them. Xiao Mingzhi harbored a foreboding intuition regarding Ye Beixuan. If this fellow were to survive, he would undoubtedly bring unimaginable ruin to the Xiao family, especially in light of the grand scheme they were currently orchestrating. That endeavor was of paramount importance. If discovered, the Xiao family would be unable to bear the consequences. Ye Beixuan must perish. Xiao Mingzhi arrived at a resolute conclusion, a dark expression crossing his face. I refuse to believe that Ye Beixuan possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of evading this wave of lethal intent. There is no way his luck can persist indefinitely, with the strength of our 3 prominent clans. I am convinced he cannot escape our grasp. With that, he directed a hawkish gaze toward Chao Feng and Zhao Chonglin. Gentlemen, I presume that Ye Beixuan has been a source of restless nights for you as well. Would you be inclined to join me in orchestrating a game wherein we not only eliminate Ye Beixuan, but also potentially advance the interests of your respective families? Xiao Feng and Zhao Chonglin exchanged startled glances, but hesitated not. Having boarded the Xiao family's ship, they were prepared to follow Xiao Mingzhi into the depths of darkness. Speak. Brother Xiao. The trio's clandestine plotting ensued for a full hour, after which Xiao Feng and Zhao Chonglin departed, their faces etched with astonishment. Once they had left, Xiao Mingzhi let out a cold snort. Steward. At the sound of his voice, a middle-aged steward promptly appeared by his side. Young master, the steward addressed. Sensing the chill emanating from Xiao Mingzhi, your Dragon God sect has dispatched merely a 20th-ranked hall master to handle this matter with such negligence. Are you preparing to sever ties with the Xiao family? His statement carried significant weight. If overheard, the revelation that the steward of the Pingnan Marquisate was affiliated with the Dragon God sect would undoubtedly cause a stir. The middle-aged steward, unfazed by Xiao Mingzhi's words, replied, Young master, why do you say such things? You did not anticipate Ye Beixuan's rapid growth, and neither did our Dragon God sect. We initially believed him to be a mere insect easily crushed. Who could have foreseen the turn of events? Xiao Mingzhi snorted coldly. You should have heard what I just said. The Empress is doomed, and it is time for our grand plan to unfold. You are to personally report to your Dragon God sect's Southeast Ninth Dragon Spirit regarding the situation. Let the first phase commence, and ensure that hall masters ranked among the top 10 are dispatched to encircle and eliminate Ye Beixuan. I hope your Dragon God sect will not let me down this time. Upon hearing these directives, the middle-aged steward nodded slightly with a smile. Rest assured, young master. Our Dragon God sect has been awaiting your instructions. Now that you have personally commanded it, we shall ensure your satisfaction. Very well, go forth. Await the conclusion of this endeavor. Xiao Mingzhi had just summoned a servant to fetch the young master. Yes, sir. The Northern Town Protectorate was unaware of the unfolding events. Yet they were entirely anticipated by Ye Beixuan. Initially, upon completing his escort mission, Ye Beixuan could have returned home to rest. However, he chose to await further information, which did not keep him waiting long. Just as he finished his lunch, a swift horseman from the Imperial Guard arrived with news. Captain Yi, the town protector has commanded you to bring your men to the Wei residence. Ye Beixuan felt a surge of excitement. It had finally arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task. Eliminate the Wei family, capture the head of the Wei clan, Wei Wudao, and slay all the grandmasters of the Wei family. Completion of the task will reward you with 1,000 idol points and Wind God Leg. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalty. The notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. Wind God Leg. This particular martial art was indeed remarkable, with his existing mastery of the cloud-pushing palm and the frosty fist. Acquiring the Wind God Leg would allow him to fuse these three martial arts into a singular skill, the threefold return of vital energy. Ye Beixuan had long coveted this technique. Each of the individual arts, whether the cloud-pushing palm or the frosty fist, was a top-tier celestial skill. The threefold return of vital energy, requiring the fusion of these three arts, would undoubtedly attain divine level, marking it as his second divine scripture. This thought filled Ye Beixuan with elation. Wei Wudao was rather generous, inadvertently triggering a task before his demise. Ye Beixuan resolved that, as a token of gratitude to Wei Wudao, when the time came for his execution, he would personally ensure the executioner struck twice. He would bear the cost himself. Chapter 159. Infiltrating the Imperial Music Bureau. Shall we test it tonight? His subordinates were already prepared, each brimming with excitement. The Wei family was a prominent household in the capital. Having served for various officials for some time, they had conducted minor raids annually. Yet they had never targeted a family as illustrious as the Wei. Naturally, the wealth extracted from such prestigious families was substantial. Each participant could expect to receive at least 100 taels, equivalent to a significant portion of a year's salary for many Imperial Guards. Let us go. With a single command from Ye Beixuan, 1,000 Imperial Guards marched forth with great vigor from the Northern Town Protectorate's gates. In addition to them, numerous other Imperial Guards were mobilized. The Wei family had many branches. Aside from Wei Wudao's faction, there were a dozen or so officials from the Wei clan. Since the emperor had decreed the confiscation and extermination of the Wei family, none of their lineage would be spared. On the streets, pedestrians gazed in bewilderment at the thousands of Imperial Guards advancing with palpable ferocity towards various destinations, utterly confounded by the unfolding situation. Just recently, a number of officials had been executed in the capital. What could possibly warrant the mobilization of the Imperial Guards once more? Moreover, this operation was no less significant than the last. Upon witnessing Ye Beixuan leading his team directly towards the heart of the capital, the location of the Wei family, a tempest of astonishment erupted throughout the city. Goodness, the Wei family. To think that the Jin Yi Wei has targeted such a prestigious clan. Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable. The Wei family has stood resilient in the capital for over a century, yet they have now fallen to the indignity of a raid by the Jin Yi Wei. Rumor has it that the Wei family committed a heinous crime in Jiangzhou, which was uncovered by the esteemed Ye Qianhu, leading to their current predicament. Ye Qianhu? Is that the legendary blade master? Ah, it is indeed him. No wonder the Wei family has met their downfall at his hands. The common folk chattered amongst themselves. Ye Beixuan felt a flush of embarrassment at the flattery. Really, was it necessary to extol him so? Half an hour later, Ye Beixuan caught sight of an extraordinarily grand residence sprawling over at least 100 acres. Its ancient charm was unmistakable, a clear indication that it belonged to no ordinary family. As Ye Beixuan approached, a contingent of armored figures hastened forth from the palace, led by Zhou Sheng, adorned in a purple feiyu robe. Accompanying him were 2 eunuchs clad in crimson ceremonial robes, one of whom produced a decree of imperial edict. Instantly, all present, including Zhou Sheng and Ye Beixuan, bowed deeply. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the Wei family is treasonous and has committed numerous heinous acts, corrupt and lawless, guilty of the gravest crimes of rebellion. Henceforth, all members of the Wei clan shall be apprehended. The male descendants shall be taken to the imperial prison for execution in 3 days, while the women and concubines shall be relegated to the Imperial Music Bureau, never to be redeemed. Thus it is commanded. The voice of the red-robed eunuch resonated with authority, echoing throughout the Wei estate. In an instant, wails of despair erupted from within. Ye Beixuan's expression turned slightly peculiar. Imprisoning the women in the music bureau? The Emperor Xuanhe truly is merciless. This is a torment far worse than mere execution. Goodness, Brother Yi, the women of such a prominent family must be stunning. Shall we indulge ourselves tonight? Lin Tao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Cheng, standing nearby, also appeared greatly tempted. As seasoned men of the world, who could resist such allure? Feigning contemplation, Ye Beixuan replied, very well, you assassinate me, and I shall entertain your wife. We would consider our grievances settled. At that moment, Zhou Sheng gestured towards Ye Beixuan, commanding, seize them. There was no need for further instruction from Ye Beixuan. In an instant, the officers burst through the grand gates of the Wei residence, with the emperor's decree in hand. Their task was devoid of difficulty. Neither the servants nor the guards of the Wei family dared to resist. Ye Beixuan and Zhou Sheng followed the Jin Yi Wei towards the rear courtyard of the Wei estate. Inside, amidst the despair that enveloped Wei Wudao and his family, tears had long since dried. Listening to the cacophony of chaos outside, the remaining masters of the Wei family encircled Wei Wudao, their faces etched with hopelessness. Master, let us fight with all our might. Whether we are captured by the Jinyui or perish, it is better to take a chance. Perhaps we may yet escape. If we can flee the Wei household, the Xiao family might come to our aid. One of the grandmasters of the Wei clan implored Wei Wudao. They were fully aware that evading the Jinyui's sweeping actions in the capital was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. However, at such a dire juncture, even the slightest glimmer of hope warranted a desperate attempt. Wei Wudao himself was in a constant struggle. If survival were possible, he wished to live. Until recently, he had clung to a faint hope that the Xiao family might assist him, perhaps interceding with Emperor Xuanhe to spare his life. But now, the reality dawned upon him that he had been entirely forsaken by the Xiao clan. Nevertheless, he held on to a final thread of hope, to escape. If he could reach the Xiao territory, there might still be a chance. Father, take me with you. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Wei Wudao's sons rushed forward in a frenzy, as did his wives. They all understood that this was their last opportunity for survival. The prospect of either dying or spending the remainder of their lives in the pleasure quarters was intolerable for those accustomed to a life of luxury. Yet Wei Wudao, with a decisive wave of his hand, unleashed a surge of vital energy. Though not exceptionally powerful, his prowess had long since reached the pinnacle of mastery, far beyond the capabilities of his wives and children. Get away. In that moment, Wei Wudao appeared both fierce and terrifying. Alone, he might still have a chance of escape with the Grandmaster's protection. However, bringing along a few inept sons and wives would be tantamount to inviting death. Sons could be born anew, and wives could be replaced. The essence of survival lay solely in his own existence. His wives and children were directly thrown back by the force of his energy, spitting blood as they were propelled away. Wei Wudao then addressed the Grandmasters. Let us go. With that, they swiftly made their way toward a secret passage within the Wei estate. Behind Wei Wudao, his sons, after coughing up blood, beheld their father, who showed no hesitation in his flight. Initially, they had shouted desperately, cowed by his authority. But as they watched Wei Wudao depart without a backward glance, their frustration erupted into furious accusations. Wei Wudao, how can you call yourself a father, abandoning your wife and children. Do you still possess the dignity of a scholar? It is your fault for provoking Ye Beixuan, and that accursed Wei Yang. You two are mere lapdogs of the Shao family. The current plight of the Wei clan is solely your doing. Even in death, we shall not forgive you. Wei, old dog, do you think I am unaware of your affair with your cousin's wife? Sneaking into his chamber at night, wearing the green hat upon him. As for the third concubine, you lusted after her beauty and, in a drunken stupor, forced yourself upon her, which I witnessed. You even offered me 1,000 taels of silver to keep quiet. You are a scourge to our ancestors and a bane to our clan. When death looms, madness often ensues. In times of calamity, even the closest of kin may turn against one another. Chapter 160, No Path Above. No door below. Various harsh words and sordid tales spilled forth from the lips of his wives and children. Yet, not a flicker of remorse crossed Wei Wudao's countenance. It was not until half a stick of incense had burned that Zhou Sheng and Ye Beixuan, accompanied by their entourage, finally surged from the front hall of the Wei residence into the rear courtyard. The sight before them momentarily rendered them speechless. After listening for a while, Ye Beixuan's expression turned peculiar. Was it truly this exhilarating? He had long heard that the affairs of the wealthy were tangled and chaotic, yet he had not anticipated such unbridled disorder. Zhou Sheng, however, remained impassive. For him, it was merely a trivial spectacle. To Ye Beixuan, a man of modern sensibilities, this may have seemed slightly perverse, but Zhou Sheng had witnessed far too many explosive scenes to be fazed. In the realm of the affluent, scandals abound, and the higher the status of the family, the more scandalous their affairs. Indeed, even in previous generations of royalty, there were more explosive revelations. However, this generation's Emperor Xuanhe was disinterested in women, which had somewhat improved the royal reputation over the years. At that moment, Wei Wudao's wives and children also caught sight of Zhou Sheng and Ye Beixuan. Immediately, several of his sons rushed towards them, crying out, "Sirs, Wei Wudao, that old dog, has escaped from the secret chamber. You must pursue him." Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan was not taken aback. The system had assigned a task, which naturally implied that this capture would not proceed smoothly. If it were to be effortless, there would be no need for him to eliminate all the grandmasters of the Wei family. What truly astonished him was that Wei Wudao had chosen to flee alone, abandoning his entire family. Truly a ruthless individual. Moreover, it was none other than his second son who revealed his flight. Ye Beixuan clasped his fists towards Zhou Sheng. "My lord, I shall retrieve him." Zhou Sheng cast a meaningful glance at Ye Beixuan. "Go, but remember not to kill him." He was evidently aware of the enmities Ye Beixuan held against these families, fearing that Ye Beixuan might succumb to temptation and slay Wei Wudao outright. Ye Beixuan flashed a grin. "Rest assured, my lord." With that, he seized Wei Wudao's second son, Wei Shuang, and followed his directions. Soon, under Wei Shuang's guidance, Ye Beixuan entered a hidden passage within the Wei residence. This passage was deep and fraught with intricate traps, serving as a last refuge for these noble families, intended to buy them time. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air. These deadly projectiles, crafted by the military, could easily slay any innate martial artist. The sheer number of them was such that even a grandmaster would find it impossible to withstand. Yet, to Ye Beixuan, these arrows posed no challenge whatsoever. He wielded his palm like a blade, his sword energy radiating outwards, enveloping him in a protective aura spanning several meters. Where his blade energy passed, the arrows splintered into countless fragments, and the sides of the passage were left with massive gashes carved into the rocky walls. Ye Beixuan moved with astonishing speed, traversing the ground as if he were a legendary sword, plowing through the earth with ease. Before the absolute might of force, any institution becomes a mere farce. In a mere span of a few minutes, Ye Beixuan swiftly emerged from the secret passage and arrived at a mountainous region in the capital. "My lord, Wei Wudao is over there." Wei Shuang suddenly pointed towards a specific spot in the mountains. Ye Beixuan followed his gaze and, to his astonishment, beheld 6 figures fleeing in madness. At this moment, Ye Beixuan could not help but appreciate Wei Shuang's acumen. This lad truly possesses a remarkable talent for deception. While he himself had failed to identify the target at the first opportunity, Wei Shuang had already locked onto it. Perhaps it was a unique connection between father and son. "Very well, you have performed admirably. I shall ensure that you meet a comfortable end." Ye Beixuan nodded at Wei Shuang. The Lingbo Weibu technique was already in motion, propelling him forward with extraordinary speed. Within mere breaths, he drew closer to Wei Wudao and his companions. Extending his fingers, he executed a sweeping motion. The sound resonated like the clash of blades, reverberating from his fingertips. In the next moment, a terrifying blade aura surged toward the Grand Masters. The strongest among them boasted a mere 5th level of mastery, while the others were even weaker, at only 3rd or 4th levels. Upon sensing the impending blade energy, The expressions of these Grand Masters drastically shifted. A sense of fatal crisis spread within their hearts. The 5 Grand Masters dared not show any hesitation. They unleashed their utmost strength to counter the blade aura. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave erupted across the mountains, shattering trees within a radius of several dozen yards. All 5 Grand Masters were compelled to spit out blood, and one elder from the Wei clan, a 3rd-level Grand Master, had his chest obliterated, dead beyond revival. Before Wei Wudao could comprehend what was happening, a chilling voice resonated across the heavens and earth. Wei Wudao, we finally meet. In an instant, Wei Wudao's pupils constricted. He lifted his gaze to see a youth clad in splendid attire, a long blade at his waist, approaching slowly from a distance. With piercing brows and striking eyes, he resembled an unparalleled swordsman. Yet, the youth's gaze was indifferent, tinged with an unmistakable murderous intent. Although Wei Wudao had never encountered this young man before, there was only one individual in the entire capital who could exude such an aura. Ye Beixuan. He nearly ground his teeth as he spat out those 3 syllables. It is he, the one responsible for transforming him from a noble patriarch into a hunted dog, fleeing in disgrace. Little did he expect that at this moment, he would finally face the architect of his misfortune. Gazing into Wei Wudao's eyes, filled with utmost fury and resentment, Ye Beixuan felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Wei Wudao, you must thank your fine son for allowing me to find you so swiftly. Come, Wei Shuang, speak a few words with your father. At this juncture, Ye Beixuan was in no rush at all. Wei Wudao was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could play as he pleased. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's voice, Wei Shuang, he glared fiercely at Wei Wudao. You old dog, you wretched beast who abandoned your wife and children, betraying your kin and forsaking your ancestral roots. How dare you flee? How could you escape? It is all your fault, along with that useless brother Wei Yang, that our Wei family has fallen to such disgrace. Even if you are dead, in the netherworld, our ancestors will surely curse you as a beast. Wei Shuang spat out his venomous words, feeling a sense of liberation as all his pent-up resentment erupted. Wei Wudao's countenance darkened ominously, his body trembling with rage. His fists clenched tightly, as trickles of blood seeped from his palms. Nothing could wound a father more deeply than being scorned as a beast by his own flesh and blood. Yet, the bitter truth remained. These were deeds of his own making, leaving him no room to retort. Chapter 161. Ants Shaking the Heavens. Killing with intent an elder from the Wei family, unable to endure any longer, interjected vehemently, Wei Shuang, you ungrateful wretch, cease your insolence. He is your father. Bah! Wei Shuang spat defiantly. How can he claim the title of father? When he abandoned my mother and us to flee alone, where was his fatherly love? He is nothing but a cowardly hypocrite. To curry favor with the Xiao family and their scion Xiao Mingzhi, he willingly became their lapdog. Every whisper from the Xiao family was treated as a decree by Wei Wudao. And now, tell me, has your master come to your rescue, Wei Wudao? You are a worthless hound now, bereft of any utility. Furthermore, you old beasts have long reveled in your tyranny, bullying the weak. Now, retribution has come for you. You are all destined to perish. Ye Beixuan, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but smirk, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he experienced an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, almost wishing to applaud the spectacle. The sight of dogs turning on each other was nothing short of delightful. During this time, had it not been for his swift rise in cultivation, coupled with a stroke of luck that allowed him to endure until the arrival of the wine elder, it might have been his own friends and family weeping in despair. For Ye Beixuan, those who sought his life would face tenfold or even 100-fold retribution. If one treats me with respect, I shall return it tenfold. But should anyone attempt to seize even a fraction from me, I shall not only reclaim that, but also ensure their entire family pays the price. The Wei family was merely the beginning. He would not spare the Xiao family, the Zhao family, the Chao family, or even the Dragon God sect, the true instigators behind his father's demise. You little wretch, you seek death. The elder from the Wei family, incensed and humiliated, unleashed his aura in a furious display. With a swift and ruthless thrust, he aimed his blade at Wei Shuang. Instinctively, Wei Shuang attempted to evade, but at that moment, Ye Beixuan gently nudged him forward. With a sickening thud, Wei Shuang collided with the hilt of the elder's blade. In a mere instant, his heart was shattered, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ye Beixuan glanced at Wei Shuang's fallen form and remarked, "Such a death is a mercy, allowing you to suffer less. Consider this my fulfillment of the promise I made to you." With that, he turned his gaze back to the remaining elders of the Wei family, a sly smile gracing his lips. The Wei family's rebellion has unfolded before the eyes of the commander. This commander shall swiftly send you to the netherworld. The farce of dogs biting dogs has come to an end. Ye Beixuan refrains from further discourse, raising his hand to strike at the elder who had just attacked. Dragons soaring in the heavens. A magnificent golden dragon erupted from Ye Beixuan's palm, its ferocious roar resonating with overwhelming pressure as it surged toward the Wei elder. The elder's complexion drastically changed. Wielding his long blade, he unleashed a lethal move in a desperate attempt to block the assault. Yet, he had only just entered the 4th-tier Grandmaster realm, a level that was but insignificant in the eyes of Ye Beixuan. The surging power of his palm crashed down like a relentless tide, shattering the elder's weapon with ease. The golden dragon roared fiercely, colliding with his body. In an instant, the Wei elder was torn asunder, meeting his demise with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 240 experience points. The notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind, but he paid it no heed. His gaze shifted to the last 3 remaining Wei elders, who now understood their grim fate. Ye Beixuan's strength far surpassed their expectations. Even from the outset, when he had wounded them with a single strike, it became evident that he was beyond their capacity to contend with. Though they were oblivious to the source of Ye Beixuan's might, there was no time for such contemplation now. Exchanging glances, the 3 elders acted in unison. Kill! They summoned their avatars, unleashing their most powerful techniques. Each wielding a sword, they unleashed 3 terrifying streams of sword energy, a chilling brilliance imbued with earth-shattering power. Hurtling toward Ye Beixuan. Among them was one 5th-tier Grandmaster, while the other 2 were 4th-tier Grandmasters. The combined might of their assault was formidable. However, they faced an even more terrifying opponent in Ye Beixuan. Do mere ants dare to challenge the heavens? Allow me to enlighten you. With a thrust of his palm, a resounding clash of blades erupted. Ye Beixuan, sword in hand, radiated an aura that pierced the clouds. His body shifted, and the snowy drink-wild blade was unleashed. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force seemed poised to cleave through mountains. The long blade danced like a startled swan, and as Ye Beixuan moved, he struck with blinding speed. Thud, thud, thud. A series of subtle sounds echoed as flesh was pierced. The positions of Ye Beixuan and the 3 Wei elders had switched. After delivering a single strike, Ye Beixuan did not glance back, performing a flourish with his blade before sheathing it. Simultaneously, the elders' necks erupted with blood, crimson gushing forth. Their expressions grew vacant, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 240 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 240 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 260 experience points. 3 notifications reverberated in Ye Beixuan's mind. Not far away, Wei Wudao stood frozen in sheer disbelief. His eyes wide as he gazed at Ye Beixuan in utter astonishment. He spoke for quite some time, yet his fear rendered him incapable of uttering a single word. However, Ye Beixuan had no desire to engage him further. With a flick of his finger, he swiftly sealed several major acupoints on Wei Wudao's body. Simultaneously, his formidable finger strength shattered all of Wei Wudao's meridians. The excruciating pain caused Wei Wudao's eyes to bulge, and veins on his forehead throbbed incessantly. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Yet, Ye Beixuan had also sealed his mute acupoint, leaving him without even the strength to scream. Ye Beixuan lightly tapped his face with the hilt of his sword, whispering, I must confess, I was indeed the one who killed Wei Yang. Before your precious son perished, he threatened me, claiming that his father would avenge him. When you meet him in the afterlife, do not forget to convey that he has been let down. Wei Wudao momentarily froze, his gaze igniting with fury as he glared at Ye Beixuan like a dragon about to unleash fire. Ye Beixuan let out a hearty laugh, turning on his heel and departing, dragging the lifeless Wei Wudao behind him. Upon returning, the entire Wei family had already been subdued. However, upon witnessing Wei Wudao being thrown back like a dead dog, his wives and children could not contain their derisive laughter. Old dog Wei, look at you now. You were quite the runner, weren't you? Why not run now? Upon seeing these individuals, Wei Wudao fell silent, his eyes occasionally betraying a flicker of uncontainable hatred. Half an hour later, all members of the Wei family branches had been captured, totaling 537 males and 1,284 females. The confiscation of assets exceeded 300,000 taels of gold and over 20 million in silver. This amounted to an outrageous fortune, equivalent to over 50 million taels of silver, enough to fund a million-man army for nearly a year. Chapter 162. Refining 3 parts of origin energy. Power surge. Upon returning to the Northern Town Pacification Office, Ye Beixuan imprisoned Wei Wudao in the Imperial prison, personally instructing the guards to take good care of this noble family head. The seasoned prison guards immediately understood Ye Beixuan's intent and assured him that he could rest easy. Only then did Ye Beixuan turn to leave, returning to the Qianhu Tang. In his mind, the system's notification chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task, rooting out the Wei family, capturing family head Wei Wudao, and slaying all Wei family grandmasters. Task completed. Rewards, 1,000 idol points. Wind God Leg. With this system notification, a familiar memory surged within Ye Beixuan's mind. The Wind God Leg, derived from the essence of wind without form, is the most formidable leg technique from the Wind and Cloud saga. The Wind God Leg comprises 6 techniques. First technique, catching wind and shadow. Second technique, strong grass in the wind. Sixth technique, divine wind's roar. Though merely 6 moves, their power is unparalleled, inherently countering the heavenly frost fist. It is an indispensable skill within the realm of the 3 parts returning to vitality. After a considerable duration, Ye Beixuan fully absorbed all the insights pertaining to the Wind God Leg technique. He had completely mastered the methods of channeling energy and the operational nuances of this technique. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Ye Beixuan realized that with the assembly of these 3 martial arts, a commonality emerged among them. Furthermore, this shared essence seemed capable of coalescing independently, suggesting that the newly formed technique was indeed the so-called 3 parts returning to vitality. Ye Beixuan's gaze sparkled with fervor as he had long coveted this technique. However, to extract the essence of the 3 parts returning to vitality, he needed to cultivate all 3 techniques to their utmost limits. Without reaching full mastery, one could never truly grasp the quintessence of a martial art. He glanced at his system panel, noting that with 4,100 idol points, he should possess ample resources to perfect these 2 martial skills. Instructing the guards nearby to refrain from any disturbances, Ye Beixuan stepped directly into the exclusive training chamber reserved for the Thousand House. This chamber, located within the Thousand House Hall, spans over 100 square meters and is constructed from special stone materials that conceal one's aura. It is furnished with dedicated concentration incense, each stick valued at over 100 taels, aiding warriors in focusing their minds and significantly enhancing their training efficiency. Beneath the training area lies a bed of spiritual jade, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, a testament to opulence reserved for those of 1,000 rank and above. Upon settling into a meditative posture, Ye Beixuan wasted no time. System. Engage in idol training for the Frosty Fist. Idol Day 136. Through your continuous training, you gradually begin to comprehend the Frosty Fist, reaching the introductory level today, and you have grasped the essence of the technique. Idol Day 322. Your proficiency in the Frosty Fist has remarkably accelerated, and unbeknownst to you, you have begun to master it. In your insights, you have also understood the intent behind the fist. Idol Day 588. While practicing the Frosty Fist, you unexpectedly attain a moment of enlightenment, leading to a breakthrough into the mid-stage of minor achievement, as your fist intent also evolves to a significant level. Idol Day 910. Today, your Frosty Fist successfully surpasses the major completion realm, and your fist intent has advanced to a pinnacle state. Idol Day 1599. Through your diligent training, the Frosty Fist finally reaches perfection, at which point you fully comprehend its profound mysteries, and your fist intent ascends to a secondary level with this breakthrough. Ding. The idol session has concluded. Insights are being transmitted. Please wait. With this system notification, Ye Beixuan's mind began to surge with insights regarding the Frosty Fist. The energy channeling methods of the Frosty Fist surged toward his fists, each movement electrifying. Within his spiritual consciousness, a colossal fist began to coalesce. Ye Beixuan sat cross-legged with closed eyes, fervently absorbing the information swirling in his mind. Once everything had converged, Ye Beixuan acted without hesitation. System. Continue the Wind God Leg. On the 100th day of automatic training, with prior experience in the Lingbo Weibo technique, you found the initiation into the Wind God Leg to be significantly simpler. In just 100 days, you have reached the foundational level of this technique. On the 382nd day, through your relentless practice, you have attained mastery over the Wind God Leg technique. Simultaneously, you have comprehended a new realm, leg intent. On the 763rd day, as your training progressed, your application of the Wind God Leg became increasingly proficient, and on this day, you successfully advanced the technique to a minor accomplishment. Your leg intent has also broken through to the mid-level of the first stage. On the 1121st day, while observing the wind's velocity in nature, you fell into contemplation. In this moment of reflection, the Wind God Leg quietly activated, and you achieved a significant breakthrough. Your leg intent has reached the pinnacle of the first stage. On the 1686th day, your Wind God Leg has successfully reached perfection. Moreover, your leg intent has advanced to the second stage. Ding. Automatic training concluded. Insights being transmitted. Please wait. Boom. Within Ye Beixuan's mind, Countless revelations regarding the wind god leg surged forth. After he thoroughly absorbed and refined the wind god leg, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from his eyes. So that's it. The three parts of the returning essence Qi embody the enduring essence of the wind god technique, the might of the cloud-pushing palm, and the chilling aura of the frosty fist, perfectly amalgamated. This synthesis of strengths from the three sects unleashed an impeccably flawless power. Truly, it is a divine-level martial art. Absolutely formidable. At this moment, Ye Beixuan couldn't help but admire the president of the Heavenly Society, the one capable of creating such a technique. What a prodigious talent he is. With this in mind, let us forge ahead and fully evolve this returning essence Qi. Chapter 163, Divine-Level Martial Technique Minor Accomplishment, Rapid Advancement. Ye Beixuan did not cease his training. Instead, he began to extract the essence of the cloud-pushing palm, wind god leg, and frosty fist. Mastering these three techniques without achieving perfection would render the extraction of their strengths utterly impossible. However, Ye Beixuan's grasp of them was now unparalleled. In a mere hour, he completely separated the strengths of these three extraordinary techniques and reorganized them. Ye Beixuan felt three distinct energies coalescing within his dantian. Almost instantaneously upon contact, a violent surge of energy erupted around him. A white mist began to envelop him, thickening rapidly. Within mere minutes, the mist became denser, shrouding him entirely, casting Ye Beixuan as an ethereal being. As the mist intensified, tumultuous winds began to swirl within it, whipping up the dense fog as if it were a tempest tearing through the clouds. The two forces fused together, exuding an aura of terror even without any internal energy to propel them. Subsequently, amidst the swirling mist, a layer of white frost descended slowly. The wind bolstered the clouds, amplifying their might. Three distinct attributes of power gradually began to converge into one. This was no mere fusion. Even the intricate intents of palm, leg, and fist within Ye Beixuan's consciousness intertwined harmoniously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully amalgamating the strengths of the three families, resulting in the creation of a new divine martial technique. Three parts return to origin energy. The system's notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind once more. Minor completion. This was a direct leap from the threshold to mastery, achieving a level of minor completion. A flicker of surprise crossed Ye Beixuan's face. The terrifying power of three parts return to origin energy was palpable, even without its manifestation. Although it was merely at the minor completion stage, its might was undeniably unparalleled. As a divine martial technique, this was undoubtedly his trump card, elevating his power by dozens of times, akin to a breakthrough in realm. Excellent. With the three parts returned to origin energy, I can firmly establish myself among the 8th-level grandmasters. Ye Beixuan felt exceptionally pleased. This absorption and refinement process lasted a full 2 to 3 hours. Of the 4,000 hanging points, fewer than 900 remained. To further advance a divine martial technique like three parts returned to origin energy with such a meager amount of points was evidently impossible. The difficulty of cultivating divine martial techniques far surpassed that of heavenly martial techniques, as evidenced by the innate Yin-Yang Sutra. Retaining these points was futile. It was time to refine my lightness skill. Ye Beixuan pondered momentarily before speaking. System, allocate all hanging points to electric light divine movement. On the 131st day of hanging, your comprehension of electric light divine movement deepens, successfully entering the entry level. You now feel as light as a feather. On the 329th day, through your diligent practice, your electric light divine movement advances further, breaking through to the mastery level, slightly enhancing your speed. On the 688th day, with your ceaseless contemplation day and night, you finally reach minor completion with the electric light divine movement. Each time you execute it, sparks of electricity erupt beneath your feet, and you feel as swift as lightning. On the 815th day, this marks your final day of hanging. Though your talent is unparalleled, it is impossible to elevate this extraordinary skill to its peak in such a short time. Nonetheless, on the last day, you still achieve a breakthrough. Your electric light divine movement progresses to the mid-stage of minor completion. The current hanging session concludes. Insights are being transmitted. Please wait. Boom. As yet another familiar notification resounded, Ye Beixuan felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He sensed his legs undergoing a profound transformation. The meridians in his legs became increasingly fluid, as even the tiniest blood vessels seemed to expand. The profound insights of the lightning god steps once again permeated his heart. As he fully comprehended the terrifying speed of this extraordinary technique, his body swayed slightly, and with a sudden crackle, a flash of lightning erupted from beneath his feet. In an instant, he vanished from his original position like a bolt of lightning. Within the blink of an eye, he traversed the confines of the chamber. This formidable velocity was unparalleled. Not even the swiftest of birds or the most exceptional steeds could rival such exaggeration. It was akin to the flight capabilities of a grandmaster at the 9th level. In terms of sheer speed, it far surpassed the Linbo microstep. Although the Linbo microstep is also a form of light-footed movement, it does not excel in linear velocity. Instead, it is characterized by its elusive form, which can be utilized in combat. In contrast, the lightning god steps eschew all such embellishments, embodying pure speed. It is precisely this unmatched swiftness that allowed the renowned thief to boldly proclaim himself as the fastest in the world during the tumultuous era of Qin. Should one master it to its fullest extent, unless confronted by a being of celestial speed, none would be able to catch up. Even if faced with Wei Dongshan, I may not emerge victorious in battle, but my speed would certainly allow me to escape. Ye Beixuan was exceedingly pleased with the speed of the lightning god steps. Having converted all his idle points into strength, the results were remarkable. His combat power surged several-fold, and his speed increased significantly. Upon completing these tasks, Ye Beixuan stepped out of the chamber. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky. The members of the Jinui on daytime duty had long since finished their shifts. However, the area outside the 1,000-house hall was bustling with activity, with a throng of nearly 20 individuals eagerly awaiting his arrival. At the forefront were Lu Fengping and Li Cheng. Although Lu Fengping held the title of 1,000-house, he showed no airs after his shift, engaging amiably with his old subordinates, including Li Cheng. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a light chuckle interrupted their conversation. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing a youthful figure clad in finery, smiling as he emerged. 1,000-house lord. Ye Beixuan's subordinates, all captains, promptly rose to pay their respects. Lu Fengping approached with hearty laughter. Brother Yi, to think you have already transcended to a grandmaster at such a young age and dedicated yourself so diligently. You've been in seclusion since your return to the capital, making us wait quite patiently. You must indulge in a few drinks later. We cannot let our efforts to welcome you go to waste. Lin Tao also rushed over, beaming. Indeed, Brother Yi, we've been waiting for you. Although he held the lowest rank among them as a mere flag-bearer, within Ye Beixuan's 1,000-house hall, even captains were obliged to show him a measure of respect. Witnessing the camaraderie of his companions warmed Ye Beixuan's heart. After spending considerable time in this world, apart from the household maid and Lu Qingwu, nearly all his friends were gathered here. Very well, Ye Beixuan replied, waving his hand. Let us indulge ourselves at the Jiafangxi today. Chapter 164, Jiafangxi, Qin Fengwan. The primary distinction between the Jiafangxi and the Qin River pleasure boat lies in. One establishment is privately owned, while the other is a royal venture. The Imperial Music Bureau of Dali adheres to an exclusively high-end approach. It is populated by the wives and daughters of officials who have been scrutinized by Emperor Xuanhe over the years. Any woman who catches the eye of these individuals is undeniably exquisite in beauty. Many of them are renowned courtesans from the pleasure boats, hidden away in gilded chambers. In terms of both appearance and grace, they represent the pinnacle of Dali's quality. This is a standard that even the most prestigious pleasure boats, such as Sifong Lu, cannot rival. However, the prices at the Imperial Music Bureau are equally steep, with the most basic selections matching those of Sifong Lu's establishments. For the top-tier songstresses, the costs soar even higher. Yet, the true allure of the Imperial Music Bureau lies not merely in the beauty of its women, but rather in its clientele, which consists of the elite of the capital. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, a wave of excitement erupted among the group. The Imperial Music Bureau primarily caters to high-ranking officials of the 4th grade and above, as well as renowned talents. Without such connections, even the wealthiest individuals would find themselves unable to gain entry. Thus, aside from Lu Fengping and Ye Beixuan, the others present would likely never have the opportunity to step foot in such an establishment unless accompanied by a person of stature. Ye Beixuan was well acquainted with this strategy. It was nothing more than a classic case of scarcity marketing. This has rendered the Imperial Music Bureau a sanctuary in the hearts of the city's elite. As the group made their way from the Northern Town Guard towards the Imperial Music Bureau, they approached an establishment located adjacent to the affluent Zhuke Fong. It was exquisitely constructed, featuring pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters, illuminated by countless lanterns against the backdrop of the night. While the surroundings may not rival the bustling Qinhe pleasure boats, the level of opulence here surpassed them by far. The area was expansive, housing no less than 1,000 young women. Indeed, this place was vast. Lin Tao, having accompanied Ye Beixuan and witnessed many grand sights in Qinhe, was nonetheless taken aback by the scene before him. The others, mostly from lesser households, had only frequented modest pleasure boats. Never having set foot in a top-tier establishment like Sifong Lu, suddenly arriving at the Imperial Music Bureau with the realization of the courtesan's elevated statuses, they found themselves feeling somewhat anxious. Lu Fengping remarked with a smile, although we of the Jinyui may be esteemed guests in other venues, we ought to maintain a lower profile here. Within the Imperial Music Bureau, it is customary for royals to frequent the premises, especially considering the backing of the Northern Ming Prince, who is known to visit almost every night. The Northern Ming Prince is a cousin of Emperor Xuanhe, sharing a mother with the emperor, and their bond is exceptionally close. Consequently, Emperor Xuanhe holds the prince in high regard, making him one of the most prominent royal relatives. However, the prince shows little interest in power, instead indulging in the pleasures of life. Thus, the emperor appointed him to oversee the Imperial Music Bureau, becoming its shadowy figurehead. The crowd nodded in agreement at this revelation. In the presence of ordinary officials, the Jinyui command is quite formidable. However, when faced with a prince, unless one is a top-ranking pacification envoy like Zhou Sheng, few can catch the attention of others. This holds true not only for them, but also for other officials. And perhaps they are even less regarded. My lord, please present your token. As they approached the entrance of the Jiafangxi, several attendants promptly addressed the crowd. Though their faces bore smiles, there was no semblance of the fawning demeanor typically found in pleasure boats. Lu Fengping immediately produced his Qianhu token. After a brief examination, the attendants gestured for him to enter, acknowledging him as a distinguished Qianhu. After traversing several dozen meters and passing through 3 entrances, they finally stepped into the so-called Jiafangxi. Upon entering, even Ye Beixuan was taken aback. The main building of the Jiafangxi was a magnificent 6-story circular pavilion, spanning an impressive 100 meters in both length and width. Inside, the melodious strains of the guqin wafted through the air, mingling with swirling smoke, while countless courtesans danced gracefully. Other beauties either sat or stood around the pavilion, some dignified and virtuous, others gentle and charming. The scene was so enchanting that it felt as though one had entered a fairyland. Indeed, this establishment run by the royal family is extraordinary. These esteemed individuals certainly indulge in lavish delights. Ye Beixuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Previously, he had thought that the Sifang Tower was the pinnacle of such establishments, believing that others could hardly compare. Yet now, stepping into the Jiafangxi was truly a revelation. If Ye Beixuan was so astonished, one could only imagine the reactions of the others. Welcome to our Jiafangxi, Lord Lu, a sultry voice interrupted their thoughts. As a stunning woman in her 30s approached gracefully, Lu Fengping smiled at the matron, saying, Qin Fenghuan, I am honored. Fenghuan held the 8th rank position within the Jiafangxi. Though the title was modest, she oversaw all provisions within the establishment. Let us proceed to a private room, Ye Beixuan said directly. However, the matron did not immediately comply. Instead, she smiled and inquired, My lord, may I ask if you hold any noble title? This prompted laughter from the surrounding patrons, who were amused by Ye Beixuan's request. What is this? Are the requirements for leisure so elevated now? Not only are official ranks considered, but noble titles as well. Lu Fengping quickly leaned in to whisper to Ye Beixuan, I forgot to mention, within the Jiafangxi, if one holds only an official rank, they are permitted entry only to the lower rooms. To access the middle rooms, one must be a count, and for the upper rooms, a marquis or higher is required for the esteemed courtesans. However, you are different. Not only are you the emperor's personally appointed divine blade marquis, but you are also at the pinnacle of the Tianjiao list. Your status is sufficient for the upper rooms. So that is how it is. The elites certainly have their own ways. Lu Fengping then turned to Qin Fenghuan with a smile, saying, Brother Yi, show your token to Qin Fenghuan. Allow me to share in your glory and gain entry to the upper room for once. Chapter 165. You are the divine blade marquis? Qin Fenghuan looked at Ye Beixuan in astonishment. Among this group of individuals, Ye Beixuan is the youngest. She initially believed that Lu Fengping was the backbone of the assembly, as he, despite being merely a 1,000 household captain, was well aware that he would inevitably ascend to the position of a town pacifier, a figure of significance in the capital. However, to her surprise, he was also merely an escort this time, and he even expressed a desire to enter the main hall. Shortly thereafter, she beheld the card presented by Ye Beixuan, which bore no inscription but 2 prominent characters, Divine Blade. Upon seeing these 2 words, Qin Fenghuan's pupils constricted slightly, and he raised his gaze towards Ye Beixuan with a newfound respect. Are you the Divine Blade Earl? As these words escaped his lips, many officials in the vicinity turned their attention toward Ye Beixuan. An earl in the capital is considered to hold a mid-level status among the aristocracy, but Ye Beixuan's title is exceptional. At the tender age of 18, she had been personally bestowed her rank by His Majesty and was recognized as the foremost prodigy. Moreover, she had recently solved significant cases. Every official present was astute. Who among them had not heard of the illustrious Divine Blade Earl, who had recently made headlines, particularly with the raid on the Wei family? Nearly everyone was aware that as long as she remained alive, she would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the future of the Great Li Dynasty. It was conceivable that the Jinui would eventually fall under her command. And if she were to break through to the celestial realm, she might even be conferred a princely title. Ah, it is the Divine Blade Earl. I am the minor minister of the Grand Secretariat. It is an honor to meet you. Might you have time to indulge in some leisure together? Another official, a minor official from the Zhangshi court, also expressed a desire to share a drink with the Divine Blade Earl. My father, Zhang was unaware of your presence here. Please allow me to introduce myself. In an instant, many in the grand hall bowed respectfully to Ye Beixuan, their demeanor notably amiable, and each held a position of remarkable influence. Ye Beixuan was taken aback. Goodness, am I truly this popular? It dawned upon her that, unbeknownst to herself, she had transcended from being a mere minor official in the Jinui to genuinely entering the upper echelons of the capital. In terms of both her cultivation progress and official rank, she had experienced an unprecedented ascent over the past few months. This rapid transformation left her somewhat disoriented. After politely declining the invitations from the officials, they expressed no displeasure, instead affirming that it was only natural. This further confirmed to Ye Beixuan the extent to which her status had risen. Divine Blade Earl, please come inside. Qin Fenghuan, smiling, guided Ye Beixuan to the highest level of the teaching court, which consisted of a total of 18 chambers, each as spacious as 2 classrooms, furnished with an abundance of musical and theatrical instruments, exuding opulence. Do you have a preference for any entertainers, Divine Blade Earl? Qin Fenghuan inquired. We have just received the new wives and concubines from the Wei family. Lin Tao, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, exclaimed with a hint of excitement. The Wei family? Qin Fenghuan's expression shifted slightly upon noticing Ye Beixuan's nod, revealing a peculiar understanding. Ah, so the Divine Blade Earl is here specifically for this. Upon my arrival, I shall promptly bring the individuals forth. However, among the wives and concubines of the Wei family, a total of 123 have met the standards to enter the brothel bureau, yet only over 30 have been adequately trained thus far, comprising 8 direct descendants of the Wei family, while the others require additional time. I am curious whether the esteemed Divine Blade Master has brought them all or selected a few. Observe their efficiency. In just one afternoon, they have successfully trained more than 30. This includes 8 wives and daughters of that young rascal Wei Wudao, all of whom are present. With a mere wave of his hand, Ye Beixuan summoned them into the room within moments. Among these women, the 8 at the forefront appeared somewhat familiar to him. They were, in the morning, esteemed ladies of the Wei family, yet by nightfall, they had transformed into songstresses of the brothel bureau. I wonder how Wei Wudao will react upon learning of this stark contrast. The following afternoon, Ye Beixuan, weary from his endeavors, bid farewell to Lu Fengping and the others before returning home. He had been granted a 10-day leave from duty for this mission, allowing him to seek out Qingwu tonight and prepare for battle 3 days hence. Ye Beixuan meticulously allocated his time. 10 days should suffice for his retribution. Chapter 166. The title of first-rank Marquis bestowed. It has been long since I last saw you, sir. Young master, you have returned. As he stepped through the threshold of his residence, a servant rushed to announce his arrival. Observing that his home appeared unchanged, perhaps even more orderly than when he departed, Ye Beixuan felt a surge of contentment. Welcome back, young master. The housekeeper, Tang Kaiwei, hastened to greet him. Following closely behind her, a slender young girl donned in a pale yellow dress hurried from the courtyard. Upon spotting Ye Beixuan, her bright eyes immediately glistened with tears. Young master. At the sound of her gentle call, Ye Beixuan's face broke into a smile. The only one who could address him in such a delicate manner was none other than his little maid, Yaoer. He regarded her with a slight frown. Why have you become so thin after merely a dozen days apart? This young girl, once plump and radiant under his care, now appeared even more emaciated than before. Standing at just over 1.60 meters, she weighed no more than 90 pounds. Nearby, Tang Kaiwei stifled a chuckle. It is because Sister Yaoer has been so consumed with thoughts of you since your departure that she scarcely eats. Each day, aside from practicing her skills, she rises early to wash clothes. Upon hearing this, Yaoer's face flushed crimson, and she quickly shot a glare at Tang Kaiwei. Kaiwei, what nonsense are you speaking? My early rising to wash clothes is simply because I wake up early. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Their camaraderie was evident. At this moment, Ye Beixuan cast a glance at Yaoer's cultivation level. Noteworthy, she had reached the postnatal realm. With that, he waved his hand, conjuring 2 small elixirs that appeared in his palm. Since acquiring these elixirs, he had yet to use them, originally intending to bestow one upon Yaoer and another upon Lu Qingwu before his departure from the capital. The 2 ladies had yet to fully refine the trace of cultivation they had been granted, which led them to refrain from taking further action. This small elixir, when consumed, could enable them to break into the innate realm and even reach the level of a grandmaster. Ye Beixuan directly flicked it into the hands of Tang Kaiwei and Yaoer. Upon seeing the elixir, both women were momentarily taken aback as a subtle fragrance wafted into their nostrils. Merely inhaling its aroma made them feel a slight surge of true energy within their bodies. Young master, Tang Kaiwei hesitated to accept it, feeling somewhat unworthy compared to Yaoer, as she had only known Ye Beixuan for a little over a month. Although she was unfamiliar with the elixir, Ye Beixuan had claimed it was sufficient for them to break into the pinnacle of the innate realm or even attain grandmaster status. Such a top-tier elixir was something she had never encountered, even in her days as a young lady. Take it. You are the steward of the Ye residence. And it is only fitting that your cultivation be enhanced, Ye Beixuan replied nonchalantly. At his current level, he had little need for the elixir, and keeping it would only be wasteful. It was far better utilized to bolster the strength of his subordinates, not only for Lu Qingwu and the others, but he also intended to bestow one upon Lin Tao and Li Cheng. Their enhanced strength would alleviate some of the burdens he faced in his future assignments within the Imperial Guard. Very well, Tang Kaiwei conceded without further protest. She then glanced at Yaoer and smiled faintly. Young master, I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. In the days that followed in the capital, Ye Beixuan enjoyed a life of leisure. His days were filled with feasting and revelry, while his nights were spent indulging in the delights of the entertainment quarters. Time passed swiftly, and on the fourth day, he was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the sound of Yaoer knocking at the door. Young master, wake up. Someone from the palace has arrived, saying they will come to bestow rewards in half an hour. Ye Beixuan sat up abruptly, momentarily disoriented. Yaoer entered swiftly, attending to him as she helped him get dressed and wash up. Once everything was in order and he had a simple breakfast, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed from outside. In the distance, a group of figures was hastily approaching the residence, led by a eunuch. Ye Beixuan was no stranger to this spectacle and recognized it as the arrival of his reward for completing the recent task. However, this eunuch held a significantly higher rank than the last, adorned in a red robe. The procession attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, who were well aware of the esteemed owner of the Ye residence. The imperial decree has arrived. The Divine Blade Earl shall receive it, proclaimed the voice of the red-robed eunuch. Ye Beixuan had long been prepared. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the Divine Blade Earl has successfully resolved the major case in Jiangzhou, apprehending the traitors of the Wei family and retrieving the millennia-old resurrection herb. He is hereby promoted to a first-rank earl, granted a fief of 100 households, bestowed with a set of flying fish robes, awarded 5,000 taels of silver, and given 3 inner dan of Grandmaster-level demon beasts, along with various other rewards. So it is decreed. Upon hearing this proclamation, many commoners gasped in astonishment. From a third-rank earl, he had been elevated directly to a first rank. Should he advance further, a marquis title awaited him. Moreover, Ye Beixuan's title of earl is accompanied by the governance of 100 households. While 100 households may seem modest, it bestows genuine authority. In the capital, there are numerous earls, yet few possess actual dominions. This young commander is indeed favored by the heavens. Ye Beixuan clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your majesty." The eunuch in the crimson robe smiled faintly, placing the imperial edict into Ye Beixuan's hands, and whispered with amusement, "Long time no see, Divine Blade Earl." Ye Beixuan was taken aback by this remark. What does he mean by long time no see? Have we met before? He scrutinized the eunuch closely, his pupils narrowing slightly. To his astonishment, he recognized him as the old eunuch he had encountered outside the ghost market, accompanying the esteemed princess. It seemed that during his prayer at the Qin River, the princess had indeed recognized him. He could only wonder what kind of eyes that princess possessed, as he had thought he was well concealed, yet she had seen through it. Noting Ye Beixuan's expression, the eunuch chuckled again. "My surname is Hong. You may call me Eunuch Hong. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance last time, Divine Blade Earl." At this juncture, Ye Beixuan had little to say. Waving his hand dismissively, "Eunuch Hong, you are too courteous. It was merely a trifling matter. Eunuch Hong, aside from the imperial edict, princess invites you to the palace." Ye Beixuan longed to express his desire to return and catch up on sleep. However, could he? Certainly not. While he might refuse an ordinary princess, the esteemed princess, the sole daughter of Emperor Xuanhe, was another matter entirely. Not only he, but even Zhou Sheng would have to comply before her. "Very well, I shall trouble you, eunuch." "Not at all. I shall return to the palace to report. Divine Blade Earl, please wait for me at the side gate of the palace after an hour. I will escort you in." Eunuch Hong maintained a friendly and courteous demeanor towards Ye Beixuan. After the rewards were carried into the estate, Ye Beixuan did not linger. After a brief tidy-up, he noted the time and proceeded toward the palace. The side gate of the palace is located not far from the eastern gate. During non-court days, officials enter the imperial city through this entrance. Upon arriving at the side gate, one would find it guarded by numerous imperial soldiers. Eunuch Hong was already waiting there. Upon seeing Ye Beixuan, his eyes brightened. Divine Blade Earl. Ye Beixuan cupped his fists in salute. I have seen you, eunuch. Eunuch Hong smiled warmly. Divine Blade Earl. Please do not stand on ceremony. Your previous rescue of the princess, coupled with the queen's improved condition thanks to you, leaves me eternally grateful. Ye Beixuan could discern that Eunuch Hong spoke sincerely. The old eunuch's gratitude was heartfelt. Ye Beixuan was pleased to cultivate a rapport with such an individual. Though eunuchs may appear insignificant, this old fellow's ability to accompany the princess to the ghost market clearly indicated his esteemed position. Furthermore, adorned in a crimson robe, he undoubtedly held a high rank among the eunuchs of the palace. Even the most esteemed officials must show a modicum of respect when placed outside. After passing through the side entrance and traversing the length of an incense stick, Ye Beixuan found himself thoroughly immersed in the so-called imperial palace. It was his first time entering the palace of the Great Li, which was astonishingly vast, comparable to an entire county. Furthermore, the palace was enveloped by a layer of intricate formations, and the spiritual energy within its confines was unparalleled by any other location. However, Ye Beixuan did not linger in observation. He sensed that upon entering the palace, he had already been targeted by numerous presences, likely masters among the Imperial Guards. Noticing that he was in the company of Eunuch Hong, he refrained from further scrutiny. After another half an hour of walking, Ye Beixuan finally arrived at a particular palace situated in the western section of the imperial complex. According to Eunuch Hong, this area served as the residence of the esteemed Princess Yonghua. Stepping inside the palace, Ye Beixuan observed that apart from a few palace maidens, there was no one else present. In the center of the grand hall, there was a draped curtain. Sensing the presence of someone beyond the curtain, he could surmise it must be the illustrious princess. He bowed respectfully, announcing, I, Ye Beixuan, captain of the Imperial Guard, pay my respects to your highness, the princess. With a rustle, the curtain parted, and the next moment, Ye Beixuan heard a melodious and delightful voice exclaim, Wow, it's truly you, great hero. Ye Beixuan, taken aback, responded with a hint of confusion. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Had the princess truly adopted such an approachable demeanor? The last time he had seen her during a ritual at the Qin River, she had exuded an imposing presence. Raising his gaze slightly, he beheld the familiar visage of the captivating young lady. Her beauty was exquisite, and though she was not adorned in her ceremonial phoenix robe, donning instead a simple embroidered gown, her allure was undeniable. Her neck was as fair as snow, with graceful lines, and her hair cascaded like a waterfall, tied back with a ribbon and adorned with a phoenix hairpin. The air of nobility she emanated was unmatched by ordinary folk. Standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, her figure, though modestly bound, remained striking. With just a touch of makeup, she was a vision of ethereal beauty. Even though Ye Beixuan had encountered her countenance on a prior occasion, he found himself momentarily entranced, though he quickly regained his composure. The princess's face radiated joy, her demeanor more lively and less regal. Your highness, please be cautious, Eunuch Hong remarked helplessly to the princess. However, she seemed unfazed, declaring, The great hero is my and my mother's savior, not a stranger. It's perfectly fine. Great hero, please rise. As she spoke, she extended her hand to assist Ye Beixuan to his feet. Eunuch Hong watched in dismay, his mouth twitching at the sight of an unmarried princess openly helping a man. If this were to get out, the old officials from the Ministry of Rites would surely chastise her mercilessly. Your highness, please refrain from calling him great hero. He is the Divine Blade Master. All right, I understand. You may leave now. I wish to speak with the Divine Blade Master privately. Eunuch Hong was left utterly exasperated. Observing the expression of the princess, he could only reluctantly acquiesce. The old servant shall wait outside. Please be mindful of the time and do not linger too long. Once Lord Hong had departed, the grand hall was left solely with Ye Beixuan, who felt somewhat awkward. May I inquire, your highness, what is the purpose of summoning me? Though he had not traversed this realm for long, it was evident to even the most naive that a solitary man and a princess sharing the same hall was decidedly precarious. To his surprise, the eldest princess shook her head slightly at his words. I summoned you for no particular reason. I simply wished to see you. I have heard that you have claimed the top position on the talented heroes list. Ye Beixuan was taken aback. What is this all about? You called me here merely to inquire about that? He nodded. Indeed. Could you also secure the top position on the Earth list? Ye Beixuan was further perplexed. Is the Earth list something my family controls? Is it simply a matter of taking what I desire? What is the meaning of this, your highness? Because my father has mentioned that I am soon to be wed, yet I am not fond of any of the suitors he has selected. If you were to attain the top position on the Earth list, my father would surely grant you a noble title, and then I could marry you. Excuse me? Ye Beixuan gazed at the earnest expression of the eldest princess, who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Though young, she was well past the marriageable age in the kingdom of Dali. What do you mean by marrying me? In truth, they had only met thrice, the first two encounters being brief. Your Highness, you wish to marry me? Such words would be deemed highly disrespectful by any observer. At the very least a breach of decorum in the court of Dali. No one would dare to pose such a question there. Yet, Ye Beixuan, being fundamentally a modern individual, adhered to formalities in the presence of others. But in solitude, who would still adhere to such protocols? The era of servitude had long since passed, save for a few exceptions. The eldest princess, unfazed, nodded vigorously. Indeed, you saved my life last time and rescued my mother this time. The texts say that a life saved must be repaid, either through servitude or by offering oneself. I certainly cannot become a servant, so I have no choice but to marry you. Really? Is it that casual? Ye Beixuan had thought perhaps she was captivated by his remarkable presence and noble demeanor. How foolish he was. Do you truly believe that marrying someone absolves you of all duties? How naive. Your Highness, marriage is a matter of mutual consent. I am willing. Are you? Without allowing Ye Beixuan the opportunity to respond, the princess readily agreed. Ye Beixuan was utterly bewildered. But I have only just achieved the talented heroes list. I am still far from the Earth list. It may take me decades to reach that level. In response to Ye Beixuan's concerns, the eldest princess pondered carefully, her expression growing solemn. After a few moments, as if having made a resolute decision, she spoke. Well, my father and others have said that I possess a unique constitution, a bloodline of phoenixes. If one were to absorb my blood, it could greatly enhance their abilities and prolong their lifespan. Why not give it a try? However, I fear pain. Please be gentle. After saying this, she extended her fair arm. The skin was devoid of any blemishes, showcasing only a few faint blue veins and elegantly elongated fingers, a sight to behold. As Ye Beixuan gazed at her porcelain skin, a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Rather pleasant. Yet, almost immediately, he furrowed his brow upon noticing shallow scars adorning the princess's wrist, some deep, others faint, and a few nearly faded away. These marks resembled ink stains on a blanket of pristine snow, strikingly conspicuous. What could be the reason for this? Why would the esteemed princess bear such injuries? Moreover, those scars appeared to be the result of repeated trauma. Who could have compelled her to bleed so persistently? Quickly, you must suck it. Otherwise, someone will arrive shortly. The princess urged, stamping her small foot. Your Highness, I. Ye Beixuan's words trailed off as the eunuch Hong abruptly entered. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you. Ye Beixuan exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully to the princess. Your Highness, I take my leave. He began to rise, but suddenly noticed the once bright princess now somewhat dimmed, yet still blinking at him with her eyes. Is it truly to be 30 or 50 years? But I cannot wait that long. Huh. Hong the eunuch was baffled. What on earth? Ye Beixuan fell into a brief silence, sensing an ethical dilemma in deceiving a young girl. I assure you, if all goes well, it will take no more than a year, or at least a few months, for me to ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings. Really? The princess's face lit up with delight. Indeed, Ye Beixuan confirmed with a nod. Then I shall delay for half a year. Once you ascend and are conferred a title, I will marry you. Ye Beixuan Hong. Without responding, Ye Beixuan waved at the princess and turned to leave. Yet, her voice echoed behind him. By the way, my name is Yunwang. Ye Beixuan. It wasn't until she could no longer see his retreating figure that the princess's smile faded. Ye Beixuan. I know that name. It sounds rather delightful. Your Highness, what exactly did you discuss with the Divine Blade Lord? Hong asked, astonished and perplexed as he turned to Yunwang. You heard it all. I asked him to marry me. Oh dear, Your Highness, you must not speak so lightly. If His Majesty hears, it may bring trouble to the Divine Blade Lord. I understand. I will not speak of it to anyone else. Once outside the palace walls, Ye Beixuan shielded his eyes from the blazing sun hanging in the sky. Good heavens. This princess is rather audacious. On our first encounter, she proposes marriage? While I may be exceptional, I hardly believe I merit such a swift commitment, he mused. Despite the fact that the esteemed princess of Dali was flawless in both appearance and demeanor, Ye Beixuan felt the pace was rather hasty. Especially when he recalled the scars on her wrist, marks that clearly indicated long-term suffering, despite her unique constitution that would not typically leave scars. However, Ye Beixuan sensed something amiss. He couldn't help but recall the first time Li Cheng introduced this esteemed princess to him. It was rumored that her birth was heralded by the arrival of a phoenix. Furthermore, she claimed to possess a unique constitution, one that allowed her to shed blood from her own wrist. Who, apart from the Emperor Xuanhe, could claim such a trait within the vast realm of Dali? Ye Beixuan cast a profound glance at the resplendent imperial city, pondering its insatiable hunger for power. In the span of these 10 days of respite, such events had unfolded. During the remaining hours, Ye Beixuan maintained his usual routine, practicing diligently by day and toiling by night. The capital remained tranquil, save for the Emperor's pronouncement 5 days prior, condemning the Wei family to a fate of slow slicing, to be executed in 7 days. Yet, all of this was merely for show. Despite his busy nights, Ye Beixuan had successfully crafted 3 distinct paper doppelgangers, stationed outside the residences of the Pingnan Marquis, the Zhao family, and the Chao family. This creation, once mastered by the legendary master of the Thousand Faces, posed no challenge to Ye Beixuan. His artistry was so refined that even the most skilled grandmasters would struggle to discern the truth. Thus, he felt no anxiety regarding exposure. However, the 3 young masters, Xiao Yuan and his companions, were undoubtedly terrified. Since his return to the capital, they had all uniformly retreated into their estates, not daring to step outside. This prompted a sense of admiration from Ye Beixuan. These individuals were truly fearful of death, cautious to an extreme. Yet, Ye Beixuan was unperturbed. He had ample time to engage with these 3 men. With the paper doppelgangers in place, he could pursue his own desires without constraint. He doubted that the pampered young masters, so accustomed to a carefree life, could endure the torment of remaining cooped up in their homes day after day. As Ye Beixuan anticipated, within the Pingnan Marquis' residence, Xiao Yuan was sulking with a drink in hand. Damn it! Damn Ye Beixuan! It's all your fault. As a quintessential playboy of the elite class, he had never endured such torment. Each day, upon awakening, he found himself confined to his estate. Though his residence boasted an abundance of charming maidens and beautiful concubines, he had long since grown weary of them. The novelty had faded. My lord, the eldest young master is acting in your best interest. After all, that Ye Beixuan is like a rabid dog, reckless and unrestrained. Should he inflict even the slightest harm upon you, it would be utterly regrettable, a guard advised Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan understood the rationale behind this caution. He was, after all, quite protective of his own life, aware that he still had a bright future ahead of him, with the achievement of slaying thousands yet to be realized. He could not afford to place himself in perilous situations. Of course I know that. But I can't spend my entire life cooped up at home just because he hasn't left the capital. This was Xiao Yuan's most exasperating predicament. He could endure a few days or weeks, but a year or more would be far more agonizing than death itself. Rest assured, young master. Did not the master say that he has expended a substantial amount to hire 3 eminent grandmasters for your personal protection? Once they arrive, your safety will be utterly guaranteed. You need only endure for a few more days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The 10-day holiday swiftly passed. Ye Beixuan also concluded his respite and rose early in the morning to report to the Northern Town Protectorate. However, as he now held the esteemed rank of Qianhu, he was considered an executive. Even if he arrived after the designated time, it mattered little, for the town protector Zhou Sheng did not concern himself with such trivialities. As for others, none held authority over him. Thus, despite his early rise, he arrived at the Northern Town Protectorate well past 10 o'clock. No wonder those bosses in the past never found work to be burdensome. They could choose their own hours. Who would not find work less tiring under such circumstances? Entering his Qianhu hall, he encountered several Jin Yiwei who greeted him with respect, to which he responded with a warm smile and a nod. He then comfortably settled into his seat, savoring a cup of the exquisite Longhu Qingming tea, prepared by the female attendants. Delightful indeed. The only slight disappointment was that Lin Tao and Li Qingdu were still in their respective Baihu halls, unable to leave their posts for extended periods. As a Qianhu, he too was often required to remain in the Qianhu hall to manage affairs. At that moment, a guard entered to announce, Lord Qianhu, Li Cheng requests an audience. Ye Beixuan gestured for him to enter. Within moments, Li Cheng hastily stepped into the Qianhu hall. Your subordinate pays respects to Lord Qianhu. Although Li Cheng was well acquainted with Ye Beixuan, formalities were observed during work hours. Please rise. What brings you here, Uncle Li? Ye Beixuan inquired, eyeing Li Cheng curiously. Li Cheng nodded. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I just returned from investigating the traitorous Wei family in the execution prison. They are to be executed tomorrow. Yet I noticed that their progeny, who had been daily cursing Wei Wudao, remained oddly silent today. Only after my arrival did they feign a few curses. Typically, a mere Baihu might overlook such trivialities, but Li Cheng, as Ye Beixuan's trusted confidant, understood that these individuals were on Ye Beixuan's list for execution. There could be no margin for error, hence his report. Oh, Ye Beixuan raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Let us go and take a look. Tomorrow marked the day of the Wei family's execution. As a once prominent clan, the Wei's network was vast and intricate, bolstered by allies such as the Xiao family. If they were to be eliminated, it must be done thoroughly. Ye Beixuan would not leave them any chance for survival. With that, he rose from his seat and, accompanied by Li Cheng, made his way towards the execution prison. This prison served as the main facility of the Northern Town Protectorate and was the largest of its kind. Divided into 5 tiers, the first 3 levels housed living offenders, while the 4th and 5th levels were reserved for malevolent beings and spirits. Upon arriving at the Imperial prison, Ye Beixuan gestured to the guards of the brocade-clad Imperial Guard. With a creak, the heavy door made of a special material swung open, unleashing a wave of dark, damp air laced with a hint of blood. Ye Beixuan displayed no reaction to this odious scent, stepping confidently inside. The Wei family was being detained here. Nearly 1,000 souls filling an entire floor of the prison. Naturally, the members of the Wei family recognized Ye Beixuan, and their expressions varied upon his entrance. Some exhibited shock. Others panic, while a few resorted to vehement curses. Ye Beixuan remained indifferent to their outcries. They were akin to the living dead, their time nearly expired. And their distress brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Make a note of those who insulted me. Ensure they receive a proper greeting. Ye Beixuan instructed the prison guard accompanying him. Though he did not intend to dirty his hands, he was more than willing to wield his tongue. Rest assured, my lord. We shall make them long for death, the guard replied with assurance. Ye Beixuan nodded in acknowledgement and continued onward, traversing the depths of the prison for over 10 minutes until he reached the innermost chamber. Here resided Wei Wudao and his family, in stark contrast to his previous opulence. The once magnificent head of the Wei family now resembled a beaten dog, his body marred with injuries and barely clinging to life thanks to a layer of potent spiritual medicine. Not far from him, in a neighboring cell, were Wei Wudao's last 2 legitimate sons. Wei Wudao, it has been a while, Ye Beixuan greeted him. Wei Wudao glared fiercely at Ye Beixuan, his acupoint sealed, rendering him mute. After observing him for a moment, Ye Beixuan turned his gaze to Wei Wudao's sons. Do you wish to leave? He inquired. At his words, the brothers' eyes, once filled with hatred, sparkled with hope. Although they had endured considerable torment, their suffering was still bearable compared to their father's. At least they could still speak. Can you really set us free? The brothers asked, their expressions brimming with excitement. Ye Beixuan smiled and shook his head. I was merely jesting. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Behind him, the 2 Wei brothers, momentarily stunned, erupted into furious curses. Ye Beixuan, you are no son of man. Once he had turned away, Ye Beixuan maintained his silence, striding out of the prison as if it were a mundane task. It was not until his figure vanished from view that the brothers ceased their frantic tirades, their initial fervor dissipating as they turned their attention to Wei Wudao. Father, Ye Beixuan's arrival. Could it be that he has uncovered something? One son speculated. Indeed, father. The rumors speak of Ye Beixuan as unrivaled in solving cases, with instincts sharper than a hound's. He cannot possibly know our. Before he could finish, a glimmer of intensity ignited in Wei Wudao's murky gaze, his hoarse voice cutting through the air. Silence. The command strained his injuries, triggering a violent bout of coughing. Father, are you all right? One son asked anxiously. Father. The 2 sons who once held resentment towards Wei Wudao now appeared as if they had encountered their ancestors. Chapter 170. A divine blade cuts through enlightenment. Midnight ambush. Wei Wudao cast a disdainful glance at the 2. After a bout of coughing, he hoarsely instructed, say nothing. Pretend to be as you were upon your arrival. If you both survive tonight, remember to carry on the Wei family's bloodline. Though he harbored little affection for these so-called legitimate heirs, he was acutely aware of his unavoidable fate. The continuation of the Wei lineage rested solely upon them. Father, rest assured, once I step outside, I shall not forget this great enmity. I will repay it 1,000-fold and avenge our family. Wei Wudao shook his head. No need for that. You cannot contend with Ye Beixuan. Let go of this hatred and strive to live. I ask for nothing more than the survival of the Wei family. Then I can face our ancestors with dignity. Understood, father. Upon exiting the prison gates, Ye Beixuan furrowed his brows. Beixuan, what troubles you? Behind Ye Beixuan, Li Cheng had remained silent, but upon witnessing Ye Beixuan's expression, he sensed something amiss. The Wei father and son indeed seem off. Perhaps they are resigned to their fate, knowing they are doomed? Li Cheng suggested. However, Ye Beixuan shook his head. No. Wei Wudao's demeanor is relatively normal, but his son's acting leaves much to be desired. I deliberately mentioned their survival, yet upon realizing I had deceived them, they expressed not despair, but rather a fleeting sense of relief, an emotion unbecoming of their privileged status. In the prison moments prior, he had activated his heightened senses, capturing the subtlest fluctuations of their emotions. Is that so? Li Cheng was taken aback. He had been diligently observing the Wei family, but had detected nothing unusual. Yet, knowing Ye Beixuan's insights were infallible, he pondered further. But this is the Imperial prison, where even the Emperor has issued directives. How could they still have hope? As an experienced member of the Jinhui, Li Cheng, despite his earlier oversight, began to connect the dots. His expression shifted abruptly. Beixuan, you don't suppose someone is planning to rescue them, do you? Who would dare save a condemned criminal from the Emperor's decree? While the Jinhui maintained strict protocols against outsiders, entering their own ranks was not insurmountable. Any 100-man captain could conduct inquiries, and a 1,000-man captain could do so with ease. Ye Beixuan smiled faintly. Ordinary individuals would lack such capabilities, but should the Shao family intervene, the situation might differ. Uncle Li, have you forgotten how Su Kuan perished silently in the imperial prison when we apprehended him? The Northern Pacification Department is not a monolith. I clearly recall Yang Shan mentioning that nearly every captain has an agent of the Dragon God sect under their command. These individuals conceal their identities profoundly, leaving no one aware of their true nature. The relationship between the Shao family and Ye Beixuan of the Dragon God sect remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is likely that the act of substitution to rescue someone within the Northern Town's pacification office would not prove overly difficult. It can be asserted that as long as the Wei family members are liberated tonight, even if Ye Beixuan and his companions come to claim them tomorrow and suspect that a substitution has occurred, it would be too late. A replacement would necessitate elimination. For such is the decree of Emperor Xuanhe. On the day of execution, should one suddenly declare that the person is missing, the Emperor's wrath would be unbearable for the Northern Town's pacification office. Fortuitously, I ventured here today. Otherwise, the odds are high that they would have succeeded. But since I have perceived their actions, they can only blame their misfortune. Uncle Li, you may return. I shall visit the pacification office. Ye Beixuan stated before turning on his heel. Beixuan, why have you come to see me on your first day back? Zhou Sheng greeted as Ye Beixuan entered the pacification office, a broad smile illuminating his face. He held considerable satisfaction with this subordinate, and given Ye Beixuan's rapid ascent, it would not be long before he attained a rank equal to Zhou's. Thus, Zhou displayed no pretense of superiority. The nuances of human interaction are universally applicable, regardless of the era. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Sheng, Ye Beixuan recounted the circumstances he had observed in the execution chamber. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's account, Zhou furrowed his brow. He held great faith in Ye Beixuan's judgment. The treachery of the Wei family must be met with death. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a token from his bosom. You hold my decree. Should anyone dare to enter the execution chamber tonight, there shall be no mercy. Ye Beixuan clasped his fists in acknowledgement. This was precisely what he had awaited. Zhou Sheng, as the chief pacification officer of the Northern Town, wielded the greatest authority within this office. Even 1,000 households, armed with his token, could enact lethal force. Understood. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest, Midnight Ambush. Task completion rewards. 1 insight into Divine Blade Technique. 1,000 idle points. Task failure incurs no penalties. The system's notification echoed once again in Ye Beixuan's mind. 1 insight into Divine Blade Technique. Ye Beixuan's countenance brightened. His Divine Blade Technique had already reached a state of perfection. With this insight, might he not break through to the realm of unity with nature? Ye Beixuan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this realm. Yet, due to a chronic insufficiency of idle points, he had been unable to advance his perfected techniques further, particularly those of the heavenly grade, such as the Divine Blade Technique, which required no less than 3,000 to 4,000 idle points for progression. Now, with the system's quest at hand, should he succeed in his epiphany, he could seamlessly cultivate to that higher state. As Ye Beixuan had surmised, within the Northern Town's pacification office, news of his visit to the execution chamber swiftly reached the ears of the officials. Inside the hall of the 1,000 households, a high-ranking official listened intently to his subordinate's report, his brow deeply furrowed. At this moment, what purpose does Ye Beixuan have in visiting the prison? Will he uncover something? This lad possesses an exceptional talent for solving cases. Below him, a 100-house officer chuckled. My lord, Ye Beixuan has only just returned from his leave today. He is an archenemy of the Wei family. It is only natural for him to pay a visit to the prison upon his return. We merely need to observe whether he departs after his shift. Should he leave, even if the escorting party discovers a swap tomorrow, he would undoubtedly remain silent. The 1,000-house officer nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, the task assigned from above requires utmost caution. Ensure that someone closely monitors Ye Beixuan's movements in the 1,000-house hall. Even after his shift, they must follow him without revealing themselves. Any unusual activity should be reported immediately. Understood, my lord. Chapter 171. Ye Beixuan, do not fear. I shall escort you to the afterlife. Time passes swiftly. After concluding his shift, Ye Beixuan intended to step out for a meal. It was as if he sensed something amiss. The news traveled fast. A subtle smile graced his lips. Under the veil of his formidable perception, no one could covertly observe him. Since you wish to play games, I shall indulge you. Ye Beixuan's demeanor remained unchanged as he casually conversed with Li Cheng and others while exiting the gates of the Northern Town Patrol office, heading towards the long-visited Misty Rain Tower for a drink. Despite Li Cheng's curiosity regarding Ye Beixuan's behavior, he chose to remain silent. The feast continued well into the midnight hour without a hint of dispersal. Outside the Misty Rain Tower, none noticed an unremarkable young gentleman in splendid attire swaggering out alongside a group of recently finished revelers. The spies dispatched to surveil Ye Beixuan merely cast a cursory glance at the group and paid no further attention. They had long memorized Ye Beixuan's visage. A single glance was enough to etch it into their minds. As the elegantly dressed young man staggered beyond the vicinity of the Misty Rain Tower, his figure began to subtly shift. In just a few steps, he reverted to Ye Beixuan's original appearance. This disguise technique proved remarkably effective, eliciting a grin from Ye Beixuan. He glanced at the sky, not wishing to delay further. Utilizing his light-footed skills, he proceeded towards the Northern Town Patrol office. Even at night, the prison remained brightly lit. The thousand-house officer on duty tonight was named Song Qi, in his 40s. He was a colleague of Su Jun and belonged to one of the 3 major patrol officers. Zhang and born into a humble family, Song Qi possessed a high aptitude for martial arts. He initially served as a guard in the prison of the Jinui before gradually rising through the ranks to attain the position of thousand-house officer, making him one of the few inspirational figures within the Northern Town Patrol office. Thousand-house officer, the guards at the prison entrance saluted Song Qi with clasped fists, their gazes filled with respect and a hint of admiration. As guards of the prison, they held the lowest status among the Jinui, with few prospects for advancement. Achieving the rank of a minor flag officer before retirement was considered commendable. Yet, Song Qi has risen from a mere prison guard to a figure of legend among his peers, now holding the esteemed title of 1,000 households. He smiled and nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the hard work of his fellow brethren. Well done, carry on, he encouraged. Upon hearing his words of motivation, the guards were infused with renewed vigor. Open the gates, I shall conduct my rounds. Tomorrow marks the day of execution for the traitor of the Wei family. And not a single misstep can occur, Song Qi proclaimed with firm conviction. Yes, my lord, the guards responded promptly, not daring to delay as they swung open the gates of the prison. With a satisfied nod, Song Qi entered the prison accompanied by his subordinates. He meandered through the corridors as per routine, and as he passed by each guard, they all bowed respectfully in his presence. The admiration from the guards was a source of immense pleasure for Song Qi. He relished the feeling of being revered. Only those who have clawed their way up from the depths understand the rarity of such an experience. Reflecting on decades past, he recalled a time when he had no connections and lacked talent, merely a prison guard within the brooding confines of the Imperial Guard. It was unlikely he would have amounted to anything more than a life of mediocrity in that dismal prison. However, serendipity led him to a captured leader of the Dragon God Church, where he successfully gained the trust of this individual. Not only was he bestowed with celestial-level techniques, but he also assisted the leader in transmitting vital information to the church. Consequently, he became the Dragon God Church's informant within the Northern Command, receiving substantial support that accelerated his cultivation. He now stood as a master of the Third Realm, his stature steadily rising, indulging in fine wines and beautiful companions at his leisure. His contemporaries, who had once been heralded as prodigies upon joining the Imperial Guard, now languished far behind him. This only deepened his gratitude for aligning himself with the Dragon God Church, as otherwise, he might never have tasted such joy. Sometimes, fortune comes knocking, and one cannot help but embrace it, was Song Qi's profound adage. My lord, in the deepest recesses of the prison, several guards of the Imperial Guard saluted him. Song Qi inclined his head slightly, producing 50 taels of silver and handing it to them. Do not think it meager. Take this for drinks, my brothers. Someone has asked me to deliver a farewell meal to the Wei family. You may continue with your duties. The guard's eyes gleamed at the sight of silver. Such transactions were commonplace for them and constituted a significant portion of their income. Yet, they had never encountered someone as generous as Song Qi, who directly offered 50 taels. Typically, those in their position would be fortunate to receive 3 to 5 taels. With the silver in hand, the guards were indifferent to Song Qi's words. My lord, please excuse us, we shall attend to other matters. With that, the guards turned and departed. Once they had left, Song Qi wasted no time and strode directly to the prison cells of Wei Wudao's 2 legitimate sons. The 2 heirs had been eagerly anticipating this moment, unable to contain their excitement. My lord, please save us. With a firm grip, Song Qi unlocked their shackles, ready to act. Among the few attendants who followed, 2 had been meticulously chosen to accompany the heirs of the Wei family, both of whom bore striking similarities in stature to their counterparts. They swiftly unveiled human skin masks and donned them over their faces. These two were assassins from the Shao clan, requiring no further instruction. In a bid for authenticity, their bodies were marred with wounds. They hastily shed their garments and exchanged them with those of the Wei heirs. At that moment, Song Qi cast a glance at Wei Wudao. The head of the Wei family has entrusted me with a message. Arrangements will be made for the descendants of the Wei family. You may proceed with confidence. Wei Wudao observed the unfolding scene in silence and nodded slightly. I understand. Once everything was completed, Song Qi turned and departed with the two Wei heirs. The heirs suppressed their elation. They had escaped. They had finally managed to flee. As for Wei Wudao, they did not cast a single glance back at him. That old man was undoubtedly doomed, while they had been granted a new lease on life. Why concern themselves with his fate? Wei Wudao watched his sons leave without a backward glance, sighed softly, and closed his eyes. Upon exiting the prison cell, Song Qi, seemingly unfazed, exchanged pleasantries with the guards and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the imperial prison, a sense of relief washed over him. The task had finally reached its conclusion. He had harbored persistent concerns that Ye Beixuan might sense something amiss. In hindsight, he realized he had perhaps been overly cautious. The operation had unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. We are free. We have finally escaped. The Wei heirs gazed at the luminous moon above, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Enough with the exclamations. I shall escort you away. There are those waiting for you outside. Song Qi furrowed his brow and regarded them with a disapproving glance. He held no respect for these once powerful heirs of the Wei family, who were now utterly diminished. The two hastily silenced themselves. The group hurriedly exited the northern town governor's office and arrived at a prearranged alley for their rendezvous. The alley was shrouded in a dim haze. The sound of footsteps echoed on the cobbled stones. Within this alley stood a carriage, driven by a middle-aged man. Song Qi approached the carriage swiftly and whispered, "The individuals have been brought to you. They are now in your care." The middle-aged man nodded silently. The two Wei heirs scrambled aboard the carriage, and the driver prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a voice, laced with a faint smile, resonated through the air. I initially thought it to be a mere shrimp, but it appears I have encountered a great fish. Chapter 172. The ones I wish to kill, no one can save. In an instant, the once tranquil alley descended into an eerie silence. Song Qi's pupils constricted sharply, and the expression of the middle-aged driver shifted subtly. Both men turned simultaneously toward the source of the voice, only to behold a youth clad in a flying fish robe, standing with his sword at the ready, gazing at them with an air of indifference. "It is you, Ye Beixuan." As Song Qi beheld the youthful swordsman, his countenance underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation, his entire form trembling involuntarily. You were drinking at the Misty Rain Pavilion." Fear was unmistakably etched upon his visage. The reputation of Ye Beixuan loomed large, and his prowess was unfathomable. Not only was Song Qi a grandmaster of the third stage, but even Su Zhan, who had reached the mid-tier of grandmasters, had been severely wounded by this man before him, and was yet to recover. "Must I report my whereabouts to you, Captain Song?" Ye Beixuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that this incident would merely result in apprehending a captain. He had not expected the one sent for assistance to possess even greater cultivation than Song Qi. Though concealed, such mastery could not escape Ye Beixuan's keen perception. This individual was at least a fifth-stage grandmaster. Who could he belong to? If he were from the Shao family, it would be all the more delightful. Upon hearing this, Song Qi inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Captain Ye, what are you saying? We bear no grudges, nor any enmity. Might I request a favor from you? To spare my life? In the future, I, Song Qi, shall undoubtedly serve you." Song Qi conceded outright, for he was but a minor figure who had only recently begun to savor the luxuries of life. He was acutely aware that if today's actions came to light, assisting a condemned criminal in escaping, it would surely amount to a death sentence. "Wait." Song Qi's words left the middle-aged man sitting in the carriage utterly dumbfounded. "What? You're surrendering right off the bat? Your knees are softer than the Kong family of the Xiu family." Ye Beixuan was equally astonished. He had encountered numerous adversaries, yet none had ever displayed such craven submission as Song Qi. How had this man come to hold the title of captain? Ye Beixuan smirked. "I beg your pardon, but I cannot accept a spineless wretch such as yourself. It would be better for you to perish." He had no intention of letting Song Qi off the hook. He had his own mission to fulfill. A worthless individual could hardly contribute to his objectives. Song Qi's smile froze in place. "Ye Beixuan, do you truly wish to sever all ties? I am a subordinate of the Governor Jiang. You have already offended him. Should you kill me, he will not let you go. At death's door, you still dare to threaten me?" Ye Beixuan's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. Suddenly, a terrifying blade's whistle erupted from him. The very walls of the narrow alley reverberated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. From Ye Beixuan as the epicenter, the ferocious blade aura surged through the alley. The intent of the blade rolled forth like the Milky Way descending, carving deep gashes into the walls and ground on either side, spreading inexorably toward the carriage and Song-Chi. This is bad. Song-Chi and the middle-aged coachman's faces paled drastically as they fled. Within the carriage, the two young masters of the Wei family trembled like quails, having overheard the prior exchange. Realizing that Ye Beixuan had discovered their location, they instinctively pulled aside the curtain of the carriage upon hearing Song-Chi's warning. As he raised his eyes, he beheld countless blade marks surging towards them at a visibly rapid pace. The eyes of both men widened in horror. Caught unprepared for the impending calamity, a torrent of lethal energy swept through, culminating in a resounding explosion. The carriage, along with its occupants and the horses, including the subordinates brought by Song-Chi, was obliterated in an instant. Only Song-Chi and the middle-aged coachman narrowly escaped with their lives. The coachman's eyes were filled with terror. How powerful! He, a master of the 5th level, could not withstand the blade aura conjured by Ye Beixuan. Members of the Dragon God sect? In the moment the coachman leaped, Ye Beixuan's gaze, sharp as lightning, caught sight of a small tattoo on his neck. He frowned, lamenting that this man was not from the Shao family, although he was certain that this individual was dispatched by the Shao clan. It mattered little if he was not of their bloodline. The middle-aged coachman remained silent, exchanging a glance with Song-Chi. They turned to flee. Did they think they could escape before him? Ye Beixuan let out a cold chuckle. With a swift motion, he launched 2 flying knives. The blades shot forth like lightning, their terrifying brilliance aimed directly at the duo's backs. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as both men let out simultaneous cries of agony, collapsing to the ground. Nonetheless, being masters of their caliber, they managed to evade fatal blows at the last moment. Song-Chi clutched the wound on his arm, glaring at Ye Beixuan as he roared. Ye Beixuan, I am 1,000 households of the Jinyue. Even if guilty, you have no authority to judge me. To dare to kill me is to harm a colleague. Ye Beixuan scoffed dismissively, producing the token given to him by Zhou Sheng. I'm afraid I possess a decree from the pacification envoy. Upon seeing the token, Song-Chi's eyes widened in shock, his voice silenced. He understood that Ye Beixuan had set this trap long ago, merely waiting for him to leap into it. With a desperate resolve, the middle-aged coachman drew a long sword from his waist. Since their initial confrontation, he had sensed that they were no match for Ye Beixuan, even lacking the opportunity to escape. Yet, surrender was not in his nature. Song-Chi unsheathed his own blade, and simultaneously, they both roared, kill. A tremendous force surged forth, shattering the cobblestones of the narrow alley. Their vital energy swelled like a raging tide, charging towards Ye Beixuan. Utterly deluded, Ye Beixuan remained unperturbed. With his current cultivation, facing a 5th-level master and a mere 3rd-level adversary was akin to crushing ants beneath his heel. Frosty fist. In the fleeting moment as the sword and knife approached, Ye Beixuan clenched his fists. A wave of chilling frost emanated from his hands, causing the air around him to crackle ominously. Frost crystals began to coalesce in the void. In an instant, a frosty domain enveloped the area within several yards. Frost embracing the moon, Ye Beixuan unleashed his fist, an unmatched radiance surging forth, bearing the might to engulf the heavens and annihilate the earth, sweeping through like a howling gale. The surrounding space seemed to tremble in response. Before the fist lands, the chilling frost arrives. The once unmatched blades, brimming with brilliance, falter the moment they encounter this icy realm, as though ensnared in mire. The tips of the swords begin to sprout shards of ice. The expressions of the middle-aged coachman and Song-Chi shift dramatically. Break through, they bellow. Yet, despite their fervent attempts, before the frost fist technique, they are rendered mere jesters. Ye Beixuan strikes with the swiftness of lightning, his fist crashing into Song-Chi and the middle-aged coachman in an instant. Boom. Song-Chi's entire body is pierced by the blow, sent flying dozens of yards. His ribs shattered, heart exploded, dead beyond revival. Chapter 173. Insult me? Then I shall annihilate your entire family. Before the middle-aged coachman even touches the ground, Ye Beixuan seizes him by the throat. His longsword lies shattered in his grasp, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Reveal the evidence of the Dragon God sect's collusion with Shao Mingzhi, and I shall spare your life. The coachman, with great effort, manages a grim smile. Yi Qianhu, do not waste your breath. I accepted this mission fully prepared for death. As for you, he coughs violently, his lungs struggling to expel the damage. Though the previous blow did not claim his life immediately, his internal organs are already in ruin. He gazes at Ye Beixuan, saying before long, you will join me in offending my holy sect. Yi Qianhu, you cannot escape. As soon as the coachman finishes speaking, his dantian suddenly explodes, and he dies in an instant. Ye Beixuan discards the man's corpse, feeling no disappointment. He knew well that extracting information from such a person would be exceedingly difficult. The Dragon God sect possesses countless bizarre methods of self-destruction, as exemplified by this middle-aged man. His dantian had long been infused with a potent energy, ensuring that any attempt to channel internal force would result in an explosion, leaving no opportunity for interrogation. The Dragon God sect stands as the most ruthless faction in Ye Beixuan's understanding, both towards foes and their own. It is no wonder they have stirred such turmoil in Dali for so long. If it were so simple to extract information, one might suspect the Dragon God sect's grave would be overgrown by now. Yet from the few words uttered by the coachman, Ye Beixuan gleaned something of significance. It seems the Dragon God sect is poised to act against him. During his previous visit to Jiangzhou, although a hall master was dispatched by the sect, communication ceased thereafter, which is evidently unusual. Ye Beixuan had prepared numerous contingencies in anticipation of the Dragon God sect's appearance, but these rogues never revealed themselves. Since the tempest unleashed in the capital, when a formidable celestial being assaulted the royal city, Ye Beixuan understood that this dormant Dragon God sect was likely preparing for a significant action. After all, it would be improbable for them to orchestrate such an event on the Empress's birthday without purpose. Coupled with the coachman's words, Ye Beixuan sensed that this grand plot was imminent. Boom. Just then, the narrow alleyway was illuminated by countless torches. Teams of Imperial Guards clad in flying fish attire had already surrounded the area, sealing it off completely. The distance to the Northtown Protectorate office is not far. Although the brief encounter between Ye Beixuan and the middle-aged coachman was fleeting, the presence of a Grand Master was swiftly detected within the Protectorate. Who dares to act in the capital? The leading 100-man barked furiously. Without hesitation, Ye Beixuan turned to the 100-man and simply stated, "It is I." The 100-man was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing Ye Beixuan's visage, he quickly clasped his fists in salute. "I pay my respects to Sir Yi, the 100-man. I am unaware." Ye Beixuan produced Zhou Sheng's command medallion. Song Qi has colluded with the Dragon God sect, and tonight he attempted to rescue the royal-appointed criminals, the heirs of the Wei family, from the prison. By the command of the Protectorate, I have come to apprehend them. These audacious individuals attempted to assault me and have already met their end. You shall take their remains back and await the judgment of the Protectorate tomorrow. At these words, all the Jinyui were taken aback. They were well aware of Song Qi's name. He was indeed a 100-man of the Northtown Protectorate. How could he be slain so easily? Furthermore, this 100-man was in league with the treacherous Dragon God sect. This was undeniably sensational news. Understood, sir. The 100-man dared not inquire further, for the matter involved 200 men, a topic far beyond his purview. He promptly ordered men to carry away the bodies. Ye Beixuan then returned to the Northtown Protectorate, making his way towards the prison, trailed by 2 Jinyui bearing the severed heads of the Wei family heirs. Upon entering the depths of the prison, Wei Wudao, who had previously been with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, astonished, while a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Ye Beixuan gazed at the Wei family heirs, who had been swapped, then looked at Wei Wudao, unable to suppress a grin. "Master Wei, during my inspection tonight, I encountered a band of thieves, 2 of whom seem to be your acquaintances. I have brought them for you to see." In just a few words, Wei Wudao's heart sank. His eyes turned icy cold. "Come, present the heads to Master Wei and let him see if he recognizes them." With a wave of his hand, Ye Beixuan commanded the Jinyui, behind him, to unveil the black package. Instantly, 2 bloodied heads appeared before Wei Wudao's eyes. The heads were tossed into the cell. Wei Wudao's pupils began to constrict sharply, and he leaped to his feet like a rabid dog, rushing toward the severed heads for a closer look. Trembling, he reached out to lift them, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "Ah, it seems these are indeed the beloved sons of Master Wei. You cannot imagine how close they were to escaping. Fortunately, I was vigilant. As a father, you could not flee. So how could your sons have the audacity to run first? Hence, I have brought their heads to you, Master Wei. No need to thank me. It was but a trifling effort," Ye Beixuan said with a smile. Wei Wudao incessantly caressed the heads of his 2 sons, not out of sorrow for their demise, but rather in despair at the complete extinction of the Wei lineage. Wei Wudao suddenly raised his head, his disheveled hair framing a visage filled with intense malice as he glared at Ye Beixuan. A hoarse groan escaped his throat. "Ye Beixuan, may you meet a most wretched end." Ye Beixuan burst into a boisterous laugh. "Ah, the head of the Wei family, you seem rather agitated. I am merely facilitating a reunion for your family, yet you hurl insults at me. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. I plan to visit the brothel department shortly to relieve some stress on your wife. Farewell, do not see me off." With a casual wave of his hand, he turned and departed, leaving Wei Wudao seething with rage, his eyes wide with fury. "Ye Beixuan." To Wei Wudao's furious barks, Ye Beixuan paid no heed. "My lord, How shall we deal with the two impostors claiming to be the true heirs of the Wei family? Inquired a member of the Imperial Guard who followed Ye Beixuan. If they wish to pretend, let them. Tomorrow they will meet their end regardless. No need to concern ourselves with them. Understood. Chapter 174. The Astonishing Fourfold Blade Intent. A single strike to split the mountain. Upon exiting the Northern Town Enforcement Office, Ye Beixuan did not return home. Instead, he swiftly concealed his form and darted towards the outskirts of the city. Once beyond the city limits, he employed his newly acquired lightness skill, the electric flash step. With a mere flicker of effort, strands of electric light emanated from beneath his feet, amplifying his speed several-fold. From a distance, he resembled a streak of lightning racing across the night sky. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Ye Beixuan arrived at the desolate mountain where he had previously achieved a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, Midnight Assassination. Quest complete. Reward, 1 insight into Divine Blade Slash, 1,000 points. Just as he settled into a meditative position, the system's notification echoed within Ye Beixuan's mind. He glanced at his system panel. With the addition of the quest rewards, his total points had reached 1,800. Yet, what astonished Ye Beixuan most was the profound state of integration beneath the threefold return to origin energy, where his insights into palm, fist, and leg techniques had merged into a harmonious state. Each could be executed individually or unleashed in concert. Though these three insights were merely at the second level, their combined eruption rivaled the mid-level of the third. Now, to gain insight into the blade technique, Ye Beixuan thought without hesitation. His mind focused. System, grant me insight into the Divine Blade Slash. As his words fell, the system's notification resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving insight successfully. In an instant, Ye Beixuan's sea of consciousness became clear. That familiar sensation of enlightenment enveloped him. Memories of all his realizations regarding the Divine Blade Slash surged forth rapidly. At that moment, he felt as though an unparalleled blade deity had possessed him. Within his sea of consciousness, a small figure was fervently practicing the blade technique, emanating an intangible blade intent autonomously. The day after gaining insight, you will have completely recultivated the techniques of the Divine Blade Slash, and your understanding of it will continue to deepen. On the 4th day of enlightenment, your mastery of the Divine Blade Slash has reached an unparalleled level. Your understanding of this extraordinary technique rivals that of its very creator. Yet, your ambition drives you to seek an even deeper comprehension of the Divine Blade Slash. By the 7th day of enlightenment, you have seamlessly fused your own swordsmanship with the Divine Blade Slash. During this process of integration, a sudden realization dawns upon you. As if you have grasped the opportunity to transcend the limitations of the Divine Blade Slash. On the 10th day, you successfully seize the key to breaking through the Divine Blade Slash's constraints, achieving a profound understanding of its highest essence. You elevate your insights into a realm of unity between man and nature, where with a single strike, both deities and demons may be vanquished. Ding! The enlightenment session concludes, and the insights are being transmitted. Please hold on. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the system's prompt resonates once more. A torrent of terrifying memories floods in, which he continuously absorbs and refines. As he organizes these memories, his grasp of the Divine Blade Slash undergoes a transformative enhancement. So this is how the blade can be wielded. His eyes grow increasingly bright. From this moment of enlightenment, he seems to have unlocked a new realm of understanding, not only breaking through the Divine Blade Slash, but also achieving a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship itself. This absorption lasts a full hour, during which Ye Beixuan remains seated, eagerly addressing the system. Initiate the process to transcend the Divine Blade Slash. 83 days of training pass, and with the foundation of memory comprehension, your proficiency in the Divine Blade Slash begins to rise significantly, while your sword intent is continuously honed. On the 347th day, through your relentless efforts, you successfully break through to the transformative realm of the Divine Blade Slash. It feels as though you have opened a new world within the path of swordsmanship. On the 788th day, despite having reached an unprecedented level with the Divine Blade Slash, you refrain from exiting your meditative state, choosing instead to further refine your sword techniques. On the 1020th day, you completely digest the insights from your enlightenment, and for the first time in 1,000 days, you draw your blade. With the sound of the blade song, your sword intent ascends to the 4th level. Ding! The training session concludes, and the insights are being transmitted. Please hold on. Clang! A terrifying sound of the blade resonates. Centered around Ye Beixuan, trees within 100 paces are severed in half, and the desolate mountain shakes violently. Ye Beixuan's eyes suddenly snap open. His figure flickers. He leaps into the air, drawing his snow-drink-wild blade. A fearsome blade radiance shoots skyward as he lightly grips the hilt and utters a few words, divine blade slash. In an instant, 100-meter blade aura erupts from his sword, descending fiercely towards the desolate mountain below. Boom! A deafening explosion echoes throughout the heavens and the earth, resembling a thunderclap that reverberates across the landscape. The entire desolate mountain was cleaved in two by the terrifying blade aura. A chasm, several hundred meters deep, manifested upon the rugged terrain, resembling a ghastly scar. Astonishing, Ye Beixuan gazed down at the barren mountain, taken aback. This strike surpassed even his pinnacle moments by several dozen times. Is this the fourth level of intent? The fourth layer of blade intent. This level is reserved for grandmasters on the earthly rankings, and only those within the top 200 grandmasters can attain such prowess. Even someone as formidable as Ye Beixuan, at the peak of the ninth level, had not cultivated his spear intent to the fourth realm. The realm of intent differs fundamentally from the ordinary realms. Although each level presents a vast disparity, the third level marks a watershed moment. The chasm between these levels is comparable to a significant gap in grand realms. Furthermore, progressing beyond the fourth level is an arduous endeavor. Within the earthly rankings, few can achieve the fifth level of intent. These individuals, without exception, are the pinnacle masters, second only to the celestial beings. Now that Ye Beixuan has broken through to the fourth level of intent and mastered the divine blade strike at the transformative tier, it undoubtedly represents a terrifying breakthrough in his strength. Although he is uncertain of the precise extent of his advancement, he now feels an overwhelming sense of power. Alas, he lacks an opponent to test his newfound abilities. In high spirits, Ye Beixuan recognized that strength is the greatest trump card in this perilous martial world. The stronger one is, the better one can navigate the treacherous landscape of the Great Li. Returning home, he slept soundly. Having accomplished these tasks, he turned and departed. Chapter 175, Lingxi Execution, 3,600 blades. The following day, early morning. Today, Ye Beixuan was not late, but rather rose early to arrive at the 1,000-house hall. His subordinates, the 100 households, had also gathered. Today, they were to escort the traders of the Wei family to the execution grounds in the Western Market. However, before that, Ye Beixuan made a detour to the pacification office and had ordered the bodies of the Dragon God sect coachman and Song Qi, whom he had slain the previous night, to be brought in. Upon seeing the corpses, Zhou Sheng's expression darkened slightly. A mere 100 households colluding with the Dragon God sect is truly unforgivable. My lord, this Song Qi is also a subordinate of the pacification envoy Jiang'an. He has served under Jiang'an for many years, gradually rising to the rank of 100 households, and now has such connections with the Dragon God sect. Does Jiang'an know nothing of this? Ye Beixuan fanned the flames before Zhou Sheng. Although he had no evidence, it did not hinder him from making a little report. Jiang'an maintained a good relationship with the Chao family, and his subordinates viewed him with hostility. Seizing this opportunity, he naturally could not let it slip away. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Zhou Sheng pondered for a moment. I shall report this matter to His Majesty. Now, let us first escort those traders of the Wei family to the execution grounds. As you command. The objective had been achieved. Not long ago, the Dragon God sect had caused quite a stir within the palace. Although the fate of the Celestial from the Dragon God sect remains uncertain, it is evident that Emperor Xuanhe will harbor murderous intent towards the sect. At this juncture, should Zhou Sheng utter a word, even if Jiang'an escapes unscathed, a punishment for negligence and supervision is inevitable. Humming a tune, Ye Beixuan arrived at the imperial prison. Over 1,000 members of the Wei family had been escorted, and they were acutely aware of their impending doom, wailing in despair. Those of a timid disposition were so frightened that they lost control. Only a select few elders of the Wei family were afforded the privilege of the prisoner cart, with Wei Wudao at the forefront. In this moment, Wei Wudao had utterly lost his spirit. With the failure of the two Wei family heirs to escape, the family was left devoid of any hope. Dear head of the Wei family, hasten your steps to the underworld. Perhaps your son awaits you on the road to the Yellow Springs. You may yet reunite as a family. No need for thanks. Ye Beixuan whispered with a chuckle in Wei Wudao's ear. Wei Wudao's previously vacant eyes suddenly flared with rage. Gritting his teeth in resentment, he bellowed, Ye Beixuan, I shall await you below. A guard from the Jinyui standing nearby swiftly struck Wei Wudao across the face with a whip, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Silence! The Jinyui enforcer thundered. Ye Beixuan laughed heartily, choosing to disregard the commotion. The journey from the northern pacification office to the execution grounds in the Western Market would take another hour. Along the way, countless citizens of the capital gathered to witness the spectacle, hurling rotten vegetables, foul eggs, and even more repugnant objects at Wei Wudao and the other officials of the Wei family, all the while vociferously denouncing them as traitors. Unlike modern times, where information storms can sway public opinion, in this era, the emperor is akin to the heavens. Any individual deemed a criminal by Emperor Xuanhe, regardless of any underlying circumstances or factional strife, is viewed by the common people as a treacherous rebel deserving of death. Upon arrival at the execution site, 100 burly executioners awaited with blades in hand. Following the transfer of the prisoners, Ye Beixuan and the Jinui had no further involvement and returned to the Northern Pacification Office to report. Ye Beixuan had little interest in witnessing the execution of Wei Wudao. Yet upon his return, he overheard discussions indicating that Wei Wudao and the other officials of the Wei family all met their end by dismemberment, 3,600 cuts. Neither more nor less. In the end, there was nothing left of Wei Wudao and his ilk but skeletal remains, their anguished cries ceasing in death. This grim affair persisted for 3 days. Throughout this time, Ye Beixuan remained undisturbed, indulging in his daily meals and beverages. However, within the capital, there were those who could no longer remain at ease. Midnight. Within the residence of the Marquis of Pingnan, Xiao Yuan sat with his 2 sycophants, Zhao Huiming and Xiao Yanzhong, drinking in silence. The expressions on their faces were grim. Although they could not venture out at night, they still enjoyed the freedom to move about during the day. After all, during the day, the streets are teeming with people. Unless one possesses the strength of a celestial being, few would dare to act in the capital. Over the past 3 days, they have visited the site of execution belonging to the Wei family in the Western Market, witnessing the appalling fate of the Wei clan members. It can be said that their worldviews have been utterly shattered, particularly for Wei Wudao, whom they had known well. They watched helplessly as the flesh and blood were gradually stripped from his body. The gruesome sight has left them feeling nauseated, and they have hardly eaten well in recent days. The root cause of all this turmoil lies in their affront to Lord Ye Beixuan. We can no longer sit idly by. With Brother Wei Yang and his entire family eradicated, Lord Ye Beixuan will not spare us. I can feel his presence stalking me at all times. That man is undoubtedly a pervert, surely lurking in the shadows, observing us. Young Master Zhao Huiming of the Zhao family glanced around in panic and spoke to Xiao Yuan. In recent times, he has been so frightened that he feels on the brink of madness, unable to eat or sleep properly. Every night, he dreams of Wei Yang, drenched in blood, coming to him in anguish, claiming that Ye Beixuan had slain him and urging him to seek vengeance. This has left him in a state of paranoia. Xiao Yuan tilted his head back and drained his cup. Do you think I do not wish to? Yet we are unaware of the extent of Ye Beixuan's strength. Even the entire Wei family could not bring him down. Although it was the ancient monster Wei Dongshan of the Northern Pacification Office who took action, Ye Beixuan's power is beyond our capability to confront. Otherwise, would our elderly guardians allow us to step out of our doors? Xiao Yuan felt equally frustrated. While he fared slightly better than Zhao Huiming, these days have been the most stifling of his 20-plus years. Do you think I do not wish to slay Ye Beixuan? I would dream of killing him. But how can I accomplish that? Young master, what if we visit the ghost market and indulge in the pleasures of the Subduing Pavilion? The Subduing Pavilion is reputed to be inescapable for anyone beneath celestial beings, with several masters from the earth ranking having perished at their hands. If we could enlist the top assassins from the Subduing Pavilion, once they accept the commission, Ye Beixuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. At this moment, Xiao Yan also proposed an idea. Indulge in pleasures? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Chapter 176, Dragon Slayer, No Survivors Under the Subduing Pavilion. He was certainly no stranger to the Subduing Pavilion, and its strength had never been doubted. The entire Subduing Pavilion comprises 9 ranking lists, ranging from the common folk to nobles. As long as one is willing to pay, they are bold enough to kill. Among these, the Indulge in Red Flowers ranks 6th, with a starting price of 5 million taels. They would accept commissions from anyone beneath the Earth ranking. The 7th rank is called Indulge in Golden Flowers, corresponding to Earth ranking masters. Above this 7th rank, there are 2 more levels. The 8th rank is known as Lighting the Sky Lantern, meaning that all experts of the Subduing Pavilion are exclusively at the service of the buyer, tasked with assassinating a single individual. This individual, even if a celestial master or a prince or princess from the great dynasties, would be no challenge for them. Thus far, within the countless years of existence of the Subduing Tower, the occasion of lighting the lantern has occurred less than 10 times. The final tier, known as Dragon Slayer, is not open to the public and can only be wielded by the master of the Subduing Tower. It has been utilized only once, targeting an emperor of a fallen dynasty from 3 centuries ago. Though that emperor has since perished, the identity of the executor remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, this singular event has irrevocably silenced any doubts the martial world harbored against the Subduing Tower. Young lord, perhaps we should consider this. If we offer the red flower, Ye Beixuan will undoubtedly find himself with no escape, suggested Zhao Huiming, the first to speak. 500,000 taels of silver, such a sum. Even high-ranking officials of the third or fourth tier, unless they are provincial governors willing to risk everything for corruption, could hardly amass such wealth. Moreover, even if they possessed such riches, they would hesitate to expend it all. The higher one's status and the larger one's family, the more astronomical their daily expenditures. However, if the three esteemed families pool their resources together, the situation changes. Each family would only need to contribute just over 1 million taels, though still substantial. It is within their means, especially in light of the Wei family's recent catastrophic demise. Surely, the elders from the branches of their families would concur. After all, spending money pales in comparison to preserving one's life. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. Very well. Coincidentally, the 3 masters from the northern desert, invited by my father, will arrive tomorrow. We shall venture to the ghost market tomorrow night and distribute the red flower. Additionally, we will test the waters with Ye Beixuan. If he dares to show himself, we might not even need to involve the Subduing Tower. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan and his conspirators, Ye Beixuan remained oblivious to their machinations. However, on the following day, 3 martial artists of varying statures stealthily entered the Xiao residence, their presence captured entirely by Ye Beixuan's paper dolls. Upon receiving this intelligence, a subtle smile graced Ye Beixuan's lips. All the necessary guests have arrived, it seems. At last, they can no longer sit idly by. Yet, Xiao Yuan's naivete led him to believe that Ye Beixuan would go to any lengths to eliminate him. In reality, Ye Beixuan found such notions laughable. In this world, nothing held more significance than his own safety. Currently basking in his prime, his cultivation advancing rapidly, and pleasures within reach. Who would jeopardize their promising future for a frivolous scion? Only a fool would do so. What he desired was for Xiao Yuan and his accomplices to gradually lower their guard. In the capital, striking decisively was fraught with difficulty. Unlike the assassination of Wei Yang, where each target fell one by one, if one of these 3 were to perish, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly become skittish, making it nearly impossible to execute a flawless strike. Moreover, at his current level, any action taken within the capital would be impossible to conceal, inevitably attracting the attention of countless formidable experts. If they are targeted, it could lead to trouble. Thus, the best course of action is to wait until the 3 individuals gather together, and preferably after they have exited the city. Currently, they likely lack the courage to leave the city, but I possess ample patience. Once Xiao Yuan and his companions believe they are completely safe, they may succumb to the tedium of their situation. Particularly, in 7 days, the renowned Fahua Temple outside the city will host its triennial fair, which could present an excellent opportunity. On the evening of the 2nd day, Xiao Yuan and his 2 companions, having arranged for countless skilled individuals and the 3 esteemed masters he had invited to stand guard, cautiously ventured out. To their astonishment, the reality diverged entirely from their expectations. Not only was there no assassination attempt, but not even a single suspicious figure was in sight. This left Xiao Yuan utterly bewildered. What is going on? Where is Ye Beixuan? It is one thing for him not to attempt to kill me, but why does he not even observe my movements? Reports from the spies stationed around Ye Beixuan's residence indicated that he had not left his house at all. Young master, what is the situation? Has this fellow perhaps sensed something and refrained from following us? Zhao Huaiming inquired, furrowing his brow. That can't be possible. Those 3 masters were secretly engaged by my father precisely to avoid detection. Ye Beixuan shouldn't have received any news, Xiao Yuan responded, equally perplexed. Perhaps we are being overly sensitive, frightening ourselves unnecessarily. Maybe Ye Beixuan has no intention of harming us at all, Wei Jia interjected softly. The 3 exchanged glances, and it seemed there was some merit to this notion. Everything was far too tranquil, almost disorienting. Perhaps Ye Beixuan hasn't received any news and is merely waiting for us to let our guard down before striking a decisive blow. Still uneasy, Xiao Yuan suggested. Let us linger within the city a while longer. Perhaps this will draw Ye Beixuan out. Agreed. Zhao Huaiming and Wei Jia nodded in unison. Their group meandered through the city until dawn, yet still encountered no abnormalities. Xiao Yuan and his companions exchanged glances, perplexed. What on earth is this fellow up to? Why is he yet to make a move? Xiao Yuan muttered in frustration. The initial anxiety of fearing a surprise attack from Ye Beixuan had transformed into irritation at the absence of their adversary, despite having prepared thoroughly. Young master, we should make our way to the ghost market. If we delay any longer, it will close, a servant outside the carriage remarked. Xiao Yuan nodded. Let us go. As prominent figures in the capital, this was not their first visit to the ghost market. With familiarity, they arrived at the headquarters of the Subduing building within the market. The Subduing building exuded an air of menace, standing apart in the bustling ghost market, with few visitors passing through. Gentlemen, what brings you to Subduing building? Upon entering the premises, a servant clad in black inquired with a measured tone. Although he was merely a servant, The demeanor and gaze he exhibited clearly indicated that he was indeed a formidable expert. Chapter 177. Within half a month, present the head of Ye Beixuan. We are here to appreciate the red flowers, Xiao Yuan stated without reservation. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Appreciate the red flowers. This is quite a significant business even for our shadowless pavilion. He scrutinized Xiao Yuan and his companions, noticeably softening his attitude. Wherever one may be, esteemed clients are always accorded respect. Please, follow me upstairs. With that, he led Xiao Yuan and his three companions, along with the three silent figures in black cloaks trailing behind, to a private room on the top floor. Before long, an elderly, stooped figure ambled in from outside. The old man did not regard Xiao Yuan and his companions initially, but instead cast a glance at the trio in black. His murky eyes flickered with a gleam as he scrutinized them for several seconds before addressing Xiao Yuan. I hear that a distinguished guest wishes to appreciate the red flowers. May I inquire whom we are to honor? Xiao Yuan picked up a pen from the table and swiftly inscribed a few words on a sheet of white paper. Pushing it toward the elder. It is this individual. I wonder if your shadowless pavilion dares to accept this? The elder lowered his gaze to examine the note, and then chuckled. There is no one under heaven that our shadowless pavilion dares not to eliminate, provided the esteemed guest offers sufficient silver. Do not think that a mere 1,000 households is beyond our reach. Even a town pacifier is not insurmountable. However, this individual is somewhat unique. The base price for the red flowers is 5 million taels. To ensure his demise, it will be 7 million taels. 7 million? Old man, why don't you go rob someone? The expressions of Chao Yin and Zhao Huiming shifted dramatically. The original 5 million taels were already a burden for their families, and now the price had suddenly escalated to 7 million, which they found difficult to bear. The elder remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he replied, we merely provide a quote. Whether you wish to proceed is your choice. A top contender on the celestial rankings, heralded as a once-in-500 years prodigy, is not easily dispatched. Xiao Yuan pondered for several seconds, then gritted his teeth. Very well, it is settled at 7 million taels. However, we currently possess only 5 million in silver notes. This is the insignia of the Pingnan Marquis estate. Once your shadowless pavilion delivers the head of Ye Beixuan to the Pingnan Marquis residence, the remaining funds will be furnished by the Xiao family. What do you say? The elder nodded. We trust in the reputation of the Pingnan Marquis. Surely, he would not oppose our shadowless pavilion over a mere 2 million taels. If we can eliminate Ye Beixuan, we can certainly deal with others as well. Don't you agree, young Marquis? With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yuan signaled for Zhao Huiming and Chao Yin to present a bundle. The money is here. It can be collected from all the banks across the 5 great nations. Please count it. The elder accepted the bundle without opening it. No need. No one dares to default on debts with our shadowless pavilion. Within half a month, the head of Ye Beixuan will be delivered to you. Please see our guests out. Upon exiting the shadowless pavilion, Chao Yin and Zhao Huiming could no longer contain their outrage. Young Marquis, these fellows are exceedingly unreasonable. 7 million taels for a single Ye Beixuan? That sum is enough to assassinate a second-tier official. Xiao Yuan let out a cold snort. As long as Ye Beixuan meets his demise, no matter how much silver it costs, it will be worth it. The Zhuiying Pavilion has its rules. If they do not carry out the killing, the silver will be returned in full. In these past few days, they had been probing to see if they could lure out Ye Beixuan. Little Marquis, our scouts report that Ye Beixuan went to the Xifang building today. Young master. After his shift, Ye Beixuan went to the Jiaofang division for drinks, and seemingly summoned Wei Wudao's daughter. Little Marquis, he did not visit the brothels today. Instead, he went to the Zhaixing building to purchase monkey wine, and then returned to the Bizenfew. For 5 or 6 consecutive days, Xiao Yuan had wandered outside, using himself as bait. In the last 2 days, he had even indulged in flower wine. Yet Ye Beixuan appeared completely indifferent to him, as if he were of no consequence at all. Each day, he either attended to his duties or traveled in leisure, rarely returning home. That Ye Beixuan. How can he live so comfortably while I am on edge? Why should it be so? At the Qinhe Huafang, in the Tingqiao Pavilion, Xiao Yuan embraced 2 courtesans, listening to the latest reports from his subordinates, nearly gritting his teeth in frustration. However, during these days, he had indeed relaxed his vigilance entirely. Even Xiao Mingzhi had begun to neglect him. They speculated that with Ye Beixuan's current status and influence, he would not risk his life just to eliminate the 3 of them. Upon realizing this, the trio began to lament the loss of 500,000 taels of silver that they had wagered at the Zhuiying Pavilion. For them, as long as Ye Beixuan posed no threat to them in the capital, they had nothing to fear. There would be ample opportunities to eliminate him once he left the city. 500,000 taels. That amount would suffice for them to indulge in revelry for a decade or more. Little Marquis, cease your thoughts on that ill-fated lad. After all, The Jueying Pavilion has proclaimed they will deliver his head within half a month. Let us treat it as a purchase of pleasure, Qiao Yin and Zhao Huiming advised him. The spirits of the three were buoyant, the previous gloom dissipated. With the fear of death lifted, nothing could obstruct their enjoyment of food and drink. This was the life they believed they deserved. Indeed, let us drink. They raised their cups in unison. By the way, little Marquis, tomorrow marks the triennial grand event at Fahua Temple, where many noble ladies and young maidens will gather. Shall we join in the festivities? Qiao Yin chuckled, addressing Xiao Yuan. A spark ignited in Xiao Yuan's heart, and a smile graced his face. The thought of the rare assembly of noble ladies and matrons brought forth an involuntary gulp. In the capital, they could freely indulge with courtesans, but encounters with respectable young women, especially those from noble families, were a rarity. Such opportunities only arose during festive occasions. And the grand event at Fahua Temple, held every 3 years, attracted every well-to-do maiden and matron in the city, creating a magnificent spectacle that lasted a full 5 days. Previously, due to the threat to his life, Xiao Yuan dared not entertain such thoughts, but now his mind was once again invigorated. However, this time he pondered the dangers of venturing beyond the city. Zhao Huiming voiced his concerns, expressing trepidation. What is there to fear? The 3 gentlemen invited by the young lord are formidable. Who could possibly contend with them aside from the Grand Master of the Earth ranking? With their presence, should Ye Beixuan dare to approach, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Moreover, if he leaves the city, it would only facilitate the actions of the Shadowless Pavilion, and he may find himself in peril. Qiao Yin spoke with great conviction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Let us leave the city. Such a grand event is one I, Xiao Yuan, cannot afford to miss. The following morning, as Ye Beixuan arose and made his way towards the northern town supervisory office, he was taken aback. The streets were teeming with countless carriages, causing a great congestion. These carriages varied in size and opulence, yet all contained women of diverse ages and appearances, all heading towards the city gates. The once spacious thoroughfares of the capital were now akin to the rush hour of a bygone era. Could it be that all these people are heading to the fair at Fahua Temple? Ye Beixuan wondered in astonishment. He had heard tales of the bustling festivities at the temple, but he never anticipated such a grand turnout. Indeed, it surpassed even the lavish celebrations of the last empress's birthday. Furthermore, among those departing the city, women were clearly in the majority. The fair at Fahua Temple has finally commenced. I hope to find a suitable husband this time, giggled one young lady. What's the matter with her? The wishes made at Fahua Temple are indeed particularly effective, especially those for children. 3 years ago, I made a wish, and now I have 4 children. For children? How could one possibly have 4 in just 3 years? Ye Beixuan's lips twitched at the idle chatter of the young women. It was evident that whether in this life or the last, the topics of conversation among women were far more colorful than those of men. Observing the multitude of women, Ye Beixuan felt that the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Yuan had matured. Initially, he had estimated a mere 60 to 70% certainty regarding Xiao Yuan's departure from the city. But now he felt almost 90% assured that Xiao Yuan would indeed venture out. As a voracious wolf among women, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Sure enough, the paper effigy that had been lingering outside Zhao's residence transmitted information at noon. Xiao Yuan, Zhao Huiming, and Qiao Yin had secretly embarked towards Fahua Temple. Upon receiving this news, Ye Beixuan stretched languidly. This fellow's time has come. He made his way directly to the secret chamber of the 1,000 Household Hall. Within this chamber sat a figure identical to Ye Beixuan, meditating on the bed. Did one think Ye Beixuan had been idle these past few days? In preparation for the flawless and trace-free assassination of the current powerful Duke of Pingnan's legitimate grandson, he had indeed made ample preparations. Before him stood a doppelganger, a creation of Ye Beixuan, meticulously crafted over 3 days with the finest materials and infused with 3 drops of his own blood. This was the pinnacle of the art of disguise, a technique known as transmutation of blossoms. This avatar mirrored his true self to perfection, capable of wielding a fraction of his true power, all in anticipation of this very day. Xiao Yuan, it is time to settle our scores. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Beixuan's eyes as his form swiftly transformed, taking on the appearance of a well-dressed Imperial Guard. Both figures emerged simultaneously from the secret chamber. The doppelganger took a seat in the hall of 1,000 households, while his true self stealthily departed from the northern pacification office, slipping through a narrow alley. Once outside, he altered his appearance once more, emerging as a striking swordsman clad in a blue robe, an ancient long sword hanging at his waist, confidently striding out of the city. Pardon me, young lady. I have traveled from the northern deserts and am curious about the commotion in the capital, he inquired of a maid nearby as he walked along the official road. A procession of opulent carriages, clearly belonging to a prominent family in the capital, caught his eye. Upon hearing his question, the maid looked up, her cheeks flushing slightly upon seeing Ye Beixuan. Such a handsome young master. You see, we are holding a temple fair at Fahua Temple, which takes place every 3 years. Just 100 miles outside the capital. A temple fair? No wonder it is so lively. Thank you for the information, dear lady, Ye Beixuan replied with a smile. This exchange drew the attention of those inside the carriage, prompting a beautiful woman, appearing to be in her late 20s with a peach blossom complexion, to glance outside. What is happening? She inquired, her voice silencing the maids around her, who seemed to hold her in great reverence. Forgive my intrusion, madam. I am Luo Han from the northern deserts, seeking directions. Ye Beixuan bowed respectfully. The woman's eyes sparkled upon recognizing him, a smile gracing her lips, enhancing her allure. Ah, it is the esteemed young master Luo from the northern regions. Are you also heading to Fahua Temple? With nothing pressing at hand. I am merely inclined to join in the festivities, Ye Beixuan replied with a chuckle. How fortuitous. We are indeed headed to Fahua Temple as well. Would you care to join us in our carriage? The woman's eyes twinkled playfully, her demeanor warm and inviting. That may not be appropriate. Ye Beixuan hesitated. There is no cause for concern. As a guest, it is only right that I extend my hospitality, she insisted. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. In that case, I am grateful for your kindness. He stepped into the carriage, where a fragrant aroma enveloped him. The woman sat gracefully, introducing herself. I am called Xuanyang. Ye Beixuan was already aware of her name, having chosen this location deliberately, knowing well her past. Xuanyang was not only a former lover of Wei Wudao, but also the renowned courtesan from the Qinhe floating boat a decade ago. Later, she was redeemed by Wei Wudao and became his caged canary, nurtured in the shadows. In truth, Wei Wudao had several such birds. Ye Beixuan had uncovered at least 4 or 5, yet none were as venomous as this Xuanyang. Despite her amiable demeanor towards Ye Beixuan, she possessed a notoriously fierce temperament, often resorting to violence and scolding against her maidservants. Over the years, a dozen or more of them had perished at her hands. As she brazenly accompanied Xuanyang, it was evident that once Xiao Yuan was dealt with, the infuriated Xiao household would undoubtedly seize Xuanyang for questioning, serving as a witness in the matter. Whether Xuanyang lived or died bore no consequence to Ye Beixuan. Her fate was of no concern to him. Miss Xue, you are most gracious, miss, chuckled young Master Luo, his words dripping with flattery. Xuanyang reveled in the title and could not resist inching closer to Ye Beixuan. Has the young master found a bride? I have wandered the realm, devoted to the cultivation of swordsmanship, and have yet to marry. Upon hearing this, Xuanyang's satisfaction grew. Compared to the old and decrepit Wei Wudao, this youthful swordsman was an entirely different league. The journey to Fahua Temple consumed over 2 hours, during which Ye Beixuan and Xuanyang engaged in delightful conversation. In the end, she warmly invited him to join her exploration. However, Ye Beixuan held no interest in her. His objectives had been achieved. Upon reaching the temple, he disregarded Xuanyang's repeated pleas and, amidst her sorrowful gaze, turned to take his leave. Bah, wretched man. No wonder you cannot find a wife. Chapter 179. What a Buddhist temple. This is a den of demons. Ye Beixuan paid little heed to her words. After bidding farewell to Xuanyang, he wandered freely through the bustling temple fair. Where there are people, there are markets. The vicinity of Fahua Temple was already teeming with numerous vendors, offering an abundance of culinary delights. Throughout the day, Ye Beixuan meandered amidst the throngs at the temple. By afternoon, many noble ladies had already departed, yet the crowds remained undiminished, with carriages from surrounding counties continuing to arrive. As dusk approached, Ye Beixuan settled at a makeshift tavern, ordering a pot of fine flower wine and several plates of appetizers. Once satiated, night fell. The flames in the mountains flickered continuously. Resembling a serpentine dragon, leaning against a branch of an ancient tree, Ye Beixuan cradled his sword, closing his eyes to rest. The night was still young. It was not yet the hour for bloodshed. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, noticing that as night enveloped the land, many men and women began pairing off toward the town below. Some were brazen enough to engage in intimate acts within their carriages. How could it be that all was well during the day, only to succumb to such desires at night? Ye Beixuan gazed quizzically at these so-called young masters and ladies, aware that where there were men and women, such occurrences were inevitable. Yet, it was still early in the evening. How has it come to this? Ye Beixuan once again gazed towards the ancient temple nestled halfway up the mountain. Beneath the glow of the flames, he observed that the air above the temple's rear mountain manifested a faint pink hue. What is happening? The presence of such pink mist could only signify something ominous. Yet, Ye Beixuan chose to disregard it. This was not a matter for him to concern himself with. However, a sudden smile broke across his face. That fellow has finally arrived. He watched as a remarkably luxurious and enormous carriage slowly made its way towards the Fahua temple from the town below. Surrounding it were 6 or 7 guards. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yuan was dressed in elaborate attire, adorned with a jade crown, and holding a beautifully embroidered folding fan. At first glance, he appeared to be quite a handsome young nobleman, though he still paled in comparison to Ye Beixuan. Xiao Yuan frequently lifted the curtains of the carriage, gazing contentedly at the scenery outside, no longer exhibiting the apprehension he once had. Young lord, according to the latest intelligence, Ye Beixuan has been stationed at the Jinui for the night after his shift today. Our informants within the Jinui have witnessed him drinking and chatting with several hundred households. We are entirely safe now, Xiao Yin remarked with a smile, in high spirits. Xiao Yuan laughed heartily. I told you, Ye Beixuan wouldn't dare to act against me, even if he were emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopardess gall. After all, I am the young master of the Pingnan Marquisate. Anyone wishing to deal with me must be prepared to forfeit their life. He spoke with pride, laced with disdain. What of the divine blade and the top of the Tianjiao list? In the capital, attempting to confront him would lead only to ruin. No matter how deep the enmity between him and Ye Beixuan, they would still have to tread carefully. Zhao Huaiming and Xiao Yin were also in good spirits. Young lord, without Ye Beixuan, we can truly enjoy ourselves this time. I wonder what exquisite delights await us in the rear mountain. Unfortunately, the Fahua temple is excessively cautious. They will not touch the daughters of officials, only those of wealthy merchants and women from distant lands. Zhao Huaiming sighed, evidently regretful. Yet, Xiao Yuan smiled mysteriously. Who says there are none? Huh. Both Zhao Huaiming and Xiao Yin were taken aback, their eyes suddenly brightening. Young lord, do you have a way? Xiao Yuan nodded slightly. Yesterday, I communicated with a high-ranking monk from the Fahua temple. I trust he will not disappoint me. Look, here they come. Just then, a young monk passed by the carriage, slipping a small note into Xiao Yuan's hand. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan opened the note, revealing a few words, awaiting you at the Guanqin Tower. Upon reading this, a look of excitement spread across his face. Ha ha ha, the master is indeed a master. Let us go to the Guanqin Tower. What about us? Zhao Huaiming and Xiao Yin inquired eagerly. Rest assured, I shall not forget the two of you. However, I shall take the lead. Allow me to claim the second position then. Out of my way. By what right? Let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victor shall take the second place. This Fahua temple, indeed, resembles a grand establishment of ill repute. Ye Beixuan's figure emerged from a distance. His gaze fixated on the carriage that steadily ventured deeper into the forested mountains, a frown creasing his brow. Initially, he had believed that Fahua temple was merely a sanctuary for incense and prayer. Little did he expect such a dark underbelly lurking beneath its facade, particularly after hearing the accounts from Xiao Yuan, who spoke of these individuals daring to involve even the daughters of officials in their schemes. However, this revelation perfectly aligned with Ye Beixuan's intentions. In a fleeting moment, he vanished, akin to a specter, following the carriage with stealth, utilizing his method of concealment. No soul could perceive his presence. The carriage belonging to Xiao Yuan and his companions traversed the mountain path without hindrance, bypassing the temple itself, and heading directly towards the rear mountains of Fahua Temple. The moonlight flowed like water, gently illuminating the entire mountain temple. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path grew increasingly narrow. After over an hour of travel, Xiao Yuan's carriage came to a halt at a 3-story pavilion atop a mountain peak. Such small pavilions were numerous throughout the mountains, and this particular one was named Guangxin Pavilion. The interior was ablaze with light, already prepared for their arrival. Stepping down from the carriage, Xiao Yuan turned to the 3 black-robed figures who had silently accompanied him. With a respectful demeanor, he addressed them. Gentlemen, your meals have been prepared on the first floor. I hope it meets your satisfaction. I entrust the watch to you for the night. The leader among the 3 unfastened the veil beneath his black robe. In the moonlight, his visage appeared nearly grotesque, a parched face clinging to bone, exuding a chilling aura. Only his eyes sparkled with a gleam of life. He nodded slightly towards Xiao Yuan, a hoarse voice escaping his throat in affirmation. Xiao Yuan harbored no dissatisfaction towards the black-robed man and stepped towards the 3-story Guangxin Pavilion. Inside, a faint glow flickered, as if a formation entirely sealed the interior. Chapter 180. The 3 Demons of the North. Xiao Yuan, come forth to meet your demise. As the door swung open, the sight that greeted them was unsettling. 7 or 8 young maidens, each no older than 20, were bound within the corridor, their mouths gagged. Fear was etched upon their faces, yet their bodies were tightly restrained. They gazed at Xiao Yuan and his companions, muffled cries escaping their lips. However, the latter paid them no heed. Turning to the 3 black-robed men, they remarked, Gentlemen, these are exquisite maidens. We shall not intrude upon your meal. With that, Xiao Yuan and his companions ascended the stairs hastily. On the second floor, they encountered several more maidens, their circumstances seemingly no better than those below. The individuals before me were adorned in resplendent silks, unmistakably the daughters of affluent families, though their beauty was akin to that of the courtesans within the painted boats. They lacked the air of the brothel, appearing rather pitiable. Upon sighting them, Zhao Huiming and Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You two may choose one. The rest shall be left for me. Once I am done, I shall reward you, remarked Xiao Yuan to Zhao Huiming and Chao Yan. Rest assured, young lord, they replied. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan, driven by insatiable greed, ascended alone to the third floor, his heart racing with anticipation. Let me see which beauty has been delivered today, he mused. Having dallied with no fewer than 300 women, he had yet to engage with a lady of the official's lineage. In the capital, he reveled in licentiousness. Yet such transgressions of decorum were fraught with peril beneath the emperor's gaze. Thus, he awaited the evening's banquet with eager expectation. With a creak, the door swung open, and a startled voice akin to that of a frightened rabbit echoed from within. Who is it? The sound alone revealed the presence of a stunning beauty, further fueling Xiao Yuan's satisfaction. He could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped into the third-floor pavilion. Nearby, Ye Beixuan observed everything from the branches of an ancient tree. Casting a glance at the full moon above, he stretched luxuriously, reflecting on the sordid spectacle unfolding beneath the heavens. It was truly an eye-opener. Today, he would wield his sword to eradicate the injustices of the world. In a flash, the silhouette of the youthful swordsman, Ye Beixuan, darted forward. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the night as he unsheathed his sword, Yuan Tong, unleashing a sword aura that surged forth like a tempest. In that instant, as the sword energy swept toward the Guancan pavilion, the three individuals clad in black robes within turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically. A terrifying dark aura emanated from them, coalescing as they simultaneously struck out with a palm toward the incoming sword energy. From their palms, grotesque apparitions materialized, and a torrent of black true essence surged forth. The resounding explosion echoed through the skies, shattering the formation that had enveloped the Guancan pavilion. The sword aura and palm wind dispersed wildly, and amidst the ensuing chaos, stones flew, ancient trees were reduced to splinters. Such commotion sent a chilling shock through Xiao Yuan and Zhao Huiming, who had just disrobed on the third floor. They stood frozen in place, their faces turning ashen. Panic gripped them as they hastily retreated down the stairs. Young lord, could it truly be that Ye Beixuan has arrived? Zhao Huiming and Chao Yan exclaimed in terror. Despite their bravado, the name of Ye Beixuan had long instilled an indelible fear within their hearts. Xiao Yuan trembled as well. Do not panic. With 3 gentlemen present, even Ye Beixuan must meet his end. Who goes there? The 3 black-robed figures demanded. Stepping forward with authority, the dark robes that adorned them had been shaken off, revealing their true forms. The 3 figures were exceptionally peculiar, almost indistinguishable from one another. Their bodies were emaciated, resembling ancient wood, with fingers elongated like the talons of an eagle. Their skin was riddled with dense, dark patterns, akin to countless insects writhing upon their flesh, rendering them more ghastly than malevolent spirits. Amidst the night, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. In that brief moment of brilliance, a silhouette gradually emerged under the moonlight, clad in a robe of azure. The visage was handsome, radiating an overwhelming aura of sword intent. Any desolate wood or shattered stone within several paces of him was cleaved into fragments by the invisible sword energy. This terrifying force instilled a grave seriousness in the countenance of the 3 cloaked figures. Yet, upon discerning the transformed appearance of Ye Beixuan, all 3, alongside Xiao Yuan and others behind them, frowned in unison. They did not recognize this individual. Esteemed hero, we bear no enmity from the past, nor grievances today. May I inquire why you seek to trouble us? Xiao Yuan exhaled a subtle sigh of relief upon realizing that it was not Ye Beixuan. However, Ye Beixuan paid him no heed and turned his attention to the 3 black-robed men. The 3 demons of the north, he addressed them. I have searched long and hard for you. To my surprise, you 3 wretched beings have taken refuge in the capital of Dali, serving as hounds for others. Yet, it is fortuitous, having preyed upon innocent maidens, you are all cut from the same cloth. Thus, I shall send you to the western paradise together. The 3 demons of the north, masters of the 7th realm of the sinister path, were 3 brothers who had been abandoned by their parents at birth due to their deformities. They later honed their skills in dark arts, with a particular penchant for consuming the flesh of young women, especially maidens. As they ascended to the rank of Grand Master, they unleashed torrents of bloodshed in the north, claiming countless lives, with their telepathic bond enabling them to even defeat several masters of the 8th realm. Ye Beixuan had thoroughly investigated them before his arrival. Upon hearing his words, the brows of the 3 demons furrowed tightly. This young man had come to seek them out. Yet, they were unfazed. They had far too many enemies to count, scarcely recalling how many lives they had extinguished. Before them stood a mere youth, not yet 20. How formidable could he truly be? The eldest of the three demons scoffed, his gravelly voice laced with malice. A fledgling dares to boast of claiming our lives for fame. Do you not consider your worth? They had dominated the north for decades, encountering myriad foes, and had dismissed Ye Beixuan entirely. At the very least, I am more aesthetically pleasing than you three grotesques. Were I in your position, I would have sought a shadowy corner to end my own existence. Ye Beixuan retorted with a mocking smile. You seek death. The three demons of the north erupted in simultaneous fury. Born in their condition, they were most sensitive to jibes regarding their appearance. Before them, this young one repeatedly pricked at their wounds, rendering them unable to restrain themselves any longer. Chapter 181. The sword immortal descends to the mortal realm, celestial beings from beyond. Blood demon slash. The three were in perfect harmony, requiring no words. Their bodies moved in unison. Three scarlet curved blades were drawn from their waists. These blades resembled a full moon, adorned with blood grooves, still dripping with uncoagulated blood. The crimson inner power surged forth as the three curved blades rushed towards Ye Beixuan from different directions. The presence of blade energy and blood aura coexisted. And should an ordinary person inhale even a breath, they would likely be overtaken by wild frenzy. How splendid! In the face of this lethal strike, Ye Beixuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Though the three demons of the northern desert were merely late-stage Grand Masters of the seventh realm, when united, they were undoubtedly comparable to any Grand Master of the eighth realm. They surpassed Wei Yu of the Wei family by several tens of times. Ye Beixuan's Yuanhong sword moved simultaneously, unleashing a sword energy that spanned several dozen meters. The sword energy enveloped his long sword, showcasing an unparalleled terror of a swordsman. As the astonishing long sword clashed with the curved blades of the northern desert's three demons, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the mountaintop, witnessed through the horrified gazes of Xiao Yuan and his companions. The sword energy and blade intent surged towards the heavens. Although Ye Beixuan's comprehension of sword intent was merely at the late second level, his mastery of blade intent had reached the fourth level. His understanding of the realm of intent was far beyond that of an average grandmaster. Even without using a blade, his sword technique was infused with a fierce vigor. The sword light swept forth, dismantling all the scarlet blood aura with a single strike. The northern desert's three demons were nothing more than a fleeting challenge. Ye Beixuan casually withstood the blow and soared forward once more, intent on launching another assault. You shall receive my sword in kind. With that, his long sword arced through the air, a beam of sword light cleaving the night. It flew diagonally, akin to a flash of brilliance, bearing an overwhelming sword energy, as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. This strike epitomized the pinnacle of swordsmanship, heavenly immortal from beyond. The terrifying sword intent seemed capable of piercing through the very soul of a person, unyielding and relentless. The sword moved firmly locked onto the northern desert's three demons. Arrogance. When we three demons gained our renown, you were still unaware of your own insignificance. They howled in unison. They, too, sensed the dreadfulness of this sword strike. Despite their bravado, they did not underestimate it in the least. The blood aura surrounding them surged once more. Their three similar sword techniques were flawlessly coordinated, attacking Ye Beixuan from three distinct directions, aiming to annihilate him in a single blow. Three beams of blood light soared into the air, appearing as though a celestial being and three malevolent spirits were locked in combat. Yet the power of this sword far exceeded the demon's expectations. In the moment the heavenly immortal's sword energy descended, it erupted with an unmatched, terrifying killing move. This sword technique, while resplendent, concealed a lethal artistry beyond imagination. The sword light shattered the ghostly aura, sweeping across with overwhelming force. The ground split open, creating a massive pit of 30 to 40 yards. Rocks flew and dust billowed. In the distance, Xiao Yuan and his companions could not help but break into a cold sweat. The confrontation between these four individuals was utterly terrifying. Such formidable power could effortlessly reduce them to ashes with a mere strike. What on earth is happening with the young lord? How could these three esteemed masters have such formidable foes? Besides Xiao Yuan, Zhao Huiming and Qiao Yin were nearly in tears. They had believed that following Xiao Yuan, with the protection of the three elite masters summoned by the Xiao family, their safety was assured. They thought they no longer had to worry about Ye Beixuan's ambush. Yet, to their dismay, Ye Beixuan did not arrive. Instead, the three supposed protectors faced an enemy first, and they were caught in the crossfire. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. He was equally baffled. When his father, Xiao Mingzhi, had summoned these three, He had confidently assured him that their protection would guarantee his safety. Was this the assurance he spoke of? He had encountered his fair share of disappointments, but never had he seen a father so oblivious to the plight of his son. For a moment, Xiao Yuan even doubted his own lineage. However, these thoughts were not the most pressing concerns. The outcome of the battle between the four formidable masters was of paramount importance. The gazes of Xiao Yuan and Zhao Huaiming were fixed at the center of the clash. As the dust began to clear, they were taken aback. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their hair stood on end. How could this be possible? In the distance, Ye Beixuan, transformed into a swordsman clad in green, stood tall, wielding his sword with an air of indifference. Despite the chaos of blades just moments before, his attire remained pristine, as if a celestial swordsman had descended to the mortal realm. Opposite him, two of the northern demons knelt on the ground, their arms dripping with blood of an ominous black hue. It fell to the earth like a lethal poison, corroding the ground and creating deep cavities. Their shoulders bore gaping wounds, deep enough to expose bone, extending down to their necks. Had they not been swift enough to evade, that single strike would have surely severed their throats. At this moment, the three northern demons were trembling in fear. The young swordsman before them was overwhelmingly formidable. The weight of his sword was suffocating, and the sheer terror of his swordsmanship made them question whether such prowess could truly belong to someone so young. The leader of the northern demons gazed deeply at Ye Beixuan, no longer harboring any disdain. Who exactly are you? We, the northern demons, have never wronged a master of your caliber. Why do you seek to trouble us? Although they practiced dark arts, they were not devoid of intelligence. They have thrived in the desolate north for an extended period, due in part to their formidable strength, and in part because they have never provoked the renowned sections. Now, this suddenly emerging young swordsman, possessing such terrifying prowess at such a tender age, could not possibly have been nurtured by an ordinary sect. Only the most prestigious of sects, or perhaps the direct disciples of some hidden celestial beings, could achieve such mastery. Ye Beixuan wielded his sword single-handedly, and in response to the inquiries of the three demons, he merely smiled gently. I am Luo Han. You have not wronged me, yet as a swordsman, it is my duty to uphold justice and embrace the chivalric spirit of the martial world. You three demons have committed numerous atrocities and conspired with the scoundrels of the greatly capital. Your evil deeds warrant your demise. Today, I shall rid the world of your scourge. Ye Beixuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a resolute determination to eliminate them. The expressions of the three demons darkened considerably. They understood that there was no way to resolve this peacefully. Chapter 182. Within 100 paces, this sword is unmatched. Slaying Xiao Yuan very well. Since you seek your own demise, we shall oblige you. The raspy voices of the three demons deepened, their bodies emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Do you truly believe we cannot subdue you? Allow us to demonstrate the true might of the three demons of the north. With that, they unleashed a furious roar, their crescent blades shimmering with ghostly shadows as they channeled their inner energy into their weapons. In an instant, the blades seemed to wail with the cries of 1,000 spirits, sending tremors through the hearts of those who beheld them. The bodies of the three demons moved in unison, merging into one formidable entity, their terrifying aura coalescing as they conjured three massive, curved blades above their heads. At that moment, they unveiled their utmost power. Blood Demon Blade, a calamity upon the world. This was a combination technique. The three swords, at this moment, were perfectly synchronized. The dozens of feet-long crimson blades surged forth like harbingers of death, engulfed in a thick, blood-red mist. It resembled a procession of vengeful spirits or the descent of a demonic moon. This technique, in both power and momentum, had amplified several times over from their previous assaults. It was precisely through such combined maneuvers that they had slain 8th-level grandmasters on multiple occasions. Confident in their invincibility, they believed that this strike would render them unparalleled. As this ultimate attack approached, Ye Beixuan's azure attire billowed in the crimson mist, making his form appear like a willow swaying in the wind. Yet, he exhibited not a trace of fear. In his grasp, the Yuanhong sword stood erect before him, with gentle strokes of his fingers across the blade. It seemed as though a tempest arose throughout the universe. In the astonished eyes of Xiao Yuan and the others, Ye Beixuan suddenly transformed into a colossal sword standing majestically against the heavens, with boundless sword energy swirling around him in a frenzied convergence. Behind him, the same profound swordsmanship surged forth. The sword intent of the late stage of the second realm was unleashed without reservation. Ye Beixuan opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand stirred. The blade transformed into an ancient white dragon, 100 steps flying sword. Ye Beixuan leapt suddenly, the soaring sword energy erupting magnificently. The white dragon roared, its powerful presence advancing boldly against the demonic blade. Wherever Ye Beixuan passed, the sword energy coalesced into a tempest, tearing the ground asunder with a long gash. Within 100 paces, this sword was unparalleled. With a thunderous roar, the white dragon dove into the sanguine mist. In an instant, the blood fog was violently rent apart. The clash between the demonic blade and the white dragon unleashed a tempest. Two extreme forces locked in a fierce standoff. The three demons of the northern desert trembled in their hearts, their skin sliced by the terrifying sword energy. An unprecedented fear surged within them. This sword was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, as if the heavens themselves sought to cleave them asunder. Yet, the three dared not evade. For they understood that should they fail to withstand this strike, their lives would be forfeit. Kill! The three roared in unison, their inner strength surging wildly. But against this unmatched sword, their desperate efforts proved futile. Crack! Crack! The crisp sounds echoed from the curved blades in their hands. Upon hearing these sounds, their expressions shifted dramatically. Bang! Instantly, their knives shattered beneath the unmatched brilliance of the sword, and they felt an unparalleled sharpness enveloping them with a cataclysmic force, piercing through their bodies. Ye Beixuan passed through with a single stroke, standing with his sword held behind his back, a single strand of hair falling by his ear. The three demons erupted with black blood, their eyes blankly staring at the broken blades in their hands. Bang! The bodies of the three disintegrated simultaneously, transforming into a cloud of blood mist scattered by the mountain winds. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 300 idol points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 300 idol points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 300 idol points. The series of system notifications echoed in Ye Beixuan's ears. Silence. The mountaintop descended into an eerie stillness. The tremors had drawn the attention of many figures within the surrounding pavilions. As they witnessed that earth-shattering sword, their hearts were swept away by an overwhelming shock. Xiao Yuan and his companions fell to the ground, utterly at a loss for words. However, upon seeing Ye Beixuan approach them steadily, their fear evaporated, and they all knelt before him. Young hero, we have no ties to the three demons of the northern desert. You must not kill us. The three, terrified by Ye Beixuan's imposing aura, were paralyzed with fear. They were merely three idle young masters, accustomed to a life of luxury, having never encountered such formidable prowess. Their instinct for self-preservation had reached its zenith. Otherwise, they would not have been so thoroughly intimidated by Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan had only encountered them once, having merely heard of Ye Beixuan's formidable reputation through the whispers of others. Yet, the young swordsman before them approached with measured steps. Spare us, young hero. We are willing to offer 1 million, no, 5 million taels of silver. Please, grant us mercy, they pleaded desperately. Indeed, my father is an official in the Ministry of Revenue, and my grandfather is the Marquis of Pingnan, one of the three dukes. We can afford it. You hold a grudge against the three demons of the north, but the Xiao family has not wronged you. You must not kill me, or my grandfather and the Xiao family will not let you go. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Xiao Yuan and his companions implored fervently, even resorting to veiled threats. The Xiao family was indeed a formidable entity, rumored to have an ancestor of divine stature presiding over them. Most would think twice before committing murder against such a formidable clan. However, a cold smile crept upon Ye Beixuan's lips. His purpose for coming here was precisely to eliminate them. The mention of the three demons of the north was merely a ruse. As Ye Beixuan stepped before Xiao Yuan and the others, he lowered his head slightly and offered a faint smile. Xiao Yuan, do you remember your elder brother, Xiao Lianshan? With those few words, the once fearful expression on Xiao Yuan's face froze in place. Zhao Huiming and Xiao Yan also gaped in shock. The three of them widened their eyes, staring intently at Ye Beixuan, their innate terror surging forth. Why you are? Xiao Yuan trembled, on the verge of uttering Ye Beixuan's name. But before he could finish, Ye Beixuan's sword descended. Three slender lines erupted from the necks of the young masters. Their heads rolled away, landing at Ye Beixuan's feet. In death, their eyes remained wide open, unyielding even in their final moments. Ultimately, they had met their demise at the hands of Ye Beixuan. After dispatching the three, Ye Beixuan waved his hand, obliterating their remains. Choosing not to depart, but instead leaping into the air. A surge of energy coalesced, and a voice resonated through the night sky. I, Luo, have journeyed here in pursuit of the three demons of the north, only to discover such a den of iniquity beyond the grand capital of Dali. Today, I invite you all to take a stroll along the path to the Yellow Springs. As Ye Beixuan's words echoed, his eyes narrowed, radiating an unprecedented aura of murderous intent. This was no mere pretense. He was genuinely intent on killing. Throughout his journey from the mountainside to the summit, he encountered no less than 20 or 30 similar establishments like the one where Xiao Yuan resided. Each of these venues housed several, if not dozens, of women. Particularly noteworthy was the Rakshasa tower behind Fahua Temple, from which a sickly red smoke emanated. The number of women within surely exceeded hundreds, all catering to the whims of young masters like Xiao Yuan or affluent gentlemen. This constituted a scandal of monumental proportions. However, the grand gathering at Fahua Temple occurred once every 3 years, and for countless years, no incidents had arisen. Even the missing girls were merely from ordinary families, at most. Those of the wealthy. However, the disappearance of those women could not have gone unnoticed by their families. Yet, over the years, not a whisper of their fate has surfaced. The events continue to unfold here as usual, revealing the immense power that lies behind the Fahua Temple. Chapter 183, the complete edition of the 6 cold techniques, Strength Surge. For the ordinary person, this is a place for offering incense and praying for blessings. Yet, for others, it is merely a celebration that occurs once every 3 years. Previously, Ye Beixuan believed that the Dali was corrupt, yet still a distant realm. For instance, Jiangzhou. However, he never anticipated such exaggeration just beyond the capital of Dali. This wretched emperor truly deserves to be slain. If you cannot govern your country, what right do you have to call yourself an emperor? Ye Beixuan's murderous intent surged forth. Like lightning flashing across the night sky, he held nothing back. Wherever his figure fell, cries of anguish echoed. Ye Beixuan was oblivious to the number of lives he had taken or the identities of those he vanquished. The blade of the Yuanhong's sword was drenched in blood. Ultimately, his body came to a halt atop the Rakshasa tower. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he struck down at the Rakshasa tower with a single sword. With a resounding crash, the towering structure fell. After completing this act, Ye Beixuan departed, vanishing into the night like a fleeting shadow. That night, the Fahua Temple plunged into a state unprecedented since its establishment. From the wreckage of the Rakshasa tower, hundreds of unconscious, disheveled women were carried out, alongside the bodies of several similarly attired men. Upon witnessing this scene, even the most naive understood the grim reality. The families of the missing women, who had initially believed their daughters were merely lost in the crowd, descended into madness upon discovering their daughters were taken from the back mountain of the Fahua Temple. Their lives uncertain, they rushed towards the monks of the temple. Among the families of these women were prominent merchants accompanied by numerous guards. In an instant, the Fahua Temple was reduced to rubble. It was not until the information reached the patrolling soldiers surrounding the area that order was restored. However, the soldiers, upon discovering the lifeless bodies of increasingly prominent officials, scholars, and wealthy merchants within the lofts, were left in shock. They hurriedly reported back to the capital that very night. As for the subsequent events, Ye Beixuan remained unaware. After slaying Xiao Yuan, he concealed his presence and swiftly made his way back to the capital. The 100-mile journey, under the full exertion of his abilities, was traversed in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Crossing the city walls, he returned directly to the Northern Town Pacification Department. That night, he was on duty. While the paper effigy was engaged in revelry with the 100 households, Ye Beixuan seized the opportunity during a visit to the restroom to completely destroy the paper figure and return to his true form within the Qinhu Hall. Casually, he continued to drink with his subordinates. An hour later, as the revelry concluded, Ye Beixuan leaped onto the wall of the Northern Town Protectorate, gazing into the city. Indeed, within 10 minutes, he sensed several formidable auras rising within the capital, heading towards the direction of the Fahua Temple. The 6 doors, the Eastern Bureau, and the Southern Town Protectorate's brocade guards were all in motion. Observing the direction from which these masters emerged, Ye Beixuan discerned that news of the events at the Fahua Temple had reached the capital. Where might that be? Ye Beixuan's brow furrowed slightly. Upon clarifying the direction, his pupils contracted ever so slightly. That was the Northern Ming Duke's manor. The forces behind the Fahua Temple could not possibly belong to the Northern Ming Duke, could they? A shadow flickered in Ye Beixuan's eyes. Before any further information could leak out, aside from the 6 doors and other departments, the only experts who could be mobilized were undoubtedly from the forces behind the Fahua Temple. It seemed that the Fahua Temple indeed had an extraordinary background. It appeared he had greatly offended the Northern Ming Duke this time. Yet, he remained unfazed. Descending from the wall of the Northern Town Protectorate, he entered the secret chamber of the 1,000 Households Hall and sat cross-legged on the bed, with Xiao Yuan and those 2 young gentlemen dead. Along with the numerous officials he had slain at the Fahua Temple, it was likely that a storm would soon engulf the entire capital. Particularly concerning was the Xiao family. Xiao Yuan was their direct heir, and it was said that the old man, Xiao Mingzhi, had but this one legitimate son, with the maternal family also possessing considerable power. In their pursuit of vengeance, the Xiao family would likely turn the capital upside down. However, they were seeking Luo Han, which had nothing to do with Ye Beixuan. He had remained within the Northern Town Protectorate that night, with witnesses and evidence at hand. No matter how unwilling they were, they could not trace it back to him. Ye Beixuan felt quite pleased. The Shao family had conspired with the Dragon God sect, attempting repeatedly to eliminate him, even causing the death of his own father at their hands. Killing Shao Yuan was merely a matter of interest. The true resolution lay in the complete eradication of both the Shao family and the Dragon God sect. However, both possessed unfathomable depth, far beyond his current capacity to contend with. Yet, Ye Beixuan did not rush. He had ample patience. With the system at his disposal, it would not be long before the time was ripe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Revenge is a must. Task completed. Reward complete edition of the Proud Cold 6 techniques. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the system's prompt echoed. A smile spread across his face. This task had taken so long. It was finally accomplished. Moreover, it was the complete edition of the Proud Cold 6 techniques. Boom. In Ye Beixuan's mind, the techniques from the second to the sixth forms of the Proud Cold 6 techniques surged forth from the depths of his memory. Ice sealed for 3 feet. Red apricot in the snow, peach blossoms in full bloom, seeking plum blossoms in the snow, and the final form, cold blade, ice heart. He remained seated in meditation for over an hour. Ye Beixuan had completely absorbed the profound insights of the 6 techniques of Ye. A look of astonishment graced his countenance, for he discovered that this technique was indeed a divine-level secret. Moreover, its grade was not in the slightest inferior to the 3 parts return to origin chi he had cultivated. While the 3 parts return to origin chi was formidable, its corresponding realm paled in comparison to the blade intent he was currently honing. His blade intent had already ascended to the 4th level. If the 4th level of blade intent were to be combined with the full manifestation of the 6 techniques of Ye, it would undoubtedly amplify his strength exponentially. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Beixuan directed his gaze towards his system panel. Chapter 184. The blade intent breaks through again, capable of battling the 9th level Grandmaster. During a night of fierce combat at the Fahua Temple, his points had once again reached 2,300. This figure was neither excessively high nor particularly low. It was sufficient to cultivate even a divine-level technique. System, engage in the cultivation of the 6 techniques of Ye. After 137 days of automatic cultivation, you have gained an understanding of the first technique, glance of the frigid cold, of the 6 techniques of Ye, and effortlessly brought the second technique, ice sealing 3 feet, to the introductory level. After 372 days of continuous cultivation, your martial skill ice sealing 3 feet has successfully broken through to proficiency. After 618 days. On this day of contemplating ice sealing 3 feet, a sudden insight occurs, and upon awakening, your skill has stepped into the pinnacle of minor achievement. After 800 days. As you continually absorb your previous insights into ice sealing 3 feet, you have today cultivated it to great achievement. After 130 days. You have brought ice sealing 3 feet to its maximum level and begun to contemplate the next technique, red apricot in the snow. After 384 days. You have grasped red apricot in the snow at the introductory level. After 537 days. After 942 days. Red apricot in the snow has reached great achievement. After 370 days. On the final day of automatic cultivation, you have successfully cultivated the third technique of the 6 techniques of Ye, red apricot in the snow, to its maximum level. While your blade intent has finally advanced further, reaching the mid-stage of the 4th level. Your comprehension of blade techniques has reached an unimaginable level. As this session of automatic cultivation concluded, anticipation filled the air for your next session of practice. Insights are being transmitted, please wait a moment. With the final notification from the system echoing in his mind, an endless stream of realizations began to manifest. The snow-drinking mad blade in his hand emitted a soft tremor. This was the innate spirituality of a treasured blade. Only the 6 techniques of Ye could unleash 120% of the snow-drinking mad blade's power. All around Ye Beixuan, terrifying blade radiance blossomed. Were it not for his desperate suppression, the sheer force of this blade radiance would have been sufficient to cleave the entire secret chamber asunder, even though the chamber was forged from the finest meteorite iron. In that moment, Ye Beixuan felt as though he had transformed into an unparalleled long blade, radiating boundless cold brilliance. The air around began to shimmer with delicate ice crystals and snowflakes. The imagery of red apricots amidst the snow and the 3-foot frost continuously transformed around him. This time, he sat in meditation until dawn broke. Only then did Ye Beixuan slowly open his eyes, which gleamed with an extraordinary sharpness, akin to that of a hawk, as if he could take a life with but a glance. Truly, his mastery of divine martial arts, albeit of the lowest grade, surpassed even the pinnacle of heavenly techniques. Perhaps I am now capable of challenging the 9 great masters. During this period of returning to the capital, though it seemed there were no pressing tasks, his strength had risen to a terrifying level. Despite still being at the 5th tier of the Great Master realm, his combat prowess had evolved beyond comparison to when he first returned. Should he encounter Wei Dongshan again, although he might still be outmatched, Ye Beixuan would certainly possess the means to resist. Presently, his strength in the capital could undoubtedly be regarded as formidable and not merely of an ordinary caliber. If he were to advance his cultivation further, ascending the Earth ranking would be a mere formality. Yet, the ancient beings atop that ranking were far too numerous, many having lingered at the pinnacle of the Great Master realm for decades, even centuries. Although their realms remained unchanged, their profound depth had been honed to a fearsome extent, reminiscent of the old wine master he had encountered previously. However, such old-timers were rarely met, as they were mostly preoccupied with breaking through to the celestial level and seldom ventured out. Having completed his meditation, Ye Beixuan stretched lazily and rose from the secret chamber. Stepping out of the thousand-house hall, it was now late in the morning, around 8 or nearly 9 o'clock. The Jinui on duty at the Northtown Protectorate had already clocked in. It was time for Ye Beixuan to conclude his shift. Before he could leave, a robust figure approached him with great strides. "Beixuan, my brother." The figure was unmistakably Lu Fengping. Upon seeing him, Ye Beixuan smiled slightly. "Lu Gu, you seem quite agitated. Has something occurred?" He feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Lu Fengping, who was on duty today, had evidently received news from Fahua Temple. As he joined Ye Beixuan, he asked, "Did you spend last night at the Northtown Protectorate?" Ye Beixuan nodded. "Indeed. Last night, I shared drinks with several hundred households and 1,000 households on duty until the stroke of midnight. I still have a bit of a headache now." Lu Fengping let out a sigh of relief. "That is good to hear. You see, a significant incident transpired at Fahua Temple last night. It has already drawn the attention of the 6 doors, the Eastern Factory, and our Jinui. I fear that by today's South Morning Court, His Majesty will also receive intelligence about it. Numerous officials from Fahua Temple have perished." At this, Lu Fengping glanced at Ye Beixuan. Even the young master Xiao Yuan of the Pingnan Marquis residence, as well as Zhao Huiming of the Zhao family and Qiao Yin of the Qiao family, are presently unaccounted for. Ye Beixuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Is this true? The 3 scoundrels, who conspired together, surely did not meet their demise there, did they? If so, it would indeed be a source of great satisfaction. It is indeed so. However, the truth remains uncertain. It appears that the Grand Pacifier must personally embark on a search. Beixuan, this matter was not instigated by you, was it? Lu Fengping, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired of Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan shook his head, expressing, "I too yearn to personally deal with those 3 wretches, yet they hail from esteemed families. I lack the capability." Lu Fengping chose to disregard Ye Beixuan's final remark, contemplating how easily one could eliminate a scion of a prominent family like Wei Yang, despite the absence of evidence. Yet, for those with true intent, who could remain unaware of such matters. Nonetheless, with the Wei family now branded as traitors, no one would dare to mention it further. Well then, as long as it is not your elder brother, I shall rest easy. You should return home to rest. I still need to pay a visit to the Grand Pacifier." Ye Beixuan and Lu Fengping parted ways without delay, leisurely making his way back to his residence. Along the route, he purchased a breakfast, and after satisfying his hunger, he returned home, feeling quite fatigued. After a day of relentless activity and no rest the previous night, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Ye Beixuan enjoyed a comfortable sleep. However, the entire capital was in an uproar. Chapter 185. The Xiao family's frenzy. Even celestial beings must face doom. Firstly, the troops of the Jinui and the 6 doors departed the city in the morning, heading directly towards Fahua Temple. As noon approached, a large contingent of soldiers set forth towards the temple, completely surrounding it so that not a single drop of water could pass through. It was not until the afternoon that news emerged. A monumental event had transpired at Fahua Temple the previous night. The towering Rakshasa tower on the temple's rear mountain was cleaved asunder by an unparalleled swordsman. Simultaneously, hundreds of missing young girls were discovered within the temple's confines. Investigations revealed that these girls had been abducted by the monks of Fahua Temple and imprisoned in the rear mountain, intended to amuse the dignitaries who came to pay their respects. Moreover, a cataclysmic battle erupted at Fahua Temple. A young swordsman who claimed to hail from the north dispatched the infamous trio of demonic masters known as the 3 demons of the north. Alongside them, the young masters they protected also fell in the fray. Furthermore, within the premises of the Guanqin building, the swordsman rescued a governor's daughter from the vicinity of the capital, who narrowly escaped defilement. The dignitaries who had been hunting in the rear mountain of the temple, with the exception of the initial group that fled, were all slain by the swordsman, including more than 3 officials of the 4th rank. In every location where these individuals had gathered, several missing women were invariably found. In an instant, the entire capital was abuzz with scandal. It was a shocking disgrace that high-ranking officials had taken advantage of the temple fair at Fa Temple as a venue for indulgence, only to be caught in the act. Such news could not be concealed, and it was rumored that the emperor in the palace, Xuanhe, was furious. In a moment of profound despair, he tore apart his most cherished masterpiece. He summoned the master of Fa Temple, Prince Biming, to the palace for a scathing reprimand, subsequently placing him under house arrest for 6 months. All the monks of Fa Temple had already been captured and executed on the spot, leading to the swift obliteration of this once magnificent temple that had dominated the surroundings of the capital. However, this was not the crux of the matter. At Zugfang, within the estate of the Pingnan Marquis, the deputy minister of revenue, Xiao Mingzhi, gazed in disbelief at the bodies covered by white cloth on the ground. This man, who had navigated the corridors of power for decades with an unyielding demeanor, now trembled uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down his aged cheeks as he hesitated, hands shaking, yearning to unveil the shroud, yet seemingly daunted by the act. It took him several agonizing minutes to muster the courage to lift the cloth. Beneath the white fabric lay not a complete form, but rather a gruesome collection of dismembered flesh and bone, accompanied by a token that could attest to Xiao Yuan's identity. This skeletal remains were of the Xiao family, desperately gathered, representing merely a third of the original body. My dear Yuan. Upon witnessing the horrific state of the corpse, Xiao Mingzhi could no longer contain his anguish and collapsed before his son's lifeless form. Behind him, a middle-aged woman, clad in elegant attire, fainted at the sight. The concubines surrounding Xiao Mingzhi fell to the ground, wailing as if in mourning, while Xiao Yuan's siblings knelt, echoing the despair. Their tears flowed as abundantly as rivers, though the sincerity of their grief remained uncertain. The manner in which they pinched their own thighs and wiped their eyes suggested that, aside from Xiao Mingzhi and the elegant woman, none were truly heartbroken. Had it not been for Xiao Mingzhi's imposing presence, they might have celebrated the occasion with firecrackers. Xiao Yuan was gone. The only legitimate son of Xiao Mingzhi had perished, which could imply an increase in the inheritance for the future of the Xiao family. If Xiao Mingzhi's legitimate wife were to adopt a child, the entire estate could potentially be theirs. This was nothing short of a tremendous fortune. Many among them felt their hearts race at the thought, intensifying their cries. Silence. Xiao Mingzhi, fully aware of his children's and concubines' true feelings, roared, plunging the courtyard into an eerie silence. Though tears glistened in his fierce eyes, he regained his composure. The murderer of Xiao Yuan had yet to be found, and his sole purpose was to avenge his son. Investigate. I demand that the entire realm of Dali be turned upside down to find the killer of my son, Luo Han. I will see him torn to pieces, along with all his family and kin, to pay for my son's demise. If the perpetrator is not discovered, you shall present your heads to me, Xiao Mingzhi declared through gritted teeth to his loyal guards. Yes, they all clasped their fists in acknowledgement and swiftly dispersed. Luo Han, the northern 3 demons. My son, it is I who have failed you. Father swore that regardless of the background of that Luo Han, he would certainly bring back his head to present before you, in honor of your spirit in the heavens. At this moment, Xiao Mingzhi resembled the most bloodthirsty of serpents. The death of his only legitimate son was an insurmountable wound. He had originally believed that only Ye Beixuan would disregard everything to seek the demise of Xiao Yuan. Yet, it turned out that this sudden emergence of Luo Han had carelessly taken his son's life. This left him with an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Fifth Elder, at the sight of Yuan's corpse, did you uncover anything unusual? Did that Luo Han truly use a sword, not a knife? Xiao Mingzhi inquired of a man in his 60s who stood a short distance away. Even at this moment, he remained suspicious of Ye Beixuan. This elder, Xiao Che, was a senior figure in the Xiao clan, his mastery having reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster 9th level, rivaling Wei Dongshan. The Xiao family had existed since the establishment of the Great Departure Nation, its heritage far surpassing that of the Wei family, which had only risen in prominence over the past century. Today, Elder Xiao Che had been summoned by Xiao Mingzhi from the ancestral grounds to personally search for Xiao Yuan at Fa Temple. Xiao Che nodded slightly. Young master, I can confirm that he indeed used a sword, a prodigious talent in the way of the sword. Moreover, he is merely in his 20s. To achieve such prowess at his age, it is certain he has trained in swordsmanship since childhood. Xiao Mingzhi's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Trusting Elder Xiao Che's words, he knew as a martial artist himself that even the most gifted of prodigies could not simultaneously cultivate both sword and knife. Such an endeavor would not only hinder progress, but also affect future potential, let alone reaching the level of slaying the formidable 3 demons of Ma Bei. Could it be that his son's demise truly bore no relation to Ye Beixuan? Fifth Elder, I implore you to make another effort and bring back everyone who has come into contact with Luo Han. I wish to interrogate them personally. Understood. Xiao Che nodded, his figure vanishing in an instant. Once all arrangements were in place, Xiao Mingzhi turned his gaze once more to Xiao Yuan's lifeless body, gently caressing it. Yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable madness. My son, wait for me. It won't be long before I return with Luo Han's head, allowing you to rest in peace. You must wait. I shall not let your death be in vain. To dare slay the son of Xiao Mingzhi. Even if Luo Han has celestial backing, I will ensure he pays in blood, and that Ye Beixuan, regardless of whether you lifted your hand. I shall send you to hell. Chapter 186. A Supreme Master's Assassination, The Winds Rise. With that, Xiao Mingzhi swiftly made his way to a hidden chamber. Within that chamber, a figure cloaked in black appeared. Upon seeing this figure, Xiao Mingzhi regained his previous air of authority, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Master Ming, what is the situation in the south? The cloaked figure nodded slightly upon hearing Xiao Mingzhi's words. Everything has been arranged. The 10th Dragon Spirit has personally devised the plan, and 3 of the top 10 masters of our Dragon God sect have already departed for the south. The southern region has been parched for over a month, and the populace has reached their breaking point. At this juncture, a mere spark could ignite both Chang and Ping states, heralding the onset of a cataclysmic era for the Dali Dynasty. Xiao Mingzhi nodded. Very well. I shall entrust this fire to you. I will ensure that the commanders of Changzhou and Pingzhou cooperate with you. Thank you, Lord Xiao. I shall take my leave now, and I look forward to your favorable news. In the capital city, within the rear courtyard of the Bureau of Music, a middle-aged man, broad of face and with a full forehead, dressed in a leisurely long robe, was contentedly feeding the fish in the lake below. Countless koi darted eagerly beneath the food he scattered, creating a shimmering spectacle upon the water's surface. To navigate the Bureau of Music with such ease, coupled with his distinctly noble countenance, one need not guess his identity. He was none other than the Prince of Beiming, a rare noble remaining in the capital. Although he had been summoned today by the Emperor Xuanhe and scolded harshly, the prince seemed utterly indifferent. After decades of mediocrity, what did a reprimand matter? Master. A shadowy figure appeared silently behind the prince, resembling a wraith. Yes, what is it? The figure knelt on one knee. Master, Xiao Mingzhi has already commenced his actions. The Beiming prince laughed heartily, scattering the remaining fish food, prompting the koi to leap from the water in a frenzied competition for the morsels. Excellent. It seems that fellow is growing anxious. With his son recently deceased, Xiao Mingzhi must be flustered. Too bad we couldn't draw out that old fox from the Xiao family. No matter, let him take the lead and probe the situation above. Understood. Unbeknownst to Ye Beixuan, the upheaval outside, he continued to slumber until dusk, awakening refreshed. Rising, he enjoyed dinner under Yao's attentive care. Concurrently, the housekeeper, Tang Kaiwei, reported on the happenings within the capital. Ye Beixuan nodded. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he had surmised much of it, especially the sorrowful expressions of the Xiao, Zhao, and Xiao families upon witnessing the corpses of his 3 sons. His spirits soared, prompting him to indulge in an extra 2 bowls of rice. Come, Yao Kaiwei. Accompany me for a stroll. After dinner, feeling a sense of leisure, Ye Beixuan decided to venture out, something he hadn't done in quite some time. Typically, at this hour, he would either be at home or laboring at the Sifong Tower. Upon hearing his words, Yao and Tang Kaiwei exhibited no hesitation. Given their master's interest, they were eager to accompany him, having not ventured outdoors in a while. Thus, the trio strolled out of the estate, meandering along the streets leading from Yi Manor. The locality of Ye Beixuan's residence was known as Yong'an Alley, which, while not central to the capital, still held its charm. Yet, it was indeed extraordinarily vibrant, far more bustling than the place he had previously resided. Numerous shops lined the streets. Though Ye Beixuan had just satisfied his hunger, his physique as a grandmaster meant that even more food was welcome. Thus, as he strolled, he could not resist indulging in the various delicacies he encountered, causing both Yao and Tang Kaiwei to have round little bellies. Young master, truly, I cannot eat another bite. Enough, enough, Yao exclaimed, her petite face contorting in distress as she noticed Ye Beixuan preparing to acquire more osmanthus cake from a honey stall. Tang Kaiwei, too, displayed remnants of her earlier delicacies on her delicate visage, her hand clutching a distinctive iced beverage from the capital. In a past dynasty, such iced drinks were quite expensive. Yet here they were commonplace and plentiful, with a delightful taste. Upon hearing the girl's words, Ye Beixuan chuckled heartily, ready to respond, when suddenly a subtle frown crossed his brow. In that fleeting moment, he sensed as if an unseen serpent had its eyes trained upon him. This sensation was exceedingly covert, vanishing almost instantaneously. Had it not been for his remarkably sharp sixth sense, he might have overlooked it entirely. What is happening? During this period, I have been nothing but honest and have engaged in no dubious activities. Why would someone be targeting me? Ye Beixuan felt perplexed. Aside from the previous night, when he visited Fahua Temple to eliminate Xiao Yuan and his cohorts, he had remained secluded in the capital for over half a month. His days were spent indulging in wine and honing his martial skills. Where could such an adversary emerge from? His intuition indicated that these individuals would be formidable foes. Could it be that the deranged Xiao Mingzhi sought revenge after the death of his son? Ye Beixuan deemed it unlikely. For he was confident in his ability to conceal his identity. No one would suspect that Luo Han was him. If this were the case, even if Xiao Mingzhi harbored animosity, he would surely prioritize finding the true culprit behind his son's demise rather than dispatching assassins after him. Disregarding the matter, Ye Beixuan thought. Here in the capital, any attempt to act against him would be met with severe consequences, regardless of one's background. He was unconcerned, for there were already prohibitions in place in the capital forbidding confrontations involving those of Grandmaster mid-stage and above. Should such a conflict arise, it would be met with merciless retribution, as any engagement at that level would inevitably lead to the demise of innocence. Thus, Ye Beixuan continued to wander the streets with his little maid, unperturbed. As the moon reached its zenith, he returned home, having thoroughly enjoyed his evening. He playfully patted Yaoer on her pert backside, instructing her, "Let us return to our chambers." Yaoer, sensing something amiss, nodded obediently. "Young master, please be careful." Before retreating to her room, the courtyard was quiet and devoid of life, save for the cool night breeze rustling through the yard, creating a soft, whispering sound. Suddenly, two piercing sounds sliced through the air. In the next moment, beneath the moonlight, two icy blades gleamed with a chilling light, hurtling towards Ye Beixuan at a terrifying velocity. "A troop of buffoons, since you seek death, I shall oblige." Ye Beixuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. He did not flinch or retreat. His fingers shot forth with remarkable swiftness, faster than the dark projectiles themselves. With a flick of his hand, two butterfly shurikens appeared in his grasp. With a sudden surge of his arm, the shurikens were propelled back with even greater speed than they had arrived. However, they each found nothing but empty air, tracing arcs before vanishing into the night. Immediately thereafter, two figures, akin to phantoms, retreated into the distance. Ye Beixuan's gaze finally brightened. Masters. And, indeed, top-tier masters. Chapter 187. Iron chains grasping souls, grim reapers claiming lives. Prepare for death. His previous strike had merely been a casual gesture. Yet, even a typical grandmaster of the third or fourth tier could not withstand it, let alone evade it effortlessly. A commendable skill set, should such a talent be present among you. He, too, was bold in his artistry. With a swift motion, the snow-drinking mad blade appeared in his hand. The wind god leg was unleashed, transforming him into a swirling vortex as he pursued the two figures. The dimly lit capital, under the cloak of night, fell into silence. The two cloaked figures executed unparalleled lightness of foot, moving gracefully under the moonlight. Yet, no matter how swift their pace, a whirlwind pursued them closely. In the brief span of an incense stick's burn, three figures swiftly traversed the city walls, heading towards a desolate hillside. Is this the place? Ye Beixuan surveyed the stretch of trees. Though no figures were visible, he could sense a terrifying murderous intent lurking. Since we have arrived, there is no need to spare your lives. A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Beixuan's eyes. With a gentle push of his palm, the snow-drinking mad blade fell into his grasp. The chaotic emotion slash. Ye Beixuan swung his blade down. A tremendous surge of blade energy erupted, manifesting into a colossal arc of light stretching dozens of meters, aimed fiercely at the two cloaked figures. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Ye Beixuan's response to be so swift and ruthless, unleashing a crushing force from the outset. In a desperate bid, they unleashed their full power, each delivering a palm strike to counter the blade. Two waves of overwhelming palm energy surged forth to meet the descending sword. Yet, Ye Beixuan's swordsmanship was already terrifyingly formidable, far beyond what an ordinary grandmaster could rival. The immense blade energy crashed down upon the two mighty palms with a thunderous roar echoing through the void. An endless intent of the blade surged forth, slicing through the two palms in an instant, descending unerringly upon the cloaked figures. As their lethal maneuver was thwarted, fear and astonishment washed over the two figures, and they found themselves utterly unable to evade in time. With a resounding crash, the blade energy swept past, cleaving the ground and carving out a deep chasm spanning dozens of meters. In the depths of the ravine, two mounds of flesh still exuded fresh blood. Yet, Ye Beixuan paid them no heed. His silhouette vanished into the embrace of the forest, where an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Not even the chirping of insects or the songs of birds could be heard. Only a chilling breeze swept through. Concealed yet revealing, the Thousand House had arrived. yet still remained hidden. Ye Beixuan remained steadfast, his voice cold as he called out. At this juncture, he discerned that the two figures cloaked in black were undoubtedly professional assassins. They had remained utterly silent throughout their approach. Few in the entire capital could dispatch such formidable killers. With a resounding clang, as Ye Beixuan's voice faded, the atmosphere began to tremble once more. Iron chains clanked ominously from all directions, seemingly imbued with a peculiar enchantment, producing a melodious and crisp sound upon collision with the air. These chains moved with an alarming swiftness, converging from all angles, creating an inescapable net. For an ordinary individual, escape would be impossible. However, Ye Beixuan was no ordinary man. His prowess had reached a terrifying zenith. His icy gaze swept the surroundings. The chains, akin to specters of death, were the handiwork of the assassins of the Shadowless Tower. But you, specters, cannot bind me. Summon forth those Yama kings instead. Ye Beixuan smirked coldly. Once more, he wielded the snow-drinking mad blade, unleashing a freezing aura. In an instant, the air around him was enveloped in frost. This technique was the pinnacle of defense from the Proud Six techniques. Everything within the blade's reach was encased in 3 feet of ice and snow. Even the approaching chains faltered, unable to breach this frigid barrier. Within this 3-foot domain, Ye Beixuan reigned supreme. Indeed, the ice does not form in a single day. Simultaneously, this maneuver could also serve as an offensive strike. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Beixuan swung the snow-drinking mad blade horizontally, unleashing a barrage of ice and snow in all directions. The blade's energy erupted forth, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds and anguished cries. In a mere instant, ancient trees within 100 meters were cleaved in half. Beyond that distance, 9 figures stood poised in various positions. The Shadowless Tower certainly spared no expense, dispatching an entire squad of spectral agents. Ye Beixuan remarked indifferently upon seeing the 9 figures. He was somewhat familiar with the Shadowless Tower, which accepted all who wished to become assassins, offering them tasks. It was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, and its headquarters nurtured countless terrifying entities. Among the most renowned were the 4 Ghost Emperors, the 10 Yama Kings, the 30 Ghost Generals, and the 270 Spectral Agents. For every 9 Spectral Agents, 1 Ghost General led them. It was rumored that a complete squad of Spectral Agents could assassinate a master of the 8th or 9th level. These are merely the surface manifestations of their power. One can only imagine the formidable strength of the Shadowless Pavilion. As the foremost organization within the realm of assassins, its influence extends across the 5 great nations. Upon having their identities recognized, the spectral enforcers of the Shadowless Pavilion offered no superfluous explanations, their silence profound as they fixated their gaze upon Ye Beixuan, searching for the slightest flaw to deliver a fatal strike. After a brief pause, the 9 figures moved in unison once more, weaving an immense web in an attempt to ensnare Ye Beixuan. Should he become surrounded, the unseen specter leader lurking in the shadows would unleash a devastating blow. This intricate method of assassination was impressive, evoking admiration even from Ye Beixuan himself. Truly, they were deserving of their title as the unparalleled organization in the assassin world. Their coordination impeccable, though these spectral enforcers were merely at the 4th or 5th tier of Grandmaster cultivation. They posed a significant threat to those at the 7th or 8th tier. However, to Ye Beixuan, they remained insufficient. Wielding his long blade, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. Rather, he pressed down upon the 9 enforcers, their expressions shifting with every passing moment. It seemed the Shadowless Pavilion's enforcer team was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just as Ye Beixuan felt a moment of relaxation, a lethal beam of sword light surged from behind him, striking towards his heart with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. This strike was both urgent and fierce, executed with impeccable precision, emanating an aura so terrifying that only a late-stage Grandmaster could unleash such a deadly technique. Simultaneously, the 9 enforcers engaged in battle with Ye Beixuan unleashed their ultimate powers, determined to distract him from the impending doom. In an instant, the terrifying assassination tactic shifted the tide of the confrontation. Yet, Ye Beixuan laughed heartily, declaring that a swarm of ants dared to contend with the brilliance of the full moon, eagerly awaiting the specter commander of the Shadowless Pavilion. In the face of this nearly fatal strike, Ye Beixuan was already prepared. Upon encountering these enforcers, he had surmised that a specter commander was surely lurking nearby, poised to strike, a pivotal element of this assassination. With the technique known as 3 parts return to vital energy, Ye Beixuan did not flinch. A layer of terrifying vital energy erupted around him, unparalleled in ferocity. This vital energy did not dissipate. Rather, it continuously gathered, emanating from his entire being and surging towards the crown of his head, forming a sphere wholly composed of vital energy. The moment this sphere became visible, it seemed as though heaven and earth themselves altered in hue, a brilliant white light shooting skyward, causing the clouds above to roil. The fierce winds howled, shrouding the atmosphere in mist, where flashes of lightning flickered ominously, as if heralding the end of days. The three parts return to vitality is a synthesis of the wind god's leg, the cloud-pushing palm, and the frosty heaven fist, three unparalleled martial arts techniques that collectively embody the essence of their respective powers. The synergy amongst these divine skills is impeccably seamless. Once unleashed, it invokes awe in both gods and spirits alike. Kill! Ye Beixuan roared, his palm striking forcefully outward. The terrifying sphere of vital energy erupted with a thunderous explosion, enveloping all the assassins from the shadowless pavilion within its grasp. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The assassins found themselves ensnared by the overwhelming force of the three parts return to vitality before they even had a moment to react. Any who dared to touch this lethal technique felt as though they had encountered the most formidable barrier in existence, rendering them utterly immobile in an instant. How could this be possible? Not only the specters, but even the Grandmaster-level Ghost Commander, who had stealthily launched an ambush from behind Ye Beixuan, widened his eyes in disbelief. They had executed countless assassinations since their inception, with their pinnacle achievement being the demise of an injured Grandmaster at the 9th layer with their fatal strike. Yet now, they were thwarted by this mere mid-phase Grandmaster. Moreover, they sensed the terrifying nature of the vital energy sphere, a chilling aura of death igniting within their hearts. This sensation compelled them to retreat frantically, without a second thought. Nothing is impossible, explode. Ye Beixuan offered them no chance for escape. His palm struck again, unleashing the full might of the three parts returned to vitality's vital energy. With a deafening roar, an explosion erupted around Ye Beixuan, illuminating the dark night. A wave of light expanded outward, scattering debris and flora. Everything engulfed by the vital energy was reduced to mere dust, including the assassins, who screamed in agony as their bodies disintegrated into ashes. The might of this single strike was truly horrifying. Ye Beixuan regulated his breathing, suppressing the rampant vital energy. In an instant, the chaos subsided and the storm calmed. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, surveying the ground which bore a massive crater, several dozen meters wide, stained with traces of blood. Yet, the cloaked figures had vanished without a trace, their remains obliterated. Truly, the three parts return to vitality lives up to its reputation. That last strike consumed half of my vital energy. In its wake, it seems only those at the 9th layer Grandmaster level could hope to survive. Ye Beixuan felt a deep satisfaction with the power of this technique. How could the wretches from the shadowless pavilion have targeted me? Could it have been orchestrated by those rascals, Xiao Yuan and his ilk? Contemplating briefly, he deemed it quite plausible. He had only a few enemies. The elder Xiao Mingzhi had just lost his son today and would not have the swiftness of reaction to place a bounty on him so quickly. As for the Dragon God sect, they were the greatest villains themselves. Why would they require the shadowless pavilion to commit murder? Only those few individuals from Xiao Yuan, perhaps terrified for their own lives, sought to harness the power of these assassins to eliminate their own fears. Upon realizing this, Ye Beixuan could not help but smirk disdainfully. It seemed that Xiao Yuan and his companions were indeed more cowardly than he had anticipated. As for the shadowless pavilion, Ye Beixuan dismissed it entirely, considering it merely a sharpening stone for his blade, hoping their lives would prove sufficiently resilient. With a swift motion, Ye Beixuan sheathed his sword and vanished from sight. Half an hour after his departure, two cloaked figures silently arrived at the desolate mountain, their eyes widening in shock at the scene of devastation and the final, terrifying pit. The entire 20th squad had been annihilated. They needed to report this calamity to their leader. Upon returning home, Yaoer and Tang Kaiwei remained awake, both acutely aware that Ye Beixuan had encountered foes. Only upon witnessing their master return unscathed did they breathe a sigh of relief. "Master, are you unhurt?" Yaoer anxiously examined Ye Beixuan from head to toe. With a slight smile, Ye Beixuan reassured her, "Do not worry. A pack of worthless curs cannot harm me." Once she confirmed that he bore no injuries, Yaoer felt at ease. "All right, it is getting late. You should rest." Ye Beixuan yawned and addressed the two women. Upon entering his chamber, he gazed at his system panel, noticing an addition of 2,800 idle points. A smile spread across his face as he reflected on the individuals from the shadowless pavilion, who had inadvertently become an excellent source of experience. Merely one squad had bestowed upon him such a bounty. If he were to vanquish all 30 of their squads, he would surely prosper. It was time to elevate his realm. Only upon reaching the latter stages of the Grandmaster level would he be truly fearless. With a flicker of movement, Ye Beixuan entered the secluded chamber for his meditation. System. Engage the innate Yin Yang scripture. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 2,800 idol points to cultivate the innate yin-yang scripture. Chapter 189. Breaking through to the 7th level of Grandmaster, Combat Power Source. After 419 days of diligent cultivation, you begin to sense the gradual advancement of the innate yin-yang scripture. You have entered the mid-stage of the 4th level. After 1042 days of relentless effort, your internal energy circulates smoothly, and with your exceptional talent, your comprehension of the innate yin-yang scripture deepens profoundly. Today you have stepped into the late stage of the 4th level. After 1760 days, you once again encounter obstacles in your cultivation journey. As your realm ascends, you are compelled to invest more time refining your true energy. Fortunately, your extraordinary talent renders you impervious to such setbacks. Successfully, you have brought the innate yin-yang scripture to the pinnacle of the 4th level. On the 2156th day of his retreat, your innate yin-yang scripture has reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage, and it has begun to surge towards the 5th stage. On the 2600th day, you have finally stepped into the 5th stage of the innate yin-yang scripture, simultaneously feeling the tumultuous fluctuations of vital energy within your body. Ding. Current retreat point insufficient. This retreat has concluded, and insights are being transmitted. Please wait a moment. In Ye Beixuan's mind, as the final system prompt faded, an overwhelming torrent of enlightenment surged forth. Concurrently, an immense wave of vital energy erupted from within him, frantically coursing towards his meridians from his dantian. The familiar sensation of ascension enveloped him. His cultivation had already reached the zenith of the Grandmaster's 5th stage. With a crisp sound of breakthrough, he naturally advanced to the final realm of the mid-stage Grandmaster. However, the surging vital energy continued to surge. In the blink of an eye, his realm ascended once more. Mid-stage Grandmaster 6. Late-stage Grandmaster 6. Pinnacle of late-stage Grandmaster 6. With yet another breakthrough resounding in his mind, Ye Beixuan felt his entire aura reach an unimaginable level, accompanied by a tremendous amplification of his physical strength. Grandmaster 7. This was the true late stage of the Grandmaster. The continuous vital energy washed over Ye Beixuan's body, and he diligently refined the insights from this breakthrough. As dawn approached, Ye Beixuan finally opened his eyes. A magnificent aura swept across the surroundings, forming a tempest. Disperse. With a wave of his hand, the storm vanished in an instant. Rising to his feet, he directed his internal power into his legs, and his entire being began to soar into the air. This was not a leap aided by external forces, but a genuine flight. Although the flight of a late-stage Grandmaster cannot be sustained for long, it nonetheless brought an excited smile to Ye Beixuan's face. The feeling of being able to fly unaided was truly exhilarating. This was the hallmark of a late-stage Grandmaster. From this moment forth, he fully embraced the pinnacle of the Grandmaster. Testing his capabilities for half a stick of incense, Ye Beixuan gradually calmed his mind. He now felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him, incomparable to his previous state. This breakthrough had significantly amplified his power to an unfathomable degree. Beneath the earthly ranking, no rival remained. Even Wei Dongshan could be vanquished. Recalling the sense of helplessness he felt when facing Wei Dongshan not long ago, he now realized that in this brief span, even that old adversary was no longer his match. Ye Beixuan was quite satisfied with the pace of his advancement. At present, with the heavens and men not intervening, it seemed exceedingly difficult for anyone to pose a lethal threat to him. Even if he could not win, escaping would be effortless. Time to get to work. Ye Beixuan stretched lazily and stepped out of his door. Days passed in succession. Ye Beixuan's life had once again returned to a semblance of tranquility. The Xiao family, in collaboration with the Zhao and Qiao families, was fervently scouring the realm for information regarding the Northern Sword Master, Luo Han. This Luo Han had achieved fame through a single battle. Although the precise age of this prodigious talent remained unknown, reports circulating from the scene suggested he could not be more than 20 years old. Yet he had already slain the long-revered 3 demons of the North. Such extraordinary aptitude would surely see him ascend the rankings in no time. Following an assassination attempt on Ye Beixuan, the Shadowless Pavilion had fallen silent. It was unclear whether they had abandoned the mission or had encountered unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the entire capital was abuzz with news of the untimely demise of Xiao Yuan, the legitimate son of the current Minister of Revenue from the Pingnan Marquisate. This prominent figure of the Dali Dynasty had met his end under baffling circumstances, igniting considerable speculation. However, none of this pertained to Ye Beixuan. It was not until 10 days later, on his way home after his shift, that Ye Beixuan encountered a magnificent steed rushing towards the imperial city from outside the gates. Its rider calling out urgently, 3,000 miles, urgent. Everyone, clear the way. The sight of the galloping horse drew gasps from onlookers. 3,000 miles, urgent. This undoubtedly signified the highest level of news in Dali. Ye Beixuan, taken aback, sensed that significant events were afoot. However, he quickly dismissed it from his mind. For he was merely a member of the Jinui, and such matters were beyond his concern. The following day, as per his usual routine, Ye Beixuan arrived at the North Town Pacification Office to clock in for work. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard the Jinui discussing a tumultuous situation. Have you heard? Chaos has erupted in Huainan. The grain dispatched by the Court for Disaster Relief has been discovered to be empty. What? That was the relief grain. Huainan has suffered from drought for over a month, and the people have reaped nothing. The rivers within Huainan are nearly dry. Although it has finally rained, the crops have perished, and they were relying on this aid to survive. If the grain is void, the people of Huainan. Alas, who could argue otherwise? This was grain painstakingly gathered by the Ministry of Revenue. To err on the side of caution, I heard they even dispatched the guards from Chongping's 2 prefectures, accompanied by 50,000 elite soldiers for protection. Even if heavenly beings were to attack, they would be able to fend them off, yet the worst has still transpired. The commanders of those 2 prefectures must be terrified. What does this matter? If the famine in Huainan cannot be resolved, it may incite rebellion. Rebellion in the 2 prefectures would be enough to give the court a severe headache. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you courting death? At that moment, someone noticed Ye Beixuan's arrival and hurriedly saluted him. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly and stepped into the North Town Pacification Office, his mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 190. The onset of chaos. The return of celestial beings. He was well aware of the drought afflicting Huainan. This year, Huainan had endured a calamity unprecedented in 3 centuries. Even before the reign of Emperor Xuanhe, there had been numerous attempts to dispatch celestial beings to the Huainan region in hopes of inducing artificial rainfall, all of which had met with failure. After all, no matter how formidable a celestial being may be, they are ultimately powerless against the vastness of 2 provinces. Eventually, rain did fall, but by then the crops had long since withered. The populace of Huainan awaited the relief supplies, only to find that they had vanished at the most critical juncture. Even if the court were to organize another grain transfer, it would take at least a month or 2 to gather sufficient quantities. In that span, the people would either starve or rise in rebellion. The common folk can endure much hardship, but when faced with the specter of starvation, who would heed the law? While the commoners may not pose much of a threat to the Great Li, such a grave situation regarding grain supplies could not have arisen without the involvement of numerous unseen forces. If these factions were indeed orchestrating events from the shadows, it would spell great trouble. Just as Lord Qianhu settled into the Qianhu Hall, Li Cheng entered with a grave expression. Li Shu, what brings you here? The town protector has summoned you. He sent a guard to inform you, but you were not present, Li Cheng replied. Ye Beixuan raised an eyebrow. What could Zhou Xing want with me? Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Beixuan, have you heard about the situation in Huainan? As Ye Beixuan descended from his position, Li Cheng inquired. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly. I overheard some discussions at the entrance. Everyone seems to be talking about it. I learned that His Majesty convened the 6 ministries, the town protector, as well as the junior generals from the 6 doors and the Eastern Depot last night, all regarding this matter. Now that you have arrived, it seems the town protector may assign this task to you. However, I believe it would be wise to avoid it if possible. This assignment is fraught with complications and peril. Li Cheng expressed his concern to Ye Beixuan. As the current head of the Northern Town Protectorate and a leading figure in the Jinui, renowned for both his investigative prowess and martial skills, Ye Beixuan might very well be called upon to investigate such a significant case. In response to Li Cheng's apprehensions, Ye Beixuan merely smiled. He felt no fear of any case and was keenly aware that the turmoil in Huainan may indeed be linked to the Dragon God cult. Since the assassination incident in the capital, the cult had seemingly vanished from sight. Ye Beixuan had long suspected that they were planning something grand. With such a major event now unfolding, he found it utterly implausible that it bore no connection to the Dragon God cult. Although he possessed no concrete evidence, he trusted his instincts. Upon arriving at the town protectorate, the guards outside readily allowed Ye Beixuan to enter. Your subordinate pays respects to the town protector, he saluted, clasping his fists toward Zhou Sheng, who sat centrally. Zhou Sheng waved his hand. Rise. He then lifted a teacup from the table. Taking a sip while casting a knowing glance at Ye Beixuan, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Behold, Beixuan, it has come to my attention that the young scion of the Xiao family, along with the scions of the Zhao and Chao families, have met their demise. Ye Beixuan chuckled heartily. It appears that heaven has indeed cast its gaze upon us. I have also heard that they perished while indulging in the company of women, nearly tarnishing the honor of a governor's daughter in the process. Such scoundrels are truly unworthy of lamentation. Zhou Xing scrutinized Ye Beixuan, his gaze flitting back and forth. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why do you seem so elated? As you have stated, my lord, they are my adversaries. when foes meet their end. How could one not revel in joy? I even set off a couple of firecrackers at home in celebration. Ye Beixuan sensed a flicker of doubt in Zhou Sheng's demeanor. After all, he had served as a Jinhui for many years and possessed a keen sensitivity to matters of intrigue, particularly in recent days. The entire realm of Dali had been fervently searching for the elusive Luo Han, who, after a single appearance, seemed to vanish without a trace. Even the Pingnan Marquis' estate had scoured the vicinity of the capital, yet the young swordsman remained unfound. Regarding Ye Beixuan's prowess, others may be oblivious. Yet he was acutely aware. From the information obtained from the old drunkard, he knew that Ye Beixuan possessed the strength to vanquish Wei Yu. Most crucially, the old drunkard had once revealed that Ye Beixuan wielded a sword. However, this knowledge was confined to Zhou Sheng and the old drunkard alone. When Zhou Sheng later reported, he shielded Ye Beixuan, claiming that Wei Yu had been grievously wounded by the old drunkard before being dispatched by Ye Beixuan, omitting any mention of the sword. Now, with the passage of time, and considering Ye Beixuan's prodigious rate of advancement, eliminating one of the Northern Desert's three devils was not beyond the realm of possibility. Observing Zhou Sheng's peculiar expression, Ye Beixuan felt a slight twinge of unease. Indeed, he could deceive everyone, yet the old drunkard had witnessed the simultaneous flash of his blade and sword. He had underestimated the situation. Nevertheless, Ye Beixuan was confident that Zhou Sheng would remain loyal to him, as long as he steadfastly denied any implications. No one would possess evidence to the contrary. After all, there were witnesses to his actions that day. Zhou Sheng smiled gently. Let us not dwell on this matter. The reason I sought you out today is to discuss a significant task. With that, Zhou Sheng's countenance grew solemn. He tossed a document onto the table before Ye Beixuan. Take a look. Ye Beixuan reached out and accepted the document, his eyes scanning the contents. Upon a cursory glance, his pupils contracted slightly. The case of the missing grain supplies from Huainan had indeed surfaced. Ye Beixuan composed himself, carefully perusing the case file. The general outline detailed the process of grain transportation. This current shipment was originally planned to proceed overland, although land transport would be a dozen days slower than water transport. The rivers within Huainan had dried up, rendering them incapable of supporting large vessels. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed as planned. However, none anticipated that during transit, news of a torrential downpour in Huainan would emerge, re-establishing the viability of water transport. Consequently, the commanding officer overseeing the grain transport promptly adjusted the plan, converting land transport to water transport, resulting in an arrival 7 days ahead of schedule. For this, the emperor was exceedingly pleased. However, as the provisions were being transported to the provincial city, the governors of the two states jointly opened the ship's hold, intending to utilize this batch of supplies to stabilize the populace. A horrifying scene unfolded. Within the holds of the 100 large vessels carrying the grain, there was not a single grain to be found. The citizens of Huainan were taken aback upon receiving this news, and in the glaring spotlight of public attention, there was no way to conceal the truth. This immediately incited public outrage. Fortunately, the suppression was timely, preventing a major upheaval. Nevertheless, the news of the grain's disappearance spread rapidly. The region of Huainan has already begun to stir with unrest. Fortunately, the governors of both areas have jointly assured that the case will be resolved within half a month, pledging to recover the provisions. They also plan to collect grain from wealthy households, albeit this would only provide a minimal respite. However, should the grain remain unfound within the stipulated time, the credibility of the court may suffer irreparable damage. After reviewing the case documents, Ye Beixuan closed the file and looked towards Zhou Sheng. Do you wish for me to investigate this matter? Chapter 191. The 8 Styles of the Heavenly Blade. The demon subduing pass. Zhou Sheng sighed and nodded. Indeed, this incident is of utmost significance, prompting His Majesty to summon the Jinhui, the 6 doors, and the Eastern Depot into action. In our Jinhui, you are the only one capable of undertaking such a grave responsibility. I am aware that this mission is fraught with peril. Zhou Sheng continued, gazing at Ye Beixuan. Are you intending to confront the Shao family? Ye Beixuan paused momentarily. Zhou Sheng's insinuation was nearly overt. He nodded. If the opportunity arises, I certainly shall not let the Shao family escape unscathed. The Shao family wields immense power, and moreover, Shao Mingzhi's sister is a favored concubine. Although His Majesty has shown little interest in women in recent years, the fact remains that the Shao concubine has borne a son, placing her in a position in the harem second only to the Empress. Therefore, the Shao family enjoys the Emperor's trust, and it can be said that unless His Majesty lends his support to you, you would lack the means to confront the Shao family on your own. Even if you were to transcend the realm of mortals, as long as His Majesty stands with the Shao family, you would be powerless against them. Upon hearing this, Ye Beixuan nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. Even though the Dali, despite no longer being in its former glory, is not a mere mortal capable of provoking. Unless one were to attain the legendary divine realm, it would be nearly impossible for Ye Beixuan to overthrow the Shao family, who are both powerful and favored by Emperor Xuanhe. My lord, are you suggesting that the Shao family has a hand in this incident? Ye Beixuan discerned the implication immediately. Since Zhou Sheng had made such a statement, it was evident he had uncovered something substantial. Indeed, Zhou Sheng affirmed, I received intelligence from the secret agents of the Jinhui. Initially, we only detected the presence of the Longshan sect in Huainan. However, later reports indicated that they encountered the steward of the Shao residence, a trusted confidant of Shao Mingjie. Furthermore, the commanding officer escorting the provisions from Chongping and the two states was a personal guard of the Pingnan Marquis during his military tenure. Although they were reassigned shortly after, little is known about them now, yet I happen to have knowledge of the situation, as I was escorting a batch of supplies to the border and met with the Pingnan Marquis and those two individuals. Really? Ye Beixuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an undercurrent. No wonder Zhou Sheng had made such assertions. Has the esteemed official not reported this matter to His Majesty? Zhou Sheng shook his head. It is futile. Without irrefutable evidence, His Majesty would hardly concern himself with this information. Only by uncovering the supplies and resolving this case definitively will it hold any significance. I am well aware of how many within the Jinhui have been infiltrated by the Shao family. Moreover, even those who remain untainted either fear offending the Shao family or lack the capability to act. Thus, I must entrust this matter to you. Ye Beixuan pondered for a moment. To be truthful, he was loath to squander such a remarkable opportunity. Having already offended the Shao family by eliminating Shao Yuan, he naturally wished to obliterate the Shao family entirely. Esteemed official, this matter is exceedingly complex and far-reaching. Even if I were to uncover the truth, my current abilities may prove insufficient. Although Ye Beixuan held a high degree of confidence in his prowess, he was not arrogant. His cultivation might be formidable. Yet the Longshan sect and the Shao family surpassed him in strength. After all, he had only been training for a few months, while they were colossal entities with centuries of existence. Confronting such titans with his present capabilities was clearly infeasible. Hence, he required assistance, contingent upon Zhou Sheng's ability to provide adequate support. Should he fail, no matter how favorable the opportunity, Ye Beixuan would not dare to take risks. Ultimately, nothing was more precious than his own life. One could hang their head in danger, but not place it upon the blade, for that would be a true path to demise. Zhou Sheng, being astute, promptly replied, rest assured in your investigation. I will enlist the aid of a celestial being from the Jinyui's worship hall. However, the celestial level is exceedingly formidable. He cannot accompany you, lest many leads be severed prematurely. He will only assist you at the most critical juncture, ensuring your safe return. The worship hall? A celestial being? Zhou Sheng's words momentarily stunned Ye Beixuan. Goodness, there truly exists a celestial being within the Jinyui? He had initially believed that the elderly wine connoisseur within the Bizenfu was the strongest force concealed there. However, he had never anticipated the existence of a so-called worship hall within the Jinyui, something even he was unaware of. Zhou Sheng observed Ye Beixuan's expression and smiled mysteriously. Young man, do you truly think the Jinyui could be one of the three major law enforcement agencies of Dali without possessing a celestial being? Although most celestial experts in Dali, including our commanding officers, are stationed at the Dali Town Demon Gate, everyone has their hidden cards to play. Otherwise, how could we have vanquished those major sects that dare not raise their heads? Each of those sects has a celestial being guarding them. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly. Indeed, while breaking through to the celestial level was arduous, one could not overlook the longevity of such ancient beings. Even those who had just entered the celestial realm possessed lifespans of at least 300 to 500 years. In the later stages of their existence, some celestial beings can effortlessly witness the passage of time, living for a millennium or even 1800 years. It is said that Ye Beixuan once encountered a record within the Northern Town Protectorate, detailing the longest-lived celestial, who had surpassed the age of 1500 years. While it is exceedingly challenging for grandmasters to ascend to the realm of celestial beings, the accumulation of centuries leads Ye Beixuan to believe that the celestial beings in this world are far more numerous than one might imagine. However, despite his prolonged stay in this realm, he has only encountered a celestial from the Dragon God sect and two ancient ancestors of the royal family. This scarcity had led him to doubt his own judgment. Yet, it now appears that his assessment was indeed correct. The majority of celestial beings from the Great Li Dynasty are located at the Demon Suppression Pass. Regarding the Demon Suppression Pass, Ye Beixuan, in his current capacity, knows little. He understands it to be a boundary between humanity and the demon race, with each of the 5 great nations possessing its own Demon Suppression Pass. The existence of this formidable enemy, the demon race, is what maintains a delicate balance among the nations. It seems that only those of the rank of town protector or even celestial beings are worthy of comprehending its significance. However, this knowledge still feels somewhat distant to Ye Beixuan. After a brief contemplation, he cupped his fists towards Zhou Sheng and declared, "In that case, I shall undertake this task. Within half a month, I will ensure its resolution." Zhou Sheng nodded, his face radiating satisfaction. "Excellent. This matter is urgent. You have half a day to manage your affairs. In the afternoon, set forth with your subordinates." With that, Zhou Sheng produced a golden token from his robe. This was personally bestowed upon you by His Majesty. With this token, regardless of whom you investigate, as long as the evidence is substantial, you may act first and report later. Additionally, this token grants you the authority to mobilize all soldiers from Chongping and the two states, as well as command the Imperial Guard of both states. Lu Fengping will also accompany you with his troops. Understood. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the main storyline quest, uncovering the case of missing provisions in Chongping and the two states. Quest completion. Rewards, 8 styles of the Celestial Blade. 2,000 idle points. 1 enlightenment of the 6 cold techniques. Quest failure. No penalty. Chapter 192. With the Divine Blade Lord present, no case is unsolvable. The system's prompt echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. The 8 styles of the Celestial Blade? Ye Beixuan's pupils constricted momentarily, followed by an expression of immense joy. This is the legendary blade technique. The 8 styles of the Celestial Blade, once unleashed, can challenge the heavens. It is the unique skill of Song Ke, the pinnacle master of the Great Tang's Twin Dragon saga. It was precisely due to this nearly invincible technique that no one in this world could surpass Song Quebec. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the 8 styles of the Celestial Blade is a martial art capable of growth. In the end, Song Ke even comprehended the 9th style of the Celestial Blade, although he never had the opportunity to demonstrate it. This reward is indeed exceedingly generous. Although Ye Beixuan's demeanor remained unchanged, his heart was elated. With such a growth-oriented peak martial art, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Upon returning to his 1000-house hall, Ye Beixuan wasted no time in gathering his 100 subordinates to relay the details of the task at hand. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, all the households were filled with excitement. The moment for great deeds had arrived. Taking advantage of a brief interlude, Ye Beixuan returned home to inform Lu Qingwu of the Sifong building. He had prepared the funds necessary for Tang Kaiwei to redeem Lu Qingwu's contract from the Sifong building. Having accomplished this, Ye Beixuan did not linger. Outside the Northtown governor's office, he met with the already waiting Lu Fengping. Lu Fengping, visibly elated, clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Ye, we shall once again join forces to solve a case." Their camaraderie was devoid of formalities. Once their forces were gathered, with a commanding shout from Ye Beixuan, over 2,000 individuals marched forth towards Huainan Road. Ye Beixuan had already become a prominent figure in the capital, and with such a multitude of Imperial Guards in motion, the citizens of the capital were well aware of the unfolding events. "The Divine Blade Lord. It is the Divine Blade Lord," they exclaimed. It seemed that the Divine Blade Lord was heading to Huainan Road to resolve the issue of the missing grain supplies. How splendid! With the Divine Blade Lord present, no case was insurmountable. Once he arrived, the crisis of grain would undoubtedly be resolved, and the people of Huainan Road would be saved. We express our gratitude to His Majesty for his benevolence, and to the Divine Blade Lord for his willingness to rescue countless citizens from peril. With this final proclamation, many citizens in the capital spontaneously bowed in reverence to Ye Beixuan's procession. Observing the citizens on either side, Ye Beixuan smiled and returned the gesture with a fist salute. He would surely live up to their expectations. Amidst the unnoticed crowd, a carriage opened a crack, revealing a gaze filled with cold brilliance directed toward Ye Beixuan's entourage. This individual was Xiao Mingzhi, who had lost considerable weight compared to recent days, with his hair turning significantly gray, as if he had aged a decade. Yet, the aura of menace surrounding him had intensified. Besides Xiao Mingzhi, the heads of the Zhao and Chao families, Zhao Chonglin and Chao Feng, were seated. "Sir, Ye Beixuan is heading to Huainan Road," Chao Feng remarked to Xiao Mingzhi. Xiao Mingzhi snorted disdainfully. It was as expected. Only he among the Imperial Guards possessed the means to crack the case. The last time Ye Beixuan had miraculously returned, it would not happen again. He must die. However, this time, he was but an insignificant ant. Everything must prioritize the greater scheme. "Rest assured, sir." The demon steed galloped along the official road. With the speed of the demon steed, it would take at least 5 days to reach the destination. The Imperial Guards were all of at least the second-tier rank. Traveling day and night for 5 days was certainly within their capabilities. After a day of rapid travel, they were already over 2,000 miles from the capital. At the hour of the dog, the jade rabbit hung high in the sky, the bright moonlight illuminating the mountains and forests. The sounds of birds and frogs created a melodious symphony. The Imperial Guard selected a spot to set up camp, preparing for a brief respite. Gathered around the campfire, roasting 3 delectable wild chickens, Lu Fengping turned to Ye Beixuan and asked, "Beixuan, this matter is of great significance and the case is complex. Do you have a plan?" Lu Fengping harbored no doubts regarding Ye Beixuan's investigative prowess. He was well aware that he fell significantly short in this regard compared to Ye Beixuan. Hence he opted for a direct inquiry. Ye Beixuan picked up a chicken leg, tore into it, and tossed it into his mouth. The flavor of the chicken was rather pleasant, with a texture that was delightfully tender and a protein content vastly superior to that of beef. After savoring a few bites, he chuckled lightly. "A plan? Indeed, I have a few ideas." Lu Fengping's eyes brightened. "Oh, do share." Ye Beixuan, unfazed, continued to nibble on another chicken leg, feeling moderately satisfied, and took a generous sip of his drink. "Currently, our information has likely spread throughout Huainan, and it can be said that every step we take is closely monitored from that direction. The best course of action now would be to split our forces into 2 paths. You shall remain in the light, while I operate in the shadows. With my speed, I can reach our destination 2 to 3 days ahead of the main group. That time frame is ample for numerous undertakings, perhaps even pivotal to this mission." Upon hearing this, Lu Fengping fell into a brief silence. He had to concede that Ye Beixuan's strategy was indeed astute. Those 2 to 3 days would provide ample opportunity for any discerning individuals to destroy critical evidence. But with such a plan, the dangers you face are unimaginable. Acting alone is undoubtedly far more perilous than trailing the group. With the presence of 2,000 elite guards from the Jinui alongside you and Ye Beixuan at the helm, even an ordinary grandmaster would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, should you choose to act independently, that security net vanishes. Ye Beixuan shook his head. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. A bit of peril is inconsequential. I possess unwavering confidence in my abilities. He indeed held a profound self-assurance. The celestial beings were formidable, but eliminating him would be no easy feat even if such beings were lurking in the shadows. They would not dare to act against him outright, as he represented the official authority of the Great Li. Until the moment of true confrontation, those celestial entities would remain hidden. Seeing Ye Beixuan resolute in his decision, Lu Fengping nodded. "Very well, Beixuan. Just be cautious. I will find someone of similar stature to you to disguise as your decoy, to mislead our pursuers." The art of basic disguise posed little challenge for those within the Jinui. Most possessed a modicum of skill in this regard, albeit far inferior to the likes of the Master of the Thousand Faces. Nevertheless, basic alterations in appearance were quite manageable. Agreed. After their meal, Ye Beixuan briefed Lin Tao and Li Cheng on the situation, requesting their assistance in concealing their movements. Subsequently, he departed the group silently. Chapter 193, Bloodshed Across 1,000 Miles. My blade is eager and thirsty this time. He did not even mount a demon horse, for its speed could not rival his own. Ye Beixuan channeled his internal energy throughout his body, directing it into his legs, while simultaneously executing the final technique of the Wind God leg, capturing the fleeting shadows with his movement. His entire being stirred up a whirlwind, lifting him skyward. He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Huainan Road with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. In the heavens, there was no need for detours. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles vanished beneath his feet. The fierce winds tousled Ye Beixuan's garments, allowing him to truly savor the exhilaration of flight. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long, triumphant howl. What sheer ecstasy! Ye Beixuan laughed heartily, boldly venturing into Huainan Road, reminiscent of his journey to Jiangzhou over a month ago. Yet this time, the dangers were far greater, the thrill more palpable. The Dragon God sect, the Shao family, and the garrison of Chongping's 2 provinces ignited a murderous intent within his gaze. This journey would unleash chaos. In the span of merely 1 day, by evening, Ye Beixuan had already stepped into the territory of Huainan Road, encompassing the prefectures of Changzhou and Pingzhou, stretching over 5,000 miles. The bordering lands of Chongping were the destination for this transport of provisions. Just 300 miles ahead lay his target, a distance that felt remarkably close. After replenishing his internal energy, Ye Beixuan chose not to fly, but instead walked through the lands of Huainan Road. It was only upon arriving that he could fully grasp the devastation surrounding him. What once was a boundless expanse of fertile plains now, during the peak of the farming season, lay barren, with fields filled with withered crops. Though the ground had recovered somewhat from the recent heavy rains, the farmlands were desolate. The vegetation, everything edible, had been ravaged as if by a swarm of locusts, leaving only bare soil. On the roads, groups of refugees were scattered about, their faces gaunt, clothes tattered. At least these individuals still possessed the strength to flee. Yet, Many others lay discarded by the roadside, their bodies already decaying and reeking. There were no animals among them, only humans, for the animals had long since been consumed. The sight struck Ye Beixuan with the force of a thunderstorm, exploding in his mind. In his past life as a modern individual, he had never encountered famine. Even in the poorest households, there was always food to be had. He was more accustomed to seeing uneaten leftovers casually tossed aside. Now, having traversed into the realm of Dali, despite starting as merely a minor officer in the Imperial Guard, he had inherited a modest fortune from his father, never having to worry about sustenance. Thus, he had never envisioned the horror of famine. Even when reading about the so-called Great Disaster in Huainan Road, he could not have imagined such a scene. At most, he had encountered similar descriptions in ancient texts, thousands of starving corpses, a desolate wasteland. It was only now, witnessing it firsthand, that he comprehended the magnitude of this so-called Great Disaster. In the face of such natural calamity, human life truly seemed no more significant than weeds. He had merely traversed 20 to 30 miles, yet the number of deceased he encountered was no less than several hundred. This place was not even the most severely affected area. Deeper within, 1,000 miles away, lay the epicenter of this calamity. Where are the elders? Ye Beixuan halted a family of 3, all male, devoid of women or children. These 3 appeared to be father and sons. The elder, likely in his 50s, and the younger man in his 30s, despite their robust appearances, collectively weighed no more than 300 pounds. Their bellies were distended, their bodies mere skin over bone. Upon hearing a query, the 3 finally lifted their heads, yet they lacked the strength to speak. Ye Beixuan retrieved a meat pie from his bosom and distributed it among them. The instant the 3 beheld the food, a terrifying glimmer ignited in their eyes, akin to ravenous wolves spotting prey or a wild hen encountering a predator. They snatched the sustenance from Ye Beixuan's hands, devouring it with frenzied urgency, finishing it within mere seconds. However, their expressions twisted into menacing glares as they turned their gaze upon him. Without uttering a word, they lunged towards Ye Beixuan, as though intent on tearing him apart. Ye Beixuan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes, yet he soon exhaled a sigh. He was no benevolent soul. Countless lives had already perished at his hands, and human life held little value in his eyes. However, to strike at these ordinary souls, on the brink of starvation, was beyond his capacity. One might be cold-blooded, yet one must not be devoid of compassion. For what would distinguish him from a mere killing machine otherwise? These 3 were merely victims of extreme hunger, driven to such instinctual reactions. With a swift motion, Ye Beixuan incapacitated them, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He stepped away, deeply moved by the dire state of the world, a world plagued by a selfish emperor. Had he not plunged the realm into chaos, neglecting state affairs, those corrupt officials and the likes of the Shao family would not have dared to act so audaciously. Even in the face of natural disasters, the outcome would not have been so dire. Ye Beixuan could not restrain himself from cursing the Emperor Xuanhe once more. This wretched being had epitomized selfishness. If he could not reign effectively, why not abdicate? He stood idly by while the realm fell into disarray, retreating to the palace to indulge in fantasies of immortality. Ye Beixuan's thoughts then turned to the Long Princess, Yinhuang. While one could excuse others, the notion of using her own daughter's blood to concoct elixirs rendered her beyond mere reproach. Once he ascended to celestial heights, he vowed to drag Emperor Xuanhe from his sanctuary, forcing him to experience the anguish he had inflicted. A surge of murderous intent coursed through Ye Beixuan's mind, aimed not only at Emperor Xuanhe, but also at the wretched state of the world, and more so, a deep-seated frustration within himself. He now yearned for bloodshed. To Luo Jun, he thought, I shall uncover the mastermind behind the recent loss of provisions. Transforming his appearance into that of an inconspicuous youth, he set forth, traversing for over 10 minutes. Ahead, a county town emerged, the closest to Luo Jun, known as Luoshui County. It was divided by the Luoshui River, hence its name. This river serves as the waterway connecting to Luo Jun, through which supplies had previously passed. Ye Beixuan entered the town alone. Compared to the surroundings, the situation within the county town was hardly better. The entire area exuded an air of desolation and decay. The streets were filled with beggars and refugees, the only slight advantage being the absence of corpses, as the bodies had already been disposed of by the local officials outside the town. Where should he begin his investigation? Ye Beixuan's eyes flickered as he pondered. To silently and completely sweep away such a vast quantity of supplies was no small feat according to the records. These supplies were monitored by grain officials during their transit into Huainan. This indicated that the loss must have occurred along the waterways. Furthermore, as the last county town of Luo Jun, Luoshui County was likely one of the planning sites for this operation. With this thought, Ye Beixuan's mind began to clarify. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he could only trust his instincts in the investigation. A detective who could not accomplish even this basic task was hardly fit to solve any case. It seemed necessary to thoroughly explore the surroundings of the county town. Such a terrifying quantity of supplies could not be transported by an individual alone. Even the county officials could not manage it. This force must outnumber the local government and possess better control. Such a large-scale operation would undoubtedly leave traces behind. Ye Beixuan muttered to himself. Having found a point of entry, without further ado, he made his way towards an inconspicuous blacksmith shop within the town. The shop had already closed for the day, and with the populace struggling to find enough food, who would come to forge iron? Business was non-existent. Inside, a man in his 30s with a scruffy beard glanced at the darkening sky and sighed at the state of the world. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence of the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith froze in surprise as a young man in his 20s entered. Apologies, we're closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow, the blacksmith said with a forced smile. However, before he could finish speaking, the young man produced a badge from his pocket. The blacksmith's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly closed the door and knelt before Ye Beixuan, captain of the Dark Guard of the Jin Yi in Luoshui County. Taihan pays his respects to you, my lord. Ye Beixuan nodded. Please rise. Thank you, my lord, Taihan replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Unbeknownst to you, esteemed sir, he does not recognize Ye Beixuan and, consequently, is unaware of his identity. However, the Shadow Guards only acknowledge tokens, not individuals. I have arrived from the capital, and you must have received the orders from the Jinui. Ye Beixuan has nothing to conceal. The Shadow Guards of the Jinui represent the foremost force for monitoring the realm. They are more discreet and loyal than the average Jinui operatives. Upon hearing this, Tieshan's expression faltered, and his countenance shifted. He was well aware that the capital had dispatched the Jinui to thoroughly investigate the case of the lost provisions. However, he did not anticipate their arrival so swiftly. According to the information from above, it would take at least 3 days for the Jinui personnel to arrive. Nevertheless, this was beyond the scope of his considerations. The duty of the Shadow Guards is to comply with any directives that can mobilize them. Sir, what would you have me do? Shall I summon the other Shadow Guards? No need, Ye Beixuan replied, shaking his head. First, take me around the vicinity of Luoshui County. Although puzzled by Ye Beixuan's peculiar request, Taihan complied without hesitation. The two figures silently vanished into the night, beginning their circuit around Luoshui County. Though the county was not large, it took them over an hour to complete the circuit. Eventually, their footsteps halted before the Luoshui River. Sir, the water level of the Luoshui has risen considerably. Previously, it was hardly a third of this. And many riverbeds were parched, Taihan remarked, gesturing towards the broad river, over 100 meters wide. Ye Beixuan stood by the riverbank, feeling the cool breeze against his face. The moonlight shimmered upon the surface of the river, illuminating it with a radiant glow. Yet, regrettably, the river was also strewn with numerous corpses. After a brief pause, Ye Beixuan resumed his walk along the riverbank. Upon reaching a certain spot, his eyes suddenly brightened, and a slight smile graced his lips. At last, I have found it. With that, he took a step forward, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he appeared at the foot of the riverbank. There lay a sizable clearing, marked by signs of a gathering of the living. It was evident that many had once congregated here. Approximately how many people were here before? Ye Beixuan inquired of Taihan. As the leader of the Shadow Guards under the Jinui, Taihan would surely know of such a gathering. Around 10,000 or so, but those were commoners fleeing here. The recent drought in Huainan has not only deprived them of food, but also of water. It was the county magistrate who allowed the surrounding refugees to come here to ensure they had something to drink. However, upon their arrival, the magistrate, to prevent the spread of disease among the populace, essentially prohibited anyone from the city from approaching. 10,000. That seems about right. The more Taihan listened, the more confused he became. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling as though his thoughts were not aligned with those of this esteemed gentleman before him. Is there something amiss, sir? Taihan inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Ye Beixuan smiled upon hearing this, and said, It seems reasonable that the fleeing populace gathers here for water. Yet, have you not noticed how excessively verdant the mountains are? Iron Mountain was perplexed. He gazed at the mountains and replied, My lord, as summer approaches, it is quite natural for the vegetation to flourish. Is it not normal for the mountains to be covered in greenery? Ye Beixuan shook his head. You deem it normal because you have not ventured outside. The mountains beyond have been stripped bare. It is not merely the foliage that is lacking. Even the soil has diminished. Those who have never truly endured hunger, no matter how they may pretend, are fundamentally different from the refugees. They would never resort to consuming grass or soil. This was their sole vulnerability. A fatal flaw that could not be concealed. Iron Mountain's eyes widened in realization. In an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. He turned his gaze back to the nearby peaks. Indeed, this was a simple matter, yet it often eludes the understanding of ordinary minds. For few have truly experienced the harrowing life of famine and flight, let alone those among the Jinui, who likely had not considered this aspect either. Many matters appear flawlessly executed, yet it is often the mundane details that hold the key to a case. My lord, your methods are admirable. Iron Mountain clasped his fists in respect towards Ye Beixuan. Simultaneously, as he looked at Ye Beixuan, a flicker of awe crossed his eyes. To possess such formidable investigative skills and uncover clues within mere hours of entering the city, he knew without a doubt who stood before him. The renowned sword duke, Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan waved his hand. This is merely the first layer. The quest for provisions is still far from complete. I now require your assistance with another matter. Please, my lord, speak. Seek out several adept aquatic operatives among the shadow guards and bring them here. Understood. Iron Mountain promptly set off. In less than half an hour, he returned with 5 individuals. My lord, Ye Beixuan nodded. You 5, disperse and explore the areas where the mountains meet the water. See if you make any discoveries. Remember, be meticulous in your search and do not overlook any trace, especially mechanisms. Yes, my lord. Chapter 195. The River Dragon. Merely a loach. The 5 did not hesitate. They quickly divided their positions, stripped off their garments, and leapt into the mountains. Their descent lasted nearly an hour. One of the shadow guards emerged from the river, nearly sprinting towards Ye Beixuan. My lord, we have found something. Ye Beixuan immediately called out, lead me to it, with a wave of his hand. A surge of vital energy enveloped Iron Mountain and the shadow guard, propelling them toward the Luo River. The water here was quite deep, plunging over 20 meters before the shadow guard pointed to a submerged area among the mountains. My lord, there is a mechanism there. Ye Beixuan glanced in the direction indicated by the shadow guard, and indeed, it was as he had said. Upon reaching a prominent outcrop of rock, Ye Beixuan flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of energy. In an instant, the once relatively smooth rock face began to tremble. Within mere seconds, a massive entrance, spanning 3 to 4 zhong, materialized before him. With a swift motion, Ye Beixuan darted inside. The intricately designed mechanism left him in awe. After traversing through several barriers, they emerged from beneath the water to find themselves in a cavern that was as expansive as a football field. Judging by the traces left behind, it was evident that this cave had been excavated not long ago, with numerous footprints scattered across the ground. Indeed, those individuals had invested considerable resources to conceal their provisions. At this point, Ye Beixuan had nearly unraveled the mystery. Iron Mountain and the others were not foolish. Observing the scene, they too grasped the general situation. After all, who would waste time and effort to carve out such a place within a submerged mountain? Naturally, the construction was feasible given the current dry season. If this location had been utilized by bandits as a hiding place for supplies, where had those provisions been transported now? Iron Mountain was filled with concern. While they had made significant progress, the crucial issue remained unresolved, for there were no supplies to be found here. Yet Ye Beixuan maintained a calm demeanor, as though he had already foreseen the outcome. They were likely situated around Luojun, perhaps even within its confines. At this moment, Ye Beixuan's eyes narrowed, and he directed 2 streams of energy towards the cave's apex. Like lightning, the energy struck, followed by the sounds of 2 anguished cries. There were indeed individuals present. Iron Mountain and the others finally reacted, only to see Ye Beixuan swiftly appear at the source of the cries. Upon his return, he bore 2 lifeless bodies. Their arms pierced through, the result of Ye Beixuan's earlier handiwork. However, black blood flowed from their mouths, indicating they had taken their own lives. Such caution was commendable. Even in such a secluded location, they had kept watch. My lord, shall I investigate the identities of these 2? Iron Mountain inquired. Ye Beixuan chuckled and shook his head. There's no need. Their identities are readily apparent. Oh, Iron Mountain and the accompanying shadow guards were taken aback. Ye Beixuan then posed a question. Is there any force capable of gathering nearly 10,000 waterborne experts across the entirety of Luoshui? Upon hearing this, Iron Mountain and the others suddenly awakened, their eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, the very force capable of assembling such a multitude on Luoshui was the origin of this case. Yes, my lord, such a force does exist. Iron Mountain replied after a moment of contemplation. Moreover, that force resides in a town under the jurisdiction of Luojun. The town is called Water Ghost Town, inhabited by over 10,000 water ghosts, notorious as the River God Gang along the Lu River. The leader of the Water Ghost Gang, Jin Xian, is a formidable figure, possessing the cultivation of a grandmaster at the 7th level, supported by several vice leaders of equal prowess within the gang. With such power, even the county magistrate of Luo County is unable to contend with them. The Water Ghost Town? Ye Beixuan smiled slightly, finding it intriguing. In just one night, he made significant gains. Although he had yet to uncover the hiding place of the provisions, this so-called water ghost gang undoubtedly represented a critical breakthrough. Moreover, Ye Beixuan had already pinpointed that these individuals were involved in the mysterious disappearance of the supplies. However, their role merely entailed smuggling the provisions from the official ships, necessitating the cooperation of the supply guards. The collusion between officials and bandits, along with their mutual protection, exemplifies the utter corruption of the Dali court. Truly, the reasoning of the master is unparalleled. Taishan and the others had nearly grasped the situation by now. Master, could the supplies possibly be within the water ghost gang? Should we summon the dark guards for an apprehension? Taishan inquired, looking at Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan waved his hand. No, the provisions will not be there. However, I do need to pay a visit to the water ghost gang myself. The presence of too many individuals would only alarm the enemy. You all remain hidden here and await the arrival of the team from the capital. As he spoke, Ye Beixuan produced a token from his bosom. Taishan, venture outside the city and deliver this token to Lu Fengping, the captain. I will leave a letter for you to hand over as well. He will know what to do upon reading it. You are to follow his arrangements. Taishan immediately accepted the token with respect. Understood. The night had fallen dark and heavy, with moonlight cascading down. Once arrangements were finalized, Ye Beixuan's figure quietly departed from Luoshui County. His speed was remarkable, racing toward the water ghost town, which lay 500 miles away. Given his strength, subduing the formidable Jin Xian would not pose a challenge. He had already devised a meticulous plan, with the only difficulty lying in how to apprehend the supply guard of Chongping prefectures and the dragon god cult lurking behind them. Ye Beixuan was certain that the water ghost gang was likely a pawn of the dragon god cult. Water Ghost Town, though referred to as a town, is actually a circular island situated on the Luo River. The river bifurcates at this point, with each bank spanning over 100 meters in width, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Originally, decades ago, it was an inconspicuous village whose inhabitants survived by fishing in the Luo River. Thus, they possessed remarkable swimming skills, able to hold their breath underwater for 30 to 50 minutes without difficulty. Later, a band of water bandits, led by the formidable Jin Xian, descended upon the village, nearly slaughtering its inhabitants and seizing control of the area. Since then, the gang has grown increasingly powerful, now being referred to as the hegemon of the Luo River. Any merchant ship traversing the river is required to pay a toll to ensure safe passage. Those who defy this demand face certain destruction. At this moment, despite it being midnight, Water Ghost Town was abuzz with noise and activity. The air was filled with the raucous shouts of members of the River God Gang, gathered in clusters. Some indulged in wine and meat, while others engaged in gambling and merriment. In the chambers of several minor leaders, anguished cries of women could be heard. At the heart of Water Ghost Town stood a lavish and monumental estate. Within one of the rooms, a tall, gaunt middle-aged man with a prominent bulge on his forehead, resembling a unicorn at first glance, was incinerating several confidential letters. He was none other than the leader of the River God Gang, Jin Xian. Chapter 196. The 100-Zhong Frenzied Blade. Capable of annihilation with a turn of the hand, his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable blend of excitement and madness. After years of waiting, a grand scheme was finally at hand. If he could seize control of Chongping and the two states, with his merits, even the position of a prefect would be within reach. Soon, the entire territory of a state would belong to him. Jin Xian mumbled to himself. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Who dares? A sharp whistling sound cut through the air, piercing through his window in an instant. Jin Xian remained unfazed, raising his hand to swiftly block the attack. A gleaming 9-ringed broadsword appeared in his grasp. As the sound of metal clashing resonated, a dart fell to the ground. Jin Xian gazed at the dart, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. How audacious of this underling, utterly unaware of the peril they face. With a boldness that accompanied his high skill, he pushed the window open and leaped towards the direction from which the dart had come. He harbored no concern for his safety. With his profound cultivation and being situated above the Luo River, who could possibly threaten him? In scarcely an instant, his figure materialized on an islet in the river, situated several miles away. This islet, replete with dense forests, was roughly the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. With a single hand gripping his blade, Jin Xian descended into the thicket, coldly commanding, "Come forth. You wish to lure me here, and I have obliged." At that moment, a figure clad in a green robe leaned casually against a branch of an ancient tree, several dozen meters away, idly toying with a dart. This individual was none other than Ye Beixuan. The dart in question was merely something he had picked up along his journey. You even know my name. The blade of this leader does not strike at nameless foes. Who are you? Jin Xian furrowed his brow, yet his demeanor remained calm. To him, a mere youth was nothing more than an easy target. I once had no name, but now I am called Jin Xian, Ye Beixuan replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, under Jin Xian's astonished gaze, the young man's figure began to shift at an observable speed. In just a few seconds, a doppelganger, identical in every detail, appeared before him. Jin Xian stared at the apparition, momentarily stunned, before his fury erupted. You seek death. Channeling all his energy, he stamped his foot on the ground, causing the entire islet to tremble violently. The ground was carved into a deep pit beneath his feet. Wielding a 9-ringed golden knife, he charged toward Ye Beixuan with lethal intent. Prepare to meet your end. The golden knife erupted with a terrifying blaze, transforming into a solitary dragon, roaring as it sought to obliterate Ye Beixuan. An impressive technique indeed. Ye Beixuan refrained from utilizing any weaponry, instead clenching his fists. Frost swirled around his knuckles, freezing the very air in that moment. An icy fist imprint descended upon the dragon, a manifestation of the heavenly frost fist. Unmatched in its technique, imbued with a formidable energy, and backed by Ye Beixuan's late-stage Grand Master cultivation, he could easily crush Jin Xian, a fellow Grand Master of the 7th level, with a single blow. His foundation was incredibly profound, rivaling that of those ancient figures who had accumulated power over decades or even centuries. Yet, Ye Beixuan remained unhurried. He intended to disguise himself as Jin Xian to take command of the River God Gang, necessitating a mastery of some of Jin Xian's techniques to avoid leaving any glaring weaknesses. With a thunderous clash, fist met blade midair, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The two seemed evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Trees upon the rocky outcrop shattered under the shockwave. As their assaults dissipated, Jin Xian's expression grew exceedingly grave. A seasoned expert could discern the truth with just one exchange. In this brief moment of testing, he recognized that the figure before him, adopting his likeness, was indeed a formidable opponent. As a bandit who had roamed the banks of the Luo River for decades, he considered himself yet to encounter such a master in the Huainan region. For a moment, he contemplated retreat. Jin Gang Master, is your strength truly limited to this? How disappointing. Ye Beixuan boomed with laughter, his mockery unmistakable. This remark reignited Jin Xian's fury, who was already contemplating retreat. To have his decades of hard-earned reputation tarnished by a mere junior was intolerable. If word spread of his retreat, where would he find solace? Enough of your verbal jabs. Today, let me show you whether this dragon can indeed slay you. With a flourish, Jin Xian unleashed the raging waves blade technique, tides of the river. His great knife danced through the air, conjuring a torrent of condensed energy that surged beneath him, forming a mighty river. His blade morphed into a dragon of the river, wielding the power to overturn waves as it rushed toward Ye Beixuan, intent on dragging him into its depths to be drowned by the surging waters. The might of a late-stage Grand Master unleashed in wrath was unfathomable, shattering everything in its vicinity under his aura. Yet Ye Beixuan remained unfazed and relaxed, effortlessly stepping into the realm of his opponent's blade light. Armed solely with his iron fists, he defended with impenetrable precision. Their confrontation unfolded at a rapid pace. Within mere breaths, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Jin Xian grew increasingly astonished as he realized, despite his relentless assaults, the other appeared as an insurmountable mountain, utterly unyielding. A sense of powerlessness began to envelop him. This individual was simply beyond his strength. He had to flee. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was unaware of the origins of the individual before him, yet an ominous premonition stirred within him. It was imperative that he return to report to the holy sect. Otherwise, the arrival of such a formidable expert in Huainan would surely jeopardize their plans. With this thought, Jin Xiandao halted momentarily, intending to depart. However, he was taken aback to discover that an impenetrable layer of qi encompassed him within hundreds of feet, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? Why was I completely unaware? Jin Xian's complexion shifted dramatically as he stared incredulously at Ye Beixuan. Ye Beixuan descended gracefully, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reveal your ultimate technique, or you may find yourself facing oblivion. After engaging me for so long, it is only fair that you receive a taste of my power. With that, an explosive force erupted from Ye Beixuan, a terrifying fist intent that shook the very heavens. It was as if an unparalleled boxing master had awakened. Simultaneously, boundless qi converged upon Ye Beixuan's hands, producing a thunderous roar akin to the crack of thunder. Chapter 197. The blade is impressive, yet lacks a worthy master behind Ye Beixuan. Countless colossal fists manifested, intertwining in a mesmerizing display. As the universe seemed to converge upon a singular punch, Ye Beixuan struck with decisive force. Tianshuang Fist, proud snow in the bitter cold. This was the final move of the Tianshuang Fist. Its ultimate technique composed of 4 forms, standing alone on the peak, seeking plumb in the snowy ridge, overbearing the clouds, and frost river reflection. These four forms coalesced into a singular, formidable strike. This horrifying display was beyond imagination. Wherever the fist's brilliance traveled, the void itself froze, transforming into myriad frost crystals. No, I refuse to believe it. How can you be this strong? Jin Xian's eyes bulged with terror, his entire being engulfed in an unmistakable panic. The power of Ye Beixuan's punch was overwhelmingly terrifying, instilling a profound sense of death's threat within him. Final form of the wild wave blade technique. Boundless tides. Attack. Jin Xian unhesitatingly unleashed his most concealed technique. His blade, Qi, swept across the realms, transforming into surging waves that rushed to meet Ye Beixuan's cataclysmic punch. Boom. The terrifying fist manifested with a crushing force, rendering Jin Xian's seemingly invincible blade technique as fragile as an ant, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the wave formed by his blade technique was shattered by the fist's might. Subsequently, as fear gripped him to the core, he beheld Ye Beixuan's fist descending upon his head. Pain. A momentary agony engulfed his entire being, and then, in an instant, he lost all consciousness. His body shattered. Dead beyond resurrection. Boom. The residual shock waves erupted violently upon the islet, causing the massive landmass, spanning hundreds of meters, to fracture repeatedly. Crack. Crack. It was as if the earth itself convulsed, heralding the apocalypse. In a mere span of seconds, the entire reef erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending debris flying. It was engulfed by the surging waters of the Luo River. Apart from the murky waters that surged, there remained no trace of the reef's existence. Ye Beixuan stood casually atop a floating piece of driftwood, wielding the Jiuhuan golden blade that belonged to Jin Xian. The blade was exquisite, yet regrettably, it had not encountered a worthy master. Ye Beixuan flicked the back of the blade, producing a crisp resonance. This weapon was at least of the low-grade celestial tier. Although it paled in comparison to the snow-drinking mad blade, it was nonetheless a rare find. If sold in the ghost market, it would fetch no less than 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver. Suddenly, several figures rushed towards Ye Beixuan from the distance. Clearly, the recent battle had alerted the formidable members of the River God Gang from over 10 miles away. Upon seeing Ye Beixuan, who had transformed into Jin Xian while standing on the driftwood amidst the Luo waters, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Even from afar, they had sensed the terrifying aura of the clash, which was beyond their imagination. Master, the experts of the River God Gang collectively bowed to Ye Beixuan in reverence. It was evident that Jin Xian held great prestige among them. Ye Beixuan intentionally cleared his throat twice, forcing a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. This lord has sustained injuries and requires rest. No one is to disturb me without my command. Seeing their leader in such a state, the experts of the River God Gang were understandably alarmed. Their master had traversed the Luo waters for many years, and they had not anticipated that he would be injured this night. Yes, after speaking, Ye Beixuan soared into the air towards the River God Gang's stronghold. Upon reaching the estate where Jin Xian resided, he swiftly entered his room. It was evident that Jin Xian had left in a hurry, completely unprepared for his return. The room was in disarray, suggesting it had been recently rummaged through without restoration. However, this was precisely what Ye Beixuan desired. His swift departure from the main force was intended to create a time gap, preventing those individuals from clearing away crucial evidence. Now, within Jin Xian's quarters, there may lie a wealth of information he sought. Ye Beixuan wasted no time and began to search through the room, utilizing his innate perceptive abilities. He left no stone unturned. Indeed, beneath the stone bricks at the foot of the bed, Ye Beixuan uncovered a hidden mechanism. With a creak, he activated it, revealing an entrance to an underground secret chamber. This entrance was cleverly concealed and equipped with a destruction device. Had anyone attempted to breach it, Jin Xian would have swiftly destroyed it to eliminate any traces. But now, it lay exposed before Ye Beixuan's eyes. He leaped directly into the secret chamber. It was not large, measuring only about 4 to 5 zhang, but it was filled with rare treasures, as well as chests of silver and silver notes. A cursory glance revealed at least 2 to 3 million taels within. To his surprise, this was an unexpected windfall. Naturally, Ye Beixuan filled his pockets with the wealth. However, wealth was not his objective this time. Eureka! Ye Beixuan's gaze suddenly shifted to a concealed corner of the secret chamber. There, a hidden mechanism lay in wait. Below the mechanism, a small brocade box materialized in Ye Beixuan's hand. Inside the box were numerous sealed letters. After a swift perusal, his expression grew increasingly grave. It turned out that Jin Xian was the 14th Hall Master of the Dragon God sect, ranked just below Qian Mian. Despite possessing the formidable cultivation of a Grand Master at the 7th level, his rank was only 14th. The strength of these individuals in the Dragon God sect was indeed remarkable. In addition to acquiring this information, Ye Beixuan also discovered correspondence between Jin Xian and officials, including the governor of Luo County and the magistrate of Chongping. In the letters, they referred to one another as brothers. Jin Xian engaged in piracy along the river, with much of the intelligence being relayed by them, such as details on which affluent families were departing the city and the number of skilled warriors accompanying them. In return for their assistance, Jin Xian would share a portion of the profits after a successful raid. Damnable scoundrels. Although Ye Beixuan's gaze was icy, he had already harbored suspicions. Collusion between officials and bandits was hardly a rare occurrence. The River God Gang, under Jin Xian's leadership, could not have attained such stature without the complicity of the authorities. In the final few letters, Ye Beixuan found what he had been seeking. The group of refugees he encountered in Luo County were indeed members masquerading as the River God Gang. These ruffians had even conspired a month prior on how to transport the grain. They ultimately decided to use the mountain range in Luo County as a transit point. The following day, these water bandits executed their old trick once more, loading the grain onto large vessels. Now, that grain resided within Luo County. However, in 3 days' time, an envoy from the Dragon God sect would arrive to transport this grain away. With this shipment, the Dragon God sect would initiate a rebellion in Huainan Dao. A meticulously crafted scheme, indeed. Chapter 198. The Four Symbols Shooting the Sun, Arrows that can pierce the heavens. Ye Beixuan set down the letters, a killing intent radiating from his countenance. Now that he was aware, he must ensnare these villains in one fell swoop. According to the information, the Dragon God sect placed considerable importance on this matter, with 3 of its 10 hall masters personally dispatched. Each was assigned to guard a specific area, with clearly defined roles, one to ambush and another to secure the rear. What astonished him further was the revelation that the general of Bingzhou, the formidable Su Xuanzi, had secretly joined the Dragon God sect many years ago and had risen to the rank of the 8th hall master. Ye Beixuan's brow furrowed deeply. Although he had long suspected the extent of infiltration by the Dragon God sect within the Dali court, he had not anticipated it to be this severe. The very general of a province was one of their own. Moreover, this information was likely unknown even to Zhou Sheng or Xiaomingzhi himself. These 3 individuals undoubtedly represent the foremost strength of the Dragon God sect. It is imperative that they do not converge, otherwise, with Su Xuanzi's military might combined with the exceptional prowess of the other 2, the situation would become exceedingly difficult to manage. Even if one were aware that the provisions were in their possession, capturing them would prove nearly impossible. One must be eliminated first. Ye Beixuan's eyes glimmered with determination. The plethora of information he had gleaned from Jin Xian compelled him to alter his previous strategy. He had initially planned to remain within the River God Gang for a couple of days, awaiting Lu Fengping's arrival before directly infiltrating Luojun to seize the supplies and apprehend the corrupt officials. However, it was evident that such an approach was no longer suitable. The governor of Luojun and the magistrates of the 2 regions had now become secondary concerns. The 3 hall masters of the Dragon God sect were his primary targets. Although only Su Xuanzi held significant military stature among them, the other 2 boasted considerable renown as well. Those who ranked among the top 10 hall masters of the Dragon God sect were, without exception, formidable experts, renowned throughout the martial world. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Beixuan set his sights on the 10th-ranked hall master of the Dragon God sect, the illustrious lord of the Ghost Demon sect, Blood Demon Wang Gongsun Nan. 30 years prior, he ranked 29th on the talented heroes list, a true prodigy. His cultivation had long since ascended to the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. His strength was hardly inferior to that of the former Wei Dongshan. This time, he had received orders from the Dragon God sect to lead 3 elders of the Ghost Demon sect, lying in wait beneath the Longhui Mountain, a route frequented by the Imperial Guards, to ambush Ye Beixuan and his companions. Little did he suspect that the hunter would soon become the prey. Come in. Ye Beixuan commanded sharply. Within mere breaths, a deputy leader of the River God Gang stood at his door. Leader, I am gravely injured and require 3 days of seclusion. During this period, no one is to disturb me. After 3 days, you shall lead the men to invade Luojun. From that point onward, Luojun will be our domain. I shall appoint you as the governor of Luojun. The deputy leader's expression brightened with joy. Yes, having issued his directives, Ye Beixuan's figure vanished. However, he did not hasten to Longhui Mountain. Instead, he traveled tirelessly to Huainan Road, tracing his path from Luoshui County to the River God Gang. By now, dawn was gradually breaking, with a faint crimson glow rising in the distance. Even with Ye Beixuan's profound cultivation, fatigue weighed upon him. To confront a top-tier expert like Blood Demon Wang Gongsun Nan, he could afford not a moment's carelessness. Emerging from the River God Gang, Ye Beixuan sought a secluded cave, collapsing into slumber. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed once more. When Ye Beixuan stepped out of the cave, the evening glow had already begun to rise. Congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest. Eliminate the Blood Demon, King Gong Sun Nan. Quest completion rewards. 4 symbols, Sun Arrow, 2,000 idle points. Quest failure, no penalties. The system's notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. Upon hearing this sound, Ye Beixuan's face lit up with sudden joy. The 4 symbols, Sun Arrow. It is indeed an exquisite archery technique, terrifying in its prowess and undoubtedly of divine caliber. Ye Beixuan glanced in a particular direction, and in a flash, his figure vanished. Huilong Mountain, named for its resemblance to a dragon turning back, stretches for hundreds of miles. At the foot of Huilong Mountain lies a county town known as Huilong County. Compared to the bustling capital, this town may lack its vibrancy, yet it is still significantly better off. However, in recent days, the townsfolk have lived in unrest, particularly the prominent families within the county. Each night, the chilling wails of vengeful spirits can be heard. Upon awakening, residents find either their blood drained or young maidens subjected to violation. Strangely, these young women are often oblivious until the following day when they discover their plight. Many, unable to bear such humiliation, choose to end their lives. This scandal has incited furious outrage among the affluent families, for nothing is more precious to them than their reputation. The county magistrate, having learned of these events, promptly dispatched the 6 doors and a multitude of constables, collaborating with the wealthy families to apprehend the malevolent force. Yet, after several nights of vigilance, not a single trace was found, and the victims continued to suffer. On one occasion, they even received a deliberately left clue from the entity. Arriving early at the residence of the girl destined for violation, encircling her with protection, they even assigned 3 masterful experts for her safeguarding. However, the following day, all 3 were found lifeless, and the girl had succumbed to her torment. Strangely, the 100 guards stationed outside heard not a whisper of disturbance. Consequently, the townsfolk began to spread tales of a malevolent spirit from hell, one that appeared only in darkness, necessitating divine intervention to banish it. Families with unmarried daughters hurried to procure statues of deities, believing that only with divine protection could they avert disaster. In the end, this nebulous divine presence emerged as the primary beneficiary of the entire affair. In Huilong County, the Lin family stands as its wealthiest. Their ancestors once produced a high-ranking official, who, upon retirement, settled in Huilong County. Although the descendants lack scholarly prowess, they possess remarkable acumen in commerce. Gradually, the Lin family evolved into the most prominent clan in the Longhui County, wielding considerable influence within the town. Nevertheless, the Lin family was known for their benevolence, frequently engaging in charitable endeavors such as building bridges and paving roads, thereby earning a commendable reputation. Yet today, the entire Lin household was shrouded in gloom. This was due to a malevolent spirit that had recently stirred up chaos in the county, setting its sights on the family head's youngest daughter, Lin He. This young lady had just turned 18, the prime age for marriage, and suitors had been flocking to their doorstep for the past 2 years. However, Lin He, possessing a lofty spirit, declared her intention to marry a legendary hero, dismissing all prospective suitors. Consequently, she remained unmarried. In this generation of the Lin family, daughters were scarce, and the family head, Lin Hauren, cherished his youngest daughter deeply, showing no urgency to marry her off. Little did they anticipate the current predicament. Chapter 199, renowned across the land, it turns out to be the Divine Blade Lord. Lin Hauren paced anxiously in the grand hall, his brow furrowed and sighs escaping his lips. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, her face concealed by her hands, wept softly. This woman, in her 40s, appeared remarkably well-preserved. Her skin fair and her figure voluptuous, a clear testament to her past beauty. My lord, you must think of a solution. Little He is still unmarried. We cannot allow that wicked spirit to tarnish her. If anything were to happen to her, how could I possibly endure? Listening to his wife's lamentations, Lin Hauren felt a surge of anxiety. Do not cry, there is still hope. I have already spoken to the county magistrate, who has arranged for all the officers, as well as skilled fighters from our Longhui County, to protect Little He. Additionally, I have enlisted a master from the nearby prefecture, a 3rd-tier officer of the Imperial Guard. So surely there will be no mishaps. Lin Hauren felt a sense of helplessness. Although the Lin family held considerable prestige in Longhui County, it lacked formidable figures. There were no grand masters to be found, forcing him to seek assistance from the prefecture. He had initially intended to find a high-ranking master of the mid-tier, but such individuals were beyond the reach of a mere county magnate. Thus, he had to settle for the Imperial Guard officer, a connection he had fortuitously made in his early years. My lord, Lord Lei has arrived. At that moment, a young servant rushed into the hall to report. Upon hearing this, Lin Hauren's face lit up with hope. He quickly straightened his attire and exclaimed, Come, let us go greet the officer. With that, he hurriedly exited. At the entrance of the Lin residence, a robust middle-aged man, clad in a flying fish uniform and possessing a fierce countenance, stood waiting with 3 companions. Upon seeing this man, Lin Howard immediately clasped his fists in greeting. Lord Lei, forgive me for not welcoming you properly. Lord Lei waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities, my brother Lin. I have heard of the troubles in your county. However, this situation is somewhat delicate. I can only promise to do my utmost to ensure the safety of your beloved daughter. Lin Howard once again clasped his fists in gratitude. With Master Lei's words. That is sufficient. Master Lei, your mere presence assures success. Please, take your seat. I have already been seated, awaiting your arrival. As a few individuals stepped into the residence. Just as they were about to settle down, the previously reporting servant hurriedly returned. My lord, another person has arrived. Lin Howard was momentarily taken aback. Aside from inviting Master Lei, he had extended no invitations to anyone else. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, do they not know I am hosting esteemed guests? The servant hastily replied, but this person claims he can resolve the issues plaguing our residents. He instructed me to inform you. Pardon? Lin Howard was increasingly bewildered. Who possesses such audacity? Even Master Lei had merely stated he would do his utmost. This individual boldly proclaimed he could resolve matters? Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Howard would dismiss such a claim without a second thought. However, for the sake of his daughter's safety, he felt compelled to explore even the slightest glimmer of hope. Perhaps this individual, brimming with confidence, was indeed the legendary expert he had heard of. He promptly inclined his hands towards Master Lei, saying, Sir, I shall investigate the matter. Master Lei, not one to be petty, replied with a smile, I shall accompany you. I am also curious to meet the one who speaks with such assurance. Lin Howard and Master Lei returned to the entrance of the residence, and upon seeing the figure awaiting them, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Howard's face. Before him stood a youth. Though the lad was handsome, with striking features and sharp brows, he bore no resemblance to the esteemed figure Lin Howard had envisioned. Even if this youth possessed extraordinary talent, he would likely pale in comparison to a grandmaster like Master Lei. How could he possibly resolve the challenges Lin Howard faced? Yet, Lin Howard concealed his feelings, having honed the ability to smile at anyone through years of business dealings. So, young sir, you claim you can resolve the issues within my residence? Lin Howard inquired with a cordial smile. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly. Indeed, I have come for this matter. Oh, Lin Howard was taken aback. He had come specifically for this. Ye Beixuan, in Lin Howard's estimation, was certainly not a local of Huilong County. What could possibly compel him to journey here? Before Lin Howard could voice his thoughts, Master Lei, standing beside him, suddenly fixed his gaze intently upon the youth. Young sir, are you from the Jinui? Having spent decades within their ranks, Master Lei was keenly attuned to the unique aura they radiated and immediately sensed something amiss. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Howard felt a surge of confusion but dared not show negligence. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? I am Ye Beixuan. Ah, so you are Lord Ye. Lin Howard reached out, intending to gesture for him to enter, when he noticed Master Lei's eyes widen in astonishment. His fierce gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ye Beixuan, disbelief etched upon his features. Even the several Jinui captains trailing behind him were momentarily stunned upon hearing the name. The peculiar behavior of Lei Qianhu and others did not escape Lin Howard's notice. He felt a hint of curiosity. Ye Beixuan? The name seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, before he could speak again, Lei Qianhu had already stepped forward, incredulously inquiring, Are you the esteemed Ye Beixuan from the capital? Ye Beixuan nodded slightly, smiling, as if there truly was no other Ye Beixuan in the capital. Lei Qianhu trembled with excitement, and quickly clasped his fists in salute. I am Lei Bao, Qianhu of the Jinui of Hanchuan County. I humbly greet you, Master Yi. The several Baihu beside Lei Bao hastily followed suit in their greetings. Ye Beixuan waved his hand dismissively. He had not intended to reveal his identity. He was merely surprised to discover that Lin Howard's residence housed a Qianhu of the Jinui. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Howard was utterly astonished, his face lighting up with joy. Ye Beixuan, is this not the name of the legendary Master Godblade? As the wealthiest individual in Huilong County, he was certainly aware of the news that Ye Beixuan was leading the Jinui towards Huainan Road, being situated on the essential route to Huainan. He had hoped to witness the magnificence of the Master Godblade in person someday. Little did he expect to encounter him right at his doorstep today. Master Godblade, I am truly fortunate to meet you. My excitement is beyond words. Please forgive my impertinence, Lin Howard said, bowing deeply at a full 90 degrees. His demeanor had shifted from that of a suave host to one of great restraint, clearly revealing his exhilaration. After all, who did not know of Ye Beixuan's illustrious reputation? Even Lin Howard's wife, standing behind him, could not help but cast admiring glances at Ye Beixuan. Chapter 200. The Unrivaled God Blade. With me here. You shall be safe. Ye Beixuan nodded slightly. Master Lin, you are too kind. Please rise. Only then did Lin Hauran dare to stand. Master, please, he said, leading Ye Beixuan back to the banquet area in the rear courtyard, yielding the seat of honor to him. Master, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality during your long journey. Please forgive me. Ye Beixuan, however, did not hold back. Having gone several days without a proper meal, he devoured the food with great enthusiasm. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lei Bao turned to Ye Beixuan and asked, Master Yi, do you know the cause of the disturbances in Huilong County? Although Lei Bao had been invited by Lin Hauran, he was still in the dark regarding the strange events occurring in Huilong County. Ye Beixuan nodded. The matters here are beyond your comprehension. If I am not mistaken, the ones causing the disturbances in Huilong County these past few days are the third elder of the ghost demon sect, the lustful Gui Gaoi, and the blood-sucking bat. Fan Shao. One is consumed by desire, and if he does not share a bed with a woman for 3 days, he will die of lust. The other employs a sinister technique, relying solely on blood consumption to sustain his life. Ye Beixuan was well informed about the various sects within the Great Li, particularly the notorious individuals from the ghost demon sect, many of whom were listed on the wanted posters in the Great Li. Gao Yi was formerly a notorious flower thief, infamous for his numerous heinous crimes. However, his exploits diverged significantly from those of ordinary flower thieves, who typically engage in the delicate art of flower picking without damaging the blooms. Relishing in the act itself, Gao Yi, on the other hand, not only toyed with virtuous maidens, but also relished in subjecting them to torment until death. As for the blood-sucking bat Fan Shao, he was equally notorious. True to his name, his greatest passion was the act of blood-sucking. Rumor has it that he was abandoned by his parents as a child and raised in a cave by a colony of bats. Within that cave lay the remains of one who called himself the Bat Elder, who left behind a celestial-level cultivation technique known as the blood-sucking Great Method. After Fan Shao mastered this technique, his prowess advanced at an astonishing rate. From a young age, those bats brought him various corpses to practice on. Upon attaining mastery of his skills, he once drained the blood of every living soul in an entire village, sparing even the infants in their cradles. This heinous act incited the wrath of many prominent sects, which united to pursue him. Eventually, both men faded into obscurity, becoming elders within the ghost demon sect. Upon hearing Ye Beixuan's words, Lei Bao's expression shifted dramatically. As a captain of the Imperial Guards, he was well aware of these grim tales. The ghost demon sect was notoriously infamous, its power in Longxi undeniable, being regarded as the foremost evil sect in the region. Among its ranks, the lustful Gao Yi and the blood-sucking Fan Shao were both formidable masters at the peak of the 8th level. In contrast, Lei Bao was merely at the 3rd level of mastery. If he were to confront these two nefarious experts, he would surely meet a grim fate. Lin Hauran was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. Previously, he had suspected that there were sinister forces at work, but after hearing Ye Beixuan's account, he realized that these two were far more terrifying than any mere specter. Lord Divine Blade, I implore you to save my daughter. If you can ensure her safety, I, Lin Hauran, am willing to offer 50,000 taels of silver, he declared through gritted teeth. 50,000 taels was a substantial sum for him. The wealthiest man in the county, representing a significant portion of his family's cash reserves. Ye Beixuan downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. Rest assured, with me here, they are doomed. Take me to your daughter's chamber. I shall keep vigil over her tonight. In the realm of Dali, propriety dictated that men and women should not be alone together, let alone share a room. However, given the life and death circumstances, the Lin family had little regard for such conventions. In fact, Lin Hauran felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Ye Beixuan's close protection, his daughter would be truly safe. He led Ye Beixuan, along with Lei Bao and others, to a 2-story building in the rear courtyard. Inside the small building, Ye Beixuan beheld a young maiden of about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a light yellow dress, draped with a sheer garment. Her figure tall, and her skin as white as snow. She radiated an aura of delicate beauty, a visage that could rival even the rarest of beauties in the capital. However, Ye Beixuan remained unfazed. He had encountered countless beauties and had experienced many of them personally. Alongside the illustrious Yun Huang, who ranked among the top 3 on the 100 Flowers list, he had been fortunate to engage closely with her. It was indeed challenging for any woman to captivate him further. However, a few attendants behind Lei Bao found themselves momentarily taken aback, but quickly averted their gazes. At that moment, Lin Hauran spoke, "Here, come here." Upon hearing his call, Lin He approached gracefully. Lin Hauran then introduced her to Ye Beixuan, saying, "Lord Godblade, this is my little daughter, Lin He. I entrust her to you." He continued, "Here, This esteemed gentleman before you is the renowned Lord Godblade Ye. Do not forget to pay your respects. Lin He froze momentarily, her eyes widening in astonishment. You say he is the Godblade Lord? Lin Howren's expression darkened. Here. How dare you? Realizing her error, Lin He promptly corrected herself, knowing well that Lin Howren would never deceive her. She quickly performed a deep bow, saying, I am Lin He, honored to meet you, Lord Godblade. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Her demeanor was composed and befitting her beauty and grace. No offense taken, Ye Beixuan replied. After meeting Lin He, Ye Beixuan instructed Lin Howren to dismiss the others, leaving only Lei Bao and a few others to guard him. He would remain here. With Ye Beixuan's command, Lin Howren dared not delay and swiftly complied. Meanwhile, Ye Beixuan sat alone outside Lin He's small building, leaning against his blade, as the moonlight cascaded down. In the blink of an eye, the jade rabbit had ascended to the treetops, and the night deepened. Ye Beixuan took a hearty sip from a flask of 30-year-old vintage from the Lin residence. The years may be similar, yet the people change, he murmured, wiping the wine stain from his lips, reflecting on a few months prior when he had ascended the stage alone to gaze at the bright moon. He realized that in such a brief span, he had reached heights he had never imagined. Fate, it seemed, could be quite capricious. Inside the small building, Lin He was devoid of any drowsiness. She sat before her vanity, secretly glancing at the figure perched on the eaves outside. Her heart raced. Which maiden does not harbor romantic feelings, especially for someone like her, who had yet to marry, suddenly encountering the legendary Godblade Lord, who had come to protect her. Any girl would be unable to contain her excitement. You are truly the Godblade Lord, Lin He mused, resting her chin in her hand, silently admiring Ye Beixuan. His handsome visage, striking brows, and starry eyes marked him as a prodigious talent, the foremost among the elite, and a lord personally conferred by the emperor. For an ordinary man to achieve even one of these accolades would be remarkable, yet this young man seemed to be of similar age to her. How could such perfection exist in the world? In an instant, Lin He felt a pang of inadequacy. Miss, don't be lost in thought, said a handmaiden beside her, waving a hand in front of Lin He's eyes, bringing her back to reality. Miss, you have been gazing at the Divine Blade Master for half an hour. The maid could not help but remark. Lin He's fair face flushed instantly. Is that so? She stammered. The maid nodded with a mischievous grin. I have been counting the time. Miss, do you perhaps have feelings for the Divine Blade Master? Since he is currently in our residence, why not have father propose on your behalf? If you could marry the Divine Blade Master, your future would indeed be secure. Lin He's cheeks deepened in color. What nonsense are you speaking? Yet, her thoughts inevitably wandered into that realm of fantasy. Indeed, if she could marry the Divine Blade Master, it might well be worth a lifetime. With Ye Beixuan's keen hearing, even the softest whispers within Lin He's chamber were not beyond his notice. However, he paid them no heed. He was here solely to eliminate the leader of the demon sect, Gongsun Nan. The others were merely transient figures in his life. Chapter 201. I kill without need for justification. Time flowed quietly by. As the moonlight reached its zenith, the world fell into a profound silence. Within the Lin residence, Lin Howren sat in the grand hall, frequently glancing outside, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind sweep through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Curiously, he peered outside but saw nothing amiss. Even Lei Bao, who was not far from him, remained oblivious to any unusual happenings. However, at the very moment the cold breeze blew, Ye Beixuan opened his eyes. In the darkness, two shadowy figures, as elusive as phantoms, silently emerged in the Lin residence's rear courtyard. They lingered casually beneath a roof overhang, observing the unguarded Lin household. One of the figures, a diminutive and emaciated middle-aged man, resembling a large rat, expressed his curiosity. Why is there not a single guard in the Lin family? Did not other families previously strive to fill their residences with protectors? The other man, exuding a sinister aura, with a face as ghastly as a demon, furrowed his brow. It is somewhat peculiar, however, in this small Huailong County. What can a conspiracy achieve? Who could possibly stand against us? Tomorrow, Ye Beixuan's entourage will arrive. We need only wait one more day before we can depart from this wretched place. Upon hearing this, the first man could not resist the urge to lick his scarlet tongue across his lips. Old third, remember our agreement. I shall feast upon Ye Beixuan's blood. The blood of an unparalleled prodigy must be delectably sweet. It will undoubtedly be the most exquisite blood I have ever tasted. Rest assured, second brother. I am only interested in women. I harbor no intentions toward Ye Beixuan. Come. I am eager to savor the beauty reputed to be the most enchanting maiden in Huailong County. Having concluded their conversation, the two figures transformed once more into phantoms, drawing ever closer to the window of Lin He's chamber. And just at that moment, A faint voice echoed in the ears of the two individuals. Vampire Bat Fan Xiao and the lecherous Gao Yi, you two vile insects have committed numerous atrocities. Your lives shall be claimed by me. Although the voice was soft, it struck Fan Xiao and Gao Yi like thunderclaps. Almost simultaneously, they turned to the source of the sound, only to see a figure standing silently about 10 meters away. Gazing at them, their pupils widened in shock, their hearts pounding, for they had been so close yet remained utterly unaware of the presence nearby. This was indeed alarming. Who are you? To know our names and dare to meddle in the affairs of the Lin residence. You possess quite the audacity, Fan Xiao remarked. His gaze coldly fixed on the figure ahead. He did not rush to attack, uncertain of his opponent's confidence. What? Weren't you two just plotting to kill me? Now that I stand before you, you fail to recognize me? The figure of Ye Beixuan remained as unperturbed as ever, devoid of any emotional tremor. At this, Fan Xiao and Gao Yi's expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes were fixed intently on the young figure before them, their faces a tableau of astonishment. They had come to ambush Ye Beixuan, a plan so secret that even within their own ghost demon sect, no one had been privy to it. Only their master, Gongsun Nan, had informed them an hour before their departure, instructing them to claim they were in seclusion. After entering Huainan, they had concealed their movements entirely, revealing themselves only under the cover of night, even during hunts in Huilong County to avoid detection by the Jinyue. Yet now, the very person they sought to kill awaited them here, having recognized their identities at a glance. Nevertheless, Fan Xiao and Gao Yi remained unperturbed. They were both formidable masters at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. To them, dealing with a figure like Ye Beixuan seemed trivial. Previously, Gongsun Nan had gone to great lengths, even summoning the 3 elders for the purpose of hunting Ye Beixuan, which they had deemed excessive. Regardless of Ye Beixuan's talents, he was merely a junior. In their eyes, even Li Jianyi, who had previously dominated the talent rankings, was insignificant. A sinister smile crept across Fan Xiao's face as he licked his lips with a crimson tongue, his sharp teeth rendering him a ghastly sight. Junior, little did I expect you to come knocking at my door. Since you have made it this far, I shall send you to hell today. With that, he could hardly contain his eagerness as his figure blurred, resembling a massive bat, his inner strength surging as he charged toward Ye Beixuan, his arms sprouting iron claws as sharp as the most lethal hooks. However, despite his swiftness, there were those faster still. Fan Xiao felt a flash before his eyes. A flash of steel darted across his line of sight, too swift to comprehend. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented aura of death surged from the depths of his being, nearly overwhelming him with panic. By the time he sought to muster all his strength to deflect the blow, it was already too late. He felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and in the next instant, a profound weightlessness enveloped him. He beheld his own body, now devoid of its head, which tumbled onto the roof tiles, rolling aimlessly, his eyes wide with shock as consciousness began to fade. Vampire Bat Fan laughed. Die. In my presence. If you only exert the slightest effort, who else could escape death? Ye Beixuan gazed at Fan's severed head, crushing it beneath his foot. Had Fan unleashed his full power, perhaps he could have lasted a few exchanges under Ye Beixuan's might, yet he was foolish enough to confront them, fully aware of their identities, while still holding back his strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 310 offline points. The system's notification echoed in Ye Beixuan's mind. Everything transpired so rapidly that Gao Yi, who had been standing at a distance, failed to react in time. He witnessed Fan's head being smashed by Ye Beixuan. His eyes widened in disbelief. No, this is impossible. No one understood Fan's prowess better than him. As the second elder of the Ghost Demon sect, Fan was subtly more powerful than Gao Yi himself, with unparalleled speed. Even if he had underestimated his opponent, a casual strike should not have been lethal to an ordinary expert. Chapter 202, Blade Cuts Through 9 Heavens. A world turned upside down. No, not merely killing him. Even touching him would have been a Herculean task given his swiftness. Yet, Fan was dead, slain by a single stroke from the man before him. With years of experience navigating the martial world, Gao Yi instantly recognized that this young man was beyond his capabilities. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yi turned and fled, enshrouded in a cloak of darkness. Racing towards the horizon, Ye Beixuan anticipated this very move. Gao Yi was undoubtedly seeking aid from Gongsun Nan, the leader of the Ghost Demon sect. If he followed closely, he would soon find his next target. Ye Beixuan's feet moved in tandem, employing the Lingbo Weibu technique to trail closely behind Gao Yi, transforming into a streak of light that vanished above the Lin residence. It was not until they had departed that Lin Howren and Lei Bao rushed into Lin He's chamber. Xiao He, are you all right? Lin Howren inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin He, who stood by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the direction in which Ye Beixuan had departed. For reasons unknown, She sensed that their recent encounter might be the last time she would ever see him. Ye Beixuan would not return. Shall he? Lin Howard gazed at his silent daughter and swiftly approached her. Lin he finally forced a smile, reassuring him, "Father, do not worry. I am fine. With Shun Daobo here, those ill-intentioned individuals have no chance of approaching my room." Upon hearing this, Lin Howard exhaled in relief, as though he had discerned his daughter's unspoken thoughts. Yet, he could only manage a faint smile. "My dear Heir, do not be naive. Someone like Shun Daobo, a celestial being descended to Earth, is not someone we mortals can hope to befriend. If our Lin family were flourishing, with a high-ranking official in residence, perhaps there would be a chance for you and Ye Beixuan. But as it stands, our family is merely a prosperous merchant. In the eyes of that esteemed Shun Daobo, we are little more than ants. How could we dare aspire to reach such lofty heights? If Ye Beixuan desires marriage, I fear that the noble families of the capital have already broken down his door, eager to marry their daughters to him." Thus, he felt compelled to make Lin he understand the harsh reality. Upon hearing his words, Lin he's gaze dimmed further. Nevertheless, she nodded, forcing a smile. "Do not worry. Father, I am truly fine. If you ever encounter Shun Daobo again, please convey my gratitude to him." Beneath the moonlight, two figures raced forward, one trailing the other, separated by merely 20 to 30 paces. Despite the shadowy figure ahead unleashing every ounce of internal energy into his legs, he could not create any distance between them. Conversely, the pursuer appeared to be at ease, almost as if toying with him. The scornful face of the pursuer had darkened to an extreme. At this point, he realized that the young count behind him was not merely targeting him, but intended to ensnare them all. This thought filled him with both humiliation and anger. Arrogance. Truly excessive arrogance. A mere junior dares to challenge the sect leader. If you seek death, so be it. The pursuer quickened his pace, disappearing into the depths of Huilong Mountain. At the peak of Huilong Mountain, a vast platform stretched for hundreds of feet. Upon this platform, two figures sat cross-legged, gazing down upon the entire county below. Beyond the county lay a road that stretched endlessly. "Tomorrow, the Jinui of sect leader Ye Beixuan will pass this way. If we kill him, our mission will be accomplished, and Lord Longling will surely be pleased," one of the figures, an elder, remarked to an inconspicuous middle-aged man beside him. This man's appearance was exceedingly ordinary, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. Yet, no one could have fathomed that he was Gongsun Nan, the revered leader of the Ghost King sect, who dominated Longxi. In stark contrast to Gongsun Nan, the elder beside him was a sight to behold. One eye glowed with a ghastly white light, and a sinister scar, reminiscent of a worm, stretched from his forehead to his left ear. After such a long wait, they were finally close to their target. It is perplexing to understand the abilities of this young man who has caught the attention of Lord Longling, compelling me to take action. Gongsun Nan's voice was somewhat hoarse, seemingly dissatisfied with the arrangements above. He had long since made a name for himself, standing as one of the most formidable figures in the realm of Dali. Now, to confront a mere youth barely in his teens would surely invite derision from countless practitioners of the martial arts. Yet, he found himself with no recourse, for even he could not refuse the directives from above. "Rest assured, master, with our presence, there is no need for you to dirty your hands," the elder chuckled amiably. "Those two fools venture down the mountain daily to hunt, yet they fail to bring back any spoils for you to enjoy." Gongsun Nan shook his head. "The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Those two are but expendable ants and do not merit our attention." As the two conversed, they suddenly seemed to sense something amiss, both turning their gazes toward a particular direction. Then, a piercing cry for help echoed. "Master, save me." The expressions of both men shifted simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, they felt an overwhelming surge of blade energy erupt. A deep, resonant clang of steel rang through the air. In the next instant, a terrifying blade light, several meters long and imbued with cataclysmic power, descended upon a shadow ahead. As the blade light passed, the very fabric of space began to frost over. Upon witnessing this scene, both men instantly recognized the significance. Frost? The snow-drinking madblade, Ye Beixuan? This was nearly a hallmark of Ye Beixuan's prowess. "Stop!" the one-eyed elder bellowed, attempting to intervene. With a swift motion, he clapped his palm together, gathering an immense force that transformed into a colossal black palm imprint directed toward the blade light. It was too late. A chilling voice resonated, "Too late." The blade light crashed down, directly striking the shadowy mist ahead, which split in two under the onslaught. A scream erupted as a figure within the mist was cleaved asunder, plummeting from the sky. Yet the blade light had not yet dissipated. It met the looming palm with a thunderous crash. The clash of those two formidable forces unleashed a tempest, akin to a raging storm. When the dust finally settled, a young figure clad in resplendent attire stood atop the precipice of the mountain, proclaiming, "Blood Demon, King Gongsun Nan, the one-eyed elder of the Blood Servants. The two aged hounds of the Ghost Demon sect. I have sought you for quite some time. The expressions on Gong's son, Nan, and the one-eyed elder darkened considerably. Especially the elder, whose single eye now held a hint of astonishment. In the previous exchange with Ye Beixuan, he had sensed the profound depth of the latter's internal strength, rivaling his own arrogance. Gong's son, Nan, remained silent as the one-eyed elder could no longer contain his fury. You, a mere junior, dare to insult my master, a hound of the court. Ye Beixuan erupted into laughter. A hound? With a mocking laugh, the old blind dog uttered such words. When it comes to sycophants, none surpass you. Years ago, you were blinded by Gong's son Nan's dagger and nearly met your demise. Had it not been for your desperate pleas for mercy, you would not have survived. How ironic it is that this blind old dog now appears loyal. Gong's son Nan is undoubtedly your greatest adversary. After all these years, acknowledging your enemy as your master. I feel a profound sense of embarrassment for you. Listening to these taunts, coupled with Ye Beixuan's disdainful expression, the one-eyed old monster's visage twisted in fury. This was, after all, a scar hidden deep within his heart. Now, being so brazenly confronted by Ye Beixuan, he trembled with rage. You insolent wretch, you seek your own demise. He bellowed, channeling his energy, shattering the ground beneath him like fragile glass. Like a cannonball, he launched himself forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from his body. Converging in his hands, he struck down toward Ye Beixuan with a mighty palm, spectral figures swirling around it, their cries echoing like wails from the abyss, sending shivers through the hearts of onlookers. Such malevolent tactics are but a featherweight against the storm. Ye Beixuan made no attempt to evade the assault. With a swift turn of his Snowdrinker blade, a chilling aura erupted around him, manifesting a blade of light several dozen meters long that descended fiercely toward the ghostly palm. The blade's intent reached the heavens, causing frost to swirl around in an expansive radius. Bold and domineering, it was the proud technique of the six cold formulas, astonishing Chill's glance. When the blade and ghostly palm collided, a thunderous roar ensued, revealing a momentary stalemate before the immense blade shattered the spectral hand, descending upon the one-eyed old monster. With a muffled sound, the old monster's lethal strike was thwarted, his vitality surging uncontrollably. Witnessing the unyielding blade still in motion, his single eye brimmed with shock and trepidation. He was acutely aware that he had unleashed all his strength in that previous attack, even with his formidable mastery at the 9th level. He was not to be compared with the likes of Gao, Yi, and Fan Xiao, mere weaklings. Yet, despite this, he found himself on the brink of defeat with a single strike. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Yama's grasp. Break. He summoned his inner strength once more, forcing forth an even more powerful attack, resorting to a desperate exchange of injuries, a tactic rarely employed. Yet, he felt he had no choice. Sensing that Gong's son, Nan, beside him seemed unhurried, perhaps testing Ye Beixuan's limits. Child's play. Almond blossoms in the snow. Ye Beixuan's blade shifted its angle, delivering a strike even more terrifying than the astonishing Chill's glance. This blow was infused with his own blade intent, as he discerned Gong's son, Nan's intentions. Since this old dog was unwilling to intervene, he would first eliminate the one-eyed old monster. With his current mastery at the late stage of Grandmaster, combined with his blade intent, he was poised for victory. It is beyond the imagination of an ordinary Grandmaster. Even the one-eyed old monster, who has ascended to the 9th level, cannot fathom it. The blade's aura gathers in the air, akin to a red apricot leaping over the wall. Although this blade does not possess the overwhelming chill of a fierce glance, it is infinitely more vicious. With a thunderous roar, the old one-eyed specter's assault is effortlessly severed. And then that formidable strike descends upon him. Block it. The one-eyed old monster's eyes widen in sheer horror, feeling as though his very lifeblood has been frozen by the cold radiance emanating from the blade's aura. Moreover, his body is ensnared by the will of the sword, leaving him with nowhere to flee. He can only muster his final means, gathering all his internal energy around him to create a massive barrier of protective chi. Yet, under this dazzling strike, all is rendered futile. The protective barrier continuously fractures, unable to withstand the onslaught. No, the one-eyed old monster roars in despair. With a resounding crash, his barrier shatters. At this critical moment, the figure standing beside him, Gong's son Nan, finally springs into action. In his hand, a pitch-black long sword has mysteriously appeared. The sword emits a crisp, ringing sound, intercepting the one-eyed old monster's impending doom. As the blade and sword collide, a cataclysmic explosion ensues. The ground, already unable to bear such terrifying power, is marked by deep gashes and sword flashes upon the cliffside. The turbulent blade aura is finally vanquished. The one-eyed old monster collapses to the ground, blood flowing profusely, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment more. and he would have met his end. Thankfully, Gongsun Nen has shielded him from this lethal blow. Thank you, master. Thank you, the one-eyed old monster exclaims. Bowing fervently to Gongsun Nan, Gongsun Nen snorts dismissively. Useless wretch, get out of my sight. He steps forward, one hand resting behind him, allowing the night breeze to caress his form. It is truly astonishing that such a mere junior has grown to this extent. Ye Beixuan's face reveals contempt. A pig's nose and a scallion, pretending to be an elephant. Does he truly think himself a master? In my eyes, you are merely a lapdog of the Dragon God sect. If I am not mistaken, your survival all these years, without being slaughtered by the righteous, is solely due to your identity as a lapdog, groveling before the Dragon God sect for protection. Behave like the dog you are, and spare me your repugnant displays. As for Gongsun Nan, the Blood Demon King, he holds no interest in conversing with such a person. If the other three are wicked, then this Blood Demon King embodies the very essence of malevolence. Ever since his debut, he has been a quintessential villain, steeped in evil from the core. Gongsun Nan's family background is not lacking. According to records from the Jinyue, he hails from a renowned escort family in Longxi, displaying extraordinary martial talent from a young age. Thus, his parents invested considerable resources to find esteemed masters for him. Later, he was taken as a disciple by a wandering sage, who devotedly imparted his wisdom. However, after attaining considerable mastery in his cultivation, this wretch, in a bid to hasten his ascension, poisoned his master and consumed him whole, seeking to usurp his inner strength. Upon discovering his heinous deeds, his parents condemned him as a beast. In a fit of cruelty, he callously eliminated them as well. Subsequently, as he roamed the martial world, he indulged in a spree of violence and malevolence, driven solely by his whims. Chapter 204. With this blade, I shall sever you. The fourth level of sword intent unleashed. If your parents and master were to know of your monstrous nature, they would have surely extinguished your life the moment you were born. A chilling voice echoed through the night sky. Gongsun Nan's face turned an ashen hue, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Though these atrocities were his own doing, the humiliation inflicted upon him by others proved unbearable. Junior, I shall see you dead. With a swift motion, Gongsun Nan brandished his sword, which had just parried Ye Beixuan's earth-shattering strike. An overwhelming aura of sword intent erupted around him. Despite his nefarious deeds, his prowess had reached unparalleled heights, achieving the late stage of the Grand Master's 9th level, nearly on par with Wei Dongshan. His swordsmanship, in particular, was a sight to behold, unmatched since Ye Beixuan's debut, far surpassing that of the one-eyed old monster. Come forth. At last, the brilliance ignited in Ye Beixuan's eyes. Since breaking through to the late stage of Grand Master, he had never unleashed his full power, for his foundations were exceptionally deep. With each step forward, his strength multiplied manifold. His adversaries had not anticipated that there existed a practitioner capable of such rapid advancement. Even the Dragon God sect, a centuries-old organization, had sent one of its top 10 masters to eradicate him. It is noteworthy that within its 36 hall masters, being ranked among the top 10 means they could easily dispatch not only juniors like Ye Beixuan, but also seasoned grand masters who had long made names for themselves. Yet, for the current Ye Beixuan, they were insufficient. Raging Fury Slash. In an instant, Ye Beixuan's blade was in motion, releasing a terrifying arc of light, hurtling toward Gongsun Nan. The clash of their blades resonated with immense force, the collision of their formidable inner energies illuminating the sky as if it were day. The thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly, shattering the cliffs of Huilong Mountain. Neither combatant took a step back, but Gongsun Nan's gaze was gravely intense, his heart a tempest of dread. No one understood his own strength better than he did. His cultivation was scarcely inferior to those ancient monsters ranked on the Earth list. With another decade or two of refinement and breakthroughs in his understanding, he could seamlessly ascend into the ranks of the Earth list. Yet, the current Ye Beixuan astonishingly matched him blow for blow. Could this fellow truly be human? Even the nearby one-eyed elder could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. Initially, it was presumed that Ye Beixuan had exerted his utmost strength in facing him. Now it seemed that this lad was merely toying with him. Very well, Gongsun Nan. Deliver your strike once more. Before Gongsun Nan could react, Ye Beixuan's figure soared into the air, stepping effortlessly to a position close to Gongsun Nan. The seventh transformation of emotion. This blade, as the ultimate technique among the 7 styles of blade intent, wielded power that rivaled any other. Above Ye Beixuan's blade, a terrifying radiance erupted, swirling with intent that coalesced into the form of a dragon, descending straight upon Gongsun Nan. Feeling the might of this strike, Gongsun Nan's expression shifted dramatically. Strong. Such formidable swordsmanship. This lad not only possessed terrifying combat prowess, but had also cultivated his sword techniques to a level of mastery. Truly, He was a prodigy in the path of the sword, hailed by the Heavenly Machine Valley as a once-in-500 years talent. Blood Demon Sword Technique, Blood Demon Annihilation. At this moment, Gongsun Nen could no longer maintain any semblance of composure. He let out a thunderous roar, his inner energy surging beyond previous limits. His long sword pierced the heavens, and the crimson sword energy flowed like a river leading to the underworld, overwhelming in its ferocity. It transformed into a cataclysmic strike, colliding once more with Ye Beixuan's snow drink blade. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed through the air, as blade intent and sword energy continuously shattered outward. Everything caught in the wake of their energies crumbled like paper, disintegrating in an instant. The one-eyed elder exerted all his internal force to shield against the residual shockwaves of their clash. Ye Beixuan stood firm, unwavering, while Gongsun Nen could not help but stagger backward, retreating several steps. With each step he took, the ground beneath him caved into deep craters. A gash opened on his shoulder. Though small, it penetrated his protective energy, tearing through his garments, with rivulets of blood seeping forth. Master, the one-eyed elder, standing not far from Gongsun Nen, witnessed this scene and could not help but draw a sharp breath. His master had been wounded in merely 2 exchanges. Gongsun Nen had been harmed by Ye Beixuan. Though the injury was minor and would heal swiftly, it nonetheless underscored Ye Beixuan's terrifying prowess. Gongsun Nan's gaze turned grave, his eyes fixating on Ye Beixuan like arrows. Such formidable swordsmanship, it had been long since he had felt so beleaguered. Ye Beixuan, however, sighed lightly. Yet, you old dog, have left me quite disappointed. He had expected that Gongsun Nan's strength would compel him to unleash his full potential, only to discover that his own might exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he had already attained a level of strength comparable to that of the lower tier in the Earth rankings. Gongsun Nan's expression shifted between shades of blue and white. His face contorted with fury at the mockery inflicted by a junior he had never held in esteem. Despite his usual composure, he was utterly enraged. Did Ye Beixuan truly believe this was the extent of Gongsun Nan's genuine prowess? With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura erupted from behind Gongsun Nan. A chilling blood-red sword energy radiating an icy glow, as if it could sever all that existed. Ultimately, it coalesced above his head into a blood sword spanning dozens of feet. This was the manifestation of his power. Gongsun Nan recognized that employing mere conventional methods to subdue Ye Beixuan was nothing short of a fantasy. Only by harnessing the celestial might of a 9th-level grandmaster, combined with decades of honed sword intent, did he stand a chance. The overwhelming aura intensified several-fold, enveloping his figure in a shroud of blood mist. His countenance remained neutral, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true strength of the old man who has traversed Longxi. With his sword drawn, his manifestation erupted in unison. Blood Demon's Sword Technique. Final form, bloodshed across the world. In this moment,